To become stronger before the plot unfolds, you've clashed with the female lead 898 times in 3 days. On the 4th day, as soon as you appeared, the female lead Ruland stood up holding her buttocks, glaring at you angrily. Time and time again, Chen, are you done? You, on the other hand, looked at her with a playful expression. Come on, take a look at you. What bad intentions could I have? Ruland's face was full of suspicion. Every time they met before, they would fight for hours. Thinking of this, she angrily said, I'll tell you, even if you get me, you won't get my heart. Even if I, Ruland, were to die and jump from here, I still wouldn't like you. Upon hearing this, you raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing on your face. I'm happy that you're talking to me, but I don't like your tone. I'm a bit annoyed now. Upon hearing your sudden change in demeanor, Ruland's face showed an expression of surprise. It's still the same formula, and it will definitely have a familiar taste. However, she doesn't want to give in. She wants to resist. I won't be manipulated by you anymore. You rubbed your chin. Why bother? Although forcibly picking fruit is not sweet, she's thirsty. Thinking of this, you coughed. President Lu, you don't want to either. Before you could finish speaking, Ruland suddenly knelt down with a thud. From her decisive action, it was clear that this threat had turned into some sort of command. Seeing her look of reluctance, but only able to resort to verbal threats, you rubbed her head and held her head. 2.5 hours later, you walked out of the office with a happy face and got into a luxurious car outside the Lu group. The car then drove smoothly on the street, with you resting your head on one hand, lost in thought. According to the timeline, the plot should begin soon. Half a year ago, you transmigrated into a wealthy second generation, with the antagonist being the female lead's loyal lapdog, ending in a tragedy. Fortunately, you awakened the more children, more blessings system. By having children with the lucky woman whose favor you win, you can receive generous rewards. Knowing that the plot is half a year away, you immediately began the hunt, targeting the school flower, flight attendant, policewoman, nurse, secretary, and female CEO related to the male lead, sparing none. Now, half a year later, you have over a dozen family members, with many still being pursued. As the kneeling target in the novel, Ruland is also the protagonist's fiancé, whom you naturally will not let go of. As the young master of the top family in the Magic City, according to the novel's plot, being a lapdog is out of the question. As for not receiving rewards if the favorability is not reached, have you ever heard of love grows over time? Of course, the method used is simple yet effective. You just need to make a slight move, leveraging the power of the Su family to target the Lu group in business, a mere small family. Unable to withstand the pressure from major groups and with partners turning against them, the Lu group soon found themselves in dire straits, regardless of how high Ruland's business talent is. Unable to reverse the impending bankruptcy situation, she finally despaired and fell at your feet, but despite numerous interactions, Ruland's favorability remained negative. You only understand now that long-lasting affection also depends on the individual. Although you haven't won over Ruland, it's not a big issue, with the addition of members from over a dozen families. You have also received a series of system rewards, such as the early cross-border period, strength with spatial abilities, and top-notch driving skills, more than enough to deal with the male lead Lin Hao. Meanwhile, the Son of Destiny, whose entire clan was wiped out, has also finally learned the ultimate skill from the 360 masters, and is now ready to descend the mountain to seek revenge on the senior sisters and take vengeance on the Lu family at their doorstep. Lin Hao's figure descends from the taxi, the thought of seeing his fiancée soon causing a slight ripple in his usually calm demeanor. What are you doing here? Is this where you should be? Get lost. A cold voice rang out, and looking towards the sound, it was Lin Hao standing at the door, catching the attention of the security guards. Approaching with a fierce demeanor, Lin Hao remains calm, stating, I'm here to find Ruland, please inform her. The security guard was taken aback, sizing him up. Unable to help but chuckle, you're looking for the young lady? Are you worthy? Lin Hao's expression darkened, about to erupt as even cats and dogs dare to be arrogant in front of him. An elderly man in Tang costume nearby expressed surprise, is this young Master Lin? He is the steward of the Lu family, having met Lin Hao when the two families were on good terms. 6 years have passed, and despite Lin Hao being unremarkable as usual, he recognized him at a glance. Lin Hao also recognized the steward, his face returning to calm as he smiled and said, Lu Lao, come with me. The butler nodded, led the way, and escorted Lin Hao to the living room. The butler asked Lin Hao to wait and went to inform the madam. This wait lasted for an hour. Just when Lin Hao was becoming impatient, Mrs. Lu Ruland's mother arrived leisurely. Mrs. Lu held a cup of coffee, sat on the sofa unhurriedly, and asked, what brings you to my Lu family? Her tone was extremely cold, the disdain in her eyes undisguised. Lin Hao's heart sank gradually, starting from making him wait here for an hour. With an attitude of not even pouring a cup of tea, he had a premonition. Until this moment, he still found it hard to accept. How good was this Mrs. Lu back then? He took a deep breath. Lin Hao said in a deep voice, "Zhang Yi, I've come to see Ruland." Before he could finish, Mrs. Lu interrupted, leaving Lin Hao stunned. "What do you mean by asking how much money it would take for you to break off the engagement with Ruland?" Lin Hao's expression changed immediately. He was about to retort angrily, but Mrs. Lu continued, 1 million. "Don't entangle my daughter," Lin Hao retorted angrily. "In your eyes, your daughter, the noble Miss Lu, is only worth 1 million? Mrs. Lu furrowed her brow. Then she offered, "Fine, 5 million. I'll give you 5 million, don't push your luck. There was no proof of the engagement back then. Giving you 5 million, my Lu family has done more than enough." It was he who proposed the alliance between the two families at the time, and the Lin family agreed. The two families reached a consensus in this way, without any formal marriage contract. However, it was to climb the high branch of the Lin family. The Lu family once widely publicized that in the upper echelons of the Magic City, almost everyone knew that according to the Lin family's interpretation, even without a marriage certificate, the marriage alliance was set in stone. But who would have thought that the Lin family offended the Su family, and overnight everything vanished? The reason why they are giving money to Lin Hao to cancel the engagement is not because the Lu family feels they owe Lin Hao anything. It's just to silence the gossip in the upper society. Fed up with Mrs. Lu's constant nagging, Lin Hao finally couldn't help but interrupt her. "If you want to form an alliance, then do it. If you want to break off the engagement, then do it. I just won't agree to cancel the engagement. If so, let Lu Ruland come and tell me in person." With that, Lin Hao casually turned and left. Mrs. Lu stood there with a pale face, watching Lin Hao's back. She picked up her phone and dialed Master Su's number. The call connected. The originally gloomy face of Mrs. Lu instantly turned charming as she smiled and said to Master Su that Lin Hao indeed came to find me. Lin Hao is still unaware. An invisible large web targeting him has already been cast. After leaving the Lu family, Lin Hao arrived at the Lu group and unsurprisingly was stopped by the security guards outside. Fortunately, he was quite skilled and managed to get through after some twists and turns. Finally, in the CEO's office, Lin Hao saw Lu Ruland. At just one glance, he was stunned. A voice in his heart screamed that he would never back out of this marriage. Ruland could only marry him. "I say, even gods couldn't stop me from staying on the mountain for 6 years." Lin Hao had never seen such a beauty before. Along the way, he had heard more than once about how beautiful the CEO Lu was. When he saw her in person, he couldn't help but be stunned. Her delicate oval face was exquisitely beautiful, with slightly furrowed brows, exuding a cold yet dignified aura, eliciting a desire to conquer. Her hair elegantly styled up high, exuding a hint of mature charm between her brows. How could I have this feeling? It must be an illusion. Lin Hao was so startled that he quickly shook his head. Coming to his senses, he saw Lu Ruland frowning, as if ready to call security. He quickly said, "Ruland, it's me, Lin Hao. Don't you remember me?" Lin Hao, Lu Ruland's heart stirred, a distant memory flooding back to him. Now his mind was filled with thoughts of her. Memories from 6 years ago indeed felt distant. Lin Hao was originally the little princess of the Lin family, but a tragedy 6 years ago led to the downfall of the Lin family, and Lin Hao disappeared. Everyone speculated that he was dead. "You're not dead. I went to the mountains with my master back then, and now I'm back," Lin Hao explained with a wry smile. Lu Ruland nodded. "So, why did you come to find me?" Lin Hao fell silent. "Is that all? Aren't you curious about what I've been doing for the past 6 years and why I've come back now? I just came from the Lu family. Your mother wants to annul our engagement. I came to ask for your opinion." He paused and then said in a pretentious manner, "Rest assured, the engagement was decided by our parents back then. If you disagree, I won't force you into anything," he said, looking somewhat nervous at Lu Ruland. Although she was one of his chosen concubines, he still hoped to hear the answer he wanted. He thought saying this would win her favor, but soon Lin Hao felt strange. He saw Lu Ruland's face constantly changing, with fear, anger, shame, and various negative emotions intertwined. After a while, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. "Then let's cancel the engagement," she said. Lin Hao was dumbfounded, staring blankly, wondering what the heck was going on. It was completely contrary to what he expected, not just a little off. He asked in confusion, "Why?" "No reason," Lu Ruland replied sternly. After countless interactions with Su Chen, their relationship was deeply rooted. She knew him well. With his domineering nature, if he found out about her engagement to Lin Hao, he might go as far as murder. Canceling the engagement would lessen the sin. It wasn't about liking Lin Hao or wanting to protect him. In reality, apart from the engagement, there was no real connection between them. It was merely an acquaintance, devoid of deep romantic promises. He just didn't want to harm the innocent, but Lin Hao wasn't going to appreciate that. As he was about to question her, Ruland's face changed. She quickly covered her mouth and rushed to the adjacent restroom, retching. Lin Hao's pupils constricted suddenly. His heart skipped a beat, a wildly absurd idea surfacing. He walked out of the office in a daze, his mind swirling. Ruland's sudden vomiting just now. It made him think of the mature charm on Ruland's body. At that time, he thought it was an illusion and didn't think much about it. Now, combined together, could that vomiting be a sign of pregnancy? As soon as this idea came to mind, he dismissed it. How could it be possible? She is his fiancée, one of the uncontested concubines even if the gods descended. The thought of Ruland being taken advantage of and pregnant made him heartbroken to the point of breathlessness. Therefore, Lin Hao left the office, unable to accept such a truth. He didn't even question Ruland about why she wanted to break off the engagement. Maybe I'm overthinking. Lin Hao's steps slowed down, comforting himself that the mature charm was just his illusion. The vomiting might just be due to seeing him a bit nauseated. His medical skills are not inferior to his master's, but he doesn't have the ability to determine pregnancy at a glance. He couldn't be sure that Ruland was definitely pregnant. Another thing that puzzled him was the fear and anger in Ruland's eyes, the dignified president of the Lu Group. Even in high society, she is a top figure. What kind of person could evoke such emotions in her? Lin Hao regained his composure, his eyes flickering, determined to find the truth. If Ruland is pregnant, there must be a dubious person involved. He wants to find that person. If no one is found, it means he was overthinking. In fact, finding Ruland's pulse is simpler. But he didn't dare, afraid that it might be true, he couldn't accept it. Stop, how did you get in, kid? A loud shout rang out, only to see a chubby security guard. Standing in front of him, the security guard who stopped number 0 at the entrance not long ago, it was him. He had just changed shifts, and as he came from the gate, he saw this kid, thinking he must have been mistaken, causing him to rub his eyes several times. So you came in like this? Lin Hao put on an innocent face, cursing his bad luck inwardly. Having a problem with the security guard today, huh? Stop talking nonsense to me. Get out quickly, or I'll call the police. But the security guard wouldn't listen to his explanation, threatening him while pulling him towards the door. Don't bother, I'll leave on my own. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. I heard that President Lu was very beautiful, a rare beauty in this world. I just wanted to see if it's true. Upon hearing him praise Ruland, the security guard eased up a bit, proudly stating, of course, our president is stunning. For people like Lin Hao, the security guards have seen enough discrimination. Ruland is very famous. There are no shortage of people who come to the company every day, just to catch a glimpse of her charm. Whether it's the extraordinary CEO, the elegant young master, the glamorous white-collar workers, or the ordinary individuals, all are captivated. But they are all blocked by the security guards at the door. They just didn't expect this kid to find a loophole and sneak in. With so many suitors pursuing President Lu, I wonder if she's dating anyone. After all that talk with the security guard, Lin Hao's intention was for this last sentence to probe. If Ruland is getting close to someone, then these security guards in the company would definitely know best. Dragging Lin Hao to the company's entrance, the security guard relaxed a bit and became more accommodating. The suitors of the president may come from all over, but to be successful, no, nothing really. But wait, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. He had a hunch that the next sentence was the truth he was looking for, but in the past few months, the president and Master Su seemed to be quite close. Which Master Su? Shu, keep your voice down. The security guard was startled by Lin Hao's loud voice and whispered. Talking about the president's personal life in private, if caught, could lead to dismissal. Looking around, seeing no one paying attention here, he then said, of course, it's the young master from the Su family. Not only does he come from a prestigious family, but he is also exceptionally handsome, polite, and amiable. If we had to choose who could match our president, it would definitely be Master Su. Lin Hao couldn't bear to hear what the security guard said next. The words Su family and Master Su kept echoing in his mind. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Another mention of the Su family. At that moment, a familiar Maserati appeared in his line of sight. The security guard tensed up, quickly went to open the door for passage. When the car arrived at the checkpoint, he saluted, nodded, and even bowed before assuming a position of respect. Lin Hao noticed this scene but did not look away. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the young man in the back seat also happened to look at him. Instantly, their eyes met. Watching the car drive away, Lin Hao stood still, his brow furrowed. In that brief moment of eye contact just now, he saw it. The mockery in the young man's eyes made him certain they had never met before. Why would he show such an expression to him? Who is that person? He's the Master Su I just mentioned to you. Suddenly, Lin Hao's gaze changed, and his demeanor became sharp. Like a fierce beast on the brink of death, this Mr. Su has been getting close to Miss Lu Ruland recently, likely trying to steal her heart. Just as I was about to follow them, I was stopped by the security guard. My friend, don't make it difficult for me. You should leave quickly. Seeing this, Lin Hao restrained his aura. It's broad daylight now, not a good time for a confrontation. It wouldn't be good if the police were really called. Helpless, he could only anxiously wait for Mr. Su to come out. As noon approached, the scorching sun baked the earth. Lin Hao stood guard at the door, sweating profusely. The heat on his body couldn't match the anxiety in his heart. How come Mr. Su hasn't come out after such a long time? What are he and Miss Lu Ruland doing inside? Could they be in the office, on the sofa, at the desk, by the floor-to-ceiling window? If it weren't for the vigilant security guards watching him like hawks, he would have rushed in long ago. A kind security guard asked him to leave, but he refused. What a joke. He even started to emit a green light from his head. How could he just leave like this? This touched the group of security guards. Unable to help but marvel, this is the charm of the CEO. Even risking facing hunters just to catch a glimpse of the CEO. Just as Lin Hao's patience reached its limit, the familiar Porsche appeared. There was another person in the car, Miss Lu Ruland, the CEO. The security guards looked on with concern but pretended not to see anything, quietly opening the door. Lin Hao's spirit shook. Gritting his teeth, he followed the car. The Porsche wasn't speeding, and due to Lin Hao's years of dancing practice, he tracked it effortlessly, with no pressure. The car didn't drive far. Stopped in front of a 5-star hotel, the driver opened the door for you. Lu Ruland got out from the other side, seemingly having an ordinary relationship. Under normal circumstances, isn't it the man who gets out of the car to open the door for the female companion? At the very least, the bodyguard should open the door for the female companion. Lin Hao, who was peeping, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, he felt something strange again. You got out of the car and walked towards the hotel entrance, while Lu Ruland quickly caught up. Is this relationship between Aji and Lu Ruland reversed? It looks like Lu Ruland is fawning over that young Master Su. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he followed suit. Instead of going up openly, he chose to continue observing in secret. The two of them found a spot in the lobby. The waiter took their order, and then the two of them chatted and ate together like ordinary partners. Lin Hao thought he was overthinking, but what he witnessed next made him explode on the spot. By now, you had finished eating. Your gaze casually swept outside, a hint of interest flashing in your eyes. You came here today, first, to see the true face of this protagonist, and second, to see if the plot will still develop as originally intended under your interference. The protagonist looked, indeed, nothing special. Conforming to that low-key show-off style, the plot has changed. It deviated from the original storyline. Just as the protagonist came down the mountain, Lu Ruland asked him to work as a security guard in the company. The plot has changed, but nothing to worry about. Confirmed your thoughts, no need to worry about the plot's direction. So, if the protagonist were to be killed, would there be any consequences? Seeing that you had finished eating, Lu Ruland also stopped eating. He appears calm on the surface, but his heart is in turmoil, feeling like crying but unable to shed tears. You used to visit him often before, but with a few days in between, as he couldn't bear it. Why have you been coming continuously these past 2 days? Having eaten and drunk your fill, he wonders whether you will take him home next or continue to his office. A mix of emotions fills his heart as a hand appears in front of him. With a tissue in hand, the unspoken implication is clear. He wipes his mouth and looks up, finding you looking at him gently, exuding an elegant demeanor. Lu Ruland not only did not feel warmth. Instead, she felt a bone-chilling coldness to her core. Only she knew what kind of devil lay hidden beneath this elegant and amiable facade, making her afraid to look too much. Quickly retracting her gaze, she was about to reach for the tissue in her hand when a voice as gentle as a spring breeze sounded in her ear. "Let me help you." With those words, you took the tissue to his mouth. Gently wiping, with a touch as gentle as one would treat a girlfriend, Lu Ruland hurriedly thanked you, her voice flustered and her words incoherent. Thank you, mentioning our relationship. Why be so polite? You haven't finished speaking yet." A hint of suspicion arose in his heart, as such prompts were only given previously when capturing the female lead and pulling her into the family. Unexpectedly, the system popped up, with Ding Linhao developing angry emotions towards you, adding 666 to the villain value. Ding Linhao harbors hatred towards you, adding 888 to the villain value. After understanding, you suddenly realized that the system had launched a new feature. Attacking the protagonist can earn you villain value, which can be used for system lottery. Originally, by bringing the female lead into the family, one could obtain rewards. Now there is another source of rewards. You side. This is to ensure that you and the protagonist are inextricably linked. It doesn't matter. Before, it was all about snatching the female lead and treating her as the enemy. It was a matter of life and death. However, the plan needs to change. Originally, you were planning to kill the protagonist as soon as he appeared, to eliminate future troubles. It seems that there is still utility in him. Instead of killing him, it's better to squeeze out his value, let him emit the last bit of residual, strike the protagonist, and gain antagonist value. Used to draw lots and enhance strength. In this zero-sum game, what does the protagonist have left to compete with you? Harvesting antagonist value is actually a way to indirectly plunder from the protagonist. It's a pity that Lin Hao's luck is not abundant. He will likely be drained before long. If there were a few more protagonists, it would be fine to harvest one protagonist's luck and then kill him. Switch to another one, like harvesting a crop of leeks one after another. You faintly speculate that this world is not just invincible, it's a novel world that brings disaster to junior sisters. Because the dozens of female leads you brought into the family are not characters from this novel world. This is also one of the reasons you decided not to kill the protagonist temporarily, to squeeze out her final value. Your strength is considered invincible in this novel world, but who knows what other protagonists there are, such as the King of Soldiers returning, the Magic Master Assassin retiring. As the Dragon King's son-in-law, you won't miss any opportunity to strengthen yourself. Of course, if this protagonist poses the slightest threat to you, you will not hesitate to take action. Even if it has value, it must be killed. Seeing you wiping the mouth of Ruland, and Ruland didn't refuse, as if it's normal, Lin Hao was dumbfounded. The facts are in front of him, he can't help but believe it. Seeing the intimate posture of the two, Ruland is not the least bit shy. Blushing definitely implies they have been together for a long time. There is a 99.9% chance that they have done more intimate things. Ruland's reaction is genuine, turning green on the head, greener than the Hulunberg grassland can describe. Lin Hao was unable to accept it for a moment, but then suddenly reacted. Looking closely, he quickly discovered the topic. Not only did Ruland not blush, but instead became even paler than before. A familiar look of fear flashed in her eyes. A flash of insight cut through Lin Hao's mind, and at that moment, everything became clear to him. So the reason Ruland was so compliant was because of that young master from the Su family, using his power to coerce her. Perhaps Ruland had some leverage held against her by him. Thinking about how you forced his fiancée to do all sorts of things, and possibly even carrying the other person's child, Lin Hao stormed off, his mindset exploding. The antagonist is at level 999. Your eyebrows raised, a look of surprise in your eyes. The slightest hint of intimacy with the female lead and you explode on the spot. The protagonist's mentality can't handle it. This is a whole new level. If he knew that Ruland had long been, he might just drop dead on the spot. Figuring out the truth behind the matter, Lin Hao was furious to the point of a red cliff separation. He hated that he couldn't rush up and slaughter you immediately, but in the end, he restrained his impulse. He noticed several experts hidden in the corners, probably secretly protecting the young master of the Su family. Some of them have some skills, but in his view, they are nothing special, not worth mentioning. The reason he didn't make a move is that he didn't want to alert the enemy. His enemies are not just you. It's the whole Su family. Once you are killed, with the Su family's power, even if he is already very strong, he won't be able to resist. Moreover, he still holds a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, maybe, it's possible that Ruland isn't actually pregnant. That's just how people are. They won't believe the truth in front of them without seeing it with their own eyes. After teasing Ruland a bit, you are ready to return to the company. Your parents have transferred their business to the capital, leaving you in charge of everything in the city. The company is already piled with a lot of documents. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. Next is to slowly set up the protagonist. Before leaving, you left a female bodyguard to secretly keep an eye out. She will alert in case of any situation. Things like the female lead and the protagonist developing feelings for each other won't happen in front of you. Ruland is on edge the whole time, only relaxing once you leave. At that moment, a waiter passed by with a greasy plate of braised pig's trotters, making her feel nauseous again. It took her a while to calm down. She called the waiter to pay the bill, just picked up her bag to return to the company, when a figure blocked her way. Lin Hao, what are you doing here? Ruland frowned, looking at Lin Hao's attire. Doesn't seem like someone who can afford a 5-star hotel. Without a doubt, he must be here to see him. Lin Hao's expression is extremely complex. He takes a deep breath and says, I've learned a lot in these years. My medical skills are decent. After watching you twice, can I check your pulse for you? Pausing for a moment, seemingly considering his movements, he continues, rest assured. No need for physical contact. I will diagnose your pulse by suspending threads. As he hands the threads over, a few more thin ones slip into his hand. Ruland's face turns ugly. Just when everything seemed fine, someone suddenly stands up and says, you're sick. She doesn't have a good expression either. Diagnosing pulses with suspended threads, like a myth or legend. It's an old flirting trick from years ago. However, she notices Lin Hao's incredibly serious expression. Ruland is suspicious in her heart. After a brief hesitation, he still agrees. Taking one end of the thread, he wraps it around his wrist. At this moment, Lin Hao has no intention of flirting at all. Anxious about the impending truth, after setting up the threads, he eagerly begins diagnosing the pulse. Ruland looks indifferent, curious to see what tricks he will play. Lin Hao's expression is solemn. As time passes, his face keeps changing. Worried, hopeful, afraid, angry, on the verge of collapse. How could this be? Ruland is really pregnant. The truth comes to light, shattering her last bit of illusion. Lin Hao murmurs lifelessly, looking completely lost. It's hard to say what's going on. Seeing Lin Hao like this, Ruland's heart skips a beat. A sense of unease envelopes her. She quickly asks, what's wrong? He chuckles and says, it's good news. Congratulations, you're pregnant. At this moment, Lin Hao's expression was beyond description, neither crying nor smiling. At this moment, she even started to hate Ruland, causing Ruland to feel dizzy. Standing still, his face suddenly turned pale, the bag in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. After coming to his senses, he shook his head vigorously, no, it's impossible, you're talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, go to the hospital for a checkup and you'll see, Lin Hao said before walking towards the door unsteadily, staggering. Could it be that Ruland was gritting her teeth tightly? He thought about it many times, too tired to take precautions. Combined with the recent abnormalities, he often felt nauseous, especially when seeing greasy food. Feeling nauseous, and there was one crucial point he had overlooked, his relative hadn't visited this month. Unable to stand it anymore, Ruland picked up her bag and rushed out to go to the hospital. At New York City's First People's Hospital, after Ruland finished the examination, she paced back and forth in the corridor, anxiously awaiting the results. A female doctor handed him the report and said with a smile, congratulations, you're going to be a mother. The baby is healthy. Ruland was stunned for a moment, almost falling to the ground if she hadn't held onto the chair. Reluctantly accepting the reality, he regained his composure. He immediately ordered to keep it a secret that he was pregnant. Ruland always vetoed it. The news spread quickly, but it couldn't escape the eyes of the observant. Hiding in the shadows, it was both protection and surveillance. The female bodyguard quickly reported the matter to someone. At this moment, a farce is unfolding at the entrance of the Su group. A young man is causing chaos among the security guards. Upon closer inspection, it is none other than Lin Hao. It turns out that after Lin Hao left the hotel, a gust of wind made him shiver. Just now, he was indeed a bit resentful. Ruland pitied his misfortune but was also angry at his passivity. You have an engagement, yet you are carrying someone else's child. Now that things have calmed down, he also knows it's not Ruland's fault. Blame yourself if you must, everything was coerced by you. Enduring for a moment only leads to more anger, stepping back only leads to more loss. His fiancée is pregnant with someone else's child. Can he still bear it and be considered a man? Lin Hao immediately found your company. He stormed into the building aggressively, yet half an hour ago, you arrived at your own company. The Su Group is located on the most prosperous commercial street in the Magic City. Several nearby buildings are office spaces. Upon entering the building, a beautiful figure greeted you, admiration shimmering in the gaze directed at you. Shui Yuron, your personal secretary and a member of your family, lives up to his name. His strengths are particularly outstanding, with an explosive figure. He has long waist-length hair and a flawless, fair melon-seed face. Beneath his slender willow-like eyebrows, a pair of shiny black eyes gleam with intelligence. General Su, who is always busy, finally decided to come to the company today. Shui Yuron leads the way ahead while somewhat resentfully saying, ever since he was brought into the company, everything has been left for him to handle. You've taken on the role of a hands-off boss. If it weren't for some documents needing the CEO's signature, you probably wouldn't have come to the company. Of course, he was more touched by your trust. Wasn't Li Wanji supposed to be inspecting the branch? How about you take the lead? You raised an eyebrow, jokingly. You didn't mind a bit of temper, adding some fun. But if you upset someone, a painful lesson is inevitable. There have been cases where people entered the house and found many beauties around you, causing breakup drama over emotional deception, ending up neatly handled. I'm talking about the CEO's busy schedule. It's not Li Wanji. Shui Yurong seemed a bit annoyed and gave you a look. With a variety of styles, after his relatives left, Mr. Su still looked for him. He seemed preoccupied, chatting and laughing all the way to the CEO's office. You start dealing with the documents on the office desk, saying it's handling files, but it's just signing. The content has been reviewed by Shui Yulong. You still have faith in this leading lady's abilities, an economics Ph.D. from Harvard who has published numerous international papers. She is truly a top talent. As expected, she would have been a capable assistant to a key character, assisting in managing the industry. Unfortunately, you preempted it. Remember when you were trying to win him over? He was returning from abroad, preparing to find a job. You managed to win him over through a series of sweet words, coercion, and deception. Your efforts paid off, gaining not only a business management genius but also divine-level driving skills from him. Shui Yurong didn't disturb you and made you a cup of tea. As you walked out, you closed the door slowly. Shortly after, a series of knocks were heard. Upon your permission, Shui Yurong entered with a hint of panic, saying, "CEO, there's a commotion outside. Someone wants to see you at the company." Without an appointment, the security guard stopped him. The man directly attempted to run, displaying formidable strength. Dozens of special forces security guards couldn't match his skills. He fought his way in, while you continued signing, not even looking up. You probably already know who the visitor is. Just a moment ago, a series of alert sounds played in your mind. Ding Linhao trembled with anger. The antagonist's power level rose to 555. Ding Linhao's mentality collapsed. The antagonist's power level surged to 998. Ding Linhao harbors deep hatred towards you. The antagonist's power level reaches 999. You are puzzled, thinking you didn't do much, just had a meal with the female lead. How did it escalate to seem like you killed the protagonist's loved ones? You still don't realize you inadvertently saved a life. Seeing your calm demeanor, Shui Yurong also composed himself. He watched as you handled the documents effortlessly, the papers swirling in your hands. You exuded a calmness amidst chaos, like Mount Tai collapsing in front of you without a change in expression. Your handsome side profile, when focused, was truly captivating. Gradually, he became mesmerized, watching you. After signing the final document, you stretched lazily. Let's go see what he's up to. As you walked out of the elevator, you witnessed Linhao knocking down the last security guard. Not long after, Linhao fought his way from the entrance to the hall. These special forces were no match for him. Even the warriors hidden in the shadows to protect you showed up, looking at Linhao with a serious expression. He was restrained and didn't actually hurt these security guards. Taking a break for a while will be fine. Actually, if he wasn't afraid of killing or maiming them, he could have been faster. As for those dancers, he didn't care about them at all. In his eyes, they were nothing compared to these security guards. At this moment, many company employees gathered in the hall. Everyone was curiously watching. When the CEO arrived, someone shouted, and the crowd dispersed, forming a passage. Wow, it's been a while since we've seen the CEO. He looks even more handsome. Some fangirls couldn't contain their excitement. It hasn't been that long. It's only been a few days, right? Do you know the saying a day apart seems like 3 autumns? Some fangirl employees had stars in their eyes, exclaiming in excitement. There were also loyal protectors standing in front of Lin Hao. CEO, hurry, this guy's target is us. Stop him. He wants to harm the CEO. When a group of girls heard this news, they immediately refused to stand by and blocked Lin Hao, trying to buy you time to escape. Our CEO is such a good person. Did he offend you? If you want to harm him, did the CEO hurt your sister or brother? Unspoken rules shouldn't be the case. Just by looking at him, you can tell he's not that good looking. Even if there were unspoken rules, it would be their honor. If the CEO were to follow any unspoken rules, I'd be fine with that. Sounds of flattery and kneeling kept coming. Lin Hao's face darkened directly, furrowing his brows as he looked ahead. Only to see a playful expression on your face, a mocking look from Guagua. The calmness he had gradually regained after venting out, now reignited in anger, seizing the opportunity to protect his fiancée from further bullying. Carrying his child, he couldn't let go of the hatred in his heart without killing you. With a loud crack, Lin Hao fiercely stomped his right foot on the ground, causing the solid marble surface to crack like a spider's web. He leaped high into the air, using the shoulders of several people as a springboard to leap over. Subsequently, he charged towards you at full speed, his right hand clenched into a fist, viciously smashing towards your face. Before even getting close, a whistling sound was raised, as he exerted his full power in this punch, employing his skills and determination for a fatal blow. Not to mention a person, even a cow would be sent flying. Then, the hidden power would burst into a tragic death. As for the consequences of killing you, to hell with the consequences. He could simply go abroad for development. Even if the Su family's power is great, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Everything happened too quickly, and the crowd didn't react in time. They only saw Lin Hao suddenly leap over everyone, appearing in front of you the next moment. Just as a punch was about to land on your face, many female employees were startled, their screams abruptly silenced. The once fierce Lin Hao, who was full of momentum, suddenly fell to the ground the next moment. What a stark contrast. Was this a setup? Did it have to be this dramatic? Someone with keen eyesight noticed that you made a move, but the speed was too fast, resulting in this outcome. Time rewinds back to 1 second ago. Lin Hao's fist strikes towards you, the fist wind howling, murderous intent overflowing. However, as the fist is about to land, you slowly raise your hand. Lin Hao is surprised, thinking you want to block him with your hand. He sneers inwardly, even if you block this punch of his, your entire hand will be disabled. Soon, he realizes something is wrong. He feels the air around him suddenly stiffening, breathing becoming difficult, his whole body seemingly imprisoned, movements extremely slow. You are right in front of him, yet he can't strike you. He is locked in by an unknown force. How is this possible? Lin Hao is shocked, no time to think more. Your raised palm slowly descends, appearing slow but actually extremely fast, with immense force. At a critical moment, Lin Hao raises his left hand. Defending himself with a palm, it solidly lands on his arm, a faint cracking sound heard. He knows his arm is disabled, already numb. Not only that, a huge force strikes, slamming him hard to the ground. Master of transformation, Lin Hao's pupils dilate, teeth grinding, eyes filled with disbelief. He has witnessed the power of second master, a presence only grandmasters possess. Yet, facing this guy in front of him, he seems even stronger. Lin Hao is shocked, starting to doubt life. When did it become so easy to reach the grandmaster realm? Wasn't second master saying that those who reach the transformation grandmaster level are at least some old guys in their 50s or 60s? He even mentioned reaching the peak of the dark realm at this age, becoming invincible. Ashi, you are about the same age as him, even stronger than second master. Lin Hao felt despair. Faced with such a strong opponent, he had no resistance. With your strength, how can the weak Su family deal with them and seek revenge for their parents? Ding Lin Hao's mind exploded, with the villain's power reaching 999. Ding Lin Hao felt despair, with the villain's power reaching 1000. Just when Lin Hao closed his eyes to await death, he spoke up. Call Tang Xing to report the incident and let him handle it. Shui Yuan looked at others with admiration, not noticing you standing behind. Seeing Lin Hao approaching aggressively, he was knocked down by your slap. Only after hearing your instructions did he come to his senses and quickly picked up the phone to make a call. At this moment, several bodyguards rushed over and restrained Lin Hao. Without struggling, he looked at you in disbelief, surprised that you didn't kill him. Is it because of the law? Eye for an eye? Definitely not. With the Su family's power, even if he were killed in front of so many people, nothing would happen. After all, he injured someone. This statement, in front of the Su family's imposing figure, is fully demonstrated. After the bodyguards moved Lin Hao aside, the scene revealed beneath him was a dense military force. Yes, you stayed behind. If you wanted Lin Hao's life, he would have died from that slap just now. It was just a critical moment. You transferred most of your strength to the marble beneath him, and a slap confirmed your speculation. At that moment, no protagonist halo was triggered. There is no divine retribution or backfire triggered by killing the protagonist. In other words, you can kill the protagonist at any time. Previously, you had some concerns about the protagonist's aura protecting him from death. Now, those worries have vanished. In reality, in the face of absolute power, even the protagonist cannot escape the secret of life and death. Not killing the protagonist has another reason, which is to maintain your refined image. A good image is advantageous for bringing the female lead into your home in the future. Of course, letting Lin Hao go like this is not realistic. Who dares to come and kill you without losing a layer of skin? The sweetheart police officer has also fallen into your hands. She was originally a girl with an excessive sense of justice. Being led by you to catch criminals, her goodwill gradually developed. How many times among them were arranged by you? Only you know. Finally, another hero saves the beauty, everything falls into place. When Lin Hao is captured, treat him well. The department is filled with your people. What can the protagonist do against you? Soon, a police car will come roaring in. Stopped at the entrance of the Su group, a female police officer got out of the car. With ear-length short hair, she exuded a heroic aura. Her delicate and tender face resembled a full moon, and her bright eyes were full of righteousness. Her figure was curvaceous, with an angelic face and a devilish body. This is the kind of woman being described. You were not far away, pretending not to see. With a wave of your hand, you ordered your subordinates to arrest someone. To this day, she often recalls the time when they caught criminals together. None of those bad guys you dealt with have escaped. It's just that after that night, you rarely showed up. And every time you did, you played some hero-villain game with him, making him quite embarrassed. It's been almost a week since you last played with him. He's a bit emotional. You raised an eyebrow, gave him a meaningful look, understood by Tang Xin instantly. Her beautiful face gradually blushed, then she grabbed Lin Hao and he quickly got into the car. The police car roared away, and you watched it disappear into the distance. You sent a message to Tang Xin, roughly meaning for him to take good care of Lin Hao, using all the private matters. Also, to leave after cleaning up at night, go back and report the recent company situation to me. You glanced at Shui Yurong, who was getting ready to return to the office. Since they're here, the personal secretary is diligent, of course, deserves a reward. Shui Yurong blushed instantly. Just then, your phone vibrated. You raised an eyebrow, tapped to check. It was the female bodyguard you arranged to protect and monitor Lu Ruland. The message received detailed Lu Ruland's actions, from Lin Hao giving her a pulse diagnosis to her rushing to the hospital for a checkup, confirming pregnancy. Lu Ruland is pregnant. Your heartbeat accelerated slightly. It's been half a year since you reveled every night. The dozen or so female leads remained silent, causing some to doubt if there was a problem with their bodies. They scheduled medical examinations a few days later. Now that Lu Ruland is pregnant, it proves it's not your issue. You had someone drive to the Lu group. Watching the departing car, Shui Yong breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help feeling a bit lost. In the CEO office of the Lu group, Lu Ruland locked herself in after returning from the hospital, even blocking the female secretary who wanted to report work outside the door. She sat on the sofa in a daze, one hand gently touching her abdomen. How did she suddenly get pregnant? If you found out, what would you do? Would you make her get rid of the child? Lost in thought, her pupils gradually regained their luster, her gaze becoming resolute. She made a decision. The child must be born, even if it means risking the company's bankruptcy and the destruction of the Lu family. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the office door was knocked on, thinking it was the female secretary coming to report work. Lu Ruland composed herself. She went to open the door, and the first thing that caught her eye was a handsome and familiar face. If not you, then who could it be? Where was his personal secretary? Like a quail, she stood behind him, looking ashamed. The CEO instructed him to stop everyone, but he couldn't stop anyone. Fortunately, Lu Ruland didn't notice him. Actually, the moment she saw you, her face turned pale instantly. Why did you come again? It was after she finished the examination and confirmed her pregnancy. The result was obvious. You found out about her being pregnant. He smiled faintly, as if he was at home, and led the stiff Lu Ruland into the office, closing the door behind them. The personal secretary also tried to follow, almost bumping into the door. She sat down on the sofa, and as you looked at her, your gaze lingered on her abdomen for a moment. Looking at his face again, his complexion slightly pale, eyes filled with worry, fear, and despair. Am I that scary? I thought to myself. You finally spoke up, saying you're pregnant. Why didn't you tell me? Shui Ruland's body trembled. With a stern expression, I asked, what do you want? I will never abort our child. A big question mark. When did I say I don't want a child? I was overjoyed. You're quite the antagonist. The family system aims to increase family members, so having a child naturally earns rewards. Is more children, more blessings true? It's enough to see him still self-satisfied there, as if even if he dies, he would still want the child to be born. You impatiently ask me when I would ever say I don't want a child, and Shui Ruland's voice abruptly stops. The expression instantly froze. Indeed, you never said you didn't want the child. It was her assumption, but that shouldn't have happened. Don't you just see her as a plaything? The child is confused. You approach her, pull her into your arms, and say, stop overthinking, just focus on safely delivering the child. I will take responsibility. You need to adjust your work schedule for the future. Everything should be considered for our child, understand? Your voice is magnetic, making it hard not to believe you. Shui Ruland nodded blankly, her body slowly relaxing. Nestled in your arms, a strange sense of security floods my heart. I don't seem as afraid of you. In the following period, Schwa Ruland handles company documents while you stay here with her. This is our first child, and you value it greatly. That evening, you and Lu Ruland went back to his house together. For the convenience of work, Lu Ruland also has a house near the company. You are very familiar with this place. The bedroom, living room, kitchen, balcony, and garden all bear your footprints. When the two of you arrived home, a table of candlelit dinner was already prepared. The dishes on the table are mostly beneficial for pregnant women. This was naturally prepared by the nanny at your request. In addition, you had various supplements prepared, almost forming a mountain in the living room. Seeing all that you have done for her, or rather for the child in her belly, Lu Ruland felt sweet in her heart. She could feel that you truly wished for the child in her belly to be born. You had dinner together by candlelight, and Lu Ruland had never seen such a gentle side of you before. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by your kindness, after dinner, you both went for a walk in the nearby park, which is good for the child. Gradually, Lu Ruland's fear of you diminished, and instead, due to your care, her fondness for you increased little by little. Since you intended to accompany Lu Ruland tonight, Tang Xin could only be stood up. You sent her a message telling her not to wait, to wash up and sleep. At that moment, Tang Xin was still waiting for you to pick her up at the bureau, imagining a wonderful evening ahead. Unexpectedly, she received a message saying you couldn't make it. Your mood suddenly turned sour. At that moment, a team member of Tang's team came to report to him. After arresting Lin Hao, the interrogation was handed over to him. What to interrogate about? Of course, why he wanted to kill Master Su. That Lin Hao guy won't talk even if he's beaten to death. Tang Xin was first stunned, then furious, and strode towards the interrogation room. The team members beside him, seeing Tang Xin in such a state, wiped their foreheads as if sweating. It seemed that the captain was truly angry. When the captain was angry, the consequences would be severe. Silently mourning for Lin Hao for 3 seconds in his heart, they quickly followed him, truly afraid that he would be beaten to death. In the interrogation room, Lin Hao sat on an iron chair, his hands and feet shackled, unable to move. A high-wattage lamp shone directly on his face. It seemed to illuminate the darkness in his heart, making the criminal obediently confess. Lin Hao looked very miserable at this moment. His upper body clothes were torn in many places, with shocking whip marks visible. If he hadn't soaked in medicinal baths on the mountain all year round to toughen his body, there would have been more than just whip marks. It should be skin cracked and flesh torn. Not only that, his disheveled hair stood on end, and a faint burnt smell could be detected. This was a specially designed interrogation chair for martial artists, connected to a power source for convenient electrotherapy at any time. With a loud bang, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open fiercely. Lin Hao weakly raised his head and saw the beautiful female police officer who had arrested him during the day, who seemed to be a captain. Why did you go to kill Su Chen? Tell the truth. Tang Xin came in and immediately began questioning aggressively. Lin Hao fell silent. How the hell should he respond? Should he say that Su Chen forced his fiancée and she became pregnant? That he couldn't stand being humiliated by Su Chen, so he wanted to kill him? Did he have to say it himself, losing face? You won't speak, right? Fine, be that way. To be honest, she was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it now, and she was really afraid that Lin Hao would immediately confess. She decisively pressed a button next to her, setting it to the highest level. A new round of electrotherapy began. Ding! Lin Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 666. Ding! Lin Hao has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 777. Ding! Lin Hao was undergoing torture in the dark interrogation room, while Su Chen was cuddling with a beauty, sleeping. The sudden system prompt in his mind made him raise an eyebrow, already guessing the general idea. Despite Tang Xin appearing shy in front of him, like an obedient little kitten, she was actually a female Tyrannosaurus, like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. It seems that Lin Hao has suffered. Su Chen immersed himself in the system. The villain value had exceeded 10,000, meeting the requirements for a draw. With 10,000 villain value, only one draw could be made, and he didn't know what he would get. Deep blue. Oh no. System, draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the reward New Energy Battery Technology. Clue. Why did the draw feel so unreliable? Spending 10,000 villain value, he only drew a clue about New Energy Battery Technology. It couldn't be compared to the previous rewards at all. Well, this was a family system, bringing people into the family for prosperity, and being able to draw rewards was already good. What is the most profitable industry in the world today? New energy vehicles are undoubtedly one of them. And batteries are the guarantee of endurance for new energy vehicles, as well as the most difficult technology to conquer. It is no exaggeration to say that breaking through new energy battery technology will lead a new energy vehicle company to rise at an extremely fast pace. Assets could be in the trillions, even tens of trillions. Getting a clue about such a technology seemed not bad. Chen began to investigate. Soon, his gaze became strange because the clues pointed directly to one of his women, Li Wanjun. The clue was that Li Wanjun had rejected a suitor's confession when she returned to her alma mater 2 days ago. Immediately, Chen sent a message to the female bodyguard secretly protecting Li Wanjun, inquiring about what happened that day. It is worth mentioning that, for these women who entered the house, Chen did not keep them by his side as mere decorations. They all have their own jobs. For those without a job, whatever they want to do, Chen will arrange for them. Chen also arranged female bodyguards to protect them secretly, trying not to disturb their lives. These women all have a beauty score of at least 90 points, inevitably encountering some people who are not sensible at times, and these bodyguards can come in handy. Not only that, they also serve a surveillance role. You should know that they are all female leads. In case a male lead suddenly appears one day and falls in love at first sight, Chen would be driven to despair. With female bodyguards around, such possibilities are completely eliminated. Although entering the house indicates that these women's goodwill has reached a certain level, they will not easily betray. But even with a 1 in a million chance, Chen would never allow it to happen. Soon, he received the transmitted information. Everything about Li Wanjun that day was detailed in the records. Because he instructed the female bodyguards to inform him only when these women encountered danger, other men appeared around them, or in emergency situations. Like being confessed to and rejected, such trivial matters did not need to be reported. Chen was certain that the problem lay in this confession. His eyes quickly scanned and soon found the key information. That day, Li Wanjun returned to Magic City University to collect her postgraduate diploma. At the university gate, she was confessed to by a classmate named Mubai. Mubai, Li Wanjun's classmate, had been pursuing Li Wanjun since they entered university. 7 years of pursuit, 4 years of university and 3 years of postgraduate studies. Although always rejected, he never gave up. In the last half year of postgraduate studies, Li Wanjun's rejections were still there but not as strong. This gave Mubai a glimpse of success. Finally, on the day of receiving the diploma, he confessed. The result. Naturally, Li Wanjun decisively rejected him. TSK. After reading through this confession process, Chen clicked his tongue, a thought rushing into his mind. It was his memory of pursuing Li Wanjun. A few months ago, Chen noticed Li Wanjun and coincidentally found out that Li Wanjun's mother suddenly had a heart attack and was hospitalized. The examination revealed early-stage lung cancer. So, he bribed that doctor, altered the medical records, changing it from early stage to late stage, and informed Li Wanjun to raise money for urgent treatment. Li Wanjun's family was just a middle-class family. How could they afford the cost of cancer treatment? She tried to raise money everywhere, but no one was willing to lend her. Just when she was about to collapse in despair, Chen appeared before her like a ray of light. Not only did he arrange for her mother to be transferred to a better hospital, but also to a high-class ward. Li Wanjun was deeply moved. Master Su, thank you, consider this money as borrowed, I will definitely repay you. Alright, but it won't be easy to repay in full. How about working for me instead? Chen smiled at her, as gentle as the spring breeze. And so, Chen brought her into the company. The rest was easy. Through Chen's continuous care and concern, Li Wanjun gradually fell for him. To be fair, Li Wanjun was also capable, and within a few months, she firmly secured the position of the marketing department manager. It's really worthy of being the female lead. Everyone is talented, and even their names sound pleasant. The problem lies with this person named Mubai. Mubai, this name, sounds like the protagonist at first listen. It seems his guess was correct. This is a fusion urban novel world. With so many female leads, there must be no shortage of protagonists. It's getting more and more interesting. The next day, Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a stunning face came into view. A pair of beautiful eyes were staring at him without blinking. Sensing that he had woken up, Ruland turned her face away in a panic and explained, You're pressing on my hair. Chen then realized that his head had somehow moved to Ruland's side, pressing down on her hair. After gently moving away, Ruland gave him a coquettish glance, slightly lazy. Ha! Chen chuckled. It seems the impression he left before was quite deep. Now with a little favor, he managed to win her over. To verify this speculation, he accompanied Ruland for breakfast. When he left, he indeed found that his fondness for her had increased a bit. He was in a good mood. Following this trend, it wouldn't be long before he received a reward from Ruland. Just as Chen thought, under his gentleness and companionship, Lu Ruland's aversion and fear slowly dissipated. Fondness was also gradually increasing. Leaving Lu Ruland's residence, a Rolls-Royce was already waiting at the door. Chen got in. The driver, who also doubled as a bodyguard, handed him a document. Taking it, it detailed information about Mubai. Mubai, male, 25 years old, the legitimate son of the Mu family. Chen raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect Mubai to be from the Mu family. Although the Mu family was far from the top 4 families, it still had some reputation, with $1 billion fortune. Reading further, at the age of 18, Mubai's father, that is, Mufeng, intended to arrange a marriage for him, but unexpectedly faced strong opposition from Mubai. Mufeng, feeling disappointed, said, "You must marry this time, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, don't even think about inheriting the family business. Get out of the Mu family." Mubai was stubborn, saying he would leave if he had to. 7 years ago, he never returned to the Mu family, nor took a penny from them. He went to college, took the postgraduate entrance exam, and earned his own living expenses and tuition. He is also conducting research with his brother, currently in progress, to overcome the battery technology that restricts the development of new energy vehicles. After reading this information, Chen's expression was playful. Born into a wealthy family, unwilling to marry and leave the family, pursuing his love, developing new technology to reach the peak of life. A typical protagonist template. His gaze fell on a few words: overcoming new energy battery technology. The target was found. He just didn't know how far along the research had progressed. Get this person named Ming to meet me. Ming is the good brother who was developing the project with Mubai. To plan this technology, he first needed to understand their research progress. When it's completed, it will be his time to reap the rewards. Directly threatening the protagonist is a bit risky. These kinds of protagonists are typically not afraid of death. Besides their loved ones, they have no weaknesses. Using his father as a threat seems like a good idea, but the technology in his hands will be his bargaining chip. The lives of these two are trivial. Any slight flaw in this technology is something Chen cannot tolerate. Indeed, in his view, although this technology has not yet been developed, it already belongs to him. How does that saying go again? In the Magic City, whatever the Zus set their sights on, sooner or later it would belong to the Zus. Even if a steel coin fell from the sky, it would have to be surnamed Su. Ming is the protagonist's good brother, and the two of them have been studying together for several years, showing great trust in each other, making him a good chess piece. Yes. Upon hearing Chen's order, the driver quickly sent out a message for someone to handle it. Cafe, in a private room. Chen sat by the window, looking outside, holding a spoon in his hand, absent-mindedly stirring in the coffee cup. Before long, a slightly chubby young man was pushed in, stumbling. A man in a suit behind him slowly closed the door. He was Ming, whom Chen had asked someone to invite out. It was more like a forced invitation, judging by his bruised face. Ming looked back and saw the man in a suit standing at the door like a tower. He couldn't help but think of what he had said to himself. "Our young master wants to see you." Ming was very unhappy when he heard that. "He wants to see me, so I have to go? Let him come find me himself." And then, he received a social beating. Looking ahead, a very handsome young man sat by the window, with a suit bodyguard on each side behind him. Ming knew that this was the young master who wanted to see him. He was a little scared and walked over nervously. "Ming, don't be nervous, sit down." Chen smiled slightly and gestured. His smile seemed to have a magical power, making Ming feel as if he were in a spring breeze, easing his tension. After sitting down, he gathered the courage to ask, "I don't know why you asked me to come?" Chen casually drank a cup of coffee. "I want to ask you something, and also ask for your help." "What is it?" Ming was puzzled. They didn't know each other, had no previous interactions, so why would such a big shot want to ask him something? "I want to know, how is the development of your new energy battery going?" Swish. Ming felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and he stood up suddenly, looking at Chen in disbelief. This new energy battery technology had always been researched secretly by him and Mubai, and they had never told anyone about it. How did this person in front of him know? He immediately asked about his doubts. "How did you know that we are developing a new battery?" "Don't worry about that, just answer my question." As Chen's voice fell, the two bodyguards behind him stepped forward simultaneously. A strong sense of oppression enveloped Ming. He had no doubt that if he didn't speak up, the two bodyguards would show him what a sandbag-sized fist felt like. In the end, he answered, "We are in the final stage." "Oh?" Chen raised an eyebrow. "The final stage? So, it's not completed yet? The progress is a bit slow. Do you want to apply some pressure to make them finish faster?" The whole room fell silent for a moment. Only the sound of Su Chen stirring the coffee, the clinking of the spoon against the cup, could be heard. Pang Ming felt suffocated, dared not to breathe, sweat already forming on his forehead and back. Question asked, "Now please help me with something." Su Chen's smile remained on his face. Somehow, seeing Su Chen's spring-like smile again, he felt a chill, goosebumps rising on his skin. You mean? Pang Ming was a bit nervous, even using honorific language. "I want the complete new energy battery technology." Hearing Su Chen's purpose, he wasn't so surprised. He had already guessed something just now. If it weren't for wanting this technology, how could he have approached such a small figure like himself? Unfortunately, his calculations were wrong, Pang Ming said. "You've got the wrong person. Not to mention that the new battery hasn't been successfully developed yet, and it has always been by Gu in charge. I'm just assisting. No. I'm looking for you." Su Chen shook his head. After a pause, he continued, "Who said I was looking for you for the technology?" Without thinking, it was clear that this kind of technology must be in the hands of the protagonist. Supporting roles like Pang Ming simply couldn't access the core technology. "So, what do you mean?" "I want you to help me get the complete technology from Mubai when he finishes it," Su Chen said casually, but it scared Pang Ming, who pointed at him speechless. Are you asking me to betray Bai Gu?" Then he said, "No, that's impossible. Bai Gu is like a brother to me, my dear friend and relative. Even if I die, I could never betray him." Su Chen sneered at Pang Ming's words. The so-called not betraying was just a matter of not having enough leverage, or the threat wasn't strong enough. Giving him leverage? He might not even appreciate it, and Su Chen couldn't be bothered. Different people require different approaches. People like Pang Ming needed a more straightforward approach. Su Chen glanced at the bodyguard beside him, and the bodyguard understood, taking out a file. Pang Ming, male, 25 years old, living in the Yangwon community in the southern part of the city. His father works as a contractor at a construction site, his mother works in a restaurant, and he has a younger sister in junior high school. The file contained information about Pang Ming. Family address, family members' occupations, everything was thoroughly investigated. As the bodyguard read, Pang Ming's face gradually turned pale, devoid of color. When he looked at Su Chen, it was as if he was looking at a devil. What are you investigating my family for? Next, it depends on your performance. Don't disappoint me. If I can't get what I want, I will be angry. Once I'm angry, the consequences will be severe." After finishing his coffee in one gulp, Su Chen stood up and walked towards the door. As he passed by Pang Ming, he paused, patted his shoulder. "Don't doubt my capabilities. Believe me, you don't want to see those consequences." Although not explicitly stated, he understood very well. If he didn't follow the instructions, his family would likely be in danger. Facing someone who even had bodyguards accompanying him everywhere, making a few people disappear was no more difficult than killing a few ants. Su Chen left, leaving Pang Ming standing there, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Finally, he sat on the ground as if exhausted, his pupils dilated, lost and confused. Su Chen arrived at the Su group. He was ready to find out more details from Li Wanjun. Li Wanjun had gone to inspect the branch company yesterday and returned today. After some consideration, Su Chen decided to put pressure on Mubai to speed up his research and development. On the way, he had already thought of an interesting script. After getting off the car, Su Chen instructed his subordinates, while he was welcomed by two beautiful women and went upstairs. The script was actually quite simple: how to pressure the protagonist. Of course, this was the perfect time for an antagonist to cause trouble, and he was the most suitable for the role, truly acting naturally. First, he would inform the protagonist that the female lead's mother was seriously ill and he had taken care of it himself, letting him know the reason why the female lead rejected his confession, giving him some hope. Would he realize that it wasn't that the female lead didn't like him, but that someone took advantage of the situation, naturally assuming the antagonist wasn't a good person. The protagonist is a typical double-standard person. When he does something, it's understandable, but when others do the same, it's intolerable. When the protagonist goes to find the female lead, he discovers that she has turned into a villain. Knowing her true identity, he can only feel frustrated and helpless. Will he develop a desire to crush the villain by developing the new battery sooner? Of course, this is just one of Su Chen's envisioned scripts. There are sequels as well. The protagonist comes from a prominent family. Faced with pressure from the villain, he can no longer bear it and returns to his family, opting for stop trying and inherit the family fortune. Su Chen has a plan to showcase his power by directly wiping out the Mu family. When the protagonist is at a dead end, developing the new battery becomes his only way out. He will fight for it with all his might. When he successfully develops it, it will be time for the villain to be defeated. Chen not only gains access to the new energy battery technology quickly but also profits from the villain, killing two birds with one stone. Mubai is unaware that his fate has been predetermined, like a puppet on a string. You guys talk, don't bother me if it's not important. Arriving at the CEO's office, the secretary Shui hastily said a word and hurried back to her own office. Li Wanjun wanted to report on her work, so she quickly made her escape. Li Wanjun left behind a resentful look. These sisters are not loyal at all. Not long after following Chen, she found out about the other women. She wasn't too upset, but rather relieved. Seeing the assistant secretary sneak away, a smile appeared on Chen's face. You can run on the first day, but you can't escape on the 15th. Thinking of something, Chen suddenly said, I heard that a few days ago when you went back to school, someone confessed to you and pursued you for 7 years. Ha! Li Wanjun was puzzled, then her heart tightened, and she quickly explained, Brother Liang, don't get me wrong, I rejected him when he confessed, he pursued me for 7 years, but I never agreed. Relax. Don't get excited, of course, I believe you, but you never told me, so I feel a bit unhappy. Li Wanjun was stunned. Soon she realized that Chen was not angry but wanted to discuss terms with her. I'm sorry, Brother Liang, what do you want me to do to spare me? Shanghai University, a slightly thin figure walked out of the research room. His hair was messy, with dark circles under his eyes, looking very tired. He is Mubai. The confession failure 2 days ago had a great impact on him. He couldn't understand why Li Wanjun, who had been less resistant to his pursuit for months, suddenly rejected him so decisively. For this reason, he had been happy for a long time, working hard to develop new battery technology, preparing to surprise Li Wanjun. Unexpectedly, the confession failed again. Failure aside, this time Li Wanjun's rejection was more straightforward than ever. He was puzzled. Walking on the street, he overheard a conversation from a few people nearby and couldn't help but listen in. Have you heard? That Mubai failed in his confession, TSK. Pursued her for a full 7 years, didn't even get to hold her hand, how pathetic. What's so pathetic about it? It's expected. He should take a good look at himself in the mirror before pursuing Li, the campus beauty. By the way, I heard that Li, the campus beauty, is now working at the Su Group and has even become the manager of the marketing department. I also know about this. I know some inside information. A few months ago, the mother of the school beauty Li fell seriously ill. It was Su Dashao who paid for her treatment and helped her get admitted to a big hospital. In order to repay the debt, she joined Su Dashao's company. I didn't expect Li, the school beauty, to have such a story. I heard that Su Dashao is also a handsome young man. They are truly a perfect match. Several students passed by, and their voices gradually faded as they moved away. Mubai stood still, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. A flash of insight exploded in his mind. So that's it, he finally understood the reason for Li Wanjun's change in attitude towards him. Li Wanjun's mother fell ill, and because their family couldn't afford the medical expenses, that Su Dashao suddenly appeared and helped her. To suddenly appear at her most helpless moment, one can imagine how grateful Li Wanjun must be. Maybe she even developed some feelings. Damn, this is taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Mubai was so angry. In his opinion, that Su Dashao must have had ulterior motives, and Li Wanjun must have been deceived by him. Thinking about how he had pursued his goddess for 7 years, only to be played around and made a fool of in various ways, he was shaking with anger. No, I have to stop all of this. Mubai quickly left the school. He was going to save his goddess. When he arrived at the Su Group by taxi, he found that both Chen and Li Wanjun were not there. When he asked where they had gone, they ignored him. Helpless, he could only wait. But he waited until evening without seeing any sign of them. Seeing time passing by and realizing that he wouldn't be able to see them, he had to go back and come earlier tomorrow. On his way back, as he passed by a restaurant, a familiar figure caught his eye. Mubai's spirits lifted, and as he focused his gaze, he indeed saw Li Wanjun. However, at that moment, she was holding hands with a handsome young man, her face beaming with happiness. His heart ached. The goddess he pursued had already found solace in someone else's arms. As he saw Li Wanjun about to get into the car, he hurriedly called out, Wanjun. Hearing someone calling her, Li Wanjun turned around and, upon seeing Mubai, furrowed her brows. Please call me by my full name, thank you. Her voice was cold, with a hint of icy distance. Mubai endured the pain in his heart and handed her a bank card. I heard that your aunt is hospitalized. I have some money here. If it's not enough, please let me know. Truly devoted. Chen looked at the protagonist with interest, but when he saw his luck, he felt somewhat disappointed. His luck was too little, much lower than Lin Hao's. It might not be enough to finish the script. He also knew that this was at most a protagonist of entrepreneurship, who might get a buff to inherit the family property and couldn't compare to someone like Lin Hao. However, no matter how small the mosquito is, it's still meat, and it needs to be harvested. Li Wanjun hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. No need, with Mr. Su's help, my mother's condition has improved. She looked at Su Chen again, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. If he hadn't appeared before her like a ray of light, she might have collapsed. Mubai had only seen Li Wanjun when he arrived, and now he looked at Su Chen beside her. With a face that was drop-dead gorgeous and a perfect body proportion, he was much more attractive than the stars on TV. He was full of hostility towards this guy who stole his goddess. Mubai was certain that this guy was deceiving Li Wanjun's feelings. Otherwise, how could he have coincidentally appeared when Li Wanjun's mother was ill? Looking back at Li Wanjun, he spoke. You don't have to force yourself. How much did uncle spend on aunt's treatment? I'll help you pay him back. His tone was full of confidence. He also had the confidence to back it up. When his technology research and development succeeded, becoming the world's richest person wouldn't be just a dream. Li Wanjun, you can go back. It's not about the money. I like my current job, and there are people I like here. She shook her head, looking at Su Chen with a shy expression. This was her firm declaration. Su Chen shouldn't punish himself anymore, right? Swiped Mubai felt like his heart had been stabbed. It hurt. Taking a deep breath, his expression turned affectionate as he said, I didn't know what love at first sight was until 7 years ago when I saw you for the first time. Do you know? Every time I see you, my heart races. I had already decided then that you were my lifelong pursuit. I pursued you for 7 years, from college to graduate school. I never gave up before, and I won't now. Wanjun, come back with me. I will take care of you. Knowing that Su Chen's move had secured a place in Li Wanjun's heart, if he wanted to win back his beloved goddess, he could only play the emotional card. Li Wanjun looked puzzled. She wondered if Mubai was out of his mind. Along with her confusion, she felt a bit scared, almost on the verge of tears. It was all this guy's fault for saying so much, now it's all messed up. Would Liang be angry? But I really have nothing to do with him. Li Wanjun felt helpless, knowing that a punishment was inevitable. It was all Mubai's fault. Li Wanjun was full of resentment. Please watch your words. I am very satisfied with my current job, and Master Su treats me well. If Su Chen wasn't there, she would have already left to maintain her ladylike image. Ahem. Su Chen felt it was time for him, the antagonist, to make an appearance. He cleared his throat and said, Brother, isn't it inappropriate to dig a hole in front of me? The confession 2 days ago had suffered a major setback. At noon, hearing about another hidden peak, he waited for a long time to finally see the goddess, only to find her already in someone else's arms. The successive blows made Mubai lose his composure. He shouted angrily at Su Chen, Shut up! Ding! Mubai's emotions are unstable, antagonist value plus 333. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. This protagonist was a bit hot-tempered. Who gave him the courage to act tough in front of him? But before he could do anything, Li Wanjun couldn't hold back. Mubai, why are you shouting? Did Master Su provoke you? Apologize quickly. You want me to apologize to him? Mubai looked at her incredulously, as if she were a stranger. He had pursued her for a full 7 years. Didn't they at least have 7 years of camaraderie if not love? She was scolding him for someone who deceived her feelings and asking him to apologize. Do you know he's deceiving your feelings? Mubai erupted completely, turning to Su Chen. Don't think I don't know. You helped Wanjun because you fancy her, right? I despise people like you the most, playing with others' feelings and then dumping them. Just because you have some money at home? Can you do whatever you want with money? Ding! Mubai's mentality collapses, antagonist value plus 666. TSK, collapsing mentality and only this much? Su Chen was a bit uninterested, then reached out and pulled Li Wanjun into his arms. Mubai was stunned. He had only suspected before, but now he saw it clearly, he was a fool. A surge of anger rose up, ready to rush forward. I'm going to kill you. However, before he could act, several bodyguards stood in his way, greeting him with a flurry of punches and kicks. In this confrontation, the villain prevailed, taking the female lead away. Mubai was knocked down, watching the departing car with eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. Sorry, with money, one can really do whatever they want. Su Chen's arrogant words echoed in his mind. This blow to him was not insignificant. He thought that money was not everything, that he could still live well without it. So when his father told him to leave if he didn't accept the arranged marriage, he agreed without hesitation. And indeed, it was true. He met his goddess in college, had a loyal friend to struggle with. However, now, his mindset had gradually changed. Money isn't everything, but without it, one can't do anything, not even keep his beloved goddess. Mubai slowly stood up, trembling as he reached into his pocket, finding a number he hadn't dialed in a long time. Beep beep, the phone rang. Never before had he wanted to go back and inherit the family fortune so much. Soon, the call connected. Dad, I was wrong. I want to come home and inherit the family business. Not long after, a luxurious Mercedes drove up and stopped in front of him. A burly man, looking like a bodyguard, got out of the car and respectfully said, "Young master, please." The Mercedes took Mubai away, while a figure appeared in place, sending the news out. At this moment, at Li Wanjun's home, Chen was busy with work. His phone screen lit up, and he glanced at the information on it, a smile appearing on his face as expected. Li Wanjun was being punished, feeling intense hatred towards Mubai. If he hadn't come to find her, she wouldn't be suffering like this. Later, Chen played with a strand of hair and casually asked, "I heard you have a graduation dinner tomorrow?" Swipe. Li Wanjun's expression changed, quickly saying, "There is a gathering, but I won't go tomorrow." She thought Chen was angry, afraid of being misunderstood. Chen raised an eyebrow, asking at this critical moment, no wonder she would think too much. "Go, why not go? I'll accompany you tomorrow." Li Wanjun was a bit confused, not sure what Chen meant, but still nodded. The next evening, Shanxue International Hotel. Outside, a group of young men and women gathered together, their entire class having a graduation dinner today. They discussed in groups, the topic always revolving around their plans after graduation, as well as two prominent figures, Mubai and Li Wanjun. Li Wanjun was their class monitor, as well as the school beauty. Mubai was also a determined person, pursuing Li Wanjun for a full 7 years from his 4 years of undergraduate to 3 years of graduate studies. Since the last time Mubai confessed, it had been a topic of discussion. "You guys didn't see it at the time." Mubai presented 999 roses to confess, and the class monitor rejected him without hesitation. "Is it true? After all, they were classmates for several years. She shouldn't be so heartless, right? He. If it weren't for being classmates, the class monitor probably wouldn't even look at him. Sigh. Mubai is so devoted but still can't move the class monitor. I wonder what kind of man she would be interested in." The group chatted happily, time passing by, and the party time was approaching. "Most people are here, just waiting for the class monitor in Mubai. They wouldn't not come, right?" "No, I asked the class monitor, she said she would come, but Mubai, he doesn't reply to messages." Ha ha ha. I guess the confession failed, so he didn't dare to come see us, right? Wow, look, a limited edition Ferrari. A voice attracted all the attention, and a bright red supercar drove towards them and stopped in front of them. The group of people was amazed, and then a figure got out of the car, causing exclamations. Because this person was one of the subjects of their discussion, Mubai. At this moment, he was wearing an Armani suit, shiny leather shoes, and his hair was styled, looking like a different person. Pang Ming in the crowd was also shocked. Is this really his buddy? Feeling the attention of the crowd, Mubai was pleased. It felt wonderful to be the center of attention. "Good evening, everyone," he greeted with a smile, scanning the crowd to find a familiar figure. He wanted to prove to Li Wanjun that he could win the goddess back. But to his disappointment, Li Wanjun seemed not to have arrived yet, so he went to Peng Ming, his buddy. After some inquiries, these classmates found out that Mubai was actually from the Mu family. Does that mean he is worth billions? From a poor student to a rich second generation, the top young master is right beside me? Naturally, a group of students began to flatter him. Bai Gu is so handsome. Bai Gu is always a god. He willingly gave up a superior life to come to school for experience. Admirable. Bai Gu, do you remember me? I was your old deskmate, don't forget me. The class monitor actually rejected Bai Gu. What a pity. If she knew Bai Ge's identity, she would probably regret it, right? Mubai enjoyed the attention. He was used to being looked down upon before, but now he felt triumphant. At that moment, another Rolls-Royce arrived. When the figure got out of the car, the group of people exclaimed again. It's the class monitor is here. They were both shocked and puzzled. Li Wanjun actually came in a luxury car. Was she being kept by someone? Wait, this car seems to belong to that Mr. Su. What? Could it be that the person in the car is Mr. Su? Su Chen, the young master of the Su family, now in charge of the multi-billion Su group. I heard that the class monitor works at the Su group, is highly trusted by the CEO, and even serves as a manager. It's true. Today, I get to see such a prominent figure. Oh, I'm dead. The whole place was in an uproar. Just then, the anticipated figure appeared as expected. Su Chen showed up. Hello, everyone, let me introduce. this is Su Chen, also my boyfriend," Lee Wan-jun introduced with a happy smile on her face. When Su Chen said he would appear as her boyfriend, she was also surprised, followed by emotions of joy and excitement. Every woman wants to introduce her boyfriend to her loved ones, especially when this boyfriend is so outstanding. The crowd was stunned. They thought the class monitor was being kept by Mr. Su, but they didn't expect them to be in a romantic relationship. Oh my god, is the class monitor marrying into a wealthy family? Or even a top-tier wealthy family? I'm so envious. If only I could become Mr. Su's woman, even if it's just a fling. No wonder she didn't hesitate to reject Mubai, the young master of the Mu family. Some were amazed, some were envious, and some who used to think the class monitor would regret rejecting Mubai, now had different thoughts. Compared to the Su family, the Mu family with assets of billions of dollars has no qualifications to be mentioned in front of it. Su Chen also smiled and greeted them, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Mubai in the crowd. Seeing that he had changed a lot, the smile in his eyes deepened. Cherish every minute and second now, because you never know when it will be gone. He has already mobilized the power of the family, secretly collecting relevant information, and destroying the Mu family is just a thought away for him. He came here today to strike at this protagonist. He wanted to tell him one thing: even if you are the young master of the Mu family, you are nothing in front of yourself. If you want to win back your goddess from him, then work hard. Work hard to develop the technology. Mubai's face turned extremely ugly when he saw his goddess introducing Su Chen as her boyfriend in front of a group of classmates, feeling heartbroken. Clenching his fists tightly, he wished he could go up and beat Su Chen, who took away his goddess. But he didn't dare. Last night, he went back to check and found out what kind of behemoth the Su family behind this Su Dasha was. He remembered when his father told him, in the Magic City, you can provoke anyone, but never provoke Su Chen. Because if you offend other top young masters, there may still be a chance, but if you offend Su Chen, even the family will be uprooted. Ding! Mubai has developed a hostile sentiment towards you, antagonist value plus 555. Mubai stared angrily at Su Chen, not noticing his sidekick Pang Ning's strange expression. The moment Su Chen appeared, his face turned pale, and his body was trembling slightly. It was only then that he realized that the young master who had threatened him before was actually from the Su family, and he felt despair in his heart. Earlier, when he found out that his sidekick was the young master of the Mu family, he had thought of telling Mubai about it. Now he didn't dare to think about it. According to Su Chen, when Mubai develops the battery technology, offering it up obediently will be his only destiny. The whole class was present, and a group of people walked into the hotel and arrived at the reserved private room. Upon hearing the news of Su Chen's arrival, the hotel manager followed along eagerly, personally serving on the side. This made everyone sigh. This is the style of the Su family's young master. Mubai? Not even worthy to mention in front of him. Lee Wan-jun also felt very proud. She was not a woman who admired vanity, but it didn't stop her from being proud of having such an excellent boyfriend. As dish after dish was served, dinner officially began. However, because of Su Chen's presence, the meal felt somewhat oppressive. The private room was extremely quiet, afraid to make any noise that might disturb Su Chen. After dinner, Su Chen prepared to leave with Lee Wan-jun. Being with these people, he felt somewhat bored. They were not from the same world to begin with. But well, before leaving, the image still needed to be maintained. He stood up, smiling at everyone. Tonight, everyone should eat and drink, enjoy the upcoming activities, and all expenses will be covered by Master Su. Upon hearing such domineering yet friendly words, the group cheered. Long live Master Su. Master Su is so generous, with a powerful background, yet treats people with elegance and amiability. What is grandeur? This is grandeur. Thank you, Master Su, you are my eternal god. Then, under the enthusiastic gaze of the crowd, Su Chen left with Lee Wan-jun. Mubai came because of Lee Wan-jun. Now that everyone has left, he no longer has the heart to stay. After telling his best friend, he also left. Just as he walked out the door, he saw Su Chen and Lee Wan-jun together. Ding! Mubai's mentality exploded, villain value plus 777. Upon hearing the system prompt in his mind, Su Chen quickly noticed Mubai at the door. The villain value delivered to his door, not to be wasted. This visit to the gathering was very successful. Not only did he strike at the protagonist, he also harvested a wave of villain value, and Lee Wan-jun's favorability increased again. He believed that if he asked her to have a child for him, she would not only not refuse, but would be very willing. The system requirement was to bring the female lead into the family to receive a reward, but having them bear children was the long-term plan, because no matter how many female leads there were, at most a few hundred, there would always be a time when he had collected them all. Therefore, having the female lead pregnant was his strategic policy for the future. Hateful. Must I just watch Wanjun being deceived all the time? Mubai fiercely punched the wall, blood trickling down, but he paid no attention. The reason was just now when he saw Chen take an interest in him, he even raised an eyebrow. There was pride, mockery, and sarcasm in his eyes. How could he not understand? His previous thoughts were correct. Chen was just playing around. When he got tired, he would not hesitate to kick Li Wanjun away. How can I stop all of this? Just thinking about the deep-rooted power of the Su family made him feel powerless. If the Mu family had the same influence as the Su family. Swish, a flash of inspiration. Right. I can build the Mu family into an existence like the Su family. Despite the current assets of the Mu family being only billions, once he developed that technology, he would definitely be able to compete with the Su family. And now he had returned to the family. He could mobilize a large sum of money to buy equipment, making research and production much easier. Thinking of this, his breathing became somewhat rapid, and he quickly drove home. After Chen sent Li Wanjun back, he went to Ruland's house. He had not yet received the reward from this female lead. A little kindness towards the mother of the first child could easily improve her favorability, so why not do it? Arriving at Ruland's house, Chen knocked on the door. The maid had already left for the night, leaving only Ruland at home. Looking through the peephole, she saw Chen and quickly opened the door. Her expression was a mix of surprise, joy, and nervousness. You're here. Chen hadn't visited her in almost 2 days. She was afraid that Chen's concern was all just a show for her, and now she was back to feeling threatened by him. Did you miss me? Chen smiled slightly, reaching out from behind with a bunch of violets in his hand. Ruland took the flowers, feeling relieved but also a bit shy, and softly responded. It seemed that Chen had truly changed, all because of the child in her belly. Have you eaten? Let me cook for you. In the living room, Ruland placed the flowers down and asked Chen, who was sitting on the sofa. I have, make me a cup of tea. She obediently took out the tea leaves and began preparing them in front of a tea set. Speaking of which, Chen had forced her to learn the art of making tea. Since Chen liked to drink tea, he had her learn so that he could enjoy it better when he came. A man sitting on the sofa, a woman making tea beside him, this warm scene was like a married couple. Ding-ling, ding-ling, ding-ling. Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Tang Xin calling. Glancing at Ruland, who was earnestly making tea, he walked to the balcony. Although he didn't mind answering another woman's call in front of a woman, Ruland was currently in a state of increasing fondness, so he was more attentive. Xingu, someone wants to bail out Lin Hao. The call connected, a crisp and pleasant female voice sounded. Oh? Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, who is it? Chen Jianjia. Then let him out. Chen's expression was somewhat playful. It was always boring to take advantage of one person, and it was time to take Lin Hao out for a walk. Chen Jianjia rescuing Lin Hao was actually within his expectations. Lin Hao had 3 masters, each corresponding to 3 senior sisters. Among them, the eldest senior sister was Chen Jianjia. Chen Jianjia, born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine, controlled the century-old brand, by Kaitang. Nowadays, Western medicine is prevailing, and traditional Chinese medicine is gradually declining. In order to prevent the decline of traditional Chinese medicine, the head of the Chen family sent his daughter Chen Jianjia to apprentice under a renowned medical master. After returning from her studies, Chen Jianjia took over by Kaitang. Revitalizing by Kaitang, there were signs of a resurgence. However, this was not something Western medicine wanted to see. According to the upcoming plot, they would continue to send people to cause trouble at Bai Kaitang, only to be defeated by the protagonist one by one. While Chen was contemplating his next move, Tang Xion's voice rang out again. Liang Good, did you find me a new sister again? Ha! Chen chuckled, don't worry, you will have more sisters in the future. Tang Xion was the one who realized that Chen already had a group of women around him after losing her virginity. At that time, she was quite temperamental and even wanted to accuse Chen of deceiving her emotionally and physically, but she was eventually put in her place. Later, she never asked about how many women Chen had. This time, she asked because she was shocked by the news Lin Hao told her. It turned out that a woman was already pregnant with Chen's child. Yes, under the brutal methods of this violent woman, he finally revealed the reason. In the face of death, saving face was not that important. Liang Gu, when are you coming to see me? I also want to have your child. This violent policewoman was so straightforward. She called to report information as a side note, but this last sentence was what she wanted to ask. She absolutely couldn't fall behind. After chatting for a few more moments, she returned to the living room, where Ruland had already brewed the tea. Enjoying Ruland's gentleness while sipping tea, it was quite leisurely. On the other side, in the bureau, Lin Hao was dragged out of the dark room, looking extremely disheveled. He used to look like a beggar, but now he was even worse off. It was pitiful, too pitiful. Chen Jianjia furrowed her brows. Looking at the unkempt guy in front of her, she seriously doubted if he was really her junior brother. Sorry, because he was targeting someone not ordinary and was too tight-lipped, we had to use some special methods. Seeing her confusion, Tang Xin explained with a smile. Chen Jianjia, special methods? He's almost out of breath, right? And Lin Hao, upon hearing this, instinctively trembled. There was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at her. He had never been so afraid of a person before, really. This woman was truly ruthless. Whipping, shining lights, and almost non-stop electrotherapy. She only stopped when he was about to collapse, then started a new round when he recovered a bit. If it weren't for his good health, he would have been played to death like this a long time ago. After resting for a while, he regained some strength and followed Chen Jianjia out of the police station. After leaving, he glanced back. The police station behind him was like a fierce beast choosing its prey. He never wanted to come here again. Seeing Chen Jianjia in front of him, Lin Hao finally had the mind to look at her. Just one look stunned him. She was a stunning beauty no less than Ruland. Her features were distinct, as if meticulously carved by the most perfect sculptor in the world. Her bright eyes shone like gems. She had a slender figure with beautiful curves, like a work of art crafted by a divine hand. Her fair and delicate skin felt as soft as silk, with a faint scent of medicinal herbs on her body. Most importantly, she exuded a righteous aura, like a living bodhisattva saving the world, making people reluctant to disrespect her. With a sudden realization, Lin Hao already guessed who she was. When he came down the mountain, several masters told him about the affairs of several senior sisters. Senior sister Chen Jianjia, a descendant of a family of traditional Chinese medicine, now in charge of the Bai Chao Tang, apprenticed to the master. Second senior sister Xia Qingxiu, the eldest sister of the Star Moon Gate in the underworld of the Magic City, known for her bloody methods, apprenticed to the second master. Third senior sister Dongfang Xianyan, the most popular diva, apprenticed to the third master. Third senior sister is currently on an international tour. Second senior sister is in the underworld and must have been tainted with blood. Only senior sister stays in the pharmacy clinic every day, hence the faint scent of medicinal herbs on her body. Senior sister, master asked me to come down the mountain to find you, and finally we meet. Lin Hao smiled and reached out to shake hands. His current appearance, with a smile that was more grimace than cry, was simply ugly. Chen Jianjia didn't even look at his hand, and with a strong sense of disgust, she said, "Let's talk when we get back." After speaking, she went to start the car. Lin Hao's face stiffened. Was he being rejected? Looking at his appearance worse than a beggar, he shook his head helplessly. Soon, he saw an Audi parked in front of him and quickly got in. Chen Jianjia didn't even look at him, thinking to herself that she couldn't accept this car. The next day, Chen got up in the morning and had breakfast with Ruland before leaving. Before leaving, he checked the system and found that Ruland's favorability had indeed increased again. Today was the day of his scheduled checkup. The women around him had not been pregnant, and he suspected that there might be a problem with himself, so he decided to get checked. It wasn't until he heard the news of Ruland's pregnancy that he dispelled his worries. Thinking about it, he decided to go for the checkup. With so many women, only one had gotten pregnant in the past 6 months, so it was necessary to get checked. Also, he wanted to see how Chen Jianjia arranged for Lin Hao to come out. Yes, the hospital he had an appointment with was Bai Chao Tang. Chen Jianjia was one of the female leads he was trying to conquer. Making an appointment at her hospital was also a way to get close to her. Bai Chao Tang was a traditional Chinese medicine clinic that had to make some changes with the changing times. They added some medical examination equipment to allow customers to understand their own conditions at any time. Chen arrived at Bai Chao Tang at the appointed time. Just as he entered the gate, he ran into Chen Jianjia, who was about to leave, with Lin Hao silently following behind her. Master Su. Chen Jianjia was very surprised to see Chen. The two of them knew each other, and their relationship was quite good. In terms of demeanor and speech, Chen had a noble air. Most importantly, she did not sense any spoiled rich young master aura from Chen. Knowing that Lin Hao had offended Chen, she went out today to apologize to Chen. Unexpectedly, before she could even leave, Chen came to her door. She thought he had come to demand an explanation. When Chen explained that he came to check on her health, Chen Jianjia couldn't help but feel surprised. Seeing Chen again, Lin Hao's mood calmed down a lot. However, the hatred and anger that flashed in his eyes made her realize that he still held a grudge. Bringing Chen to the VIP reception hall, Chen Jianjia apologized sincerely. This is my junior martial brother. He just came down from the mountain and doesn't understand the ways of the world. I'm sorry for causing trouble with you earlier. I was just about to bring him to apologize to you when I left, hoping you could forgive. She looked at Lin Hao again. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to apologize to Master Su? Apologize to Su Chen? Not only did he humiliate me, causing Lu Ruland to get pregnant, now he wants me to apologize? Lin Hao's hidden anger was almost ignited again. But thinking that he had promised this senior sister, he could only reluctantly say, I'm sorry. Ding! Lin Hao is angry with you, villain value plus 666. It had to be Lin Hao. Compared to the protagonist whose temper explodes at 777, he had to rely on him to collect villain value. Su Chen looked at him mockingly. Lin Hao clearly did not tell Chen Jianjia the real situation. This was also within his expectations. After all, protagonists tend to fall for one woman after another and would not reveal the desperate things they did for another woman in front of one. This suited his intentions. If Chen Jianjia found out about the other woman, it would make things more difficult. Of course, it would only add a bit of difficulty. Any woman he set his sights on would not be able to escape his grasp. As Lin Hao remained silent, Chen Jianjia's heart sank. Just when she thought Su Chen wouldn't forgive, he suddenly spoke. If it were someone else, you know the consequences of trying to kill me. Pausing, Su Chen's gaze fell on Chen Jianjia, his tone carrying a hint of ambiguity. But since he is your junior brother, I'll let him off this time. Then, thank you, Master Su. Chen Jianjia blushed a bit, and seeing Lin Hao still standing there, she immediately changed the subject. Master Su has forgiven you, why don't you thank him? Anger flared in Lin Hao's eyes. How could there be such shameless people in the world? Not only did he steal his fiancée, now he was trying to steal his senior sister? Hearing Chen Jianjia's scolding, he felt a surge of blood in his heart and said perfunctorily, thank you. What kind of attitude is that for saying thank you? Is this how you show gratitude? Chen Jianjia was furious. This guy caused trouble, and she had to rack her brains to help him solve it. Yet, he acted as if everyone owed him something. How could the master accept such a disciple? If she hadn't written a letter asking her to take care of him, she wouldn't even bother. Alright, Jianjia, young people are naturally hot-tempered. Take me for a checkup. Seeing this, Su Chen knew it was time to act as a peacemaker. Regretfully withdrawing his gaze, Chen Jianjia looked at Su Chen. I'll take you there, no. I'll personally conduct the examination for you. Feeling indebted, she added another sentence. She was the owner of Bai Chao Tang, usually dealing with difficult or seriously ill patients. For minor matters like examinations, she didn't need to intervene at all. Su Chen smiled, this was the result he wanted. Ding! Lin Hao is hostile towards you, villain value plus 777. Lin Hao was trembling with anger. What did it mean to be hot-tempered when young? Are you about the same age as me? What does it mean to have a tone of teaching juniors a lesson? Seeing the two of them walk out of the VIP room, he quickly followed. He must always be vigilant against Su Chen, never letting him take advantage of the senior sister. Before the physical examination, Chen Jianjia first took Su Chen's pulse. In fact, the diagnosis has always been done by several old masters in the shop. Even if she makes a move, she only treats female patients. After all, there should be a distinction between men and women. This was her first time touching a man's hand. A faint scent of hormones hit her face, making her blush and her heart race. As soon as Lin Hao came in, he saw the stunning senior sister, with her delicate jade hand resting on the enemy's wrist. And Su Chen had a look of enjoyment. He immediately got angry. Stop. The sudden voice startled the already guilty Chen Jianjia. Looking up, she saw Lin Hao coming aggressively. What's your name? She raised her eyebrows, angry. My medical skills are not inferior to the master's, I came to help him take his pulse. Lin Hao came forward and then hesitated. There was no way, Su Chen was too strong, he couldn't beat him. Chen Jianjia hesitated upon hearing this. The master not only asked her to take care of the junior brother but also said that her medical skills were no less than his. If Su Chen really had any discomfort, it would be safer to let her diagnose him. Seeing her hesitation, Su Chen's expression instantly became affectionate, his gaze intense. I don't believe in his medical skills, I want you to take my pulse. Well then. Chen Jianjia's heart raced as she continued to place her hand on his. She had known Su Chen for a long time. She was clear about his thoughts. However, she had always considered revitalizing traditional Chinese medicine as her goal and had not agreed. Now, her resistance to him was getting lower and lower. Lin Hao was furious. He didn't believe in his medical skills? Su Chen clearly just wanted to take advantage of the senior sister. After taking the pulse, the formal examination began. When they entered the examination room, Lin Hao wanted to follow, but the door suddenly closed on his face. Blood pressure, pulse, electrocardiogram, internal and external medicine, except for some special areas. Chen Jianjia examined Su Chen thoroughly. Su Chen didn't mind having a full-body checkup by her. He believed that in this situation, it would be a good experience. Let's wait. It's almost time to win over the female lead. It wouldn't hurt to check again later. At that time, it would be a complete examination, leaving no part unchecked. When taking the X-ray, Su Chen's upper body was displayed in front of Chen Jianjia. 8-pack abs, well-proportioned muscles, a work of art. If Chen Jianjia hadn't been firm in her heart, she would have already succumbed. Before long, the examination results came out. Chen Jianjia looked at the report. The data far exceeding normal levels, whitened her beautiful eyes. After a while, she brought the report to Su Chen. According to the results, your body is in perfect health, even better than most people. There is just one thing. Your cell activity is much higher than normal, more stable, and of better quality. Oh, is there a problem? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. There is no problem, it's just. Here, Chen Jianjia blushed, took a deep breath. It's just that maybe in the future, your chances of conceiving life when combined with someone may be reduced. Oh, I heard that it's difficult to conceive with low cell activity, but is it also a problem if it's too high? Could it be that his cells are too dominant, and inferior cells are not worthy of combining with them? How can he have so many blessings? Su Chen frowned and asked, is there a solution? I've never encountered a situation like yours before. Chen Jianjia shook her head. Afraid that Su Chen would worry, she hurriedly said, don't worry, it's just about reducing the possibility. Once life is conceived, the quality will be very high. Don't think too much, not everyone gets pregnant 100%, and many people use contraceptive methods to avoid pregnancy. What? There's such a saying? Once pregnant, the quality will be very high? Does it mean that a child with excellent genes will be born? Will the child in Ruland's belly have an IQ of 200? Su Chen suddenly felt a bit hopeful. Tilting his head slightly, he found Chen Jianjia looking worried. From the words she just said, he knew she had her own thoughts. With a move in his heart, Su Chen sighed. Ah, having this kind of illness, I'm afraid no one will want to marry me in the future. This is not an illness, and who said there isn't anyone? Chen Jianjia immediately became anxious. Without thinking much, she said directly. Soon she realized that Su Chen was staring at her intently. What? What are you looking at me for? Jianjia, would you be willing to marry me? Let's not worry about getting married first, let's secure it first. By then, he can do whatever he wants, right? Chen Jianjia, a young lady, couldn't bear such teasing. She quickly changed the subject, diverting the conversation. Outside the examination room, Lin Hao paced back and forth in the corridor, extremely anxious. The fact that the senior sister was alone with Su Chen made him really worried. Seeing time passing by, he finally couldn't help but knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking sound woke Chen Jianjia up. Su Chen didn't insist, as he had expected, it wouldn't take long. Coming out of the examination room, Su Chen, as always, was graceful, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Lin Hao was furious. It was like a surging river, unstoppable. He clenched his fists, determined to stop Su Chen. He must not let Su Chen succeed. Ding! Lin Hao is furious, antagonist value plus 999. Evening, Lu Group. All employees noticed one thing. Their once icy-cold president had changed. Previously, when they saw her, she always had a cold demeanor. Now when greeted, she would nod in response, occasionally even smile. Especially today, the smile on their president's face never faded. Could it be that the president had encountered something good? For Lu Ruland, it was indeed a good thing. Because in the morning, before leaving, Su Chen told her that he would come to find her in the evening to go to the opera house together and accompany her for a stroll. One sentence, one promise, made Lu Ruland happy all day long. Therefore, after finishing her work, she came downstairs and waited early. She didn't have to wait long. A familiar Rolls-Royce arrived on time. Su Chen waved at her. Lu Ruland joyfully opened the car door and got in. The two went to a private restaurant for dinner. Despite being a private restaurant, the cuisine inside was not inferior to those top hotels, and even surpassed them. The 10 famous dishes and 8 major cuisines could all be found there. These dishes were not affordable for ordinary people because only one table was set per day. Even wealthy people had to queue for reservations. However, there were always a few people who could transcend the 3 realms and not be among the 5 elements. These rules were meant to be broken in their eyes. Su Chen was one of them. Seeing him coming, the boss came out to greet him in person. Seeing Su Chen ordering many dishes, most of which were beneficial for pregnant women, Lu Ruland was even more touched. Her fondness for Su Chen was rapidly increasing. Before long, a table full of delicious dishes was placed in front of the two. While eating, Lu Ruland picked up a dish, hesitated for a moment, and then put it in Su Chen's bowl. This is something you like to eat. Setting aside the situation where Su Chen used to force her to feed him, this was the first time she took the initiative to feed Su Chen. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Taking her out for a meal, ordering dishes that were good for the child, was that all it took to captivate her? This fondness was easily cultivated, it seemed like it was effortless. It looks like it won't be long before the gold coins explode. Then he started to ponder. With Lu Ruland as a successful case, a little favor could easily win her over. I wonder if this would work for other female leads. After enjoying dinner together, Su Chen and Lu Ruland arrived at the largest opera house in the Magic City. After watching a performance of Farewell My Concubine, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. It was the peak time for night shopping. Wow! Look at that handsome big brother, that big sister is so lucky. A perfect match, naturally paired, I ship this CP. Looks are secondary, just look at their temperament, they are clearly not ordinary people. As the two walked down the street, they attracted attention wherever they went, with a 100% turn rate. Hearing voices saying that she and Su Chen were a perfect match, Lu Ruland felt joy in her heart. After Su Chen's companionship and care over the past few days, her previous sense of fear dissipated. In its place was happiness, and a strong sense of security. The commotion here quickly caught the attention of a figure not far away. Lin Hao had changed into a new outfit today, looking much more presentable compared to his previous beggar attire. He had come out to find a bar, intending to drown his sorrows. His mentality was really about to explode. It had only been a few days since he came down from the mountain, but the experiences he had were almost as rich as the 6 years he spent on the mountain. Being rejected by his fiancée's family, having his engagement broken off by his fiancée, and discovering that she was already pregnant. Wanting revenge on Su Chen, being slapped away, and realizing that the other party's strength was even greater than his second master's. Thinking Su Chen wouldn't kill him, only to find out what it meant to be worse than dead once he was taken into custody. Just thinking about that dark room gave him chills. After being rescued by his senior sister, apologizing to his enemy almost made him cough up blood. He also noticed signs that his senior sister was being captivated by Su Chen. He wanted to stop it, but found he had no way to do so. Whether in power or strength, he was no match for Su Chen. A cry of surprise came from ahead. He looked in the direction of the sound. When he saw the two figures in the center of the crowd, Lin Hao was stunned. It was Su Chen and Lu Ruland. The two of them were walking down the street like a loving couple. Originally, he had planned to turn and leave. Unable to win in a fight, he could only watch Su Chen bully his fiancée, feeling worse than if he had been killed. He vowed that once he had the strength, he would definitely kill Su Chen and rescue Lu Ruland at the first opportunity. However, when he saw Lu Ruland's expression, he paused in his steps. Lin Hao noticed that there was no longer fear and anger towards Su Chen on her face. A genuine smile appeared on her face, tinged with a hint of happiness. Doesn't that mean? What the hell? What's going on? He was locked up for just 1 day. What happened? That was his fiancée, who had been forced into pregnancy before. If she fell in love with someone else, what was he? Absolutely not. Lu Ruland, have you forgotten how Su Chen treated you before? No. She must have been deceived by Su Chen's sweet words. The anger in Lu Ruland's eyes before, he couldn't have been mistaken. That deep-seated fear couldn't have changed in a short period of time. The only explanation is that Su Chen said something, promised to marry her in the future, give her a status, and so on. Women, they are always emotional creatures. Especially after having children, they are easily deceived by sweet words. But Lin Hao knows that Su Chen is a playboy, surrounded by countless women. In the afternoon, he secretly visited the Su group. Seeing Su Chen with two women who were not inferior in temperament and appearance to Lu Ruland and senior sister Chen Jianjia, their relationship was very intimate. He watched with envy, jealousy, and hatred. With so many women, he is still not satisfied, and even tries to seduce senior sister. How could such a playboy give a woman a future? He must make Lu Ruland see Su Chen's true colors completely. Noticing the sneaky Lin Hao, Su Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of strangeness. It seems that he is truly a natural nemesis to these protagonists, encountering them wherever he goes. If you want to follow, then just follow along, Su Chen said with a faint smile. Just passing by a women's clothing store, he pulled Lu Ruland inside. Since we're here, how can we not buy a few pieces? Lu Ruland was touched beyond words. She thought Su Chen accompanying her for a stroll was the limit, but he actually accompanied her to buy clothes. For a moment, her good feelings soared. To show her gratitude, she asked Su Chen to help her choose clothes. Even if it was the kind of ultra-short and ultra-thin clothes he had her wear before, she bought them to show him. Seeing her looking shy, Su Chen casually pointed out a few sets that looked good. To Lu Ruland's surprise, he chose all decent clothes. Long dresses, evening gowns, pleated skirts at the knee, and even professional attire with a CEO vibe. She was ready to have them wrapped up. Her figure was a natural clothes hanger. As long as it wasn't too exaggerated, they all fit her well. And she had a cleanliness obsession. Clothes she had worn, she wouldn't allow others to wear. Usually, after buying clothes, she would just take them home. She didn't care about this money at all. At this moment, Su Chen smiled and stopped her. "Let me see how they look on me." Of course, Lu Ruland wouldn't refuse his request, and immediately walked into the fitting room. Next, she changed into one outfit after another. Su Chen, with great interest, transformed into a judge, scoring her outfits. These were all branded clothes, paired with Lu Ruland's stunning appearance. Weren't they more beautiful than those models? He had an even more interesting idea in mind. That is to gather those female leads together, have them change outfits one by one for him to see, and they could even hold a fashion show. A show that only he could see. Even in terms of clothing, they could be more innovative, bolder, and hold a Victoria's Secret show of his own. After trying on a few outfits, Su Chen had seen enough. Lu Ruland had the female staff pack up all the clothes. Then she went to the other side of the display and picked out a few very interesting outfits. After having them wrapped up as well, she glanced at Su Chen quietly. Ding! Lin Hao's mentality exploded. The villain value plus 1,000. Outside the store, through the glass, Lin Hao, who saw everything from afar, was dumbfounded. What did he see? Lu Ruland was actually trying on clothes to show Su Chen. Every time he saw her change into clothes, displaying her beauty in front of Su Chen, Lin Hao felt extremely heartbroken. She was his fiancée, but he could only watch from afar. His mentality was shattered. Also, he finally saw Lu Ruland go to another section. The interesting clothes she picked out. The mini skirts. Who she intended to wear these selections for was not a question to be asked, but Lin Hao was not feeling good at all. Arriving at the counter, Lu Ruland intended to pay with a card. Su Chen accompanying her to buy clothes already moved her deeply. If he were to pay again, she would feel embarrassed. Before she could take it out of her bag, a hand had already reached out to her, holding a delicate purple and gold card. "Use mine," Su Chen said with a gentle smile on his face. This is a black and gold card?" From the moment Su Chen entered the store, the beautiful cashier had been paying attention to him. He was just too handsome and elegant. Unconsciously, she was mesmerized. And when she saw the black card in his hand, the cashier was even more shocked and speechless. She had never seen this kind of black card, but she had heard legends about it. The black and gold card, issued by Ruland Bank, limited to 20 globally, with an unlimited credit limit. Unexpectedly, the handsome man in front of her not only looked good and had a good temperament, but he was also rich. Fortunately, she reacted in time, tremblingly took the card and felt excited and thrilled. After swiping the card, the cashier respectfully handed the card back. Su Chen put it away. Glancing at the system, Lu Ruland's favorability towards him increased once again. These clothes cost only tens to hundreds of thousands, which in his eyes, didn't even count as money. Money to him was really just a string of numbers. To increase Lu Ruland's favorability, he decided to spend some money and quickly earn some gold coins. Indeed, Lu Ruland was truly touched now. Growing up, this was the first person to buy clothes for her and spend money on her. She felt the warmth she had longed for. Watching the two of them leave the store, the cashier continued to stare at the door, lost in thought for a long time. A man like Su Chen could only be admired in her heart. She didn't even have the qualification for a one-night stand. She could only envy the woman by his side, who could accompany him frequently. The two of them strolled on the street for a while. When they were about to head back, a flagship men's clothing store caught Lu Ruland's attention. She hesitated and looked at Su Chen beside her, saying with some anticipation, "You bought me clothes just now, let me buy you a set too." These days, Su Chen had been very considerate towards her. She felt she had to show some appreciation. Although he lacked nothing, she didn't want him to think of her as a woman who only knew how to receive. And in her heart, a woman buying clothes for her man, that's what a family looks like. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed like he understood her thoughts, a smile appearing on his face. "Sure, but I'm not good at choosing clothes, so you help me pick." Lu Ruland naturally agreed and smiled happily. Then the two of them entered the men's clothing store. Once inside, Lu Ruland began to carefully select clothes for Su Chen. 10 minutes later, Lu Ruland came to Su Chen with several sets of clothes, asking for his opinion. "Since you picked them, I'll take them all," Su Chen said with a smile as he had them packed. The saleswoman took the clothes from her with a pleasantly surprised expression. Although there were only a few pieces of clothing, the total price was in the millions. She would earn a good commission. Wait. Chen stopped her. He took out a suit from the clothes. Pack up the others, I'll try this one on. After he brought a female lead into the family, he gained the buff of the suit thug, but he had not tried its effects yet. Suit thug buff requires wearing a suit, host's temperament increases by 1 level, strength increases by 50%, comprehensive combat skills increase to god level. This buff was optional for him, because his strength was already invincible. The skills he acquired, such as 8 extremities fist and military killing technique, were also at the god level. He usually preferred to dress casually and had never tried wearing a suit before, but today he could give it a try. This made Lin Haoyan, who was hiding and peeking, grind his teeth. How would it feel to see his fiancée, the woman he liked, earnestly buying clothes for another man? Only he knew in his heart, feeling like a knife stabbing fiercely into his heart. At this moment, he saw Chen entering the fitting room with a piece of clothing, while Ruland was waiting outside. His eyes lit up, a good opportunity. He had long wanted to tell Ruland about Chen's hypocrisy. However, she had always been with Chen, making it impossible for him to get close. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. He had to act quickly, before Chen came out of the fitting room, to tell the truth to Ruland. Lin Haoyan dared not delay and quickly ran over. The scene changed, seeing Lin Haoyan suddenly appear. Ruland frowned. Didn't they agree to cancel the engagement? Why was this guy looking for her again? She didn't want Chen to misunderstand. Ruland, I came to tell you something. Before he could finish his sentence, Ruland interrupted. Please call me Ruland, we are not familiar. Feeling stabbed in the heart again, Lin Haoyan dared not delay and continued, listen to me. Never believe Chen's sweet words, he actually has many women outside. I saw him with 2 women from his company, and I saw him flirting with other women outside. Don't let him deceive you. After speaking, he looked at Ruland, expecting her reaction. However, instead of seeing Ruland furious and leaving in a huff as he imagined, her expression was very calm. Are you done? Lin Haoyan. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Lin Haoyan was completely bewildered. It was totally different from what he had expected. After you came into Chen's life, he still had other women outside. Aren't you angry at all? Get lost after you're done. Her voice was cold, mixed with anger. Lin Haoyan began to doubt life even more. He spoke about Chen's character, but instead of being grateful, Ruland was angry with him. What the hell is going on? How could he know? Everything he said, Ruland had known long ago. Could she control what Chen did? She didn't ask for much. In her heart, as long as Chen treated her the way he did now, she was content. Why was she angry with Lin Haoyan? Clearly, he was trying to ruin the relationship between her and Chen. It would be strange if she wasn't angry. In order not to let him succeed, Ruland said, I know all that you said. No matter how many women Chen has outside, as long as I have a place in his heart, it's enough for me. Her words were half true and half false. As a woman, and a proud one at that, how could she be willing to share her man with other women? But she had no choice. Who made Chen even more dominant than her? She thought things were fine now. Chen was no longer as harsh with her, and he would come to see her when he had time. Damn! Lin Haoyan was dumbfounded. Ruland's words couldn't be more obvious. No matter how many women Chen has, she is willing to follow him. Is this the aloof and arrogant female president he knows? At this moment, his heart was not just stabbed 2 or 3 times, but riddled with holes. Ding! Lin Hao's emotions out of control, villain value plus 888. Ding! Lin Hao's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 999. Just then, with a click, the fitting room door opened. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned towards the figure walking out from inside, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. My God, he's so handsome, how can there be such a handsome man in the world? Isn't he more handsome than those Korean idols? Mom, I'm in love again. Damn, even I have to admit, he's indeed a bit more handsome than me. Bro, are you sure it's just a bit, and not a billion times? After a brief calm, the whole place exploded. Chen's temperament was already outstanding. Wearing this suit, with a buff boost, he exuded even more dominance. He felt a surge in strength, and immediately spotted Lin Hao. As soon as Chen appeared, Ruland's gaze fell on him, with a face full of infatuation. Lin Hao felt extremely heartbroken and was also planning to run away. If Chen slapped him again, he would probably fall apart even if he didn't die. Just then, Chen's gaze landed on him. He froze, as if he was being targeted by a flood or a fierce beast, unable to take a step. How is this possible? He was shocked, feeling that Chen was even more unfathomable. Or, maybe he hadn't shown his full strength before. How can he still play like this? Step by step, Chen walked towards him. With each footstep, Lin Hao felt like his heart was being stepped on. He was sweating profusely, feeling like he had been pulled out of the water in a short time. All of this happened between the two of them, and others didn't feel anything. Seeing Chen approaching, Lin Hao exerted all his strength, broke free from the restraint, and fled in panic. Ding! Lin Hao feels fear towards you, villain value plus 987. Watching Lin Hao's disheveled figure running away, a faint smile appeared on Chen's lips. I'll spare your life for now. Yes, if he hadn't deliberately held back, how could Lin Hao have escaped? Mubai is currently adding equipment to his research room. It would be less fun if Lin Hao were to die. How is it? Coming to Ruland, Chen asked. Very good, very handsome. After speaking, Ruland realized and shyly lowered her head. Chen didn't bother changing, planning to go back directly. Ruland took the initiative to swipe the card first. Back at home, ding. Do you want to include Ruland in the family? Make her one of the family members? Chen was about to go to sleep when a notification sound rang in his mind. He immersed himself in the system and found that Ruland's favorability had reached the standard at some point. Having become his person, meeting the conditions with favorability reaching the standard, she could naturally become a member of the Su family. Chen didn't hesitate and chose yes. Ding! Congratulations, host, family member +1, you have gained medical skills, God level. With the notification sound, a vast amount of information flooded into his mind. Chen was already accustomed to this and didn't feel any discomfort. These memories are like imprints in his mind, quickly digested by him. All are about medical knowledge. From treating minor illnesses to solving difficult diseases, even cancer can be treated. There are countless prescriptions for treating diseases, conditioning the body, skincare, prenatal care, and beauty maintenance. The protagonist's needle techniques for showing off are of course indispensable, such as the Tai Divine Needle, Xingu 13 needles, 88 needles, 7-star life-prolonging needle. Everything is available. It is not an exaggeration to say that among all the divine doctors throughout history, he is considered the second best, and no one dares to claim the first place. Those protagonists are not bad either. The next morning, leaving Ruland's house, Chen did not go to the company, nor did he go to see other women. Instead, he returned to the Su family mansion. This leads to a discussion about his family. His grandfather was a founding hero, living in the South China Sea. His father is one of the 9 tripods and currently works in the imperial capital. His second uncle is a business genius who single-handedly established the Su Group, which has now expanded to foreign markets. His younger aunt has unparalleled talent in martial arts and is a female war god in the military with the rank of general. His mother is in charge of the domestic market and has moved the Su Group to the imperial capital. He also has a younger sister studying at a university in the imperial capital. His mother's family, the Yun family, is also influential, being a secretive family in the imperial capital. In this generation, there are only 2 daughters, his mother and his younger aunt. His second uncle has a daughter, his cousin, who is also studying in the imperial capital. His younger aunt has not married to focus on martial arts, while his younger aunt is a workaholic and remains unmarried. In the Su and Yun families, he is the only male descendant for 3 generations, highlighting his importance. With his status, even the imperial prince must show respect when meeting him. However, despite such a powerful family influence, it becomes the stepping stone for the protagonist, leading to the ultimate tragedy of the family's destruction. Chen is speechless. If it weren't for the previous owner always disregarding the protagonist, how could things have ended up like this? With a little more attention, killing the protagonist would have been as easy as child's play. When he first crossed over, he was in a panic. Despite having experts protecting him, he still felt insecure and called his grandfather to arrange for more experts to come over. It wasn't until he brought the female lead into the family and his strength skyrocketed that he finally relaxed. He then sent those experts back or had them hide away. He didn't want a group of 60 or 70-year-old men following him around. It was only because the experts had been sent away that the protagonist felt his lackeys were no match. But with just a word from Chen, those strong individuals would quickly gather. That power would make the protagonist truly feel what despair is. With him around now, the tragedy of the family's destruction will not happen. What should be feared are those protagonists. In other words, in the current Su family in the Magic City, he is the only one left. Family members have called him to the imperial capital more than once, especially that sickly younger sister, threatening not to go to school unless she gets her way, even going on a hunger strike. But Chen has always found excuses to delay. He plans to go there in a while. After getting rid of the protagonist and collecting the female leads in the Magic City, he will then go to the imperial capital to collect more. His current thoughts have been confirmed. There is not just one protagonist, so it's even more dangerous to go to the imperial capital. The Magic City is where the protagonists appear. It won't be too late to go there after harvesting most of the protagonists in the Magic City. The Su family mansion, located in the outskirts of the Magic City, covering nearly 10 acres, is very large. Unlike some families that combine Chinese and Western architectural features, the Su family is purely classical in its architecture. Palaces, pavilions, towers, flower terraces. Walking in, it feels like traveling through time. Chen arrived at his separate courtyard, where a bodyguard brought in several packets of medicinal herbs and handed them to him. Although he had sent supplements to ensure the safe birth of Ruland's child in her belly, but in order to make sure everything was foolproof, he planned to come back today to mix some more tonic formulas. He obtained divine medical skills from her last night, which could be considered as getting wool from a sheep. In addition, he was also preparing to prepare a dose of poison. Apart from him, even if the protagonist used the Tai divine needle, it wouldn't be able to cure that kind of poison. It would be a surprise for the protagonist when the time comes. According to the information he received, Peace Hospital was about to make a move against Baikatang. According to the plot, they would send a critically ill patient to cause trouble at Baikatang. When Baikatang couldn't save them, they would step in. However, because of the protagonist's presence, no matter what kind of patient they arranged, they would be cured. Instead, it would boost Baikatang's reputation. It would also allow the protagonist to gain some favor in front of the female lead. Furthermore, in the upcoming Chinese and Western Medicine Exchange Conference, the protagonist would shine and establish his reputation. Since the patients arranged by Peace Hospital were not effective, he decided to add some poison. Imagine when the patient appeared at Baikatang, everyone would be helpless, and the protagonist would come out to show off. However, he would find that he couldn't cure them either. At that time, the protagonist's expression must be very interesting. Just because of an interesting idea, he was willing to poison someone. He didn't care at all about the kind of pain that person would suffer. Not to mention that person was working for Peace Hospital, even if it was an innocent bystander. Chen wouldn't care. After all, he wasn't a good person, let alone a saint. He could do as he pleased. Afternoon, by Baikatang. The street was bustling with people coming and going, with occasional visitors. Compared to the past when traditional Chinese medicine was suppressed and barely had any patients all day, with Chen Jianjia returning as the shopkeeper, traditional Chinese medicine gradually began to rise. A middle-aged woman with an ordinary face, thin figure, and haggard appearance arrived at the entrance of Baikatang. Her name was Liao Ping. Due to long-term drug abuse, her body had become increasingly weak, her immunity had sharply declined, and a series of problems had emerged. In a recent examination, she was diagnosed with septicemia. This was a disease with a very high mortality rate. The treatment costs were unusually high, and she had already spent all her savings on drugs. Because she didn't care usually, her condition had become very serious. It was almost certain that she was facing death. Just when she was in despair, a doctor found her. He told her that he could provide her with the best treatment without her having to spend a penny. The only requirement was for her to do one thing. Faced with death, Liao Ping agreed without hesitation. When the doctor told her what she had to do, she was somewhat surprised, asking her to go to Baikatang, have the doctors there cure her, and if they failed, create a scene. Wasn't that easy? So, like everyone else, she entered Baikatang, took a number, and waited in line. When it was her turn, an old man in tang suit with white hair took her pulse. After a moment, the old man's face turned serious. He examined her eyes and asked her to show her tongue coating. The old man was very professional and quickly diagnosed her with septicemia. Liao Ping was dismissive. She didn't believe in traditional Chinese medicine. How could a mere pulse diagnosis treat her? It was too mystical. Now, even if the old Chinese doctor told her about her illness, she just shrugged. She still believed that Peace Hospital could cure her, so she was ready to cause trouble according to the plan. However, before she could speak, a burning sensation spread throughout her body. It was as if her whole body was about to ignite. Unable to bear the scorching heat, her eyes turned white, she foamed at the mouth, and convulsed on the spot. The sudden turn of events not only startled the people in the hall, but even those who were prepared to cause trouble were also taken aback. After coming to their senses, they thought it was a staged act and quickly began to cooperate. "Oh no, call the police quickly, someone died at Baikatang. I told you traditional Chinese medicine is just superstition. How could it possibly cure diseases and save lives? Now someone is dead, right? It's too scary. I will never believe in traditional Chinese medicine again in the future." With several people shouting, the crowd also became chaotic and panic spread. After a flurry of activity, the hall quieted down. Quiet, everyone saw that this patient fell ill during the diagnosis process. It is not a problem with our treatment. Please rest assured, I will investigate thoroughly. If it is indeed a problem with our medication, Bai Keatang will take full responsibility. Chen Jianjia, the shopkeeper, stepped forward. She still had some authority, and a few words from her controlled the situation. However, this was not what some people wanted to see, and someone spoke up loudly. Sounds good, but the person fell ill here. We will cure the person at Bai Keatang. Before the person could finish speaking, Chen Jianjia interrupted forcefully. Her cold eyes fell on the person who spoke up. She exuded a compelling aura that made it impossible to look down on her, and the person turned away without saying more. Shopkeeper, her illness is a bit strange. At this moment, the old Chinese medicine practitioner who had been sweating profusely came to Chen Jianjia. He had just diagnosed the illness, but after Liaoping's condition worsened, he diagnosed again but could not identify the disease. It was not that he couldn't find it, it was a kind of disease he had never seen before. It seemed to have never appeared before. The blood in the body was boiling. It was unheard of. At this point, the patient had already passed out. Her body was still convulsing, and from the furrowed brows, it was clear that even in her unconscious state, she was in pain. Seeing the shopkeeper arrive, several other old Chinese medicine practitioners stood up. They had all taken the patient's pulse and shook their heads indicating they could not identify the disease. Chen Jianjia looked serious. She also approached and took the patient's pulse. Gradually, her brows furrowed deeper. The body functions were still intact, but there were some injuries caused by inhaling white powder, and the blood was very abnormal. It seemed to be boiling, burning. She had never encountered this situation before. It seemed those people had come prepared this time. In the next moment, seeing her expression change, some people started to make a commotion. Could it be that it can't be cured? Isn't traditional Chinese medicine always boasting about how powerful it is? It can cure people without surgery. Traditional Chinese medicine is just a show. If you really want to cure diseases and save lives, you still have to rely on Western medicine. Unpleasant voices filled the air, and Chen Jianjia's face turned ugly. She had long known that the people from Ping Hospital were targeting Bai Keatang. They couldn't stand to see Bai Keatang doing well, and didn't want traditional Chinese medicine to rise. She had invisibly defused their troublemaking attempts several times before. This time, it was probably. Her heart sank continuously. Without knowing the cause, she had no idea how to administer treatment. If only she had learned her master's Tai Divine Needle. The Tai Divine Needle was miraculous. It could comprehensively regulate the body, even resurrecting the dead. Even without knowing the cause, it could cure people. Unfortunately, she had never learned it. Just when everyone thought that Chen Jianjia couldn't cure it either, and Bai Keatang was about to fail, a very pretentious voice sounded. Traditional Chinese medicine is not just for show. Today I will show you the true abilities of traditional Chinese medicine. The rivers and mountains always hold emotions. Can you give me a power generator? Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the gazes followed the sound, only to see an ordinary young man walking out, with a confident smile on his face. The arrogant words just now came from his mouth. Who is this? Speaking so arrogantly. Wanting to show us the true skills of traditional Chinese medicine? Who does he think he is? Several old Chinese doctors couldn't even find the cause of the illness, and even Chen, the shopkeeper, was helpless. Just relying on this young kid? Where did this guy come from? Still think our Bai Tang is not chaotic enough? Obviously, even the people of Bai Tang didn't believe Lin Hao's words, let alone others. Even more so. Feeling the disdain, mockery, and sneers from all directions, Lin Hao remained unfazed. He believed that once he cured this patient, all doubts would vanish. Well, not all, some people believed in him. That person is Chen Jianjia. Her eyes lit up, thinking of the letter her master sent her. The letter clearly stated that Lin Hao's medical skills were not inferior to his. In other words, Lin Hao mastered the Tai Divine Needle. A glimmer of hope rose in her heart. With him taking action, he would definitely be able to save the person. Seeing Lin Hao continue to move forward, someone stepped forward to drive him out. Chen Jianjia stopped him and explained the reason to everyone. What? He is Chen's junior brother? Is he really that amazing? His medical skills have surpassed Chen's master? Are you kidding? Which Chinese doctor isn't in their 70s or 80s? How old is this guy? Except for Chen. Him, also a master of Chinese medicine? Chinese medicine is really declining. Chen's medical skills are so amazing. If she says this brother's medical skills are good, I think he must have some skills. Hearing Chen Jianjia say that Lin Hao was her junior brother, everyone was somewhat surprised. However, many still doubted Lin Hao's medical skills. Walking up, seeing the anticipation in his senior sister's eyes, Lin Hao returned a reassuring look. He felt a bit excited. It's not easy, the senior sister finally noticed him. Since Chen Jianjia took him out of the police station, ignored him for a few days, making him feel invisible. That was all in the past. From now on, he would let his senior sister know little by little how capable he is. Everything starts with curing the patient in front of him. Lin Hao had this confidence. Taking a deep breath, he picked up a set of silver needles beside him. His expression was solemn as he raised his hand to start needling. The silver needles pierced the major acupoints of the patient, soon covering his body. At this point, Lin Hao did not relax, as the next step was crucial. Lifting his hand, he flicked the tip of a silver needle. The silver needle began to vibrate rhythmically. When every silver needle started vibrating, Lin Hao was already sweating profusely. This process required the use of internal force, and ensuring that each silver needle vibrated consistently was extremely taxing. Fortunately, everything was successfully completed. Afterwards, Lin Hao stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. He was ready to receive the compliments and admiration of the crowd. Chen Jianjia stood aside, her eyes fixed on him without blinking. She was excited. After several years, she finally saw the Tai Divine Needle again. No matter how many times she had seen it, she still found it incredibly miraculous. She had tried to learn it more than once, but she simply couldn't. While Chen Jianjia remained calm, the several old Chinese doctors beside her were all in a state of shock. This is actually the legendary Tai Divine Needle? Is it really the Tai Divine Needle? Legend has it that the Tai Divine Needle can bring the dead back to life. Today, I am fortunate to witness it, and I can die without regrets. There is hope now. Every time the Tai Divine Needle appeared before, almost no illness couldn't be cured. Several old men were acting extremely exaggerated. Tears streamed down their faces, their pupils contracted, and they spoke incoherently. Lin Hao removed his hands, but the silver needles on the patient's body were still trembling. This miraculous scene amazed everyone present. Especially seeing the performances of the old Chinese doctors, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. Maybe, can this young man really cure the patients? Time passed slowly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. The trembling silver needle slowly came to a stop, but the patient showed no signs of movement. Everyone held their breath, waiting for a miracle to happen. However, 10 minutes passed without the so-called miracle occurring. The crowd was puzzled. Is this it? Chen Jianjia and the others had similar expressions. The expressions on the faces of the old Chinese doctors froze. What's going on? They looked at Chen Jianjia with questioning eyes. The Tai Divine Needle, this legendary acupuncture technique, they had only heard of it. They didn't know the specific process, nor how long it would take for the patient to wake up. Chen Jianjia was also puzzled. She had seen her master perform the Tai Divine Needle more than once, and almost all the patients woke up within 5 minutes after the silver needle stopped trembling. Lin Hao's technique was consistent with her master's, so why, after 10 minutes, was there still no movement from the patient? For a moment, the gazes towards Lin Hao began to be filled with doubt. They were puzzled, suspicious. While Lin Hao was dumbfounded at this moment, he could no longer maintain his pretentious posture and quickly stepped forward to check the patient's pulse. Soon, he was shocked to find that there was no improvement at all. The blood was boiling, and the patient still furrowed his brow, seemingly resisting the inhuman torment. In other words, his Tai Divine Needle was completely ineffective? Impossible. Lin Hao was full of disbelief. Refusing to give up, he exerted himself again. 20 minutes passed. Is this it? Damn, he was so arrogant just now, and this is all he's got? What ability? I think he's just a fraud. He doesn't know anything about medicine. I can't believe I actually thought he could cure people before, and even watched seriously for half an hour. I'm an idiot, really. Ha ha. You really showed us what traditional Chinese medicine is, just playing around with some fancy tricks. The crowd erupted in anger. Unpleasant voices rang out, almost pointing fingers at Lin Hao's nose. Several old Chinese doctors couldn't help but step forward to check the situation. Gradually, each of them had terrifyingly unpleasant expressions, because they found that the patient had not changed at all from before. They glared fiercely at Lin Hao. They had thought the Tai Divine Needle had appeared in the world, but it turned out this guy was so unreliable. His actions were as fierce as a tiger, but in the end, they were useless. They had wasted so much time for nothing. Wasting time was one thing, but delaying the treatment of the patient was a bigger problem. They could also sense if they couldn't get through this trouble at Bai Chao Tang this time, the rising trend of traditional Chinese medicine might be completely suppressed again. While resenting Lin Hao, they couldn't help but start to doubt. Does the Tai Divine Needle really exist? Chen Jianjia's face was equally unsightly. She knew the effectiveness of the Tai Divine Needle. Even a dying person can be saved from the gates of hell. The only explanation is, Lin Hao's skills are not proficient. I don't know what kind of confusion he fed his master to say that Lin Hao's medical skills are not worse than his. If you don't have the ability, just forget it, but you still have to show off. Now, not only did he fail to cure the person, but he also tarnished the reputation of the sect. Chen Jianjia's impression of Lin Hao was not good to begin with, and now it has worsened even more. And Lin Hao? By now, he was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, looking bewildered, completely doubting life. The Tai Divine Needle is effective for the whole body, it can even cure cancer, let alone other diseases. Therefore, including him, no one doubted that someone had tampered with it. So why, after using the Tai Divine Needle twice, was there no effect at all? Lin Hao himself even doubted if he had learned loneliness. Ding! Lin Hao's mentality exploded, villain value plus 888. Ding! Lin Hao doubted life, villain value plus 999. On the other side, Su Chen watched a video in front of him with a faint smile on his face. The scenes playing in the video were from the Bai Chao Tang. As the instigator of everything, he certainly wouldn't miss this interesting scene. He had someone poison the people sent by the Peace Hospital, and then arranged for someone to enter with a pinhole camera to wait for the opportunity. Although he had already guessed the situation, seeing it with his own eyes was quite interesting. Soon, there was a commotion in the video. Looking closer, it turned out to be a group of reporters breaking into Bai Chao Tang. They seemed well prepared, setting up their cameras and starting to make a fuss. I heard someone died at Bai Chao Tang, is that true? What disease did the patient have? If Bai Chao Tang can't cure it, does it mean traditional Chinese medicine is ineffective? Shopkeeper Chen, you said in the interview that traditional Chinese medicine is not superstition, but now someone died inside, how do you explain that? Each question was questioning traditional Chinese medicine. If these people weren't arranged in advance, she wouldn't believe it. Chen Jianjia frowned and began to explain the reason for the situation. However, with the patient lying there, her explanation seemed weak and feeble. At that moment, another group of people walked in. They were doctors from the Peace Hospital, looking arrogant. Among them, a middle-aged man with a disdainful expression came to the front of the crowd and sarcastically spoke. I've said before, traditional Chinese medicine is superstition, without any scientific basis. It can't be used to treat diseases at all. Now, you can't even cure a patient with septicemia. What qualifications do you have to practice medicine? His name was Lu Nang, a chief physician at the Peace Hospital. Since returning from studying abroad, he had been engaged in research in the field of cardiology, with considerable achievements. Having been baptized in foreign medicine, he looked down on traditional Chinese medicine in his own country. Just by taking the pulse, looking at the eyes and tongue, you can diagnose the disease? Just by taking some medicine, you can treat complex diseases? What kind of international joke is this? Even more ridiculous, without any medicine, just a few needles on the body, the patient will recover. It's absolutely absurd, beyond absurd. His thoughts were the same as his foreign teachers. Western medicine is the true way to save lives. Traditional Chinese medicine is heresy and must be eradicated. His goal was to completely suppress traditional Chinese medicine. She doesn't have septicemia. Chen Jianjia looked coldly at him, ready to reveal Liao Ping's condition, which had never been seen in the history of medicine. If it were septicemia, the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners would have ways to treat it. Don't make excuses. Thinking she was changing the subject, Liaoneng rudely interrupted. Those who can't be cured by traditional Chinese medicine, we Western doctors will treat. Let me tell you, traditional Chinese medicine is just deceiving people. If you want real treatment, you have to rely on Western medicine. Saying this, Liaoneng felt extremely pleased. He thought that with his performance, Professor Smith would surely praise him, right? It must be said that his words were very persuasive, and many people in the hall were moved. More and more people showed agreement on their faces. Some reporters even recorded his words and praised him greatly. Liaoneng responded to each one. Not only did he advertise for Western medicine, but he also once again belittled traditional Chinese medicine. Then, Liaoneng waved his hand and had the patients taken back for treatment. In order to severely strike traditional Chinese medicine, he even stated that he would publicly treat the patients and track and report on their conditions. As the group of people left, the patients who had come to seek treatment also left one after another. After this incident, they also began to doubt traditional Chinese medicine. The people from Baikatang were full of resentment but could do nothing about it. Several old traditional Chinese doctors shook their heads and sighed. It is feared that after this storm, traditional Chinese medicine will decline again. Chen Jianjia clenched her lips tightly, feeling a hint of despair surging in her heart. She had always aspired to lead the rise of traditional Chinese medicine and had been working tirelessly for it. When other children were playing during childhood, she was reading classical Chinese medical texts. Later, she studied under a master of medicine, thinking that she had achieved something and was capable of promoting traditional Chinese medicine. But trouble came one after another. In the past, when she encountered difficulties, she could grit her teeth and solve them. But this time, she felt powerless. Seeing the change in her expression, Lin Hao opened his mouth to say something but couldn't say anything. Initially, no one had high hopes for him, and Chen Jianjia was the only one who believed in him. Yet, he had let her down and disappointed her. Lin Hao began to hate his own incompetence. Ding! Lin Hao is self-doubt, villain value plus 1000. On the other side, Su Chen watched the video, taking in everyone's expressions. A smile of control appeared on his face. Not enough. Let the storm come even more fiercely. He looked at one of his subordinates. Let's begin. Soon, news about Baikatang spread online and quickly climbed the trending charts. A debate about traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine was ignited. Traditional Chinese medicine is deceiving people. To seek real treatment, one must rely on Western medicine. Is traditional Chinese medicine just superstition? Western medicine is orthodox. Traditional Chinese medicine is heretical. The topic quickly dominated the top 10 trending list. A Rolls-Royce drove on the street. Inside the car, Su Chen was scrolling through his phone, quite satisfied with his masterpiece. In fact, not everything was arranged by him. In order to suppress traditional Chinese medicine, Ping'an Hospital was also involved in this matter. He just added fuel to the fire. I bet Chen Jianjia is starting to panic, right? Then let the bullets fly a little longer. Su Chen's guess was correct. Baikatang was not just panicking, they were almost going crazy. Shopkeeper, something bad happened. A person hurriedly came to Chen Jianjia and told her about the trending news. Chen Jianjia's face gradually turned pale. She didn't expect Ping'an Hospital to be so ruthless. They were pushing Baikatang onto a dead end. In fact, Ping'an Hospital was also quite puzzled. Could they achieve such a powerful water army with just tens of thousands of dollars? Of course, they were happy to see all this and were smiling as they prepared to watch Baikatang close down. Little did they know, in the eyes of the mastermind behind the scenes, they were just pawns on a chessboard. When Su Chen arrived at Lu Ruland's house, Lu Ruland had already prepared a table full of delicious food. After finishing the meal together, Su Chen took out several packets of prenatal and nourishing Chinese medicine, explaining its effects. Touched, Lu Ruland accepted them and immediately instructed the nanny to prepare them. In the past, she would never dare to drink the medicine Su Chen gave her. Who knew what kind of reaction it would cause? However, after Su Chen's care for her over the past few days, she had slowly let go of her guard. Her fondness for him was also growing steadily. After last night, Su Chen had already left a deep impression in her heart, completely captivated. 2 hours later, Su Chen and Lu Ruland returned from their walk outside. The nanny brought over the brewed medicine. Lu Ruland was about to take it, but Su Chen was quicker and smiled at her. Let me feed you. His gentle words made Lu Ruland's heart melt. Come, President Lu, it's time to take the medicine. After the medicine cooled down a bit, Su Chen scooped up a spoonful. This was one of Su Chen's mischievous habits. He handed her the spoon, and Lu Ruland leaned in to take it, finding joy in being fed. Lu Ruland. She was a bit confused, feeling that something was off. She hesitated for a moment, then drank the medicine. After finishing the bowl of medicine, Lu Ruland felt a warm sensation flowing through her body. Her eyes lit up. Never before had she felt so refreshed and clear-minded. At that moment, looking into Su Chen's eyes, she couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The effects of the medicine were extraordinary, benefiting both her and the child in her belly. Su Chen must have put a lot of thought into finding this medicine, Lu Ruland thought. She also decided to repay him properly. The time was 9 o'clock in the evening. The impact of the hot search gradually spread. After being bombarded on the internet, Baikatang had become famous. Baikatang, which usually seemed a bit deserted, was now surrounded by people outside. Is this Baikatang? I've been in the Magic City for so many years, and only today did I find out about this place. Why is the door closed? I wanted to see the beautiful shopkeeper inside. Chen Jianjia, such a poetic name. So you're lusting after the shopkeeper, you scoundrel. I'm different. I'm here to see that funny guy named Lin Hao. He's really hilarious, all talk and no action. I prefer his previous unruly appearance. The crowd was bustling with noise. They had all come out of curiosity. Some were ready to see Bai Keitang's jokes, some came to see the peerless beauty, and some were just there for the fun. Inside Bai Keitang, seeing that things were not going well, Chen Jianjia had the door closed. They watched the scene outside through the surveillance cameras, silent and tense. Lin Hao was also there. Ever since he disappointed Chen Jianjia, he had been feeling extremely guilty. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. Not long ago, he came across a video, clicked on it, and saw the comments inside, which shattered his mentality. All the comments were mocking him as a fool, everyone saw him as a joke. He had become famous in a way. Lin Hao was at a loss for words. He wanted to be famous, but not like this. Everyone present knew that this incident was related to Peace Hospital, aimed at suppressing them. This was a complete conspiracy, and they couldn't do anything about it. I'm going to settle the score with them. Finally, Lin Hao's suppressed anger erupted. He planned to go and teach those people from Peace Hospital a lesson. Just as he turned around, Chen Jianjia called out to him, "Come back here. What are you going to do? Settle scores with Peace Hospital? Do you think we are not chaotic enough?" She was thoroughly disappointed with this junior brother. He only knows fighting and killing, without a single bit of intelligence. Sensing her disappointment, Lin Hao trembled, and even if he was unwilling in his heart, he could only endure it. "Shopkeeper, what should we do next?" someone asked with concern. In the current situation, not to mention receiving patients at Bai Keitang, they didn't even dare to open the door. Chen Jianjia pursed her lips and uttered a word. "Wait." Everyone was somewhat puzzled. Several old Chinese doctors, however, had a sudden realization and understood Chen Jianjia's meaning. "Yes, just wait. Didn't Peace Hospital take the patients back? When the news of their inability to cure the patients spreads, attention will shift, and the storm at Bai Keitang will be much smaller." They had no doubt about whether Peace Hospital could cure people. It was a disease they had never seen in medical history. They didn't even know the cause, let alone the treatment. In fact, it was similar to what Chen Jianjia was thinking. Peace Hospital emergency room. A group of doctors in white coats were busy. Lu Nang was among them, holding a patient's examination report in his hand, looking somewhat puzzled. What kind of disease is this? The blood in the body is boiling, something he had never seen before. Since bringing the patient back, a large group of doctors had conducted examinations on her. When the first examination results came out, they were dumbfounded. It was not septicemia at all, but a disease they had never seen before. Initially, they thought the patient had been poisoned. After repeated examinations, no toxins were found in the patient's body. Some doctors speculated that septicemia had mutated, a guess that was agreed upon by the vast majority of doctors. After all, the patient had taken a lot of white powder, and her body had accumulated many minor ailments. At some point, it erupted completely, undergoing a mutation, which was not surprising. This was a new disease born in the human body, with high research value. However, they couldn't study it further. They had no way to deal with this disease, not even to alleviate it. And as the patient's bodily functions declined, it wouldn't be long before she died due to organ failure. This was also what Lu Nan was worried about. In order to suppress traditional Chinese medicine, he had the media report the patient's condition publicly. According to the level of attention society paid to this matter, if the patient died here, not only would it not suppress Bai Keitang, but the reputation of Peace Hospital would also be affected. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If they couldn't cure her, they could just send her back. After all, the incident happened at Bai Keitang, and if they couldn't cure her, it was because Bai Keitang had delayed her treatment, and they couldn't be blamed. If the patient died at Bai Keitang, they would have to close down. Let's do it this way. Thinking that this method was not bad, Lu Nang made the decision. However, before that, they still planned to give it a try. What if they cured her? This was a disease that had never appeared in medical history. If they cured her, they would surely become famous. On the other side, upon receiving the news from Peace Hospital, Su Chen no longer paid attention. Knowing that everything was going according to the path he had arranged was enough. The next day, Ruland woke up, having completely absorbed the effects of the anti-fetal medicine. Now she felt relaxed all over, the fatigue from working late nights gone. After staring at Su Chen by her side for a long time, she got up to prepare breakfast. During the day, Su Chen did not accompany Ruland but went to see his other women. Because of Ruland's pregnancy, he had temporarily halted his pursuit of other female leads and had no time to be with other women. Now that he has conquered Ruland, he is ready to continue his unfinished business. Before that, he decided to comfort others first. Su Chen arrived at the Magic City Airlines. A manager with a charming figure, beautiful face, and a height of 1.78 m welcomed him. This is one of Su Chen's family members, Li Xiaoming, who was a newly graduated flight attendant before. Whether it was her luck or misfortune, she met Su Chen on her first job. Then, under Su Chen's attack, she fell. After taking her down, how could he let his woman work as a flight attendant? He directly arranged for her to be promoted to a senior position in the company. Li Xiaoming felt lucky. Now she works leisurely all day, just giving orders to her subordinates. Even the company's boss treats her politely, afraid of accidentally offending her. After a few days, Su Chen appeared again. The thing she had learned finally came in handy, trying hard to please. Unfortunately, she was still too young. During lunch, Su Chen received news from Baikatang and Heping Hospital. Both sides were on the verge of collapse. Baikatang couldn't resist the pressure of public opinion, and the patients at Heping Hospital were getting sicker. Because they had not disclosed the patient's conditions for a long time, the public opinion, which had originally been biased towards Baikatang, shifted to their side. After reading the news, Su Chen crossed it out. It was not yet time for him to take action. Suddenly, another message came in. Click to view. It was sent by Peng Ming, a close friend of another key figure, Mubai. Su Chen not only had him offer up the technology of the new battery in the end but also monitored every move of Mubai. Is the equipment installed? If you don't work hard to research the technology, you won't have time to wander outside. It seems it has to come to this step. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, seeing the message saying that the equipment was installed, and Mubai did not start researching immediately but planned to take over the Mu family's business. How could this be? Isn't this neglecting the main task? Immediately, Su Chen made a phone call and gave the order. 2 days later, the information about the Mu family had been almost investigated. Ready to bankrupt them, just waiting for Su Chen's command. With his instructions, a commercial storm swept through the magic city. Mu family, Mu Feng, the helmsman, was explaining some things to his son Mubai. His son had figured it out and wanted to return home to inherit the family business, and he also planned to step down gradually and delegate power. Dad, rest assured, I will definitely take the Mu family to new heights. Mubai's eyes were firm. He had not forgotten Su Chen's mockery of him. He vowed to take revenge and win back his beloved goddess. Seeing his son full of fighting spirit, Mu Feng was very pleased. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling, ding ling ling. A burst of cell phone ringing interrupted what he was about to say. The call was answered. An anxious voice came from the other end. Chairman, something's wrong. The industry and commerce, tax, security, and other departments suddenly came to inspect our company. What did you say? Mu Feng's face changed drastically. He stood up suddenly, his voice trembling. Companies like theirs, more or less, would have some gray areas and could not withstand inspections at all. The Mu Group was worth billions, and with his connections and influence, they usually wouldn't come to inspect him. In a situation like this, with multiple departments showing up at the same time, someone must be targeting them. Don't panic, cooperate with the inspection, I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Mu Feng quickly prepared to go to the company. Misfortunes never come singly. The phone rang again. This time it was one of his business partners, who had just discussed a big project not long ago. Our cooperation is cancelled, don't contact me again. Hello, hello, hello. The other party said a sentence and hung up. Mu Feng was full of confusion. Soon the phone rang again. Next, one call after another came in. Almost all of them were trying to distance themselves from him. Mu Feng's heart kept sinking, his face pale and bloodless. If it weren't for his years of training and endurance, he would have collapsed long ago. What on earth is going on? Who is targeting the Mu family? Ding ling ling. This time it was a good friend of his who called. The two had known each other since childhood. They could be said to have known each other since they were in diapers. As expected, he also called to sever ties with him. Li Gu, for the sake of our many years of friendship, can you tell me who the Mu family has offended, to the point of trying to ruin me? He gritted his teeth, his tone full of unwillingness and pleading. The other side fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, and said, Su. He only uttered one word, but it felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies, making Mu Feng unable to catch his breath. The other side hung up the phone. Mu Feng paid no attention, muttering to himself. It's over. The Mu family is finished. Beside him, seeing his father's expression, Mubai felt a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Dad, what's wrong? Did something happen to the group? The entire business circle of the Magic City was shaken. First, one company after another announced the severance of ties with the Mu Group, terminating cooperation. Subsequently, relevant departments uncovered tax evasion, substandard products, unsafe hygiene, and a series of other issues. Some were true, and even if they were false, no one questioned them. Because it was the Su family, it was Su Chen. The Mu Group was sealed off under various pretexts, and its funds were frozen. The once thriving Mu Group was on the verge of bankruptcy the next moment. Many forces were chilled, wondering how the Mu family had offended the Su family, and at the same time, an involuntary sense of sorrow arose in their hearts. Outside, the situation was turbulent, but Chen was unaffected. In the afternoon, he came to the Magic City radio station, sipping tea while enjoying the service of the most beautiful host, who was also one of his women. Lin Lian. When he met her, she was just a small intern reporter. Initially, she came to the Su Group and was ordered to interview Chen. Along with her were many other reporters. These people were prestigious in the industry, and she thought there was no hope for this interview, but unexpectedly, things took a turn. Chen pointed at her, clearly instructing her to conduct the interview. That's how their acquaintance began. After the interview, she was hired full-time at the company, grateful to Chen. In a coincidental situation, they met again. When Chen invited her to dinner, she didn't refuse. In the subsequent interactions, she was gradually attracted by Chen's charm, and gradually things fell into place. Upon learning that her dream was to be a host, Chen directly arranged for her to be the first host of the radio station. She was also very capable, with an outstanding figure, a super high appearance, and most importantly, a pleasant voice, quickly securing the position of the first host. In this process, she gained a wave of fans and even won the title of the most beautiful host. Chen came out of the Magic City radio station. It was nearing dusk. He glanced at the message sent by his subordinates. There were new developments in the matter between Baikeatang and Heping Hospital. Heping Hospital had returned the patients to Baikeatang. Lu Nang, who took away the patient before, said in an interview originally they could have cured the patient, but because they delayed the best time for treatment at Baikeatang before, it led to the deterioration of the condition, and now they are powerless to turn things around. They shifted the focus and once again belittled traditional Chinese medicine and Baikeatang. His words are somewhat reasonable. It is true that Baikeatang had indeed delayed the treatment of the patient for a long time, especially that person named Lin Hao, who used some fancy needle techniques, but had no effect at all. With this interview, Lin Hao was once again criticized. In fact, Lu Nang's words have many loopholes. How arrogant he was when he took away the patient before. However, clear-minded people are always in the minority. Under the push of the Water Army, most people are inclined towards Pinyin Hospital. Is Baikeatang committing murder? Delaying treatment is equivalent to murder. Heavens, this is so terrifying. I used to seek treatment at Baikeatang, now just thinking about it gives me chills. I no longer believe in traditional Chinese medicine. That Lin Hao deserves to die, he is indirectly killing people. I suggest he should be taken out and shot in 5 minutes. Baikeatang, watching Pinyin Hospital send the patients back again, each one is gnashing their teeth in anger. How shameless can people be? They can't cure the patient themselves, see the patient's condition worsen, and then send them back. Chen Jianjia felt heavy-hearted. The patient's condition is already very serious. If they can't find a way to treat it soon, they might die before long. Once she dies here, Baikeatang will be in the spotlight again. It will be over then. Few people know, under the national and even global attention drawn to Baikeatang, the Mu family group with a market value of billions has already collapsed. Strangely, the Mu family group collapsed suddenly in just one afternoon, but there was no news spreading out. It was as if it was just a trivial matter. No news reports, no one propagating it widely, it was calm. Yes, the news was suppressed by Chen. No matter what he did, his gentle image must be maintained. Of course, he couldn't cover everything, there were still rumors circulating. Chen did not stop this. Properly leaking some information can also enhance his deterrence. The Mu family father and son were driven out. The bank people came to take back the house just now. The Mu family with a market value of billions, mostly based on industrial valuation, actually had to borrow from the bank every year to develop new projects. Now that the Mu family is bankrupt, the bank naturally can't sit still. In an afternoon, Mu Feng seemed to have aged several decades in an instant, looking completely lost. At noon, he was a billionaire, but in the evening, he was driven out of his home, wandering the streets, reduced to a beggar, something no one could accept. Mubai had the same numb expression. After some inquiries, he also learned that it was done by the Su family. Before this, the Mu family had never provoked the Su family. Why would they suddenly make a move against them? They used thunderous means from the start, leaving the Mu family no chance to resist. This was something Mu Feng couldn't understand. But Mubai knew, it was definitely because of him. I didn't do anything to you, yet you humiliated me, now you're targeting my Mu family, you are too overbearing. Mubai gnashed his teeth in anger, his hatred towards Chen deepening. Looking at his father who seemed lifeless, he felt a pang in his heart. Blood is thicker than water. Even though they hadn't seen each other for 7 years, the father-son bond still remained deep. He opened his mouth, ready to speak out the reason, but after hesitating for a long time, he withdrew. He was afraid that if he told his father, knowing that everything was because of this dutiful son, he might be angered to death. As for letting him apologize to Su Chen and beg him to spare the Mu family, it's impossible. Ultimately, he hasn't reached a real dead end yet. He still has a way to rise. That is the new energy battery technology he is about to complete. Even if the Mu family goes bankrupt, once the technology is completed, he will create a Mu family that can compete with the Su family. The situation is not that bad. He has already arranged all the equipment and will soon be able to perfect the technology. Su Chen, I will remember this grudge, and I will come back to repay it 1,000 times over. After making a vow in his heart, he helped Mu Feng up. Dad, the current predicament is only temporary. Believe me, everything will be fine. Mu Feng was unmoved. Fine? How easy is that? They are up against the Su family. Without the Su family taking action, others will suppress and ostracize them. Want to go back to the way things were? It's simply impossible. Mubai didn't say much, deciding to wait until the technology was developed before giving him a surprise. Night, Su Chen came to Tang Xian's house. This violent policewoman sends him messages every day. Su Chen felt she had removed a radical from her character. If he didn't show her some color, she would think she could do whatever she wanted. Ding! Mubai hates you to the bone, villain value plus 987. The voice in his mind raised his eyebrows. Not easy. He rarely exceeded 800 before, and now he can suddenly explode with so many points. He picked up his phone, it was a video about Mubai. He always paid close attention to the protagonist, not only Mubai, but also Lin Hao, who had people watching him. He wouldn't allow any accidents to happen. In the video, it recorded what happened to Mubai after he was driven out of the Mu family. He was planning to take Mu Feng to a rental house, but the landlord had already taken back the house and wouldn't rent it to him. Mubai gritted his teeth, feeling too bullied. Wanted to stay in a hotel, but he didn't have a penny on him, and his card had been frozen and was useless. Wanted to stay at a friend's house, but after thinking about it, he decided not to go, as it would bring him trouble. Helpless, he went to the park, planning to make do there for the night. His hatred towards Su Chen deepened. However, not long after lying down on a bench, a group of homeless people surrounded them. I go out to get a meal, and my house is stolen. Give me a beating. The father and son were beaten up and kicked out of the park. Interesting. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh and continued watching. An hour later, Mubai and his son finally found a dilapidated park without homeless people. Due to the repeated blows, they still hadn't eaten, and their stomachs were growling. They had no money, so they planned to ask for leftovers at a restaurant, but no one paid attention to them. Passing by a trash can, there was an expired loaf of bread on the ground, and Mubai reached out to pick it up. At this moment, a dog suddenly appeared and snatched the bread. After a struggle, he finally emerged victorious and grabbed the bread. It was like fighting with a dog for food. How miserable, how truly miserable. Talented people. Su Chen sighed. He wasn't referring to Mubai and his son, but admiring the people monitoring them. He had ordered them not to let them live well, and he didn't expect them to go this far. They were talented and worth cultivating. Putting down his phone, Su Chen felt no pity in his heart. He had to deal with these protagonists with a heavy hand. Otherwise, the one who might end up in such a situation could very well be him. Thank you for your generous rewards, I am deeply grateful, bowing down on my knees in a 360-degree spiral. The next day, Tang Xian, the captain of the criminal police, took a day off. A bunch of colleagues sent messages of concern, unaware that the police flower in their eyes couldn't get out of bed at this time. Go to Baikatang. Su Chen got into his exclusive car and stated the destination. Looking at the messages on his phone, a faint smile appeared on his face. After doing so much, it was time for him to make an appearance. Baikatang, Chen Jianjia was taking the pulse of a patient. In the ward, there were only a few senior executives from Baikatang, that is, a few old Chinese doctors. Oh, plus one Lin Hao. They watched silently, not daring to breathe, the atmosphere becoming extremely oppressive. After taking the pulse, Chen Jianjia pursed her lips, her face turning a bit paler. The patient's breath became weaker and weaker. Last night, the people from Baikatang didn't sleep all night. Reading classics, researching materials, all to find a way to treat the patient. So far, they have gained nothing. Chen Jianjia was truly desperate. Is there really no hope for the revival of traditional Chinese medicine? She couldn't help but despair. Jianjia, if you encounter trouble and don't tell me, you don't consider me a friend. Just then, a warm and gentle voice sounded in her ear. Chen Jianjia was startled at the words, turned to look, and saw that Su Chen had appeared there at some point. Master Su. Her eyes lit up, then dimmed again. A day passed, and Bai Keitang was once again in the limelight at Peace Hospital. They were already famous nationwide and worldwide. Even asking Su Chen for help wouldn't work. The hype was too high to be suppressed. The only way now was to cure the patient, letting all the rumors collapse on their own. Thank you for Master Su's kindness. Chen Jianjia expressed her gratitude for Su Chen still willing to come to Bai Keitang to find her. Suddenly, an idea emerged in her mind. It would be fine if Bai Keitang closed, and she no longer had to struggle for the revival of traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps she could find a love of her own. Thinking about it, she suddenly felt much better in her heart, stealing a glance at Su Chen. With his handsome face, perfect figure, and an otherworldly temperament, he was simply the best choice for a partner. Jianjia, do you believe in me? Su Chen smiled at her. Chen Jianjia was stunned, warmed by that smile, and nodded without hesitation. Well, then, I'll help you cure the patient. What? Chen Jianjia was completely taken aback. The other old Chinese doctors nearby were also extremely shocked. Could it be that the famous Master Su still had medical skills? Lin Hao also heard Su Chen's words, sneered, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't do it, but Su Chen could cure the patient? Moreover, Su Chen was about the same age as him, already possessing the strength of a master. Was his medical skill also very powerful? What a joke! Lin Hao didn't stop him, just waiting to see a joke later. Su Chen approached the patient, picked up a set of silver needles, and inserted them into the patient. This is the Tai Divine Needle? Seeing Su Chen's needle technique, Lin Hao's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes full of horror. But he still didn't believe that he could cure the patient. Although he didn't know where Su Chen learned the Tai Divine Needle, he had tried it before and it had no effect on this kind of illness. As Su Chen reached out and gently stroked above the silver needles, all the silver needles began to tremble, much simpler and more efficient than Lin Hao's method of flicking them one by one. The old Chinese doctors also realized that Su Chen was using the Tai Divine Needle. However, because of what happened with Lin Hao earlier, they remained calm and didn't lose their composure like before. How excited they were at that time, and how disappointed they were later. The most shocked of all was Chen Jianjia. She didn't expect this elegant and wealthy young master would actually be skilled in medicine, and his attainments were not low, even knowing the Tai Divine Needle. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. The same 5 minutes passed. The silver needle trembled to a stop, and seeing that the patient had not moved, everyone was somewhat disappointed. They thought it was useless again. Just after Su Chen put away the silver needle, a miracle happened. The patient, who had been like a vegetable, moved his fingers lightly. Then the patient's furrowed brow relaxed, and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the whole scene fell silent. After a moment of quiet, the scene erupted. It really healed? Several old Chinese medicine doctors went forward to check the patient's pulse, and were surprised to find that the symptoms on the patient's body had disappeared, and the failing bodily functions were improving. My goodness, it's really healed, her body is recovering. That's the real Tai Divine Needle. Oh my! What did I miss? After confirming that the patient's body was fine, several old Chinese medicine doctors were completely dumbfounded. They beat their chests and regretted not paying attention to Su Chen's needling just now. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but glare fiercely at Lin Hao. It's all his fault. He had previously displayed a fake Tai Divine Needle, making them happy for nothing. Now they missed the real Tai Divine Needle because of him. Lin Hao's reaction was even more intense, as he pushed aside several old Chinese medicine doctors to diagnose the patient's pulse. The problem of boiling blood had disappeared, and the bodily functions were recovering. This was the effect of the Tai Divine Needle. Why? His Tai Divine Needle was effective. Why did his own have no effect at all? Could it be the Tai Divine Needle he learned was fake? Lin Hao couldn't help but start to doubt himself. Ding! Lin Hao doubts life, antagonist value plus 999. Seeing Lin Hao's bewildered expression, Su Chen found it quite amusing. Lin Hao's Tai Divine Needle was indeed real. As for why his Tai Divine Needle worked, it was because he used a counteragent. When he picked up the silver needle, he took out the counteragent from his personal space and covered it on the silver needle. He had many powerful needling techniques, but he still chose the Tai Divine Needle, just to see Lin Hao's reaction. Not disappointing him, Lin Hao had already begun to doubt the authenticity of his needling technique. He approached Chen Jianjia. Playing with the protagonist was just for fun, his real goal was the female lead. Next time, if there's trouble, you must tell me. Su Chen's smile remained as gentle as ever. Chen Jianjia was full of excitement. She didn't expect Su Chen to really save the person. Doesn't that mean The trouble at Bai Chao Tang is resolved? Wiping her eyes, she cried in excitement. Only she knew how much pressure she had faced these past 2 days. Seeing Su Chen looking at her, she nodded slightly and responded softly. Her body had been tense all this time, but now that the person was saved, she relaxed completely. The aftereffects of a sleepless night also appeared, feeling her vision darken and a stumble as if she was about to fall. Suddenly, a warm embrace caught her. "You're too tired, rest for a while." An unparalleled sense of security surged, and she leaned against Su Chen's chest like that, not struggling. Lin Hao snapped out of his daze and was instantly furious. "Let go of senior sister. Let go of senior sister." Hearing the voice, Chen Jianjia woke up. Feeling everyone's gaze, she blushed and quickly came out of Su Chen's embrace. Lin Hao was itching with anger. Su Chen really was hard to guard against. He had inadvertently embraced senior sister. In the future, we must be more vigilant. Seeing the approving glances from the elders, Chen Jianjia wished she could find a hole to hide in. Just as she was about to shift her attention, she noticed Lin Hao beside her. "What are you yelling about? It's all his fault, why did he have to say it out loud?" Making herself so embarrassed. As for whether she missed the warm embrace of Su Chen, only she knew. Lin Hao. Blame me? If I didn't yell, you wouldn't know how much advantage Su Chen would take. After scolding Lin Hao, Chen Jianjia felt a little better, then she looked at Su Chen with a burning gaze. "Master Su, were you using the Tai Divine Needle just now?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "Want to learn? I can teach you." Chen Jianjia was taken aback. She recalled the Tai Divine Needle Su Chen had used. It was slightly different from what she had seen from her master, with a simpler technique. If Su Chen was willing to teach her, maybe she could really learn it. But that was the Tai Divine Needle, capable of reviving the dead and turning bones into flesh. Thinking that Su Chen was willing to teach her such an important needle technique, a warm feeling surged in her heart. The several old Chinese medicine doctors beside her were envious, each of them shouting in their hearts, "I want to learn too, teach me." They all wished they could transform into beautiful women. Woo woo woo. At this moment, they were attracted by a burst of sobbing. It turned out to be Liao Ping, who had just been cured, now breaking down in tears. Then, she came to Su Chen and knelt down with a plop, thanking Su Chen for saving her life. In the past few days, no one knew the pain she had endured. Her body felt like it was in a furnace, as if she would be burned alive in the next moment. The physical pain was secondary. The mental pain was what made her most desperate. Although she was unconscious, she could sense what was happening outside, similar to a vegetable. When she passed out initially, the people at Bai Chao Tang couldn't save her, and she cursed them 1,000 times in her heart. When the people from Heping Hospital arrived, she felt hope. After being taken away, she learned that they couldn't cure her either, and she despaired. And when she heard that she had a new disease, and those people wanted to use her as a guinea pig for research, she was extremely angry. "I helped you do things," framed Bai Chao Tang. "If you can't cure me, why use me as a guinea pig?" However, no matter how angry she was, she couldn't do anything. She couldn't move at all. It seemed that there was only one outcome waiting for her: death. The feeling of being unable to do anything and just waiting to die was the most agonizing. Later, she heard that the people from Heping Hospital had sent her back to Bai Chao Tang, wanting her death to serve one last purpose. She was even more furious. Gradually, she felt her consciousness falling into darkness. Just when she thought she was going to die, she suddenly saw light. She was saved. She was endlessly grateful for Su Chen's life-saving grace. Little did she know that all the pain she had endured was caused by the person in front of her. "What's your relationship with Heping Hospital?" Su Chen asked calmly. Liao Ping reacted and quickly spilled everything, without hiding anything. The way Heping Hospital treated her made her wish all those people would die. Several old Chinese medicine doctors were furious upon hearing this. Although they had suspected it, hearing it firsthand still made them angry. Chen Jianjia clenched her lips, her face pale with anger. Suddenly, someone held her hand. She turned her head and saw Su Chen looking at her gently. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Chen Jianjia's heart trembled, feeling the softness in her heart being touched. On the side, Lin Hao was also gritting his teeth, all because of that Peace Hospital. If they hadn't arranged for someone to cause trouble, how could he have embarrassed himself in front of his senior sister? He even became a laughingstock online. He swore that he would make Peace Hospital pay. Just as he had sentenced Peace Hospital to death, he suddenly discovered a blind spot. He saw Su Chen holding Chen Jianjia's hand, the two looking deeply into each other's eyes with affection. Lin Hao's face grew darker, his fists clenched, the veins on his arms bulging. At that moment, the others from Bai Chao Tang who were waiting outside heard the commotion inside and were curious to take a look. They were shocked to see the patient who had been sentenced to death and lying on the sickbed standing up. Did the shopkeeper really manage to cure the person? Soon, the ward was crowded with people. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Shopkeeper, what's going on? Did you save the patient?" Chen Jianjia was about to explain, but Su Chen spoke first. To be precise, it was shopkeeper Chen who cured the person. Swish! All eyes turned towards him. Including Chen Jianjia, everyone looked astonished. Su Chen smiled slightly and continued, "In fact, these days, shopkeeper Chen has been blaming himself for not curing the patient, and has been studying the illness." Wow! As the words fell, the whole room was in an uproar. What? The shopkeeper has been studying the illness day and night without sleep? Indeed, the shopkeeper's spirit of not giving up on any patient is admirable. From now on, I will live and die with Bai Chao Tang. Damn, Peace Hospital deserves to die. I will never see eye to eye with them. One by one, they were moved by Chen Jianjia, their eyes filled with admiration towards her. This move could be said to have won over the hearts of the people for Chen Jianjia. In the future, they would work even harder for Bai Chao Tang. Chen Jianjia. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? She was completely bewildered. Just as she was about to speak, Su Chen gave her a look, and she immediately closed her mouth. Several old Chinese medicine practitioners were also puzzled. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes just now, they might have believed Su Chen's words. Their gazes shifted between Su Chen and Chen Jianjia, lost in thought. Su Chen was giving Chen Jianjia the opportunity to become famous. It was truly a case of a hero facing a beauty. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was trembling with anger. What a cunning move by Su Chen. He handed the opportunity for fame to his senior sister, allowing her to become the miraculous healer who cured the patients. In this way, she would be the shopkeeper of Bai Chao Tang, and Bai Chao Tang would not only avoid suppression but also experience a rebirth. His senior sister's lifelong wish was to revive traditional Chinese medicine, and Su Chen had achieved it in just a few words. Wouldn't she be moved to tears? Ding! Lin Hao is experiencing anger towards you, antagonistic value plus 999. Su Chen remained calm. Becoming famous was too simple for him, he had no interest in it at all. Becoming famous would only disrupt his life, it was completely thankless. Pushing Chen Jianjia forward was also part of his strategy. It was indeed very effective, just by looking at Chen Jianjia's eyes at this moment. The thick affection was almost melting away. Next, Su Chen continued with his plan. He first let Liao Ping go out, and the media reporters who were waiting outside immediately surrounded her. Bai Chao Tang had been closed all this time, and now someone had finally come out. How could they let this opportunity slip by? As they approached, the reporters were stunned, feeling a sense of familiarity. How could it be the same patient causing such a big commotion between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine? These days, someone has long since found out all the information about the patient. I am Liao Ping. When she said her name, there was a commotion on the scene. They finally confirmed that this was indeed the patient. Strange, wasn't she supposed to be dead? How could she suddenly be up and about? Later, Liao Ping explained the whole story to the camera. Starting from when she went to Ping'an Hospital for a checkup, under the condition of being cured, she was asked to frame Bai Chao Tang. She also presented evidence of her visit to Bai Chao Tang for examination. Then she recounted what happened during the time she was unconscious. In fact, she was conscious after the coma, and Ping'an Hospital, unable to cure her, decided to use her as a guinea pig. At this point, her tone was full of hatred towards Ping'an Hospital. A group of journalists quickly took notes, their keen sense of smell already detecting that this was definitely big news. Shocking reversal. Ping'an Hospital framed Bai Chao Tang. Bai Chao Tang couldn't cure her. Ping'an Hospital took her away. The result was still unable to cure her and sent her back, and finally the people of Bai Chao Tang were cured. Who cured you? Someone asked excitedly. It was Bai Chao Tang who cured her, which meant that traditional Chinese medicine had won in this invisible confrontation. Actions speak louder than words. The previous belittling of Lu Nang from Ping'an Hospital now seemed so ridiculous. It was Chen, the shopkeeper of Bai Chao Tang, Liao Ping replied. Everyone was shocked, they were not unfamiliar with that beautiful female doctor. They never expected that she was the one who cured the patient. But it was strange, they had seen the video before, and it seemed that shopkeeper Chen had never made a move. At this point, Liao Ping continued. In order to cure me, shopkeeper Chen studied the illness for 3 days and nights. Following Su Chen's request, she attributed all the credit to Chen Jianjia and even wrote a script. The news spread quickly online shortly after. Shocking reversal, Bai Chao Tang cured the patient. In this showdown between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine emerged victorious. The inside story of Bai Chao Tang incident, everything was a scheme by Ping Hospital. Shocking, Ping Hospital went back on their word, actually treating the patient as a guinea pig. Shopkeeper Chen never gives up on any patient, studying the illness for 3 days and nights. She is a contemporary goddess of medicine with both medical skills and beauty. The storm at Bai Chao Tang caused a great uproar, and many people were paying attention to this matter. Therefore, when the news came out, it quickly became a hot topic. Wow, I thought Bai Chao Tang was doomed, but I didn't expect such a reversal. It's unbelievable. Ping Hospital is really shameless, sending people to frame others, completely lacking integrity. Ha ha. It's satisfying, trying to bring down Bai Chao Tang, but ending up with nothing. Shopkeeper Chen is amazing, studying the illness for 3 days and nights. It's moving, brothers and sisters. Ping Hospital sent the patient back, indicating that the person was beyond saving, but Shopkeeper Chen still cured them, a true goddess of medicine. After learning the truth, the internet exploded. Ping Hospital, Dr. Lu, something big has happened. A panicked voice came through. Lu Nang had just finished receiving instruction from a foreign medical professor and came out of the office. Hearing the voice, he couldn't help but frown and scolded. Why are you making such a fuss? The person came up and handed him the phone. What? After reading the news, Lu Nang widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Did Bai Tang really cure that patient? How is that possible? They have tried many treatments that didn't work, and concluded that she was doomed to die. Now she has miraculously been cured. It's a real slap in the face. Seeing the words spoken by Liao Ping, indicating that they were arranged by their hospital, his face turned pale. Now the online public opinion is overwhelmingly crushing them, and Ping Hospital, he can't sit still. At this time, he must come out to clarify the relationship, otherwise Ping Hospital will be finished. Soon he brought in the news media for interviews. In the interview, he stated that everything Liao Ping said was slander, decisively denied the practice of framing by Tang. He also said that the reason the patient was able to recover was largely due to their hospital. Seeing his far-fetched explanation, many people were skeptical, but they couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, some scandals about Ping Hospital were exposed and circulated online. Charging patients extra medical fees halfway through surgery, using fake drugs on patients, claiming a minor ailment was cancer that required surgery. Seeing all this, everyone was shocked. This is simply a black-hearted hospital. For a while, Ping Hospital was condemned across the internet. Soon, relevant departments came to investigate, and it turned out to be true. Many doctors were sent to jail. Bai Tang, seeing the outcome of Ping Hospital, Chen Jianjia let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you. She looked at Su Chen, her eyes full of gratitude. It was he who gave the order to investigate Ping Hospital, expose the scandals, and have them punished. Chen Jianjia would never know from start to finish. It was all arranged by Su Chen, and Ping Hospital was just a pawn in his hands. Thanking me is not just lip service. Su Chen raised an eyebrow at her. Chen Jianjia was stunned. Just as she was about to ask in confusion, Su Chen pointed to his cheek. The meaning was self-evident. Chen Jianjia's face turned red in an instant. Her heart raced, her palms sweaty with nervousness. She looked around, saw no one, but still hesitated. Finally, she gathered her courage and tiptoed closer. Just as she approached, Su Chen slightly turned his head. Ding! Lin Hao's mentality exploded. Villain value plus 1000. Lin Hao was furious. Seeing the two of them ignoring him, he was even more enraged. Senior sister! He shouted out, finally bringing Chen Jianjia back to her senses. Su Chen, seeing Lin Hao glaring at him fiercely, just smiled lightly. Lin Hao! His face stiffened, his anger trembling coldly. To cover up the embarrassment, Chen Jianjia directly treated him as if he were air, and walked out of the room with Su Chen. Outside the room, the people from Bai Tang were cheering. Seeing the fate of Ping Hospital, they all felt relieved. When Chen Jianjia walked over, the scene quieted down, and the looks towards her were full of admiration. The shopkeeper had hidden too deeply. The outside world was spreading that Chen Jianjia was the current divine doctor, the most beautiful female doctor. They worked at Bai Tang with great honor. After giving a few orders, the storm had ended, and Bai Tang could reopen for business. This led to a burst of cheers from the crowd. One wave had not subsided before another wave rose. That afternoon, just as Chen Jianjia had woken up from a good rest, she received an invitation. It turned out to be several major hospitals in the Magic City, coming together to organize a Chinese Western Medicine Exchange Conference. They invited her Bai Tang and other Chinese medicine clinics as the leaders. The reason, of course, was because Ping Hospital had failed in this confrontation. Not only did they fail to suppress Bai Tang, but they ended up implicating themselves. After this incident, the popularity of traditional Chinese medicine reached its peak. Many people prefer traditional Chinese medicine for treatment when they are sick, while Western medicine is being criticized harshly. So, these hospitals decided to unite. It is not only to prove Western medicine, but also to help Peace Hospital regain its reputation. Chen Jianjia's face looked a bit unsightly. If the patient she treated was really cured by her, and if she knew the Tai Divine Needle, she wouldn't be afraid of these people causing trouble. But, she didn't know how to use it. Until the evening, when she had dinner with Su Chen, her expression didn't improve much. Su Chen had known about the troubles she encountered. However, he still pretended to ask in confusion, "You seem troubled, what's wrong?" Chen Jianjia smiled and mentioned the invitation to participate in the Chinese and Western medicine exchange meeting. "I thought something had happened. Why don't you just go directly to the event?" Chen Jianjia chuckled bitterly. In fact, she was quite confident originally. Some difficult and miscellaneous diseases she had encountered before had recovered under her treatment. But this time, it made her realize her shortcomings. There were still many things she needed to learn. "They are clearly targeting me this time, and I feel uncertain. If only I had your medical skills." She looked at Su Chen with admiration. She still found it hard to believe that Su Chen, a scion of a prominent family, had such high achievements in medicine. "Didn't I tell you I would teach you? 3 days are enough." Seeing the confidence on Su Chen's face, Chen Jianjia felt a bit dazed. After dinner, seeing her distracted, Su Chen didn't try to lift her spirits and left after saying a few words. Su Chen went to find his other women. He couldn't neglect the other women just because of pursuing the female lead. He needed to comfort each one of them. The chances of getting pregnant decreased? Then, he could visit a few more times to increase the chances of having more children and blessings. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Chen Jianjia recalled what Su Chen had said before leaving. She felt a bit anxious but also somewhat expectant. Lin Haosong, who had been secretly eavesdropping, breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that senior sister and Su Chen had separated. He didn't know that his nightmare would begin the next day. If his nightmare had not yet begun, then Mubai was currently in the midst of a nightmare. He had spent the night in a bridge tunnel, eating food he found in the trash can. He was living worse than a dog. In the morning, they were so hungry that they planned to have a free meal, even if they had to wash dishes later. However, seeing their appearance, the restaurant didn't welcome them at all. For lunch, Mubai went to the school cafeteria and brought back leftovers. Besides harboring resentment towards Su Chen, Mubai's greatest desire was to develop the new battery technology as soon as possible. In the afternoon, he went to his research institute at the school, gathered his comrades, and worked tirelessly on research. After reading Mubai's news for the day, Su Chen put down his phone, a smile appearing in his eyes. "This is the way to go. Research and development are what you should be doing." The next day, in the morning, many people discovered several news articles about traditional Chinese and Western medicine on the hot search list again. Several major hospitals had jointly initiated an event to hold a Chinese and Western medicine exchange meeting in the Magic City. Although it was called an exchange meeting, it was actually a competition. To climb the hot search list in such a short time, there must be someone behind the scenes manipulating it. Just as the storm at Baikatang had subsided, another storm was approaching. Baikatang, those people are still not giving up. Are they planning to unite and suppress our Baikatang? And this Chinese and Western medicine exchange meeting, if they can't stand the rise of traditional Chinese medicine, they should just say it directly. It's really hypocritical. "Don't worry, we have Manager Chen. They are just asking for trouble themselves." Everyone seemed optimistic. The cure of the terminally ill patient, coupled with the boasting on the internet, gave them a blind confidence in Chen Jianjia. At this moment, they were happily busy. After the reversal yesterday, Baikatang became completely famous. Different from being scolded into fame before, now they were almost being worshipped. More people came out of admiration. Some came to join in the fun, while others came seeking medical treatment, making Baikatang bustling. "I came to see the goddess doctor, isn't she at Baikatang? Why haven't I seen her? Ha! Look, isn't that Lin Ritian? My idol." Someone saw Lin Hao busy and walked over as if seeing an idol. Idol, wait. Lin Hao was arranged by Chen Jianjia to help distribute medicinal materials. He was somewhat at a loss. With his medical skills, he was actually assigned to do these odd jobs. Suddenly, someone shouted and walked towards him, leaving him bewildered. "Are you calling me?" "Of course, Brother Do, my idol, can you teach me a few tricks?" Lin Hao was completely confused. What does Brother Do mean? Brother Do is the nickname we fans use for you. How did you make those silver needles keep trembling? Teach me. Damn, my girlfriend saw your operation and insisted that I come to apprentice with you. Lin Hao. Baikatang also had a back door. Unlike the crowded front door, Few people knew about the back door, and it was somewhat deserted. Chen Jianjia stood at the door, seemingly waiting for someone. The people at Baikatang had unwavering faith in her, which made her smile bitterly. I don't even believe in myself. Now the only hope lies with Su Chen. Thinking of his confident words yesterday, Chen Jianjia couldn't help but feel a bit hopeful. As for Lin Hao, he was completely ignored by her. Learning that he had become an internet sensation as Brother Do, Lin Hao was dumbfounded. I was using the Tai Divine Needle, not performing acrobatics, let alone being a teddy bear. After sending away that fan, he was upset and went to relax at the quieter back door. Seeing Chen Jianjia standing at the door, he asked in confusion, "Senior sister, what are you doing here?" "Waiting for someone." Chen Jianjia didn't even look at him, sparing no words. Waiting for who? Could it be? Just as the thought arose in his mind, a Rolls-Royce slowly approached and stopped at the door. Chen Jianjia greeted him with a smile. Sure enough, he saw Su Chen, the guy he disliked, appearing. Chen Jianjia brought Su Chen to her office on the second floor. "What are you here for?" Seeing Lin Hao following, Chen Jianjia frowned and said coldly, "I." Lin Hao was speechless and gave Su Chen a wary look. "Could it be that I'm here to protect you, afraid that you'll be deceived by Su Chen? Alright, with so many people here today, go downstairs and help out," Chen Jianjia said as she was about to close the door. Lin Hao hurriedly said, "Since you're so busy, why don't you go? I have more important things to do." Chen Jianjia looked somewhat displeased. "A man and a woman alone, what are you going to do?" Lin Hao asked. At this moment, Su Chen chuckled and suddenly interjected. "Jianjia, are you sure he's your junior brother? Seems like he's a bit too involved." Chen Jianjia also had this thought. When did her affairs need his involvement? "Does Mr. Su teach me medicine? Is there a problem?" After saying that, she slammed the door shut. Standing alone outside the office, Lin Hao gritted his teeth. Su Chen was clearly trying to drive a wedge between him and his senior sister. How despicable. Ding! Lin Hao is experiencing anger towards you, villain value plus 666. Su Chen's eyes flashed. It was time for this protagonist to leave. Chen Jianjia was almost in his grasp, and he didn't want a protagonist hanging around his woman. What expression would Chen Jianjia have when she drove him away? He seemed to have come up with an interesting idea again. In Chen Jianjia's office, there was a life-size dummy model for her to practice acupuncture on a daily basis. Su Chen also embarked on his first teaching career. Of course, except for teaching in bed. Teaching Chen Jianjia medicine was not just to win her over, but also with the intention of nurturing her. With so many women by his side, and of course family members, would he still need to personally intervene if someone fell ill? Just like when Ruland was pregnant, he didn't need to prepare the tonic for her. Having a woman skilled in medicine would save a lot of trouble, and cultivating a goddess of medicine would also be a fulfilling achievement. Chen Jianjia already knew most of the common medical knowledge, so Su Chen only needed to teach her acupuncture techniques. His medical skills were godly, and he knew exactly how to apply these acupuncture techniques simply. He first explained the theoretical knowledge to her and then let her practice on the dummy. Chen Jianjia picked up the needle, not knowing where to start, and Su Chen began teaching. "Hold steady." Su Chen held her hand. In the blink of an eye, the morning passed. The two of them, a man and a woman, spent the morning in the room. This made Lin Hao outside anxious. Just as he couldn't help but want to rush in, the door suddenly opened. Su Chen and Chen Jianjia walked out together. Both of them had normal expressions. Su Chen didn't care at all, and Chen Jianjia was already used to it. It could be vaguely seen that she had a look of joy on her face. Through Su Chen's hands-on teaching in the morning, she had already mastered the skill of acupuncture. Saying that Su Chen could teach her acupuncture in 3 days, she no longer doubted. Lin Hao's gaze kept shifting between the two. Chen Jianjia had not lost her innocence. Strange, a man and a woman alone in a room, could it be that they were really just studying? In the afternoon, still in the same office, Su Chen and Chen Jianjia had not come out since they entered. Lin Hao had already imagined several versions. The goddess doctor in the office. I teach the goddess doctor acupuncture. The female doctor actually did this for study. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Lin Hao became. Unable to bear this torment, he had knocked on the door several times, each time met with Chen Jianjia's scolding. Lin Hao became even more confused. If Chen Jianjia opened the door, it meant they hadn't done anything. But he didn't believe Su Chen would really be that honest. It had to be said, your enemy knows you best, and that was not false. The same thing happened the next day. Lin Hao was about to go crazy. What on earth were Su Chen and senior sister doing inside? On the third day, Lin Hao came up with a plan. It turned out that not far away, there was a grove of trees directly facing the window of Chen Jianjia's office. Holding a telescope he didn't know where he got it from, Lin Hao climbed a tree to observe. In the office, Chen Jianjia was talking to Su Chen, and then Su Chen began teaching her hands-on. Seeing this, Lin Hao's hand trembled, and the telescope almost fell. If you didn't know, you would think they were doing something else. Even so, this was not something ordinary friends could do. He believed they were a couple. Wait a minute. Does that mean they have been like this for 3 days already? Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Ding! Lin Hao's separation from the wall, villain value plus 1000. Su Chen, who was teaching Chen Jianjia the 13 Ghost Valley needles, paused for a moment. Soon he felt a murderous gaze, furrowing his brows to look. After undergoing marrow cleansing and vein cutting, his vision far surpassed that of ordinary people. At a glance, he saw Lin Hao hanging on a tree like a monkey, holding a telescope. Is this guy performing acrobatics? He really went all out to protect the female lead. But what can he do by seeing this? After 2 days of hands-on teaching, Chen Jianjia had already learned the Tai Divine Needle. Now, she was about to learn a new needle technique. The Xingu 13 needles, more powerful than the Tai Divine Needle, each needle was earth-shattering and soul-stirring. It was said to be able to snatch people from the hands of the King of Hell. She never expected that Su Chen would also know it. What else couldn't he do? This man was too charming, attracting her at all times. Su Chen taught seriously, Chen Jianjia learned seriously, but Lin Hao's heart was breaking. After a day, Lin Hao contributed a lot of villain value. Su Chen found that his luck had decreased by 1/3. Hang in there, little brother. Without any utility value, you might lose your life. Unlike Lin Hao's heartbroken state, Chen Jianjia was excited beyond measure, because she had already mastered the Xingu 13 needles. 3 days later, after Su Chen's hands-on teaching, she had mastered how to skillfully use the needles. She had even learned 2 needle techniques. She was not worried at all about the exchange meeting tomorrow. All of this was thanks to Su Chen. Su Chen's help to her was much greater than that of her master, and she couldn't thank him enough. I really don't know how to thank you. Then, how about offering yourself? Su Chen's smile was somewhat ambiguous. Chen Jianjia blushed slightly but did not refuse. After 2 days of contact, she had already made up her mind about Su Chen. This was all based on the foundation Su Chen had laid before. Chen Jianjia was not a casual person. If it were someone else, even if they could teach her these medical skills, they would not agree to teach her personally. After hesitating for a moment, she gathered her courage and said, "You've helped me so much, let me help you in return." Her medical skills were very powerful, known as the goddess of medicine, but she was not just skilled in medicine. Su Chen must have been tired from teaching her medical skills just now. Chen Jianjia decided to return the favor by giving Su Chen a massage. Lin Hao was in a daze, lying on the tree. Su Chen had been teaching Chen Jianjia personally all day, and he had been hanging on the tree all day. Seeing Su Chen taking advantage of his senior sister, he was heartbroken. But fortunately, his senior sister maintained her bottom line and did not let Su Chen succeed. Suddenly, he saw Chen Jianjia blushing. Before he could see clearly what was happening, Su Chen came to the window and closed the curtains. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. A man and a woman alone in a room, with the curtains closed. Combined with Chen Jianjia's blushing face, could it be that they are going to? Lin Hao couldn't sit still anymore. He threw away the telescope, leaped down from the tree, and ran towards the Bai Chao Tang. However, halfway there, he was intercepted by 2 middle-aged men. Sensing the momentum emanating from them, Lin Hao's face turned serious. They were actually 2 peak experts in hidden strength. Step aside. Lin Hao's eyes were cold. The 2 remained silent, tense all over, ready to fight. Thinking that Su Chen was about to have a passionate encounter with his senior sister, Lin Hao was anxious. He stomped on the ground fiercely, his body shooting out like an arrow leaving the bow. He planned to use his speed to break free from the 2's entanglement. Unfortunately, the 2 were prepared long ago, blocking his way ahead. Lin Hao's face darkened, knowing that this battle was inevitable. Seeing 2 people attacking him, one fist aimed straight at his face, one kick towards his side waist, coordinating seamlessly. The force behind the punch and kick was strong and heavy. If hit, one would be either dead or half crippled. The best way to deal with the current situation was to evade, but Lin Hao was fearless and faced the men head-on. The 3 of them started a fierce battle in this somewhat remote street. When Lin Hao defeated the 2 and escaped, it was already an hour and a half later. Dealing with the 2 was not easy, and he was now exhausted, panting heavily. Without time to rest, he quickly headed towards the Bai Chao Tang. When he arrived at Bai Chao Tang and was about to go to the office, Su Chen and Chen Jianjia happened to be coming down the stairs. His gaze fell on Chen Jianjia, walking steadily. Nothing seemed to have happened. He let out a long breath, realizing he had overthought it, and senior sister had not let Chen succeed. Wait a minute. Lin Hao suddenly noticed something unusual. Chen Jianjia's face was blushing, and upon closer inspection, her lips were a bit swollen. Boom, like thunder striking, he was dumbfounded. How could senior sister do such a thing? Ding! Lin Hao's mentality collapsed, antagonist value plus 1000. TSK. Chen clicked his tongue. Indeed, he was the protagonist. Even two experts at the same level couldn't stop him. With a thought, he reached out and pulled Chen Jianjia into his arms. The sudden change startled her. Feeling the familiar embrace, she finally relaxed. By now, Chen could be said to have won over this female lead, just waiting to bring her into the family and make a fortune. The reason he hadn't made a move yet was that the timing wasn't right. Chen understood her personality. Chen Jianjia's goal was to lead the revival of traditional Chinese medicine. Through his actions 3 days ago, she had almost achieved it. Now, handing over the medical skills to her, this goal was basically accomplished. Just waiting for her to showcase her skills at the exchange meeting tomorrow, the rise of traditional Chinese medicine was inevitable. With her lifelong dream about to come true, she relaxed a bit, leading to the scene just now. Besides the goal of reviving traditional Chinese medicine, Chen Jianjia also yearned for a little romance. After tomorrow's success, with Bai Chaotang becoming famous worldwide, her goal would be completely achieved. Prepare a little surprise, and everything will fall into place. Chen was quite patient with his woman. The premise was that she listened. Ignoring Lin Hao directly, Chen Jianjia escorted Chen outside. Will you come to the scene tomorrow? Seeing Chen getting into the car, she asked with some anticipation. Chen pretended to ponder, and just when Chen Jianjia was a bit nervous, he smiled slightly. Considering your good performance today, I'll reluctantly come and take a look. Swipe. Chen Jianjia blushed all over. The scene just now still made her blush and her heart race. She didn't know how she had made such a move. She had originally intended to give a massage, but unknowingly ended up kneeling in front of Chen. The 3-day deadline had arrived. The Chinese and Western medicine exchange meeting was held as scheduled. With the fermentation over the past 3 days, this exchange meeting had caused a huge stir online, attracting nationwide attention. It was a showdown between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Regardless of who won, the other side would suffer a severe blow. The event was held at the central square of the Magic City. People had been waiting outside early, and the discussions were ongoing. I still believe more in Western medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine's pulse diagnosis is somewhat unreliable. I always support traditional Chinese medicine. It has been our 9 provinces' heritage for thousands of years, stronger than Western medicine with only a few hundred years of history, right? I don't care about those, I came for the goddess doctor. I used to think that powerful traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were all old men in their 70s or 80s, until I saw the goddess doctor and realized how wrong I was, terribly wrong. The goddess doctor is the true idol worth idolizing, promoting the culture of Jojo. Isn't she stronger than those who just shake their butts? More and more people gathered outside the square. If it weren't for the police setting up a cordon, they would have rushed in already. As the time reached 9 o'clock, doctors began to enter one by one. Look quickly. That's the director of the Cross Hospital. I'd never seen him at the hospital before, didn't expect him to come in person. Seems like they value this exchange meeting a lot. That's the deputy director of the Holy Mother Hospital. If the director hadn't gone abroad for studies, he might have come too. And there's Mary Hospital, Ma Shang Hospital. All big foreign hospitals, when they come together, what chance does traditional Chinese medicine have? Hiss. Did you see that? The heads of these hospitals are actually following those 2 foreign old men like students. Damn, I just checked, those 2 old men are called Smith and Andre, both big shots in the medical field, won countless medical awards. The first to enter were the initiators of this Chinese Western medicine exchange meeting. When they saw the heads of these hospitals following the 2 old men, it felt strange. Upon investigation, they turned out to be big shots in the medical field, leaving everyone stunned. Next up were the representatives of traditional Chinese medicine. People found that they didn't recognize any of them. Compared to the excitement when Western medicine entered, the lineup was much smaller. Among them were middle-aged and elderly, with the youngest being over 40. They were representatives from several traditional Chinese medicine clinics in the Magic City. Although they knew they were just there to make up the numbers, they were willing to contribute to traditional Chinese medicine. Until Chen Jianjia appeared. In order to facilitate treatment, she dressed more modestly today, wearing a shirt and jeans. Even so, it still caused a great sensation. Is this the goddess doctor? She's too beautiful, right? Finally seeing her in person. Did you notice? She's even more beautiful in person than in the videos, love her, love her. If traditional Chinese medicine wins this exchange meeting, the rising momentum will be unstoppable for Western medicine, looking forward to the goddess doctor showcasing her skills. Ignoring the gazes and discussions of the people around her, Chen Jianjia scanned the crowd. Not seeing that familiar figure, she felt a bit disappointed. Today was the moment her dream was realized. She hoped Su Chen could see it. Gathering her thoughts, she withdrew her gaze and led the people from Baikatang into the venue. After both sides entered, it was time for the audience, who would witness this grand event. These were not ordinary people. There were corporate executives, company bosses, government officials, all from the upper class. After they entered, the crowd started discussing again. Unable to enter, they took out their phones to watch the live broadcast. A figure emerged from the crowd. Lin Hao felt very aggrieved. After learning what happened between his senior sister and Su Chen, he hadn't been well at all. He spent a desolate night, full of self-blame. He didn't blame his senior sister. His senior sister was so beautiful, what could be wrong with her? It was all Su Chen's fault, he must have deceived his senior sister. He also blamed himself for knowing that Su Chen had ill intentions but not being able to stop him. Knowing about today's exchange meeting, he found Chen Jianjia and expressed his intention to represent Baikatang. He wanted to show his prowess at this exchange meeting, to prove himself to his senior sister. However, Chen Jianjia didn't give him the chance, rejecting him on the spot. Chen Jianjia had lost trust in him. To prevent him from causing trouble, when selecting representatives for the Baichao Hall, they all directly ignored him. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. He was a divine doctor, how could he not be present at such a pretentious occasion? He didn't even have the qualification to enter the venue. Looking around at the surrounding walls, he fell into contemplation. In the conference hall, after the host's tedious opening speech, the introduction of the representatives from both sides began. The first to be introduced were Smith and Andre as representatives of the Western medical team. The focus was on the two professors, their published papers, and some achievements in the medical field. As for traditional Chinese medicine, it was naturally led by Chen Jianjia. The rules of this exchange meeting were then explained. 2 patients with the same illness would be sent by each side for treatment, and the one who showed the best recovery would be considered the winner. To ensure fairness, the entire process would be broadcast live. Before long, 2 elderly women were wheeled in. They both had late-stage lung cancer and not much time left. Upon hearing that they could receive free treatment, they agreed without hesitation. After all, they were just waiting to die. If they received treatment, what if it succeeded? In fact, the Western medical team had the advantage of being the host. The last patient had issues with blood circulation and nerves, which were cured by Chen Jianjia. It was also widely known that she could treat difficult and complex conditions, rheumatism. But what about cancer? Surely, she couldn't treat that too? There had been no news of traditional Chinese medicine treating cancer. These 2 professors, on the other hand, had extensive experience in the field of cancer. Even if they couldn't cure it, it wouldn't be a problem to bring the patients back to a mid-stage condition. They were confident in this showdown between traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Subsequently, both teams entered the venue, each accompanied by their respective entourage, and proceeded to specially prepared rooms equipped with various medical instruments. It was like a small emergency room. Before entering, Chen Jianjia glanced at the audience, and a familiar figure caught her eye. Su Chen gave her a slight smile, showing his encouragement. Chen Jianjia also smiled, calming her previously anxious heart. Taking a deep breath, she led her team into the emergency room. Outside, from the live broadcast, it was visible. On the Western medicine side, upon entering the emergency room, they began examining the patients. On the traditional Chinese medicine side, someone was taking the patient's pulses. Ha ha! This is hilarious, it's already confirmed to be cancer, what's the point of taking the pulse? It's over, it's cancer, traditional Chinese medicine has no chance of winning. Let's see if the goddess of medicine can do anything. Oh, everyone, look, the goddess of medicine is taking action. Inside the ward, after several traditional Chinese doctors took the patient's pulses, they found it very challenging. For cancer, besides using Chinese herbal medicine to regulate the body, they had no other methods. Inevitably, they thought of the protagonist of this exchange meeting, Chen Jianjia from Baichao Hall. She was young, but even the older traditional Chinese doctors did not underestimate her. She was truly working hard for the rise of traditional Chinese medicine. Let me take a look. Chen Jianjia stepped out from the crowd and approached the patient. 3 days ago, she felt powerless against cancer. A day ago, after mastering the Tai Divine Needle, cancer was no longer a challenge for her. Now, having learned the more powerful Giga 13 needles, she remained calm no matter the illness. After taking the patient's pulse, Chen Jianjia knew what to do, and she took out a silver needle to start acupuncture on the patient. The group of traditional Chinese doctors looked at each other. They were all representatives sent by their respective traditional Chinese medicine clinics, so naturally, they had real skills. They were familiar with acupuncture techniques, but they were completely unprepared for Chen Jianjia, and when she started acupuncture, they felt a bit bewildered. You know, the patient is in the late stage of cancer. One careless move could be fatal. The audience watching the live broadcast also felt nervous for her. Watching Chen Jianjia's needles fall on the patient one by one, they became even more anxious, afraid that a mistake could send the person away directly. The layman couldn't understand, but the experts in traditional Chinese medicine gradually sensed that something was wrong. Among them was Lin Hao, who had sneaked into the venue. After entering, he didn't immediately go to find Chen Jianjia to show off his skills with the Tai Divine Needle. He planned to make an appearance when the traditional Chinese medicine experts were at a loss. It would be a stunning performance. At this moment, seeing Chen Jianjia needling the patient, he furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat familiar. A flash of insight. He remembered, wasn't this the Xingu 13 needles that his master had told him about? Lin Hao was filled with horror, because even his master couldn't perform the Xingu 13 needles. He had only seen a partial text in an ancient book, and he didn't know how to execute it. The fact that his master couldn't perform this needle technique, yet his senior sister was using it, left him in disbelief. Could it be? He slowly turned his head to look at Su Chen, who was boredly playing with his phone in the hall. Could it be that for the past 3 days, Su Chen had really been teaching his senior sister, and not just taking advantage of the situation? Shaking his head, how could he think of Su Chen as a good person? He would rather believe that Su Chen was taking advantage, and teaching medicine was just an excuse. If his thoughts were known to Su Chen, he would surely get a slap in the face. How did you know what I was thinking? But Lin Hao still didn't believe it. If this was indeed the Xingu 13 needles, wouldn't that mean Su Chen's medical skills were even better than his master's? And if his senior sister cured the patient, how would he show off? How would he change his image in his senior sister's eyes? He stared fixedly at the hall screen. Gradually, his heart sank because the more he watched, the more it seemed like the Xingu 13 needles. Not only him, but other veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioners also recognized it. Xingu 13 needles. In the emergency room, as they watched Chen Jianjia needle the patient, the group of traditional Chinese medicine experts held their breath. A sudden exclamation startled them. Gradually, some of them realized and looked sharply at Chen Jianjia, their faces filled with disbelief. Heavens! It's really the legendary Xingu 13 needles. It all made sense. Everyone present was an expert in traditional Chinese medicine and had heard of the Tai Divine Needle and the Xingu 13 needles. They couldn't help but feel hopeful. If it was indeed the Xingu 13 needles, there should be no problem in treating cancer. Half an hour later, Chen Jianjia withdrew the needles from the patient's body, wiped the sweat from her forehead. Someone couldn't help but step forward to check, and after a pulse examination, they were amazed. The condition has started to improve. Then someone else stepped forward. After more than a dozen people took turns examining, they confirmed that the patient's condition was improving. Yes, improving. No matter how powerful the needle technique, it couldn't instantly make a person better. This required a process of recovery. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's gaze fell on Chen Jianjia, their eyes filled with excitement. With the improvement in the patient's condition, it meant that her Xingu 13 needles were real. That was a needling technique from legends. It was something they had sought all their lives, and being able to witness it was a dream come true. Soon, the judges were called in, looking bewildered. What the heck, we've just started, and you're telling me the patient is cured? According to the rules, they took the patient out for further examination. In the hall, Lin Hao was at a loss. The facts were right in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. Su Chen not only surpassed his second master in strength but also exceeded his master in medical skills. From the 3-day teaching of the senior sister Xingu 13 needles, it is known that his medical skills have reached a new level. The more he compares with Su Chen, the more he feels like a waste. Ding! Lin Hao's mentality is unstable. The villain value plus 888. Su Chen put down his phone and looked at Lin Hao. Just now, he was reading about Mubai's news, working hard to develop new battery technology, believing that success would come soon. Seeing his hard work, Su Chen felt gratified. Su Chen is not easy either. In order to let him focus on research and development wholeheartedly, he even designed several plots. First, he played the villain to snatch his goddess, arousing his hatred, as hatred is a driving force. Then he bankrupted his family, so that he wouldn't be distracted. Mubai, damn it, I'm really pissed off. Sensing Su Chen's gaze, Lin Hao tensed up, ready to escape at any moment. However, Chen seemed to pay no attention to his thoughts, just glanced at him and ignored him. This made him feel relieved but also resentful. Does he not even have the qualification to be valued by Chen? Not long after, the judges finished their checks and came back, holding 2 sets of comparison results in their hands, looking skeptical about life. Before the treatment of both parties, they had done more than one check, and the conditions of the 2 patients were similar. After another check, they found that this patient's condition had improved significantly and was rapidly getting better. Hesitating for a while, they decided to release the examination data. At this moment in the live broadcast room, everyone was waiting for the results. Ha ha! Laughable, just a few needles and it's all good? Going for a checkup, what a joke. The person above doesn't understand, don't talk nonsense. How do you know it won't work? Do you understand the profoundness of traditional Chinese medicine? Are you kidding me? That's late-stage lung cancer. If the condition improves even a little, I'll eat shit on the spot. Everyone, stop arguing, look, the results are out. The live broadcast room was noisy until a barrage of comments slowly quieted down. When everyone saw the examination results released by the judges, they were all stunned. Even though many people didn't understand medicine, they could tell from the data that the patient's condition had improved. Just a few needles did the trick? Before they could come to their senses, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The old woman trembled as she slowly got up from the bed, then slowly got off the bed and stood up. This couldn't be called a miracle anymore. It was simply beyond belief, unbelievably unbelievable. What the hell? Isn't it late-stage cancer? Wasn't she paralyzed and unable to move? Can someone tell me what's going on? What's so surprising? Isn't this basic operation in traditional Chinese medicine? I just want to ask, is the person who said he would eat shit still here? Asking the same question. Asking the same question plus 1. Asking the same question plus 10,086. The live broadcast room suddenly exploded, with comments flying everywhere. The judges arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine emergency room. The traditional Chinese doctors received the news, and there was not much change in their expressions. They were still confident in their diagnosis. However, when they saw the old woman slowly getting up from the bed and finally standing up, they were still quite shocked. But thinking about it, that legendary Xingu 13 needles. A bit exaggerated, but also reasonable, right? The judges were so shocked that they couldn't speak, and hurriedly sent the person back for another check. Meanwhile, in the Western medicine emergency room, after the doctors in white coats completed a full-body examination of the patient, 2 professors had already determined the treatment plan. When they were about to treat the patient, someone barged in. After hearing the information reported by the newcomer, all the doctors were dumbfounded. What? That's impossible. This was their only reaction at the moment. We had just finished examining the patient, determined the treatment plan, and the traditional Chinese medicine side had already cured the person? Everyone felt like it was a fantasy. But when they left the emergency room and saw the patient sitting up from the bed, and compared the examination reports before and after, they fell silent. Perhaps the previous examinations were wrong, and the person was not actually in the late stage of lung cancer. This is unfair. Someone kept questioning in various ways. Hearing this, the group of old Chinese medicine practitioners were furious. Others were also unhappy. You chose the venue, you picked the patient, and now you're not taking responsibility? Under the pressure of public opinion, the Western doctors took a step back. They could admit it, unless Chen Jianjia cured another patient. The patient they personally examined was indeed in the late stage of lung cancer. Chen Jianjia, living up to everyone's expectations, stood up. An hour passed. When she cured another patient, the whole room fell silent. Even though the Western doctors found it hard to believe, they had to face the facts. The judging panel finally announced the result. Traditional Chinese medicine excelled and won. This exchange between Chinese and Western medicine had come to an end here. The Western doctors felt bewildered and extremely frustrated. They had organized this exchange to restore the image of Western medicine and suppress traditional Chinese medicine. But the result was the opposite. 2 old professors could not accept this fact. What they had spent their whole lives trying to overcome was easily solved by someone else, and they suffered a sudden heart attack and had to be rescued. What do you mean excelled? Clearly, it was a complete victory, right? Even before it started, the female divine doctor had already cured the patient. Saving 1 patient could be a coincidence, but what about 2 now? Xiao Haizi, continue to call for me. Oh my! Traditional Chinese medicine can even cure cancer. Traditional Chinese medicine is amazing. The female divine doctor is awesome. Ha, today they witnessed the mysterious power from the East. Look at those Western doctors being dumbfounded. The live broadcast room was completely stirred up. Before long, news articles were edited and posted online, dominating most of the hot searches. Chinese and Western medicine exchange. Traditional Chinese medicine triumphs over Western medicine. Cancers that cannot be conquered worldwide are no match for traditional Chinese medicine. Curing 2 late-stage lung cancers in one morning, the most beautiful divine doctor of the era. Bai Keitang became famous, and Chen Jianjia became even more popular. Clap, clap, clap. When Chen Jianjia came out of the emergency room, the lobby erupted in applause. Whether high-ranking officials or wealthy individuals, they all cast kind looks towards her. Being able to cure cancer, she was truly a divine doctor in the world, and must be flattered. Not paying attention to the adulation, Chen Jianjia quickly looked in one direction. Sure enough, she saw Su Chen smiling at her. She smiled back. Her smile was beautiful, like the warmth of spring, with all flowers blooming. This scene was captured by a photographer, made it to the cover of the Era, securing her title as the most beautiful divine doctor. Seeing Su Chen getting up to leave, Chen Jianzhou wanted to catch up with him. She was too excited. Traditional Chinese medicine was now renowned worldwide, her lifelong dream had come true, and she couldn't wait to share it with someone. Su Chen was the only choice. Suddenly, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw a message from Su Chen. "You handle things first, let's celebrate tonight." Chen Jianjia paused. Indeed, the exchange meeting was over, but there was still much for her to do. In theory, Lin Hao should be happy looking at the senior sister with unlimited scenery on the high platform. But he couldn't be happy no matter what. Thinking of the ambiguous relationship between the senior sister and Su Chen, he felt a pang of heartache. Ding! Lin Hao has developed a hatred towards you, villain value plus 777. In the afternoon, Chen Jianjia was busy accepting various interviews, so busy that her feet were hitting the back of her head. She didn't know that with her fame, someone had already set their sights on her. Being able to treat cancer is simply a walking treasure. Countless ambitious people have taken action. Especially abroad, many unknown people have entered the country, either to kill her or to capture her. But once these people arrived near Chen Jianjia, they would inexplicably disappear. Of course, this was Su Chen's doing. He had anticipated this and arranged for people to protect Chen Jianjia around her. As for where the disappeared people went, Su Chen didn't kill them, but sent them to a place of slaughter and destruction. No one would believe the young master of the Su family who controls everything. He still appeared gentle and polite on the surface, treating people with courtesy and amiability. In the evening, Chen Jianjia declined all invitations and drove out of the Bai Chao Tang alone. When she arrived at the restaurant, Su Chen had arrived first, and a table with a candlelit dinner was already prepared. Lin Hao, who had followed secretly, saw this scene and was itching with anger. The senior sister had indeed come to find Su Chen. He wanted to go out and stop them, but after hesitating for a while, he gave up. He felt extremely aggrieved. In the afternoon, he also noticed someone targeting the senior sister. Before he could make a move, they had already been taken care of. They didn't even give him a chance to play the hero and save the beauty. Without guessing, he knew it was definitely Su Chen's doing. What shocked him was that among these people, there were even experts in the art of transformation. It was only then that he realized his mistake. He was the young master of the Su family, and the people protecting him were not just a bunch of small fries. The reason he didn't have them by his side usually was simply unnecessary, because his strength was greater than those people. Being a master of transformation himself, he didn't know how many other masters he had under him, or if there were even stronger experts. How could he still play like this? Lin Hao became even more wary of Su Chen. At this moment, in his line of sight, Su Chen and Chen Jianjia were sitting face to face. "Congratulations, your long-cherished wish has come true." Su Chen raised a glass of red wine with a smile. Chen Jianjia quickly picked up her glass, her face also full of smiles. "You have to thank you. If it weren't for you, Bai Chao Tang would have been suppressed by Peace Hospital. If you hadn't taught me medical skills, it wouldn't have been possible for Chinese medicine to become famous worldwide." At this point, she couldn't help but think of the 3 days of hands-on teaching, which was both warm and shy. It was truly her dream come true with her own hands. "There's no need to say thank you, you know." Su Chen winked at her. Seeing this, Chen Jianzhou's face turned even redder, remembering Su Chen's previous words of offering himself. Without refusal, her visit today already represented her intentions. "There's a new movie out, it's not bad, shall we go watch it?" After finishing the candlelit dinner together, Chen Jianjia gathered her courage and suggested going to the movies. Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded with a smile. After leaving the restaurant, they walked on the street for a while and stopped in front of a movie theater. Chen Jianjia came back after buying the tickets, and Su Chen held her hand as they walked in. The movie was about love. The female lead was a strong woman who was solely focused on developing her career. The male lead was a wealthy young man who was willing to give up everything for her, and most of the female lead's company's cooperative projects were secretly helped by the male lead. Chen Jianjia was deeply engrossed in watching. Feeling like the female lead in a movie, she is wholeheartedly dedicated to reviving traditional Chinese medicine. Su Chen is the male lead, appearing suddenly when she faces a crisis, and helping her achieve her dreams with his own hands. It does seem somewhat similar. If reality wasn't premeditated. Su Chen is indifferent to movies, but he won't miss this opportunity, pulling her into his arms. The time is 10 o'clock at night. The number of people on the street has decreased significantly. But for some, the nightlife is just beginning. Lin Hao, who has been squatting outside for 2 hours, is extremely anxious. Finally, he sees the two of them coming out. When he sees Chen Jianjia holding Su Chen's hand in an intimate manner, his brain crashes. Yes, after watching a movie together, their relationship has become even closer. They are almost like a couple, just one step away from breaking through the last barrier. Su Chen won't break this barrier. When the time comes for Chen Jianjia to discover he has other women, she won't have any reason to question him. Deceiving feelings? Is there such a thing? Oh, I have other women, but you never ask me. Some might say he's scum. Su Chen would tell that person he's not scum, he just wants to give each female lead a home. It's getting late, let me take you home. Chen Jianjia is stunned. She thought Su Chen would take her to a hotel or back to his place. She never expected him to offer to take her home. She, who was already prepared to give herself to him, suddenly hesitated. How could she know that Su Chen had already checked that there was no one at her home? What's better than a female lead's own home than a hotel? Chen Jianjia gets into the car inexplicably, and before Su Chen gets in, he signals to a figure in the dark. Seeing the Rolls-Royce disappearing into the distance, Lin Hao snaps back to reality and immediately wants to chase after them. Seeing the two of them, the senior sister has already fallen. Now taken away by Su Chen, who knows what position she'll be in tonight. He must catch up and stop this. He can't just stand by and watch the senior sister being bullied by Su Chen. However, just as he's about to stop the car, an old woman emerges from the shadows. The aura emanating from her is that of a master of Huajin. She is the master of Huajin protecting Chen Jianjia. Lin Hao's face stiffens, his heart sinks, and he doesn't dare to act rashly. Ding! Lin Hao is feeling angry towards you, antagonist value plus 888. On the other side, Su Chen drops Chen Jianjia off at her home. Getting out of the car, Chen Jianjia is still a bit dazed. Things are not quite as she imagined. Having dinner by candlelight, watching a movie together, she experiences a feeling of love she has never felt before. With her wish fulfilled today, she is ready to give herself to Su Chen. If he asks, she will agree. But he doesn't. Did she misunderstand something? Did Su Chen's invitation tonight not mean what she thought? Suddenly feeling a bit disappointed. Snapping out of her reverie, she looks at Su Chen and politely invites him, Master Su, would you like to come up? Sure, let's go up then. Led by Chen Jianjia, Su Chen arrives at her home. The whole house is decorated simply, with many medical books on the shelves and a faint scent of medicinal herbs in the air. After closing the door, Chen Jianjia suddenly realizes that she is alone at home. Now they are alone together. Her heart starts to race. Which room is yours? I'm a bit curious, show me around. Su Chen looks around and then at her, his tone somewhat inexplicable. Ha? Chen Jianjia is taken aback for a moment, then nervously says, sure, okay. She led the way in front, feeling her heart almost jumping out. Su Chen followed with interest. She had a good figure, twisting her waist, her back view charming. Ding! Should Chen Jianjia be brought into the family? Make her one of the family members? Su Chen also heard the long-lost prompt in his mind. Without hesitation, he made a choice. Ding! Congratulations, host, +1 family member, you have gained the skill Mind Control. Mind Control can influence the thoughts of people weaker in mental power than oneself, activate when the person's will is weakest, can control and enslave them. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, this reward is a bit fierce. Controlling and enslaving can be used to expand his influence. In half a year, he was fully prepared to deal with the protagonist. In addition to the power of the Su family, he also built a force, these people loyal only to him. Tianwang, integrating intelligence and assassination, weaving a network that covers the world. With heaven and earth profound yellow, universe primeval 8 departments, scattered around the world, performing different duties, among them, the heaven department is the strongest, with the highest potential. The Lord of Tianwang is the fervent belief of all in Tianwang. When Tianwang first appeared, it stirred up endless bloodshed in the dark world. Sacrificing a drug lord from one side, Tianwang launched its first battle. It is worth noting that this drug lord controlled a large army, as well as a series of lethal weapons such as rockets, submachine guns, and grenade launchers. However, after one night, the entire army perished, and the drug lord's head was hung on a high wall. In the second battle, a renowned mercenary organization was wiped out overnight. The most famous is the third battle, where a country in Asia was destroyed. This was just the beginning of Tianwan's appearance, causing a significant impact before it became widely known, with many unknown deeds behind the scenes. Thus, Tianwan's reputation was firmly established. It became the most mysterious, terrifying, and untouchable force in the dark world, without exception. Countless people turned pale at the mention of it, to the point of being terrified. Speaking of which, Tianwan's rapid development was also due to him obtaining the genetic potion formula from a female protagonist, different from the genetic potions in movies and novels that transform the body out of thin air. The potion from this formula continuously extracts human potential and causes certain damage to the foundation. For Su Chen, who has undergone marrow washing and vein cutting, and has had strength systematically instilled, this potion can be said to have no effect at all. But for others, it is a coveted panacea. His limit is determined by your potential. If your potential is that of a master of internal energy, the genetic potion will gradually develop, and the increase in strength will be very rapid. Therefore, he doesn't need experts, just loyalty. He just doesn't know how many people this mind control can enslave. Does it have any requirements for mental strength? As for the equal limitation, Su Chen didn't care at all. He can find as many people as he wants in the underground arena. Mind control, combined with hypnosis, should bring unexpected surprises. Su Chen fell into contemplation, but unfortunately, he has not yet obtained hypnosis. At this thought, he couldn't help but think of the lottery. It had been several days since the last lottery draw, and the villain value had accumulated to over 30,000. System, lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won the reward, small leather whip. A whip made of extremely tough leather that leaves no marks when struck on the body. What is this thing? Extremely tough leather? In the next moment, a small whip appeared in Su Chen's hand. He waved it, and the sound of the wind whistled. Not bad, it felt quite handy. With a thought, the small whip in his hand disappeared, being stored in his personal space. Continue. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a reward. A personal bodyguard position, requires host to subdue. The bodyguard will appear shortly, please prepare to subdue it. Friendly reminder, the method of appearance of the bodyguard is uncertain. Su Chen. Winning a bodyguard, but still having to subdue it yourself? Is there any difference from not winning, except that someone will come to you? He had a feeling from the beginning that this lottery function was a bit unreliable, and it turned out he was right. To truly get good system rewards, he would have to build his own family. With one more chance to draw, Su Chen hesitated no more and drew them all at once. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won a reward, a small realm upgrade in strength. Swish, a warm current flowed through his limbs, and a domineering aura flashed on him. He hadn't expected anything, but in the end, a surprise came. Late stage Hua Jin. Su Chen clenched his fist, familiarizing himself with the surging power. His strength was directly infused by the system, so there was no instability in his foundation. Despite only being in the late stage Hua Jin now, he was not afraid of the peak of Hua Jin. With a few divine level skills, he could easily achieve instant kills. Su Chen embraced the fragrant and soft beauty, glanced at the red plum before sleeping, and then looked out the window. The sky was hazy, almost dawn. If it weren't for Chen Jianjia's inability, everything would be fine. The sun shone on his butt, and Chen Jianjia slowly woke up. Feeling herself in a warm embrace, memories of last night flooded her mind. It was like opening the door to a new world. Ha! Frowning, she felt something on her nose and opened her eyes. Su Chen was playing with a strand of her hair. Meeting his playful gaze, she quickly closed her eyes again. Who would have thought the goddess in the eyes of many was in such a childish posture? It took a while for Chen Jianjia to recover from her daze. By Chao Hall, the sun was already high, and many people were waiting outside. They had come to see the goddess doctor. Among them was a rather disheveled figure. Lin Hao's hair was messy, his clothes were a bit tattered, and he had dark circles under his eyes. Last night, he had fought with the Hua Jin Grandmaster. Needless to say, he was defeated in a few moves. Fortunately, the Grandmaster didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards him, just stopped him for a while and then left. Lin Hao didn't think much about it. He wanted to find his senior sister in Su Chen. But in the vast night, where to find them? He didn't give up. He felt that Su Chen had taken his senior sister to a hotel. So he almost searched all the nearby hotels, but found nothing. Gradually, it was getting light. He also gave up. He only hoped that his senior sister would stick to her original intention and not let Su Chen succeed. TSK, at this moment, a low-key Audi stopped at the entrance of Baichao Hall. The goddess doctor is here. Someone recognized it as Chen Jianjia's car and exclaimed. Everyone followed his gaze. A middle-aged woman got out of the car, not Chen Jianjia. She came to the back seat and opened the car door. Chen Jianjia got out of the car, appearing in front of everyone, causing a sensation. It's really the goddess doctor. I've been squatting here for a few days, finally seeing the real person, and she didn't disappoint me. The goddess doctor looks even more beautiful today. I wonder what skincare product she's using. What a joke, she is originally a divine doctor. Why would she need to use those chemical products? Ah, the goddess doctor almost fell. What happened to her today? Seems like she was a bit careless. Chen Jianjia got off the car, frowned, took a step forward, suddenly felt weak in the legs. If it weren't for the female bodyguard beside her supporting her, she might have fallen to the ground. She couldn't help but blame Su Chen in her heart. But seeing the driver and bodyguard beside her, she felt a sense of happiness. After listening to Su Chen's explanation of her situation, she obediently accepted the bodyguard arranged by Su Chen. In the crowd, Lin Hao saw this scene, his pupils dilated. Chen Jianjia fell. Some might think it was an accident, but he didn't think so. Since ancient times, there is no distinction between medical and martial arts. Senior sister has also practiced martial arts and has the strength of Ming Jin. How could such a thing as falling happen? Combined with the charm of a young woman emanating from her. Lin Hao, where does he not know what happened last night? Smack, he gave himself a hard slap. He now deeply regrets why he didn't tell senior sister about Su Chen's two-timing. If he had told her earlier, maybe today wouldn't have happened. Ding! Lin Hao's mind is unstable, villain value plus 1000. After a pause, Chen Jianjia walked towards the Bai Chao Tang. At this moment, the crowd was restless, wanting to get her autograph. She is now extremely popular. Before the crowd could surround her, a group of female bodyguards appeared from nowhere and blocked them outside. Chen Jianjia smoothly entered the Bai Chao Tang. However, someone still broke through the blockade and came to her. Who else but Lin Hao? Senior sister. Looking at Chen Jianjia, Lin Hao's face was full of complexity and self-blame. It's all his fault for concealing the truth at that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been deceived by that scumbag Su Chen. Lin Hao, you came just in time. There's something I want to tell you. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Jianjia interrupted him. Leave Bai Chao Tang, Brother Liang said. He doesn't want to see other men around me. As she said this, there was a happy smile on her face. What does this mean? It means Su Chen cares a lot about her. Lin Hao. He looked at Chen Jianjia in disbelief. Ah, even Brother Liang was mentioned? Well, he is her junior brother, and she wants to kick him out for a scumbag? Seeing the determined expression on Chen Jianjia's face, his heart broke. Lin Hao silently left Bai Chao Tang, still not revealing the fact that Su Chen was two-timing, making his fiancée pregnant. Judging from Chen Jianjia's appearance, she has deep feelings for Su Chen. He's afraid she wouldn't believe it even if he told her. Unless he presents the evidence to her. Ding! Lin Hao's mentality explodes, villain value plus 1000. The Rolls-Royce drove on the street. After reading the news of Lin Hao being kicked out by Chen Jianjia, Su Chen put down his phone, a playful smile on his face. Kicked out of Bai Chao Tang, where will you go next? To find second senior sister Xia Qingqiu? Or to find third senior sister Dongfang Shenyan? Unfortunately, Dongfang Shenyan is not in the Magic City. She is only one step away from being pulled into the family as the female lead. It would be interesting for the protagonist to find her. But it should be soon. She will be back from her global tour in no time. Most likely, he will go to find Xia Qingqiu. This woman is a bit difficult to handle. He hopes she will be sensible and not force him to use extreme methods. The car slowly came to a stop. Su Chen snapped back to reality. Mubai is his target this time. He received a message from Ming that Mubai's new battery technology is about to be completed. The reason for arriving so quickly is to appear at the moment when the protagonist completes it. To cast him from heaven to hell. Compared to Lin Hao being driven out by the female lead, what is happening here will be even more exciting. This is the back mountain of Modu University, located in a remote area, with several laboratories set up. Mubai's research and development are carried out here. TSK. Has it been developed already? Just as he got off the car, a message came through. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Immediately, he led a few bodyguards into the laboratory. I did it! In the laboratory, with disheveled hair, dirty clothes, and not having bathed for days, Mubai looked ecstatic at the palm-sized iron box in his hand. Don't be fooled by the small size of this iron box. Its effect is 10 times that of those new energy batteries on the market. What does 10 times mean? If the cruising range of a new energy vehicle, excluding factors such as vehicle weight and air conditioning consumption, can reach 100 kilometers, then this iron box can extend its range to 1,000 kilometers, saving who knows how much fuel costs. Not only that, its smaller size means more space can be left in the car. Its market value can be imagined. Once it is launched, it will definitely cause turmoil in the new energy industry. You can easily earn hundreds of billions or even trillions with just a wave of your hand. For Mubai, this not only represents trillions of wealth but also gives him hope for revenge. He will never forget the pain Chen brought him, stealing his goddess, bankrupting his Mu family. Even after all this, they did not let go of him and his son, having to sleep in the park every day, fighting with stray dogs for food. Fortunately, he did not give up. After several days of non-stop research and development, he finally completed it. Ha ha ha. Mubai laughed wildly, venting the frustration of these days. Beside him, Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of pity and reluctance. He really wanted to tell his dead friend the truth. You have been targeted long ago, waiting in the dark. Everything you have done is just making a wedding dress for others. But he dared not say it. He dared not joke about the life and death of his family. For the sake of my family, by GE, I'm sorry. Just thinking of Chen's indifferent eyes filled him with fear. His gaze fell on a USB flash drive on the table next to Mubai, and he slowly moved towards it step by step. Inside it was the complete new battery technology. Suddenly, Mubai's laughter stopped, and words full of hatred rang out. Chen, you wait for me, I will repay the pain you brought me 1,000 times over. Is that so? The abrupt voice made Mubai's words come to a sudden halt. He would never forget this voice even if he died. Turning his head abruptly, he saw Chen walking in with a few people. How could it be? How could Chen be here? And when he was researching, the door was locked. How did he come in without making a sound? Seeing Chen, Mubai no longer cared to think about these things, and his suppressed anger erupted completely. What are you doing here? Chen, is it you who bankrupted my Mu family? Why, even after all this, you still won't let me go? 3 consecutive questions revealed the sorrow and indignation in his heart. He was really puzzled. Clearly, it was Chen who took away the goddess he had pursued for 7 years. But it seemed as if he had offended Chen, and he wouldn't stop until he was dead. Ding! Mubai harbors resentment towards you, the villain value plus 888. You have quite a lot of questions. Chen stroked his chin, then I will answer them one by one. He could see the dwindling luck above Mubai's head. Today, everything must be harvested. Let's just chat for a while and make things clear. When he realizes that he is just a pawn, his expression will surely be wonderful. After all, to kill someone, you must strike at their heart. The so-called villains die from talking too much, referring to those insignificant villains. They don't exist here. He has absolute power. No matter what tricks the protagonist pulls, he can handle it. I came here, of course, because I am interested in what you have in your hands. Chen smiled faintly. What? Mubai was surprised, thinking that Chen came here to find him. Unexpectedly, it was for the new battery technology he developed. While he was still shocked, a bodyguard had already come to him and reached out towards the iron box in his hand. Mubai quickly retracted his hand to protect it. However, the hand was faster than he had imagined, grabbing his wrist and giving it a gentle squeeze. An indescribable pain struck him. He involuntarily let go of his hand, and the iron box fell into the bodyguard's hand. The next moment, the bodyguard returned to Chen's side, presenting the box respectfully. Chen picked up the iron box and played with it with interest. It had a silver appearance, a metallic texture, and was full of a technological vibe. Not bad. This can be handed over to the Galaxy Group for research and production. The Galaxy Group was a company he secretly established. In less than half a year, it had rapidly entered the top 500 companies in the world. It didn't have many products, only focusing on beauty care, health products, and some medicines for the human body. The effects of the medicines were astonishing, far surpassing the skincare products and health supplements on the market. To be able to enter the top 500 companies in the world in such a short time, of course, couldn't be achieved by just these medicines. Only a small number of people knew that the Galaxy Group also produced a genetic medicine that could improve health and cure diseases. The attraction of this to those at the top of the world was unparalleled. They were willing to pay billions, even trillions, for it. In fact, those medicines were just some byproducts extracted from the genetic medicine, but they were already leading products in the world. The so-called genetic medicine was just the diluted effect of the genetic medicine. In his plan, the Galaxy Group aimed to lead the world with its products. Originally, he thought that only the genetic medicine was a bit monotonous, but this new battery technology could also be reluctantly included. Mubai held his injured wrist, looking at Chen with shock and anger. Causing my family to go bankrupt, was it really for my own good? Otherwise, this thing wouldn't have been researched by you so quickly. Chen withdrew his gaze, his tone somewhat playful. What? Mubai was completely dumbfounded. You made my family go bankrupt, and it was for my own good? Wait a minute. He found a clue in these words. Making the Mu family go bankrupt was to make him develop the new battery technology sooner. Does that mean he had already set his sights on what he was researching? No wonder he and his father were at their wits' end, targeted wherever they went. Yet the research lab remained unscathed. This was to make him develop it, then he would make a move to seize it, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Everything became clear to him. Mubai's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, consumed by hatred and rage. He had already succeeded, just waiting to produce the new battery and catching up with the Shu family was not a problem. But at this moment, Chen suddenly appeared and told him that everything was arranged, and he was just a tool. Let him feel like falling from heaven to hell. What a ruthless heart. In order to make him focus on his research, he directly made his family go bankrupt. While angry, he also felt extremely cold. This is completely based on Chen's preferences. He simply doesn't care about the law or morality. Ding! Mubai is filled with hatred and anger. Villain value plus 999. Ding! Mubai is filled with fear. Villain value plus 888. As for why I won't let you go? Of course, because you are the protagonist. After a pause, Chen's tone changed. If you don't die, I won't be at ease. His smile was still as gentle as ever. But at this moment, whether it was Ming or Mubai, they both felt a chill running from their spine to their brain. Although they couldn't understand what Chen meant by the protagonist, Mubai was truly scared when he heard the word die. Are you going to kill me? Faced with death, no one can remain calm. However, gradually, his heart calmed down. Death is indeed frightening, but what's even more terrifying than death is a life worse than death. Thinking about the days he had lived recently, it was worse than living like a dog. If he didn't have hope of developing a new battery, he would have given up long ago. Now, suddenly, the enemy came to tell him, all your experiences were arranged by me, and the things you researched were all for me. He couldn't accept it at all. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in Mubai's eyes. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. You won't get my research results. After saying that, he made up his mind and reached for the USB drive. He wanted to destroy the technical data inside. He wouldn't let Chen succeed even in death. But someone was faster than him. It was Ming. He took the USB drive first. Then, in Mubai's bewildered eyes, he brought the USB drive to Chen, trembling. Ming, you betrayed me. After a while, Mubai came back to his senses, looking at Ming with an incredulous expression. He finally understood why Chen appeared so coincidentally when he succeeded in his research. It turned out there was a traitor among them. Chen came in without making a sound. He probably didn't lock the door. Damn it! They were brothers. They had been best friends for 7 years. Mubai looked confused, with a desolate face, lost and disoriented. Even though he knew that everything was calculated by Chen behind the scenes, he wasn't as heartbroken and angry. Ding! Mubai's mentality exploded. Villain value plus 1000. Chen handed over the new battery and the USB drive to his subordinates, watching this exciting scene with interest. Why? Faced with Mubai's hysterical questioning, Ming felt ashamed. But following Chen's instructions, he had to speak up. There's no reason, Master Su gave me 100,000. Mubai spat blood. You were bought off for 100,000? Our 7 years of friendship, isn't it worth more than 100,000? Ding! Mubai's mentality shattered. Villain value plus 1000. Of course not. Even if it was 100,000, or 1,000,000, or 10 million, Ming would never betray him. However, Chen used his family as a threat. And Chen didn't even give him 100,000. Those were just words he was told to say. You're a damn ingrate. Have you forgotten when you were falsely accused of touching a girl's butt, and when you were ostracized, I helped you clear your name? In our sophomore year, when your family had problems, it was me who loaned you money to get through the difficult times. Junior year. Mubai looked as if he had gone mad, deeply hurt by the betrayal of his close friend. Every word he spoke made Ming's heart tremble. At this moment, he really wanted to speak the truth. But he dared not think about it. He could only hold back his tears and tremblingly say those heartless words. Of course, I haven't forgotten. In my heart, you are just a fool. Anyway, whenever there's trouble, I can find you. When I need you, I'll find you, and when you're no longer useful, I'll kick you out. Betraying you can even earn me money. Why wouldn't I do it? Mubai was stunned. It turned out that in his brother's heart, he was actually a fool, a clown. He helped his classmates, did good deeds with passion, only to receive such an evaluation. This made him feel like his faith was collapsing. For a moment, it felt as if his spirit had been drained. Mubai collapsed to the ground, his heart as lifeless as ashes. Ding! Mubai's mind collapsed. Villain value plus 1000. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, applause rang out. Chen clapped his hands, a playful smile on his face. Wonderful, it's rare for me to see such a good show. I won't kill you today. Seeing that he couldn't gain any more villain value from Mubai, he was also ready to leave. Ming followed behind, exiting the study room, his face full of excitement as he asked, Master Su, are you really letting Mubai go? Of course. Chen chuckled, impossible. Just as he said. He was the protagonist, who knows when he might turn the tables. It's better to be safe than sorry. The reason he hadn't made a move yet was because there was still a bit of luck on his side. Chen had already figured out how to deliver a heavy blow to him. Hearing this, Ming's face stiffened, frozen on the spot. It was at this moment that Chen activated his mind control skill. Swish, Ming's body trembled. After a moment, he returned to normal, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. He had forgotten what had just happened in the study room. Although even if Ming had spoken out about what happened just now, it wouldn't have any impact. But just to be safe, Chen made him forget. On one hand, it was also to test the ability of mind control. It seemed to work quite well. Ming's mental strength was much weaker than his. Coupled with his current mental breakdown, he was easily controlled. He didn't use the enslavement function. The reason was simple, Ming didn't deserve it. In the study room only Mubai was staring blankly at the ceiling. Today's blow to him was too much to bear. Knowing that he was just a pawn, the research results were taken away, and the last hope of the Mu family's rise was shattered. The betrayal of his 7-year close friend, the words spoken, had completely broken his heart. At night Mubai walked on the street with a weary body. His eyes were lifeless, feeling that the road ahead was bleak, not knowing what to do next. Laughter could be heard from time to time around him. The joys and sorrows of humans are not the same. Mubai only felt that they were noisy. His heart was already dead, but he couldn't die yet. His father was still waiting for him. Just as he returned to the park, a figure with disheveled hair, looking no different from a beggar, rushed towards him. Mubai was startled, snapping out of his daze. Dad! Mufeng seemed a bit crazy, his eyes seemed to want to kill, fiercely grabbing his collar. Did you offend the young master of the Su family? Is it because of you that the Mu family is ruined? Mubai dared not look into his father's eyes, keeping his head down and remaining silent. Speak up! Mufeng roared in anger. In the end, Mubai nodded. Mufeng spat out a mouthful of blood. Unfilial son. Unfilial son. After speaking, he became so angry that he fell backward. Mubai was shocked and hurried to support him, only to find that his father had stopped breathing. He was dumbfounded. Did his father die from anger? Help! Murder! At this moment, two people passed by outside the park and happened to see a person spitting blood and falling to the ground, thinking that a murder had occurred and were quite frightened. What the heck? What the heck? Hurry, call for help, quickly call the police. Ah, should I call the police first, or call for an ambulance first? You're making me confused. Not long after, both the ambulance and police cars arrived. Several doctors got out of the car, shook their heads after a preliminary examination. Mubai's last glimmer of hope shattered. How could this happen? He felt immense self-blame and regret. If he hadn't gone to find Li Wanjun in the first place, hadn't met Chen as a result, would none of this have happened? Little did he know, his thoughts were too naive. Chen's plan far exceeded his imagination. When he found out he was the protagonist, his fate had already been arranged. Seeing his father being taken into the ambulance, Mubai also wanted to follow, but was stopped by a police officer. Someone reported that you committed murder, come with us for now. He was dumbfounded. He doubted if he was deaf and heard wrong. He's my dad, would I kill him? Until suspicion is cleared, come with me. Without a chance to explain, several people rushed at him. Mubai struggled, then suddenly spat out blood, and his whole spirit wilted. Ding! Mubai's mentality collapsed, antagonist value plus 1000. Not far from here a Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road. Inside the car, Chen watched as Mubai was taken away. With the sound of a prompt in his mind, he clearly saw that the aura above Mubai's head had completely disappeared. In other words, from now on, Mubai was no longer the protagonist. Passing on the reason for the Mu family's bankruptcy to Mufeng was just a casual thought of Chen. He originally thought he had to kill the protagonist to extract the last bit of aura, but it turned out to be unnecessary. Chen fell into contemplation. Should he still kill the protagonist, Mubai? Without much thought, he made a decision. Kill. Not only did he know about the new battery technology, but also the irreconcilable hatred between them. He must die. To eradicate the roots when cutting the grass. Although Mubai had lost the ability to turn the tables, what if by any chance Chen wouldn't allow any accidents to happen? He immediately began to make arrangements. With his power, making a person disappear without a trace was too easy. On the other side, Starry Night Bar. Even in the entire Magic City, this bar was very famous. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, not yet the time for nightlife to begin, but many young people had already gathered here. They were either looking for excitement or having fun, all in high spirits. But there was one person who stood out. He had been drinking all along, chugging bottle after bottle, attracting attention. What the heck? This guy has been drinking for 2 hours straight. Isn't he afraid of sudden death? So awesome? Damn, bro. He's not even drunk at all? Damn, is this a fake bar? Ha! I advise you to speak softly. Dare to say this is a fake bar here. You're asking for trouble. The crowd whispered, some admiring, some disdainful. Bring me another round. After 2 hours of drinking, Lin Hao was already feeling tipsy. After being kicked out by Chen Jianjia, he aimlessly walked the streets and unknowingly passed by this bar. Coincidentally, he also wanted to get drunk. That's how the scene just now happened. Handsome guy, it's boring to drink alone. Do you want someone to accompany you? A heavily made up and seductively dressed woman sat down next to Lin Hao. She picked up a glass and poured herself a drink without paying attention to him. Get lost. Lin Hao just glanced at her and said mercilessly. Having seen peerless beauties like Lu Ruland and Chen Jianjia, he had no interest in these overly made-up women. Hey handsome, don't be so angry, I can help you cool down. I said. Get lost, don't you understand human language? Before the seductive woman could finish speaking, Lin Hao interrupted her. You. Just wait for me. She looked extremely ugly, stomped her foot, and glared at him fiercely. When had the most famous socialite ever suffered such humiliation? Not long after, the socialite returned with a group of men, pointing at Lin Hao. He's the one bullying me. The leader of the men had a fierce look in his eyes as he approached Lin Hao with an unfriendly tone. Are you the one bullying my woman? Lin Hao continued to drink, completely ignoring him. You can't hear me talking to you, huh? The man slapped him on the back of his head. Lin Hao was a bit stunned, but when the man tried to hit him again, he got angry. He kicked the man several meters away. Damn, kicking someone so far, is he still human? Awesome, didn't expect this big brother not only drinks heavily but also fights so well. Could he be the legendary martial arts master? I want to be his disciple. Hearing the discussions around him, the man was embarrassed and angry, forgetting that this was not the place for him to act recklessly. Kill him. The group of men rushed forward. However, as fast as they came, they were sent flying just as far. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, Lin Hao dealt with the group of men and continued to drink to get drunk. Just you wait. Seeing his fierceness, the man's heart turned cold, and he left with a harsh word, taking his men with him. The onlookers were shocked by Lin Hao's strength, and praises could be heard all around. Just as Lin Hao was enjoying himself, another middle-aged man approached him. Sir, I'm the manager of the bar, our boss wants to see you. See me? If he wants to see me, he can come find me himself. Lin Hao seemed to remember something, his tone filled with resentment. Well, the middle-aged manager was hesitant, about to say something when a voice interrupted. You can go back. The voice was cold, with a hint of seduction. Just from the voice, one couldn't help but think of a stunning beauty. Indeed, as everyone looked towards the voice, a captivating woman walked over. Her face was cold, as if she were at the peak, a queen looking down on all living beings. Yet her eyes were full of seduction, captivating and enchanting, making her face appear both cold and seductive. These two conflicting qualities in her did not seem out of place at all, giving off a strong sense of conquest. She walked lightly, every move exuding charm, making people unable to resist the attraction. Xiao Qingxiu, the owner of the Star and Moon Bar, founder of the Star and Moon Club. 3 years ago, she arrived in the city. Starting from scratch, she built the second largest power in the city, the Star and Moon Club. She also became a generation of heroes, the queen of the underworld, her name echoing in the underground world of the city. My god, what did I just see? Xiao Qingxiu actually appeared here. Whoa whoa. I didn't come here in vain every day, just to catch a glimpse of Queen Xiao's style, and finally my wish has come true. She is really beautiful. Xiao Qingxiu's temperament and style are not inferior to the goddess of medicine. She is a born queen. The crowd was excited to see Xiao Qingxiu appear, dancing with joy. Many of them come here every day just to see Xiao Qingxiu's unparalleled beauty. Lin Hao unconsciously put down the wine bottle. He was also amazed by Xiao Qingxiu. Her appearance is not inferior to the senior sister, and her temperament is even more attractive. From the discussions of the people around him, he learned the identity of the newcomer and couldn't help but be stunned. Xia Qingqiu? Isn't she his second senior sister? Second senior sister. Immediately, Lin Hao called out. Xia Qingqiu frowned. She didn't know the identity of this person. She just happened to see Lin Hao in action on the monitor and noticed his extraordinary skills, sparking some interest. Despite being the second largest power on the Magic City Road, the current situation of the Star Moon Society is not very good. Especially recently, they have been at odds with the Wolf League. For nearly 10 years, the Wolf League has been the #1 power on the Magic City Road, and no one has been able to shake its position, until the rise of the Star Moon Society. Despite being founded only 3 years ago, the Star Moon Society's strength is not weak at all. Especially the president, Xia Qingqiu. She is young, but her strength has reached the level of Dark Force, on par with the leader of the Wolf League. The strength of the high-level members is almost equal, but the lower-level members are no match, leading to a stalemate between the two sides. Now, the appearance of any master could change the situation. Therefore, when she saw such a master appear in her bar, she came down to take a look. She didn't expect this guy to call her second senior sister. Wait! She remembered that her master had sent her a letter some time ago, asking her to take care of her junior martial brother. But at that time, she was busy dealing with the Wolf League and didn't pay much attention. It seems that this is the junior martial brother. A strange look flashed in Xia Qingqiu's eyes. Follow me upstairs. Lin Hao followed Xia Qingqiu, under the shocked gaze of the crowd, all the way to the second floor. What did I just hear? That big brother actually called Queen Xia his second senior sister. No wonder he's so powerful. I envy him. I also want such a senior sister. Second floor, reception room. Xia Qingqiu took the tea handed to her by her subordinate, took a sip, and then looked at Lin Hao. You are Lin Hao? My junior martial brother? She frowned slightly. Lin Hao's current image is not very good. His hair is like a chicken coop, he is dressed sloppily, looks listless, and is full of alcohol, similar to a vagrant outside. To be honest, if he wasn't a master, and didn't call her second senior sister, Xia Qingqiu would have kicked him out long ago. Yes, second senior sister. Lin Hao felt that the way his second senior sister looked at him was somewhat familiar. Just like the way Chen Jianjia looked at him when she went to pick him up before. How did you end up like this? Xia Qingqiu was somewhat disappointed. She was happy for a moment, thinking that this junior martial brother was a master and there was hope in dealing with the Wolf League. How could a master look so sloppy? This time, Lin Hao didn't dare to hide similar questions. He didn't want to be deceived by Su Chen again, so he told the whole story as it was. From when he came down from the mountain to the Magic City, until he was driven out by senior sister Chen Jianjia to get drunk. As he spoke, this big man actually choked up a bit. It was really tough. Being jilted, his fiancée pregnant, slapped and sent flying, electrocuted in a dark room, watching senior sister become someone else's shape step by step. If it weren't for his 6 years of training on the mountain, forging a will as strong as steel, he would have collapsed long ago. Su Chen? Xia Qingqiu's expression turned serious. When she heard that her senior sister Chen Jianjia had been deceived, she was angrily preparing to seek revenge. The three of them had studied together on the mountain, like sisters, and even after coming down from the mountain, they stayed in touch regularly. But when she found out that the person was Su Chen, she fell silent. She should protect herself first. She naturally knew Su Chen, not only knew him but was also very familiar with him. He had come looking for her more than once, openly and secretly trying to make her his woman. Indeed, Su Chen not only came from a prominent family but was also extremely outstanding. Not to mention his appearance, even the national husband was modest, let alone the people's husband. He had a gentle temperament, was polite and easygoing, without a hint of the arrogance that came from being raised in a prominent family. Inheriting the Su Group at a young age, even though it was just a branch in the Magic City, he controlled billions of dollars in funds. Such a man was simply a perfect partner. However, Xia Qingqiu always felt that Su Chen was pretending. Without evidence, just based on a woman's intuition. He was too perfect, so perfect that it felt unreal. The facts proved her intuition was correct. In the previous encounters, he had always been polite and easygoing, but gradually, his true colors began to show. Little did she know, there were other women waiting for him to bring into the family. How could Su Chen tolerate her always being evasive? If it weren't for another female lead being in the final stages of conquest at the time, he would have used some extraordinary means on her long ago. Every time Su Chen came to find her before, Xia Qingqiu would always manage to deceive him with smooth tactics. The last time, she could feel that Su Chen's patience had run out. These days, Xia Qingqiu had been feeling uneasy. Did he really go to Xia Qingqiu's place? Su Chen raised his eyebrows, his eyes flashing, brewing some new plan. While contemplating, he stroked Li Wanjun's head with his hand, feeling her sharp and clever teeth. Not long ago, news of Mubai's death came. When he was temporarily locked up in the detention center, a mentally ill person suddenly attacked him and accidentally killed him. Of course, this was all the information presented on the surface. As for the truth, it would forever remain hidden in the shadows and gradually disappear with time. The protagonist had died, so Chen naturally had to come and comfort the female lead. He found Li Wanjun. In this world, there were many female leads, and there should be no shortage of protagonists, each waiting for him to deal with. Chen was truly busy. Good day, in fact, I am a reborn person who has also obtained a system. As long as you follow and support with likes and comments, you can activate it, and then I will give you the steel kidney that is ever renewing. Afternoon, under the shade of the trees in the community. Chen rubbed his chin, his gaze falling on the pond where a few fish were chasing and playing with each other. Standing beside him was a middle-aged man with a calm complexion, slightly bending his body, showing great respect in his eyes as he looked at Chen. I have given you the things, do you know what to do? Understood, I will do my best to produce and implement them, not to disappoint the young master, the middle-aged man hurriedly assured. If anyone who knew him saw this scene, they would be extremely shocked. The reason being, this was the CEO of the Galaxy Group, who had completed the miracle of making a group stand at the top of the world within a few months. Such a figure, yet he was trembling and nodding in front of a young man. This scene was simply surreal. It's just that the world didn't know that all of this was just what Chen had bestowed upon him. If someone is unhappy, a single sentence can send them from heaven to hell. Chen called him over. One was to give him the new battery technology, and the other was to listen to the group's work report. You can go. Yes. The middle-aged man respectfully took his leave. Not long after, sweat was already seeping from his forehead, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. The pressure was just too much. Despite Chen's gentle appearance, especially when he smiled, it made people feel as if they were in a spring breeze. But only those who truly understood him would know. Hidden beneath this smile, what kind of bloody storm was brewing? At least, there were no less than dozens of people who had died directly or indirectly because of him. An angelic appearance, a devil's heart. This was the best interpretation of Chen. Lianggu. Li Wanjun ran over panting. After finishing their meal, Chen suggested going for a walk, while she cleaned up the dishes. After finishing, she hurried out, afraid that Chen had been waiting for a long time. Today, Chen had promised to accompany her to the hospital to visit her mother. Chen shifted his gaze from the pond, his demeanor still gentle and refined. Let's go. A Rolls-Royce was parked in front of them. The female bodyguard opened the car door, and the two got in one after the other. The First People's Hospital of the Magic City, it was the largest hospital in the Magic City, with the best medical conditions and the most advanced medical equipment. During this period, traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine were at odds, causing some impact on it, but not significant. With so many people falling ill every day, Bai Chaotang was simply overwhelmed. The biggest impact was on those pure Western medicine hospitals. They united to suppress Bai Chaotang, and if the suppression succeeded, it was fine, but they ended up being stepped on and rising. Anyone worried about their family members getting cancer would prefer to stay far away from them. The only possibility awaiting them was closure. When Chen and the two arrived, someone was already waiting for them at the entrance. Chen Jianzhao was somewhat puzzled. In the morning, Chen had sent her a message, asking her to come here to treat a patient. Why didn't Chen do it himself? After all, his acupuncture techniques were all taught by him personally. It was a bit strange, but she still came. Seeing the familiar car approaching, a bright smile appeared on her face. In the honeymoon period, when everything was sweet and romantic, she also wanted to stay with Chen. However, when she saw a beautiful woman getting out of the car with Chen, her smile froze on her face. Didn't make you wait long, did I? Bringing Li Wanjun to Chen Jianjia, Chen smiled. Chen Jianjia shook her head, her face somewhat pale. She's the divine doctor. Li Wanjun exclaimed beside her. When they were in the car, Chen told her that he would help her cure her mother. At that time, she was a bit puzzled because her mother had cancer, and to treat it, they needed to find the divine doctor. Li Wanjun had also considered asking her for treatment, but now she was too famous, with countless people seeking her help, and appointments were scheduled years in advance. Out of unconditional trust in Chen, she did not question it. Now, seeing the divine Dr. Chen Jianjia, she was extremely excited. Then she looked at Chen, her eyes filled with deep affection. She never expected Chen to invite the divine doctor for her. This scene happened to be seen by Chen Jianjia. An indescribable feeling surged in her heart, bitter, painful, uncomfortable. A mix of emotions. But she could endure it. From childhood to adulthood, she had worked hard for the revival of traditional Chinese medicine, and her resilience was far beyond ordinary. Chen took everything in with a hint of a smile that seemed to be there and not there. Yes, he deliberately caused the current situation. Otherwise, with his medical skills, Li Wanjuan's mother's cancer, the real condition is still in the early stage, he could easily cure it. Calling Chen Jianjia over and letting her see this scene was just to prepare her in advance. He has other women, not someone she can keep. Anyway, she will know sooner or later, so why not face reality sooner? This is undoubtedly very cruel for Chen Jianjia, who just gave herself to him. Just yesterday, she entrusted you with the most important thing, and today you appear in front of me with another woman. Her current mood can be imagined. And when she found out that the person she was supposed to save was a woman's mother, her heart ached even more. I have something to do, I'll leave first. After curing the person, Chen Jianjia found an excuse and left without caring about Li Wanjuan's gratitude. Watching her leave, Li Wanjun seemed pensive. She was not a fool. She was just worried about her mother's condition earlier, so she didn't notice Chen Jianjia's change in expression. She felt this scene was somewhat familiar, just like when she found out that Su Chen had other women. However, under Su Chen's impact, she realized the reality. This man was too strong, she couldn't bear it alone. Liangu, go and accompany her, okay? Because she knew how she felt at that time, Li Wanjun looked at Su Chen and said, she will get used to it. Su Chen's face showed a confident control. Chen Jianjia was not a woman who would just submit like Li Wanjun, a few hours of resistance wouldn't make her yield. But it didn't faze him. Dealing with women of different personalities, he had different approaches. For women with strong personalities like Chen Jianjia, he had to cut to the chase. If he waited some time before revealing the truth, or if someone else told her first, it would be more difficult. This was the main reason for making her face reality early, to make the storm more intense. Begging for power, all kinds of begging, please. Night falls, the Wolf Nightclub, the largest midnight revelry venue in the Magic City. Few people know that this is also the headquarters of the Wolf Alliance. The Wolf Alliance, the largest underground organization in the Magic City, has remained unchallenged for nearly 20 years. Their motto is wolves travel 1,000 miles to eat meat, dogs travel 1,000 miles to eat shit. The first requirement to enter the Wolf Alliance is to be ruthless. It's best to be a bit more ruthless than a ruthless person. At this moment, a suppressed atmosphere enveloped the scene. The high-level members of the Wolf Alliance, including the leader of the Wolf Alliance, Zhang Xiaoye, stood solemnly at the door. It seemed like they were waiting for someone important. After waiting for who knows how long, a Rolls-Royce slowly approached and stopped at the entrance. When they saw the figure getting out of the car, the crowd went forward to greet him. Young Master Su. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Then, surrounded by everyone, he walked into the top floor of the nightclub. Arriving at the reception room, he unceremoniously took the main seat. I wonder why young Master Su is here. Zhang Xiaoye looked puzzled and asked. Oh, it's nothing. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. I just thought of an interesting game and planned to bring a dog to participate. I think the Wolf Alliance is quite suitable. As soon as he said this, the whole room was stunned. What? Let us, the Wolf Alliance, be dogs? How dare he? On what grounds? Just because he's the young master of the Su family? I disagree. I absolutely disagree, Master, please don't agree. After a moment of silence, the whole room erupted in uproar, with the high-level members full of anger. Making the Wolf Alliance be dogs, isn't that treating them like dogs? Everyone standing here is a werewolf, how could they bear this humiliation? Each of them blared angrily at Su Chen, their aura bursting, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. Among them, one person remained silent, observing coldly. Only when looking at Su Chen, the unrestrained fervor in his eyes was undisguised. The leader of the Wolf Alliance, Zhang Xiaoye, felt a sinking in his heart, his face extremely ugly. Over the years, he had been used to being the boss, with countless people flattering him wherever he went. When had someone dared to speak to him like this? Especially talking about treating him like a dog. It could be said, if not for considering Su Chen's identity, he would definitely have let someone take action and dismember them. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, his tone turned cold. Sorry, we of the Wolf Alliance are wolves, we cannot be dogs. He led a group of high-ranking members to welcome Su Chen, which was giving face to the Su family. He didn't expect Su Chen to be so ungrateful. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to be polite. If Su Chen wanted to make a move against him, the Wolf Alliance was not to be trifled with. Over the years, he had sacrificed a great deal of the Wolf Alliance's interests, secretly giving out countless benefits. When trouble arose, those people would not stand idly by. There was also one thing that made him unafraid of Su Chen. That was the fact that the Su family's focus had shifted to the imperial capital, leaving only Su Chen in the magic capital. As the saying goes, the heavens are high and the emperor is far away. The strong dragon does not oppress the local snake. I see, what a pity. Looking around at the magnificent buildings, Su Chen clicked his tongue. He didn't know if he was lamenting for not accepting the Wolf Alliance's offer to be a dog, or if he was lamenting that everything around him was about to disappear. Originally, he had envisioned a game targeting Xiaqingqiu, with the Wolf Alliance being a good chess piece. Since the Wolf Alliance did not agree, he could only give up. To dare to refuse him, it had to be said that the Wolf Alliance was very bold. He didn't know how long it had been since he had been rejected. Glancing at the two bodyguards beside him, both at the peak of Ming, he thought, maybe he should change a group of bodyguards. Previously, he was worried that too many changes in the plot after it started would be erased. Coupled with the fact that his own strength was enough to deal with everything, he had sent those experts out. Now that he no longer had that worry, he could call some of them back. The bodyguards around him were too weak, it felt embarrassing. To dare to refuse him, one must be prepared to bear the consequences. The Wolf Alliance was no longer necessary. Su Chen stood up and walked towards the door. He thought of the interesting game he had in mind. He couldn't give up halfway. Since the Wolf Alliance had passed, he would support a new force instead. This was also easy for him. It would just take a few more days. The high-ranking members watched Su Chen's departing figure, their eyes still filled with resentment, but no one made a move. "I'll go see off Master Su." Sneering at them, a glamorous woman stood up and chased after Su Chen. After leaving the nightclub, Su Chen was thinking about which force to support when a voice came from behind. "Master Su." Su Chen turned around and saw a glamorous woman hurrying towards him. "Master Su, my name is Ye Yuan, one of the 4 deputy leaders of the Wolf Alliance." She came forward and immediately introduced herself. In addition to the leader Zhang Xiaoye, the Wolf Alliance also had 4 deputy leaders, each with the strength of the peak of Mingjing. Su Chen remained silent, looking at her calmly, waiting for her to continue. "I think the leader and the others were wrong." Ye Yuan looked excited, her face full of fervor. "Oh?" Su Chen suddenly became interested. "A group of fools who don't know your greatness, they dare to be ungrateful and refuse you, they have already chosen the path of death." Pausing, Ye Yuan actually knelt down directly. "It would be their honor to serve as your dog. I am willing to be your loyal dog, to follow you." Her tone was sincere, without any pretense. Su Chen's gaze was calm. This woman had some looks, but unfortunately she was not the female lead, and her appearance did not reach the level of the female lead, so he was not interested. "There are many people who want to be my dog, but I am not interested in you." After saying that, Su Chen was ready to leave. Yi Yuan was suddenly anxious, and she suddenly remembered the game Su Chen had mentioned before, and quickly said, "Don't you have a game for the Wolf Alliance to participate in? I can lead the Wolf Alliance to be your dog." Su Chen paused, looking interested. He needed an obedient force, while other forces needed him to cultivate them. The Wolf Alliance was ready-made. If the Wolf Alliance was obedient, there was no need to destroy them. "Just you alone? There are 3 vice leaders like you, and there is also a leader above. Can you convince them?" Seeing the effect, Yi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "You don't need disobedient dogs, since those fools are not sensible, I will help you kill them." When she said this, her tone did not change at all. It was as if she was not talking about killing companions, killing brothers who lived and died together, but killing a chicken. Interesting. Su Chen felt more and more interested. This time he did not refuse, just to see how far this vice leader of the Wolf Alliance could go. "I look forward to your performance." Watching Su Chen's figure go away, Yi Yuan slowly got up, the fanaticism in her eyes undiminished. "I will not let you down." Why was she so fanatical about Su Chen? Let's go back a few months. Yi Yuan was in charge of the intelligence of the Wolf Alliance. At that time, she was responsible for investigating the underground training ground on the outskirts of the magic capital, where many mysterious people appeared. As the leader of the underground organizations in the magic capital, suddenly, such a place appeared. Of course it had to be investigated thoroughly. However, she sent waves of people over, but found no information. When she continued to let people investigate deeply, those people disappeared without a trace, most likely dead. From then on, she dared not investigate further, and could only start with individuals who were alone. But these people were well hidden, covered in black robes from head to toe, and no one knew who they were. In a chance encounter, she caught a glimpse of Su Chen. So, she had people investigate Su Chen, hoping to get clues. The result was undoubtedly nothing. But she did not give up, sending people to investigate deeply, only to lose track of them again. A flash of inspiration. Could there be a connection between the two? Could the underground training ground be established by Su Chen? Just at this time, the heavenly net emerged, and its power made the dark world fearful, shaking the whole world. Then the galaxy group appeared. The genetic potion it produced drove countless people crazy, and countless forces sent people to investigate. The Wolf Alliance was no exception, and she sent people. The result was that, surprisingly, just like the previous 2 times, those sent out died. Perhaps others did not think much of it. The young master of the Su family, the galaxy group, the heavenly net, the 3 of them had no connection at all. But she had a wild imagination. Could it be that Su Chen, or rather the Su family, developed the genetic potion, established the galaxy group, and secretly trained countless experts, establishing the heavenly net? When this idea came out, she breathed rapidly, her heart beating faster. A strong palpitation surged to her heart. A figure standing at the top of the world, using the heavens and the earth as a chessboard, and all living beings as chess pieces. The vague figure that controlled everything played out in her mind. Just a guess made her extremely crazy and obsessed, trembling all over. She felt her blood boiling, excited to the point of trembling all over, wishing to submit immediately at the feet of that person. Today, facing Su Chen up close, the transcendent aura made her blurry figure gradually clear in her heart. So there was the scene just now. She was willing to kill all her brothers and friends, just to follow by his side. Not to mention submitting to him, killing all the members of the Wolf Alliance for him, or even letting her die, she was willing. That person is truly too fascinating. On the other side, Su Chen sat in the car, flipping through the tablet, which contained all the information about Night Kite. From birth to now, what has happened, who she has been in contact with, and a specialized psychologist's analysis of her personality. After reading it, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Did you think of something? The information showed that Night Kite had investigated him, the underground beast fighting arena, and the galaxy group. At that time, he also received news that the Wolf Alliance was investigating, asking him how to handle it. But at that time, he was worried about affecting the plot, so he didn't take action. However, he never left any evidence in his actions, so there was no possibility of being traced back to him. It should just be Night Kite's association. Without any evidence, just based on a guess, she reached this point. This woman's mental illness is quite serious. Through Night Kite's information, a psychologist evaluated her personality, describing her as a woman who is very good at fantasizing and admires strength. This explains her behavior just now. How should I handle this? Su Chen pondered. Night Kite had no evidence to show that he was the mastermind, but she had made some connections. As cautious as he was, he naturally would not allow such an unstable factor to exist. This person is talented, it would be a pity to kill her. Let's try the effect of mind control. Starry Night Bar. It's only 8 o'clock in the evening, but many people have already crowded in. Just because Xia Qingqiu appeared at the bar last night, the news spread, and countless people flocked in. They all wanted to witness the charm of the queen of the underworld. Not only did ordinary people come to see the beauty, but also attracted a group of young gentlemen. Upstairs in a private room, a group of young people dressed in famous brands and with decent demeanor gathered together. Yes, they also came for Xia Qingqiu. This group of young gentlemen may not have much ability, but they are the number one in squandering money. But when it comes to beautiful women, each one is full of spirit. Look at Lu Xiao, he looks like he has kidney deficiency, and he has changed a few women recently, right? Ha ha. Zhuang Daxiao, I won't mention second brother, but I heard that you are supporting a pair of sisters, can you handle it? Ha, only knows about women all day long, always ending up dead in a woman's arms. Tan Xiao, you are aloof, you are amazing, then why are you here to see Queen Xia with us? It's my first time in the Magic City. I heard that this Queen Xia is no worse than that goddess doctor, is it true? That goddess is really. Zhang Han, you damn well wanna die, go to the side, don't drag us down, you dare to have designs on Liang Ji's woman, really don't know how to write the word death. Originally, there was laughter and harmony in the private room, but suddenly it became tense. Everyone involuntarily moved away from the young gentleman named Zhang Han, looking at him as if he were a dead man. Zhang Han, who am I? What did I do? What the hell did I say? Didn't I just say the goddess doctor is pretty? And I haven't even finished my sentence. Seeing that he didn't mean it, someone explained the reason. It turned out that a young gentleman had spoken ill of Su Chen's woman behind his back, and that night he was wiped out. That young gentleman is now begging in the slums. Upon hearing the explanation, Zhang Han was scared cold, with goosebumps all over, and was terrified afterwards. Just then, a young nobleman burst in. Stop boasting, Queen Xia has appeared. Swish, swish, swish. A group of young noblemen suddenly got up and rushed out. They were on the second floor now. From this angle, they could see the scene on the first floor clearly. At this moment, the originally noisy hall seemed very quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed, straight ahead at the entrance, full of anticipation. Before long, wearing a long dress, elegant and dignified, charming and enchanting, with a queen-like aura, Xia Qingqiu walked in slowly. Xia Qingqiu still looked radiant as ever. Beside her was a delicate-looking girl with ear-length short hair, wearing a shirt and tight pants, looking very capable. She seemed to be guarding Xia Qingqiu by her side like a bodyguard. Many people wanted to approach, but shrank back upon seeing her cold gaze. As for the guy next to her, Lin Hao, he was inadvertently ignored by them, quite unremarkable. Wow! It's really Queen Xia, finally seeing her in person, truly unparalleled beauty. No matter how many times you look, it never gets old. If you marry her, who would ever get out of bed? Oh my god? Who is that guy? Is he going to confess to Queen Xia? Suddenly, a figure broke into their view, and they all looked intently. He was wearing a suit, with a stylish hairstyle, dressed to impress, holding a bouquet of flowers as he walked towards Xia Qingqiu. Ji Buochang, from the Ji family, although not as powerful as the four major families, still had billions in assets. However, his identity was a bit awkward. He was the second son of the Ji family, with an elder brother, Ji Bachu, who was more capable than him. He almost had no chance of inheriting the family fortune, unless he found external support. But those with strength and cooperation intentions would seek his elder brother, while he was splendidly ignored. When he heard about Xia Qingqiu, not only was she beautiful, but also very capable. If he could win her over, not only would he get a stunning beauty, but also the support of the second largest power on the Magic City Road, the Star Moon Society. So he embarked on a pursuit in a flattery mode. He had failed several times before, but this time he came prepared. When he approached Xia Qingqiu, a few of his lackeys appeared in advance. A heart-shaped arrangement of 999 roses was already set up, with a large diamond in the middle, worth at least tens of millions. A band was also set up beside them. A sweet love song started playing. Qingqiu, I have liked you for a long time, be my girlfriend. Ji Buochang knelt on one knee, handed the flowers to Xia Qingqiu, and sincerely said, Who is he? A toad wanting to eat swan meat, why doesn't he look in the mirror? Pursuing Queen Xia? Is he worthy? Not even close. He. What era is it, still trying to force the palace this way, such an old trick. Seeing someone pursue the goddess, the onlookers immediately became unhappy, not holding back their words. Ji Buochang. He did want to pressure Xia Qingqiu into agreeing. Isn't that how it's done on TV? Isn't that how it's written in novels? One by one they all end up with the beauty. Why is it different when it comes to him? Seeing the reactions of the crowd, calling out agree to him, give him a kiss? They all wished they could tear him apart. Second floor, a group of young noblemen watched the show, reveling in the misfortune of others. TSK. It turned out to be Ji Buochang. I didn't expect this kid to act so fast. Under the pressure from his brother Ji Buochu, he is preparing to make the Star Moon Society his support. It's a pity that it's destined to fail. Queen Xia rejected even the three major sons, and I heard that Xingu also pursued her without success. What? Is it true? Of course. Melon seeds and peanuts are ready, waiting for him to be embarrassed. Xia Qingqiu's face looked a bit unsightly. She had rejected this guy several times already, and now he was pressuring her in front of so many people. If it weren't for the other party's identity, she wouldn't even bother. In this situation, she was in a dilemma. It was impossible to agree, but outright rejection wasn't good either. The Star Moon Society was in a critical period, and it was not suitable to make enemies, especially a big family like the Jibua family. Seeing her dilemma, Lin Hao stepped forward. Brother, can't you see? Qingqiu doesn't like you. You should go find those little fairies. He didn't care whether it was a big family or not, and he was rather angry, speaking without any politeness. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but think of Su Chen's pursuit of the senior sister, feeling a sense of separation. Who are you? Ji Buochang stood up, feeling somewhat annoyed by the voices around him. Lin Hao's words ignited his anger even more, pointing at his nose and cursing. Brother? Who the hell is your brother? Also, did you call Qingqiu? You idiot. Lin Hao's face darkened, planning to teach this guy a lesson, when a leisurely voice sounded. It's quite lively here. The familiar voice made his heart skip a beat. Slowly turning his head, he indeed saw the figure he wished he could kill. Xia Qingqiu's body trembled imperceptibly. What was supposed to happen finally happened. Many people only noticed now, attracted by the scene where Ji Buochang confessed just now. Beside them, a new figure appeared, a handsome young man. Su Chen showed a gentle smile, his gaze falling on Ji Buochang, who remained as quiet as a cicada. Su Chen's reputation was well known in the upper circles. 4 words, do not provoke. Although Jibo Chang was a playboy, he didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Su Chen, like a mouse meeting a cat, trembling with fear. Get lost. The indifferent words sounded, making Jibo Chang shiver, quickly preparing to leave. But Su Chen stopped him. Come back. Jibo Chang's face showed a smile uglier than crying. Liang Ji. Take this trash away, and also, pausing, Su Chen walked a few steps closer, patting his shoulder. She is my prey, understand? Understood. Jibo Chang was sweating profusely, every hair standing on end, his back soaked with cold sweat. Because the distance was relatively close, Lin Hao and Xia Qingxiu heard it, their faces constantly changing. Xia Qingxiu's heart sank. Su Chen was no longer hiding his intentions. How should she deal with this? Lin Hao was instantly furious, blaring, trembling all over, on the verge of exploding. If looks could kill, Su Chen would probably have turned into ashes by now. He knew Su Chen was scum, but he didn't expect him to be this despicable. He was reaching a new level of scumminess. Just after sleeping with the senior sister, he went after the second senior sister. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but blame himself. It was all because he harmed the senior sister. Ding! Lin Hao harbors resentment towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding! Lin Hao is self-doubt, villain value plus 888. After letting his younger brother pick up the flowers on the ground, Jibo Chang often rolled roundly. Too terrifying. I didn't expect Xia Qingxiu to be the woman Xu Chen had his eyes on. Fighting for a woman with Lianga, isn't that like turning on a light in the toilet, seeking death? Who is he? So handsome and elegant, his smile feels so warm. Don't say. When he stands next to Queen Xia, I don't feel any sense of discordance at all, a perfect match. I know, hee hee. In the Magic City, there are 4 major families. Do you know why there are only 3 young masters? Because there is one who surpasses the 3 young masters, or rather, those 3 young masters are simply not qualified to be compared with him. That's right. He is the eldest son of the Su family, Xu Chen. The younger generation all call him Lianga. Everyone was shocked by Xu Chen's appearance and temperament. Almost all the women present were so excited that they couldn't close their legs. Even men felt ashamed and couldn't muster any jealousy in front of him. Ignoring Lin Hao's murderous gaze, Xu Chen smiled faintly at Xia Qingxiu. Won't you invite me to sit upstairs? Taking a deep breath, Xia Qingxiu calmed down and gestured with her hand. Master Su, please. Then the two went upstairs together. Lin Hao followed closely behind, ready to intervene immediately if Xu Chen had any ill intentions. Although he knew it wouldn't do any good. Just as they reached the second floor, they encountered a group of young masters. Where was the lively atmosphere from before? Each one seemed like a primary school student waiting to be scolded for making a mistake. Hello, Lianga. Xu Chen nodded with a smile, then went straight upstairs with Xia Qingxiu. Seeing that they were not blamed, the group of people finally breathed a sigh of relief, many of them already breaking out in a cold sweat. In fact, they also knew, as long as they didn't offend Xu Chen, he was a refined and amiable young master of the mundane world. If they did offend him, he would still appear gentle and refined on the surface, but his methods would make people shudder. Killing with a smile, that's what it was. The third floor, Xia Qingxiu's office. Except for Xu Chen, no man had ever entered. When he entered, he paused and looked at Xia Qingxiu. I don't want anyone to disturb us. Xia Qingxiu had a bad feeling in her heart, but she had to do as he wished. You all can go down. The female assistant glared at Xu Chen resentfully, unwillingly moved aside and sulked. She had thought about protecting her master, but she was truly helpless against Xu Chen, completely powerless. Lin Hao, however, did not leave, his face extremely ugly. When he was seducing the senior sister before, he still maintained the image of a gentleman. Now he didn't even bother to hide it? What should he do? Gradually, Lin Hao's eyes became firm. Even if he wasn't Xu Chen's opponent, he couldn't let his second senior sister be bullied. He had to fight. It seems like he's not listening to you. Xu Chen looked at him with interest, his expression mocking. Lin Hao, I told you to go down. Xia Qingxiu pursed her lips and ordered again. Lin Hao still didn't move, his eyes fixed on Xu Chen. Xu Chen, what are you going to do? If you have any issues, come at me. TSK. If you force me to act, why bother? With a light tone, Xu Chen made a move, extending 2 fingers. Lin Hao had been on guard against him, and as soon as he made a move, he quickly dodged. However, he soon realized that a force had locked onto him, and he couldn't escape at all. Despite his howling rage inside, he could only watch helplessly as Xu Chen's fingers approached and tapped him a few times. A sense of extreme weakness washed over him, and he collapsed to the ground. All right, now no one will disturb us. Xu Chen smiled slightly, his words plain, as if he had just done something insignificant. Xia Qingxiu's pupils contracted. Through inquiries, she also learned that this junior brother was not only not weak, but also very strong. His strength had reached the peak of dark energy. Yet he was taken down effortlessly. How strong was Su Chen's strength? Definitely not an ordinary master of Huajin. She dared not resist, followed Su Chen into the office. Lin Hao's eyes bulged with hatred and anger. He never expected that after studying medicine for 6 years and being so familiar with various acupoints on the body, he would one day be subdued by someone's acupoint. As Su Chen closed the door, he could no longer see the two figures. Ding! Lin Hao's anger trembled, villain value plus 888. Su Chen sat on the sofa without treating himself as an outsider. Seeing Xia Qingqiu standing there in a daze, he gestured with his finger. Come here. Xia Qingqiu frowned. Since just now, she felt that Su Chen was completely different from before. He no longer concealed anything in front of her. Faced with this Su Chen, she inexplicably felt flustered. After hesitating for a moment, she sat down on the sofa, maintaining a safe distance from Su Chen. Why sit so far away? It makes me look like a bad person. Xia Qingqiu actually hoped he was a bad person. Bad people were not as bad as him. The next moment a hand reached out, and before she, in the early stage of dark energy, could react, she was embraced by the waist. With a slight force, she involuntarily fell into an embrace. Yes, Su Chen was completely unpretentious. He was not a lapdog. He would not be led by a woman. If you want him to treat you well, you have to give him face, you have to follow along. As mentioned earlier, his patience is limited. There are other female leads waiting for him. How could he keep lingering on one female lead? Since you don't want face, let's be clear. I just don't know if you can handle his methods after being clear. Reaching out, lifting her chin, Su Chen raised his cold but charming face. Seeing a hint of stubbornness in her eyes, Su Chen chuckled. How about we play a game? Cold as Xia Qingqiu, when has she been so close to a man, let alone being held in his arms? Her face was full of embarrassment. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be spewing fire. If you win, I will let you go, and never bother you again. What game? Xia Qingqiu was taken aback. Faced with this state of Su Chen, she was really afraid. Upon hearing that she could get out of this situation, she hurriedly asked. It's a game. I represent the Wolf Alliance, and you represent the Star Moon Society. Let's see who will be the top power in the Demon City. Xia Qingqiu turned her head away. You alone can control me, how can we play like this? She might as well just admit defeat? Seeing her thoughts, Su Chen continued. Don't worry, I won't make a move, nor will I send anyone to help the Wolf Alliance. Are you telling the truth? Xia Qingqiu turned her head back, staring straight at Su Chen. What kind of person am I, if I don't keep my word? Xia Qingqiu fell into contemplation. Currently, the strength of the Star Moon Society and the Wolf Alliance are similar, but she still has confidence in winning. Wasn't there a junior brother who just arrived? Lin Hao was no match for Su Chen, but he was indeed a master at the peak of dark energy, with a high chance of winning. And this might be the only chance to get rid of Su Chen's entanglement. She didn't want to miss it. After gritting her teeth, Xia Qingqiu agreed. Okay, I promise you. Su Chen smiled. His smile was unpredictable. Still a bit naive. Perhaps wanting to get rid of Su Chen in a hurry, there were still some things she hadn't thought of. He said he wouldn't make a move, nor would he let anyone help the Wolf League, but he didn't say he wouldn't deplete her strength on this side. Besides, even if the Wolf League loses, it doesn't matter. Su Chen, does he look like a man of his word? Regardless of winning or losing, he can't escape his control. By the way, what if I lose? Xia Qingqiu asked nervously. If you lose, including you, the entire Star Moon Society will have to submit to me. Seeing the smile on Su Chen's lips, she felt a tremor in her heart. Suddenly, she regretted agreeing to this game with him. Alright, the game is settled, let's both stamp a seal next, as a ceremony to reach an agreement. What does that mean? When Xia Qingqiu came back to her senses, Su Chen's face was already close. The next moment, she widened her eyes. Not to mention, teasing this underworld queen is quite interesting, Su Chen enjoys it. Xia Qingqiu was ashamed and furious, but dared not make a move, feeling helpless. Just like you can't stand me but can't defeat me. When Su Chen came out, it was already half an hour later. Outside, Lin Hao felt his strength slowly recovering and could try to unlock the acupoints. He was anxious, his sweat soaking his clothes. The two of them, a man and a woman alone in a room, he was afraid that second senior sister would be bullied like first senior sister. Suddenly, the door opened. He quickly looked over, only to see Su Chen coming out from inside. Without even looking at him, Su Chen left straight away, leaving Lin Hao feeling frustrated. Ding! Lin Hao's mentality explodes, villain plus 999. He tried even harder to unlock the acupoints and check on second senior sister's condition. Someone was faster than him. A short-haired girl flashed in and rushed in. Seeing Xia Qingqiu sitting on the sofa in a daze, she thought she had been bullied and instantly became furious. "I'll go kill him." After saying that, she turned around, ready to chase after Su Chen. Su Chen had been here several times before, letting her play with sand on the side. He didn't do anything to Xia Qingqiu. If she knew Su Chen would use force, even if she died, she wouldn't let him be alone with Xia Qingqiu. When she was chased by enemies in the past, it was Xia Qingqiu who saved her, and later helped her seek revenge. She was very grateful. "Little Seven, come back." Xia Qingqiu hurriedly called out to her. The short-haired girl turned back in confusion. Only then did she notice the oversight. Apart from her slightly disheveled clothes, she was fine, which relieved Xia Qingqiu. In Xia Qingqiu's eyes, Little Seven was not only her subordinate but also treated her like a younger sister. Out of protection for her, she absolutely couldn't let her provoke Su Chen. Outside the door, hearing the girl's angry voice, Lin Hao finally unlocked the acupoints and rushed in like a gust of wind. Second's senior sister. At a glance, he saw Xia Qingqiu with disheveled hair and slightly wrinkled clothes, visibly upset. After hearing Xia Qingqiu's explanation, he felt relieved again. Apart from being taken advantage of and looking like she had been, she hadn't lost her innocence. He had overthought it. Su Chen's strength, how could it be just half an hour? Xia Qingqiu had hidden strength, she should have the ability to resist him. Leaving the Starry Night bar, Su Chen was considering which female lead to find tonight when his footsteps suddenly paused. Then he continued forward without a word, as if nothing had happened, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. Back to the Su family mansion. The driver drove dutifully. After Su Chen mentioned the destination, his gaze through the car window fell in a certain direction. Interesting. There was an expression of genuine interest on his face. Just now, he sensed a strong killing intent. It was directed at him. The opponent's strength was not low, reaching the peak of dark energy. The person hid extremely well, with top-notch concealment skills, but still couldn't escape his perception. The other party was an assassin. The god-level assassination skills he acquired were also taught to members of the Tianwang organization, and that aura couldn't escape his detection. Who could have sent this? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, looking pensive. It was really time to change the batch of bodyguards. How could anyone come to track him? But then again, what about the bodyguards rewarded by the system? They still haven't arrived. Could they have gotten lost? The car drove steadily on the street. A car followed at a distance, quietly tracking, unaware that they had already been exposed. Arriving at the boundary of Su's residence, there were strong guards secretly protecting the surroundings, and they quickly discovered someone was tracking them. However, after receiving a message from Su Chen, they chose to remain still, trying to hide their figures as much as possible. And so it went. The tracking car unknowingly arrived at Su's mansion, entering the territory of the Grim Reaper. When Su Chen's Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the mansion, a Mercedes rushed up quickly, drifting gorgeously before coming to a stop. Then, a fiery figure descended and stood in front of Su Chen. "Ding! The bodyguard has arrived. Please subdue it yourself." Su Chen. System, are you serious? He could feel a strong killing intent from this woman. Someone who came to kill me, and you tell me she's a bodyguard? Right. I remember when I drew the bodyguard reward, it said the bodyguard would appear in different ways. Appearing in a way to kill him, quite innovative. Regaining his composure, Su Chen carefully examined this assassin. The assassin was a woman, a very beautiful woman with a face so delicate it was unbelievable. She was dressed in red, as if soaked in blood, giving off a bewitching feeling. Soon, he noticed something interesting. This female assassin actually had a strong aura and a protagonist halo. Could she be the protagonist of some female-oriented novel? Su Chen speculated. Seeing him so calm, the female assassin frowned, becoming more certain of her guess. She had been in the Magic City for some time now. By chance, she discovered the existence of an underground beast-fighting arena. Seeing the scene resembling a purgatory on Earth, she, who had always been just, decided to bring it down. However, after secretly investigating, she found that there was actually a master of dark energy inside. If it weren't for her top-notch concealment skills, she would have been discovered. Unable to deal with the underground beast-fighting arena, she decided to expose the mastermind behind it. She was not only an excellent assassin but also a top-notch hacker. Was it not simple to find out who was behind the scenes? It was really not simple, or rather, impossible to find out. No clues, as if appearing out of thin air. This made her think of the Tianwang organization, that suddenly emerged, both mysterious and terrifying. Even with her top-notch hacking skills, she couldn't find anything about them. This brings us to the reason she came to JoJo. Since Tianwang started causing trouble in the dark world, she began to investigate. At first, she couldn't find anything. Finally, a few months later, she found a small clue. Yes, just a small one. The direction of the information transmitted by Tianwan was Zhozhou. The incident at the underground training ground made her inevitably think of Tianwan. Could there be any connection between the two? So she began to investigate the major forces in the Magic City. A mountain cannot be hollowed out of thin air. There must be support from a major force. After several days of investigation, her gaze fell on Su Chen. Others all appeared clearly under her top-notch hacking skills. Only this person she couldn't investigate clearly, should I say. The investigation results don't match the facts. Since she couldn't find out, then let's try probing. Just thinking about so many people dying because of Su Chen, she felt a strong urge to kill. Judging from Su Chen's reaction at this moment, it seems like she got it right. You should know ordinary people would have been scared to death under her killing intent long ago. How could they still calmly assess themselves like this? She asked coldly. Is Tianwang established by you? Su Chen rubbed his chin and nodded, yes. The female assassin Yama was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Su Chen to answer so directly. Her killing intent almost materialized. Are those people? Before she could finish, Su Chen said, it was my order. His gaze was very calm. Since he said it, he had no intention of letting this assassin leave. There were only two choices, either die or submit. The female assassin fell silent, her body trembling, her killing intent boiling to the extreme. Ding! Blood red rose of hatred, antagonist value plus 999. Blood red rose? Su Chen's heart stirred. He searched his memory for information about the blood red rose. Although he was not in the dark world, he was well aware of what was happening there. The information collected by Tianwan would be transmitted to him. To bring the female protagonist into the family, he usually didn't have time to look closely, just glanced over it roughly. But that glance was enough. He had the ability to remember everything he saw. Blood Red Rose, 25 years old, an orphan who was abducted and sold to a mercenary group from a young age. During training, she stood out among a group of orphans. After countless days and nights of hard work, she gradually grew into a top assassin. Unlike other assassins, she only killed evildoers and wouldn't take on a task unless it involved killing extremely wicked people. When she encountered someone doing evil, she would take action without asking for money, and would even actively go kill those who did wrong. She was like a breath of fresh air in the dark world. Where there was evil, there was her figure, and unfortunately, she was extremely powerful, and few were her match. She seemed to like roses very much, leaving a rose petal behind after each kill. Gradually, the name Blood Red Rose spread. TSK. Turns out she's a saint. Su Chen clicked his tongue. He was already sure that she was the protagonist of some female-oriented novel. Orphaned at the beginning, top assassin, top hacker, fond of chivalry. Where there was oppression, she would go. One could say her saintly behavior was quite serious. To put it nicely, she was a saint, but in a bad light, she was meddling. Why do you need to meddle in what others do? And even if the people she saved were all good people? It was hard enough to find the enemies who wiped out your family, pay to have assassins kill them, and then you save them. It wasn't surprising that this Blood Red Rose could find him. She wanted to seek justice for the souls killed by Tianwan, started investigating Tianwan, was a top hacker, and the mutual understanding between the antagonist and the protagonist. That's how she found him. At first, she probably wasn't sure, otherwise she would have assassinated him when he was off guard. Like Night Kite, who would imagine things, was always in the minority. In fact, Su Chen had no problem with this kind of saintly figure. But if she meddled in his affairs, that would be seeking death. A blood-red dagger appeared in her hand, her rose-colored eyes cold. I will avenge the hundreds of thousands of souls who died. After saying that, she swiftly flew towards Su Chen. Because of her speed, she left a red afterimage. Su Chen sneered. The Virgin Mary was like this, enjoying self-pity. Looking at the figure coming towards him, he reached out his hand directly and grabbed her neck. Rose was horrified. Just now she was about to attack Su Chen, ready to swing her dagger and wipe out Su Chen's neck. The next moment, she couldn't move at all. She was caught in one go. It was as if she had run over and voluntarily let Su Chen grab her neck. She wanted to fight back, but found herself unable to move at all. Master of Huajin. It was only now that she felt Su Chen's strength. Yes, being able to control so many masters of Huajin, how could his strength be weak? This time she was careless. If it falls into your hands, whether you want to kill or mutilate, I will not frown. But don't be complacent. You have killed so many people. One day you will be punished by the law. Doing bad things will bring retribution. Look, as soon as she spoke, it was about justice and the protagonist was revealed. Ding! Blood Rose is angry with you, villain value plus 666. Chen smiled, his smile was very bright. He had already figured out how to deal with this female lead. Somehow, seeing the smile on his face, Rose felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Before she could say anything more, Chen pointed a few times on her body. After letting go, she weakly collapsed to the ground. This time it was much harsher than the few points on Lin Hao. Without understanding the acupoints, Chen was unbeatable. Take her down. Activate mind control, she must break through her psychological defenses, or make her willingly submit. The protagonist's mind was firm, not so easily controlled or enslaved. However, he had plenty of means. As his words fell, 2 female bodyguards stepped forward and took Rose away. In the dim basement here, there was no light, no sound, only eternal darkness. The thick darkness enveloped her, and Rose seemed to recall the fear of being abducted by human traffickers when she was a child. She wanted to struggle, to escape, but she had no strength at all. She couldn't even bite her tongue to end it. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours passed. Now she was hungry and tired, the fear in her heart gradually spreading. Click, at this moment, the door was opened. She quickly looked over and saw Chen walking in. There was a woman behind him. Chen looked at her with interest. With disheveled hair and a tired look on her face, it was clear she hadn't slept all night. Where was the elegance from yesterday? Kill me. Her voice was hoarse, caused by not drinking water all night. Killing is against the law. I am afraid of retribution. How could I kill you? Chen's tone was somewhat playful. Rose was speechless, knowing that he was teasing her with her own words from yesterday. She was already starting to regret coming to find Chen. I'm a little curious, how does your assassin organization deal with subordinates who make mistakes? Ding. Blood Rose is angry with you, villain value plus 777. Ding. Blood Rose harbors hatred towards you, villain value plus 888. Ding. Blood Rose is fearful of you, villain value plus 999. Ding. Several minutes later, Rose curled up. Seemingly losing interest, Chen said to the woman beside him, "She's yours now, as long as she's not dead, disabled, or mentally ill, I still have use for her." With that, Chen turned and left. "Yes, young master, I will ensure the task is completed." She was an instructor responsible for training the Tianwan killers. Not only was she proficient in killing techniques, but also in torturing people. "What? Dad, what did you say? Our old house was demolished?" A young man suddenly stood up, staring at his father without blinking. The young man's name was Yeshuan, who had just graduated and was preparing to find a job, but who knew that his father suddenly told him that their old house was demolished. What's the point of finding a job? Isn't it better to just lie down and relax? I remember our old house was quite large, we should be compensated quite a bit, right? He asked hopefully. Yefu smiled and said, of course, the demolition compensation, 50 million. After speaking, he also took out the contract. Yeshuan's head was a little dizzy, he quickly focused his eyes and indeed saw the amount of 50 million. He was excited. This feeling was even more exhilarating than winning the lottery. Seeing his son's expression, Yefu smiled, recalling his own reaction when he first heard the news. It wasn't until he signed the contract and received the money that he completely believed in all of this. Xiaoshen, now that our family has money, you can find a wife to bring back without worrying about spending money. Also, now that our family is prosperous, we should inform those relatives and friends. After a while, Yeshuan finally calmed down. After hearing his father's words, his eyes flickered. Dad, wait, don't inform those relatives and friends for now. Why? Yefu asked puzzled. If we tell them the news, what if they come to us for money? Yeshuan paused and continued, it's okay to lend money, it's natural for relatives to help each other, but I just don't know which of these relatives truly have our best interests at heart. Hearing his son's words, Yefu nodded thoughtfully, thinking it made sense. Seeing his father listening, Yeshuan spoke mysteriously. Do you want to know the true faces of those relatives? What do you mean? Dad, let's pretend to go bankrupt. Yeshuan's family was considered a well-off family. His father ran a fruit factory, not making much money each year, but there was no problem with food and clothing. Yefu also thought of his son's plan and hesitated. Let's pretend to go bankrupt, then borrow money from them, see who is willing to lend to us, those are our true beloved relatives and friends. What's there to hesitate about? If those relatives are not willing to lend even a little money, do we still need to associate with them? Yeshuan continued to persuade. He had also seen a video that suddenly sparked his inspiration. In the video, a person won the lottery and told his relatives and friends, who then asked to borrow money from him, and he gladly lent it. When he had spent most of the money and went to repay them, they all played dumb. So, he planned to do the opposite. Strike first. Using bankruptcy as an excuse to borrow money from them. If they lend, it means they are true relatives. If they don't lend, it means they don't care, and they won't help in the future. After coming up with a reason, the two of them started making phone calls and sending messages. Yefu, third brother, our family has gone bankrupt, and we owe 5 million, can you lend us some money? Oh, we are also in difficulty, we have 2 children studying, we really can't come up with the money, you should ask someone else. Yefu was dumbfounded. If he remembered correctly, third uncle's family had contracted a project this year and made several million, and even bought a new car and a new house, right? Yefu made another phone call. Li Go, our family has gone bankrupt. Beep beep beep. It's really eye-opening when you don't make a phone call. On weekdays, they called each other brothers, closer than anyone else when they met, and ran faster when they encountered trouble. It really fits the saying, being brothers in the heart, can't get through on the phone when there's trouble. While Yifu was busy testing relationships, Yixian was not idle either. He entered the class group. Graduated, what is everyone doing now? It feels so hard to find a job. Interned at Huawei for a few months, just got regularized. Thanks for the invitation, in a beautiful country, just got off the plane, getting ready to die. I envy your fulfilling lives, I have more houses at home, so I just take a sack to collect rent when I'm free, life is monotonous and boring. All the messages were about Versailles. Just then, a sudden message popped up. Yi Xian, classmates, our family went bankrupt, owe 5 million, can you lend me some money, I will definitely pay it back. Just regularized from internship, haven't received salary yet. In a beautiful country, expenses are high, not enough for living expenses. Haven't gone to collect this month's rent, I should have some spare time in a while. No money. Yi Xian looked at the message, a look of realization on his face. This is reality. Fortunately, he was wise enough to see through their true colors in advance. He sneered, wondering how they would feel when they found out that his family was not bankrupt but actually millionaires. Suddenly, the sneer on his face froze. You have been kicked out of the group chat? Yi Xian. He knew these people wouldn't lend him money, but he didn't expect them to kick him out of the group just to shut him up. Good, very good. Yi Xian was furious. Gradually, he calmed down, not worth getting angry over these people. Then he set his sights on the next target. The class monitor and school beauty, Li Xiaomeng. Li Xiaomeng was a prominent figure in the school, winning scholarships every year, countless suitors, but none successful. He was one of them. But at that time, Li Xiaomeng was too dazzling, he was just a transparent figure in the class, although he admired her in his heart, he dared not show his feelings. It's different now. The demolition compensation of 50 million gave him the confidence to talk to the goddess. Opening Li Xiaomeng's chat interface, he copied the same words and sent them over. Even if she was a goddess, she needed to be tested. Seeing the message read, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel nervous, afraid of facing rejection. How much do you want to borrow? When he saw this message, he almost jumped up. Li Xiaomeng was indeed different from others, still valuing classmates' relationships. He quickly sent another message. Any amount is fine. Ding. Goddess transferred 100,000 to you. Yi Xian's mouth fell open, full of disbelief. This was 100,000, a number that many people might not earn in a year. And Li Xiaomeng? Hearing that he was in trouble, she transferred the money without hesitation. Could it be? Yi Xian couldn't help but wonder. If she didn't like him, why would she transfer so much money without hesitation? On the other side, Magic City Airlines. In the manager's office. After transferring the money, Li Xiaomeng's family no longer paid attention. 10,000, perhaps a large sum for her in the past. But since following Su Chen and becoming the company manager, she had never worried about money again. In her view, when a classmate's family went bankrupt, she transferred 100,000 based on the principle of helping if possible. She didn't even expect the other party to repay. If the other party doesn't return, 100,000 yuan can make her see a person clearly, which is a profit for her. The next morning, Yi Xian set out from home, first went to the commercial city, changed into a set of branded clothes. Then he rented a Lamborghini. Standing next to the car, he immediately attracted countless gazes. Opening the map of the immoral, he arrived at the Magic City Airlines. Someone in the group mentioned some time ago that Li Xiaomeng, the school beauty, works here. Li Xiaomeng is the school beauty, with countless pursuers, he could only secretly admire her before. But now it's different. The goddess who was once unattainable, he also wants to try to win her over. Besides, she might also have some interest in him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been willing to lend him 100,000 all of a sudden. With an excited mood, Yi Xian got out of the car and took out a bunch of flowers. The security guard saw his branded outfit and the Lamborghini, thinking he was a big client, so he didn't stop him. Wow! That person has a lot of style. I wonder which young master from a big family he is. Quite handsome, with his Armani outfit, he does have some charm. What are you waiting for, girls? Go up, maybe you'll catch someone's eye? This is a chance to marry into a wealthy family. Walking on the road, hearing the admiration of the stewardesses around, Yi Xian's mood couldn't be better. Suddenly, he frowned. He just remembered, isn't Li Xiaoming working as a flight attendant? What if she has already finished training and started working? Wouldn't his trip be in vain? He quickly asked a passing girl, "Are you here to see Manager Li? She's in the office building." The girl was somewhat surprised, looked him up and down, and shook her head. Although this person was a bit handsome and looked quite wealthy, but compared to Manager Li's boyfriend, it was like heaven and earth. Or rather, there was simply no comparison. Yi Xian didn't notice the girl's strange gaze, he was completely stunned. If he didn't mishear, Li Xiaoming is the manager of the Public Relations Department of Magic City Airlines? This is simply unbelievable. Li Xiaoming just graduated like them. Even if she didn't have classes in her senior year and came for an internship early, it shouldn't be this exaggerated, right? Thinking about the classmates in the group boasting about how good their jobs were. Compared to Li Xiaoming, they were far behind, right? Indeed, the school beauty is the school beauty, so outstanding in school, even more formidable in society. Magic City Airlines is one of the top 500 companies in the world. Serving as a manager, she must be making millions a year, right? After accepting the reality, he felt a wave of embarrassment. He bought this outfit, rented a Lamborghini, just to show off in front of Li Xiaoming. What a waste, she wouldn't even look at these things, right? Immediately, an idea uncontrollably rose from the bottom of his heart. He must win over Li Xiaoming. Just graduated and became a manager of a top 500 company in the world, his future is limitless. In the future, the pursuers will surely increase from Magic City to the Imperial City. While this treasure trove is still undiscovered, he must seize it first. Thanks. After thanking the girl, Yi Xian quickly walked towards the Public Relations Department's office building. Public Relations Department Manager's Office. Li Xiaoming had just reviewed the documents submitted by her subordinates and was sitting in her office chair lost in thought. Various emotions of shyness, happiness, and contentment flashed across her face. She recalled the scenes of getting to know and falling in love with Su Chen. A few months ago, after her flight attendant training ended, she met Su Chen for the first time on a flight. She would never forget the scene of seeing Su Chen for the first time. Sitting by the window, he held a book in his hand, exuding a tranquil and transcendent aura, as if detached from the world. The scene was like a poem, like a painting, etched in her heart. After a moment of daze, she pushed the cart to Su Chen's side. "Sir, here is your coffee." "Thank you." Su Chen looked up, his deep eyes shining like stars, his smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. From then on, the two had interactions. In their subsequent interactions, she increasingly found Su Chen to be outstanding, making her feel inferior in comparison. Her knowledge level, having won many awards in school, seemed childish in front of Su Chen. No matter what she said, he always had a perfect response. Later on, she discovered that besides being outstanding, Su Chen also had a mischievous side. He often made her wear various flight attendant uniforms, black stockings, white stockings, fishnet stockings, lace. Just the thought of their presence in the office, including their footprints on the office desk, made her shy and blush. "Manager Li, there is someone outside looking for you." He didn't have an appointment and was stopped outside the office building. A female secretary knocked on the door and said, Li Xiaoming woke from her thoughts, furrowing her brows slightly, looking somewhat displeased. Just as she was reminiscing about the happy times with Xingu, who was this uninvited person? After hesitating for a moment, she decided to go out and have a look. Outside, seeing the young man stopped by the security guard, she frowned. This person seemed familiar. "Xiaoming, it's me." Seeing the campus belle Li, Yi Xian raised his hand to greet her. "Please call me by my full name." Li Xiaoming furrowed her brows, puzzled. "Who are you?" Yi Xian's smile froze on his face. "I'm Yi Xian, I borrowed money from you yesterday." After a moment, Li Xiaoming remembered that there was such an incident. Indeed, a classmate had said that his family went bankrupt and asked to borrow money. Out of consideration for their friendship, she transferred 100,000. However, her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Looking at Yi Xian's branded outfit, he didn't seem bankrupt at all. Feeling deceived, her expression turned unpleasant. Just then, Yi Xian spoke up. "Li Campus Belle, I heard you like lavender. I specially bought this from the largest flower shop, for season's flower C, to give to you." He handed the flowers to her. "I don't like lavender." Li Xiaoming's expression was indifferent. She turned and went back to the office, leaving behind a cold remark. Yi Xian's hand was still raised in the air. Feeling the mocking gazes from the security guard nearby, he felt extremely embarrassed. Looking at the lavender in his hand, he gradually furrowed his brows. It was from one of Li Campus Belle's admirers who said her favorite flower was lavender. Damn, he really believed him. Not even knowing what flower she liked, he deserved to fail. Su family mansion. Su Chen looked somewhat surprised at the woman in front of him. With a fox-like face and the fervor in her eyes, she gave off a strange vibe. He hadn't paid much attention yesterday, but today, without the heavy makeup, her beauty was no less than those leading actresses. Standing before him was Night Swallow, who had guessed part of his identity and knelt before him in submission. Taking a sip of tea, Su Chen calmly asked, "How do you plan to deal with those fools?" His voice was calm but seemed to possess a magical power, piercing through the heart. "In terms of strength, I am not their match. But they are not on guard against me now. Poisoning them will solve everything." Night Swallow spoke with strong confidence, needing to demonstrate her value to follow by his side. Su Chen paid no attention to these details. "Today, I called her over to deal with this uncertainty. There's no need to solve everything, leaving some usefulness behind. This game must be evenly matched to be interesting." Watching Su Chen's every move, it seemed as if the people were mere pawns to him. Night Yuyan was trembling with excitement. Then she began to contemplate controlling those people. "Don't worry, I will grant you the power to control them." She suddenly looked up. Just like magic, a small metal box appeared in Su Chen's hand out of thin air. With the press of a button, the metal box opened, emitting a layer of white mist, similar to the fog produced by dry ice. Within the mist, a vial lay quietly. Before she could even be amazed, she was drawn to the appearance of the vial. Her body trembled, her eyes gleaming, feeling a hint of desire in her body. This is gene potion? Ha ha. That thing is just a diluted product, not comparable to a gene potion at all. Su Chen's tone was full of undisguised disdain for the gene potion that countless big shots coveted. This gene potion was different from others. After obtaining divine medical skills, he added some herbs to enhance the efficacy and gentleness of the potion, without damaging the foundation. With this potion, Night Yuyan could easily break through to the dark force without hindrance, and even continue to improve. After killing the leader Zhang Xiaotian, controlling the Wolf Alliance would be a piece of cake. "Master, Night Yuyan is willing to be the master's loyal dog, ready to bite wherever you command." Night Yuyan knelt down directly, unable to hide the fanaticism in her eyes. Seeing the gene potion, her previous speculation was confirmed, and she even changed her way of addressing him. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. With a thought, he activated his mind control skill. Night Yuyan showed no change, but the fervor in her eyes towards him intensified. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that Night Yuyan offered no resistance. In other words, she would do whatever he asked, even willing to die. She was truly unwell. This kind of power-seeking mentality had twisted into something abnormal. No one wanted to deal with a lunatic. But what if it was a lunatic loyal to you? When such a madman had power and support behind them, Su Chen was somewhat looking forward to the excitement she would bring to the world. The days ahead would not be boring. Night Yuyan took the gene potion and, in front of Su Chen, injected herself without hesitation. After the injection, she felt warm all over, incredibly relaxed. In the next moment, a burst of energy erupted from her body. She effortlessly reached the dark force. The restraints that had always held her back were suddenly released. At this moment, Night Yuyan understood why Tianwang had so many strong individuals. With this gene potion, as long as there was enough time, dominating the world would not be difficult. She knelt before Su Chen once again. "Thank you for your gift, Master. Rise." Su Chen's expression was calm, and Night Yuyan's breakthrough did not surprise him. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he thought of the blood-red rose in the basement. Not knowing what effect sending this lunatic down there would have, he said, "Come with me, help me train someone." He set down his teacup and headed towards the basement. Night Yuyan silently followed behind. In the basement, Rose was barely clinging to life, supported by sheer willpower, refusing to surrender. Click! The door opened, and Su Chen and Night Yuyan walked in. She raised her head slightly, a hint of mockery playing on her lips. "Is that all you've got? Ding! The blood rose is angry with you. The villain value plus 666. Ding! The blood rose is filled with hatred towards you. The villain value plus 555. Su Chen remained expressionless. He arranged for the Tianwang instructor to train, using methods that may be inhumane, but still within the realm of humanity. The blood rose could become a top assassin, with the protagonist's halo, naturally not an ordinary person. Besides the initial panic, this woman calmed down afterwards. No matter how much you torture her, she shows no reaction, resulting in the decreasing of the villain value. It will take a long time to erase her protagonist halo. So, he brought this lunatic down to try. Smack! A small whip fell, causing the rose to tremble, but she held back from making a sound. The Tianwang instructor came to Su Chen with an ashamed face. "Young master, you can leave now." She sighed softly. Su Chen had many subordinates, and she had hoped to gain more trust by completing this task. She didn't expect this woman to be so resilient. Yi Yuan had been observing the blood rose since entering the room. Hearing her disrespectful words towards Su Chen, her eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty look. In her mind, the master was everything, and no one could disrespect him. The rose happened to see her eyes, and her scalp tingled, as if she was being targeted by a devil. "She's in your hands now," Su Chen said before leaving. Respectfully watching him leave, Yi Yuan slowly closed the door. This was the master's first task, and she must complete it. There is no try, only certainty. Her gaze became more fierce and bloodthirsty, and when she looked at the rose, a wicked smile curved her lips. "Let's play a game." Afternoon, Magic City Airlines. Yi Xian came knocking again. Not knowing what flowers Li Xiaoming liked, he decided not to buy any and just brought a gift. He held a beautifully decorated box. However, when he reached the door, he was stopped by the security guard. "Stop, what are you doing?" In the morning, they thought he was a customer and didn't stop him, which led to him being scolded by his superiors. Letting anyone in, what if something happened, who would be responsible? This didn't deter Yi Xian, who directly placed an order to become a real customer on the spot. He arrived at the publicity department building and saw Li Xiaoming about to leave. "Xiaoming, I liked you in college, but you were too outstanding back then, so I could only watch you from afar. Now, God has given me a chance, I won't miss it, be my girlfriend." After saying that, he opened the box in his hand, revealing a delicate necklace with a diamond embedded in it, worth at least tens of thousands. However, Li Xiaoming didn't even look at it. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, she turned and left, leaving behind a sentence. "Get him out of here, I don't want to see him again." The security guard, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Manager Li was angry. Not daring to delay, he quickly called a few security guards to come and drive the person out. Watching Li Xiaoming's retreating figure, Yi Xian was not angry. On the contrary, his determination to pursue her grew stronger. He admired her character of being unmoved by external things and not being vain. It's normal not to be able to pursue her for now. After all, during her 4 years in college, Li Xiaoming had faced countless pursuits, none of which were successful. He knew how difficult it was, but he wouldn't give up. Missing out on such an outstanding woman would be a disaster. An afternoon passed. Su Chen just entered the basement, and a series of alert sounds rang out. Ding! Blood Rose's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 1000. Ding! Blood Rose was extremely frightened, villain value plus 1000. Ding! Blood Rose's mind was unstable, villain value plus 1000. Ha! Su Chen was surprised and suspicious. He focused his gaze and saw that most of the protagonist's luck above her head had disappeared. At this moment, she was curled up in a corner, trembling. Occasionally lifting her head, she looked at Night Falcon with a look of fear in her eyes. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Rose's body trembled. As if finding a life-saving straw, she mustered the last bit of strength and ran towards Su Chen. "Please, kill me, she's a maniac, she's crazy. I don't want to be with her." Before she could reach Su Chen, a figure blocked her way. It was Night Falcon. She dared not approach anymore. She stepped back, her face full of fear. "Master!" Night Falcon looked at Su Chen, with an expectant look, like a child waiting for praise for doing something. "Well done, I'm very satisfied." Su Chen reached out to touch her head. Night Falcon immediately leaned forward, her face showing a happy expression like a cat being petted. Rose saw this scene, her pupils shrinking rapidly. Unbelievably, this guy was so docile in front of Su Chen, like a cat. Master, how can you spare me?" she asked weakly. This title was given by Night Falcon. She was also famous in the dark world, but now she had fallen to this point. But she no longer wanted to be alone with Night Falcon. As long as Su Chen's conditions were not excessive, she would agree. Su Chen stroked Night Falcon's head while observing the protagonist. He was curious about what had happened to make the fearless Blood Rose so scared. "Spare you." After a pause, Su Chen smirked. "Do you think that's possible?" A glimmer of hope rose on Rose's face, only to be shattered. Feeling her future was dark, her heart turning to ashes. "Submit to me." Raising her head, she saw Su Chen looking at her expressionlessly, his gaze full of authority. Rose's face kept changing, with fear, humiliation, and struggle. Su Chen only stated her final fate, then ignored her. Without removing her protagonist halo, Even if she was willing to submit, Su Chen wouldn't believe it. Su Chen looked at Night Falcon and withdrew his hand. Go handle your affairs, I'll call you when needed. Yes, master. Feeling Su Chen's hand leaving, Night Falcon felt a bit reluctant. Oh, and I have some news for you. Remembering something, Su Chen said. Xiao Qingqiu has a junior named Lin Hao by her side. His strength is at the peak of dark force. He didn't directly deal with Lin Hao, but instead told Night Falcon this information to test her abilities. Night Falcon pondered. Su Chen had already informed her of this game. Let the Wolf Alliance compete with the Star Moon Society. With the Wolf Alliance representing Su Chen, she couldn't disappoint her master. As the master said, this guy named Lin Hao was indeed troublesome. If they were to act without knowing in advance, they would undoubtedly lose. But now that they knew, they could kick Lin Hao out early. Thank you for informing me, master. Go on. Before leaving, Night Falcon gave Rose a bloodthirsty look, making her tremble in fear. After handing her over to the Tianwang instructor, Su Chen left. He wanted to check the surveillance footage to see what Ye Yuan had been up to all afternoon. Inside the room, Su Chen was watching the surveillance footage of Ye Yuan being trained. Where did these feathers come from? Blindfolded, is this to enhance perception? Tisk tsk. Su Chen seemed to have opened the door to a new world, ready to call a woman over to calm his nerves. Whose turn is it to be exposed today? His finger scrolled through the contacts list, finally landing on a name. Ran Shanshan, promoted by Su Chen to be the financial manager of the company. Alongside Shui Yurong and Li Wanjun, they were known as the three golden flowers of the Su group. Previously, she had gone out to inspect the branch company with Li Wanjun, planning to return together. Her sister Rin Feifei came to visit her on vacation, so they went out to play for a few days and only returned today. Su Chen immediately dialed the phone number. The call was quickly answered, and a voice filled with surprise came through. President? Come find me. Without consulting her opinion, Su Chen issued the notice. Just as he hung up, the phone rang again, another woman calling. Towards dusk, the setting sun's afterglow spilled over the earth, casting a golden hue. Yi Xian once again arrived at the Modu Airlines. But this time, no matter what, he couldn't get in. It was Li Xiaomeng who had given the order. Yi Xian was completely helpless, he could only wait at the door. Li Xiaomeng should be getting off work soon, right? As he waited, it was over an hour. As the sky darkened, Li Xiaomeng came out of the company gate, and he immediately ran over. Before he could get close, a figure blocked his way. It was Li Xiaomeng's secretary. To be precise, Su Chen had arranged for her to be by Li Xiaomeng's side, both protecting and monitoring her. Her gaze slightly hardened. This guy had appeared 3 times in a row. It was time to report. How to handle it, she would follow Su Chen's orders. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks, looking at Li Xiaomeng with deep affection. Xiaomeng, I don't know what you like, so I bought you this bag. I heard that girls like it. As he spoke, he handed the bag in his hand over, scratching his head in a simple manner. It was also a Chanel brand. Similarly valued at tens of thousands, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was indeed considered high-end luxury. But after following Su Chen, Li Xiaomeng learned what true upper-class living was like. These well-known brands were just average in their eyes. True luxury items were custom-made by top global masters. The prestige was beyond measure. She frowned. She had thought that rejecting this guy twice would make him give up, but he was still persistent. This couldn't go on. She had deceived herself for 100,000, and now seeing Yi Xian made her sick. If he came to bother her every day, what would she do? I don't need these things. She was angry but didn't lose her elegance, speaking in a cold tone. Yi Xian seemed not to have heard, still full of sincerity. Then tell me what you like, even if it's the moon in the sky, I'll get it for you. Stop doing these meaningless things. How can it be meaningless? I won't give up. I already have a boyfriend. After saying that, Li Xiaomeng left with her secretary, leaving Yi Xian stunned on the spot. It took him a while to come to his senses, then he slapped his head. I almost believed it. Li Dashua, the campus beauty, had rejected countless people during her 4 years of university. How could she find a boyfriend right after graduation? It must be an excuse for rejecting others. Anyone who believes it is an idiot. Today's mission was unsuccessful, but he would continue tomorrow. He just didn't believe it. She came to find her every day, even a heart of stone would be moved. Would she not feel anything? Sitting in the car, Li Xiaomeng became more and more angry. This Yi Xian is so annoying. He came to find her 3 times in one day. If Su Chen were here, let him know what a difference is. So she called Su Chen. On the other end, Su Chen received a call from Li Xiaomeng. A sweet voice came through. Liang Ji, where are you? I miss you. Then come find me? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. It's just playing cards. He could easily defeat 2 peasants. No. I'm not available recently. Li Xiaoming shook her head in fear. Only then did she remember the purpose of finding Su Chen. How did they end up talking about this? Liang Ji, let me tell you something, there's a guy who came to find me several times. Immediately, she told Su Chen about Yi Xian coming to find her 3 times, without any concealment. She even mentioned borrowing money from her. Su Chen's heart stirred, saying that the family is bankrupt and borrowing money from others, but he is wearing all branded clothes and spent tens of thousands on gifts. Saying it's a scam, he buys gifts to give to the person he borrowed money from? No matter how you look at it, it's not something a normal person would do. It's more like the protagonist in a novel pretending to be bankrupt to test others' sincerity. This is interesting. A hint of interest flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He wasn't sure, he needed to investigate further, he would go see the truth tomorrow. I'll come find you tomorrow. With Su Chen's promise, Li Xiaoming gestured a victory sign in her heart. Su Chen is usually busy, rarely comes to find her, so she just tried calling. She didn't expect it to actually work. Yi Xian is not useless either. If Yi Xian knew that she confessed 3 times but made no progress at all. Instead, Li Xiaoming could see Su Chen and have a different view of him. She didn't know what expression she would have. At this time, Su Chen was checking Yi Xian's information. Yi Xian, male, 23 years old, living at No. 67, East Street in Dongcheng. 6 months ago, Ye's old house was demolished. 3 days ago the procedures were completed, demolition compensation of 50 million. 1 day ago, Yi Xian and Ye's father called and messaged people in the name of bankruptcy to borrow money. Seeing this, he could almost confirm that Yi Xian was the protagonist. It seems like the protagonist is getting weaker. He didn't know how much luck he could harvest from him. Hopefully, he wouldn't be too disappointed. At this moment, the sound of brakes came from outside the door. Before long, a tall and graceful, extremely beautiful woman walked in. The person who came was Rin Shanshan. Liang Ji. Seeing Su Chen, she was also very happy. It's hard to believe, the cold and dismissive manager in the company who fires people at the drop of a hat. At this moment, she showed this kind of girlish attitude. Su Chen reached out and pulled her over. Ren Shanshan didn't resist, she leaned into his arms. Su Chen lifted her chin. Haven't seen you in over 10 days, do you miss me? Of course, I miss you every day. She was a bit shy, but there were no others around, and her relationship with Su Chen was already deep-rooted. Oh, what do you miss about me? Su Chen stroked her hair, seemingly mentioning it casually. How was your outing with your sister? Her heart tightened, showing a hint of unnatural smile. It's fine, took her to Disneyland, she had a great time. Is that so? When will you bring her over? As her brother-in-law, it's reasonable for me to give my little sister-in-law a gift, right? The next morning, Yi Xian arrived early at the Magic City Aviation Company. He couldn't get into the company now, so he could only see if he could wait for Li Xiaoming outside in advance. When he was about to approach, a gust of wind passed by, and the car had already entered the company. Yi Xian. In order to show his persistence and determination, he decided to wait for Li Xiaoming outside. So, he stood at the company's entrance under the scorching sun. Everyone passing by was attracted to him. Wow, he's so determined, standing there under such a big sun. So lucky, right? If I had a boyfriend who doted on me like this, if I had this kind of persistence, would I still be single? That's true, but look, he looks like a dog. Ignoring the strange looks from the people around him, Yi Xian knew some of Li Xiaoming's personality. Beautiful and kind-hearted. He believed he would eventually move her. After hearing the news about himself, she would definitely come out to see him. Indeed, she came out, but it was close to noon. Yi Xian was sweating profusely, his mouth dry. Finally, seeing Li Xiaoming made him feel that his persistence was not in vain. Li Xiaoming also saw him, frowning suddenly. Why are you still here? I want to prove to you that I really like you. Do you think you're funny? Li Xiaoming impatiently said, I've already told you, I have a boyfriend now, why are you still here? Don't lie to me, those are just words you use to reject others, I've seen through it. Yi Xian was full of confidence. Li Xiaoming was completely speechless, too lazy to talk to such a person. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. A familiar car drove up and stopped in front of them. Soon, Su Chen got out of the car. Li Xiong, you're here? Li Xiaoming was delighted and hurried over. Su Chen smiled, flipped his wrist, and a bunch of lavender appeared in his hand. I love lavender in the Four Seasons flower. See, Li Xiong, you're the best. Li Xiaoming took it happily, put it to her nose, and smelled the fragrance. Yi Xian, is this what you said you don't like lavender? At that moment, he felt like a knife was stabbing his heart, the pain making him suffocate. Wait a minute. He was suddenly alert. How could this be so coincidental? He pursued Li Xiaoming for only 1 day, and she suddenly had a new boyfriend? Was she pretending to be with someone else? To discourage his pursuit? Many TV shows and novels have this kind of plot. At that moment, Li Xiaoming reached out and held Su Chen's arm, looking at Yi Xian. "This is my boyfriend." She had a happy expression on her face. That intimate look, how could it be like hiring an actor? Yi Xian felt another stab in his heart. Impossible. Even now, he was unwilling to believe it. During his 4 years of university, there were many young masters who pursued Li Xiaoming, all of whom were ruthlessly rejected. She was very disgusted with those playboys. But why would she be with this guy? Was she deceived? It was very likely that Li Xiaoming was relatively naive when she entered society. How could she be a match for these old hands? Then he looked at Su Chen with an unfriendly gaze. Su Chen also looked at him, with a handsome face, average build, a bit of a protagonist vibe. It was not beyond his expectations. This Yi Xian was indeed a protagonist. Looking at his luck above his head, he suddenly lost interest. It was even less than Mubai's luck. "Let's go, I'll take you to eat first." Su Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at Li Xiaoming. Okay, my relatives are here today, I want to eat cucumbers. How about we go home and eat later? Annoying. Watching the two chatting and laughing, Yi Xian was still standing there, feeling like his heart had been stabbed again. It wasn't until the car started and drove away that he came back to his senses and quickly followed. He couldn't just give up like this, he was unwilling. He had to find out the truth. In case Li Xiaoming was being deceived, he had to save her from this misery. Su Chen found a private restaurant. The food here suited his taste better. Yi Xian followed along, not immediately catching up, but planning to observe secretly. Soon, he saw Li Xiaoming and Su Chen intimately ordering food together, chatting and laughing. He also saw the man's hand placed on Li Xiaoming's thigh, taking advantage of her. And Li Xiaoming? Seemingly unaware, she continued to laugh and joke with him. Unable to bear seeing his beloved goddess being treated like this, he finally couldn't hold back. He stood up and walked towards their table, but was stopped by a waiter halfway. "Sir, may I ask who you are?" At that moment, a waiter delivering food passed by, and Yi Xian quickly said, "I'm with them, I'll be treating for this meal." The waiter was initially hesitant, but upon hearing that he would be treating, the way he looked at him changed. It was the look of someone seeing a wealthy person. And so, Yi Xian was not stopped again, and he even enjoyed a taste of the vanity of being wealthy. "Why are you here?" Li Xiaoming, who was chatting with Su Chen, suddenly saw him and her mood instantly soured. "I'm here to eat." Yi Xian smiled and looked at Su Chen. "You don't mind if one more person joins, right? I'll be treating for this meal. This meal is quite expensive." Li Xiaoming, being kind-hearted, reminded him. Little did she know, Yi Xian confidently waved his hand and said, "I can afford this meal." He thought to himself that this guy wasn't as wealthy as he seemed if he found this meal expensive. This was a typical nouveau riche mentality at play. "Sure, we appreciate your generosity in adding another set of utensils." Su Chen smiled slightly, making people feel warm like a spring breeze. With a sucker walking into the trap, he didn't refuse. According to the dishes they had ordered earlier, it would cost tens of thousands. He didn't mind spending that amount. He was more interested in how the protagonist would react when it came time to pay the bill. Yi Xian was taken aback. He thought the other party wouldn't agree, so he was prepared for a tug-of-war. He couldn't help but find this guy a bit more pleasing to the eye. Li Xiaoming opened her mouth to say something, but upon hearing Su Chen's agreement, she didn't say anything. Seeing a dish being served, Li Xiaoming's eyes lit up. It was a dish that Su Chen particularly liked. Immediately, she picked up her chopsticks and was about to put it in Su Chen's bowl. However, Su Chen dodged and gestured towards his own mouth. She blushed. After looking around, she then extended the chopsticks towards Su Chen's mouth. Yi Xian. He had just sat down and was about to taste the seemingly good-looking dishes. Seeing this scene, he instantly lost his appetite. And seeing Su Chen's hand moving below the table, his face turned green. He decided not to eat anymore and just stared straight at Su Chen, silently urging him to behave. As for Su Chen, he was completely indifferent. He continued to enjoy the silky smooth food while also enjoying the service of being fed by the female lead. Yi Xian was furious. Ding! Yi Xian is feeling angry towards you, villain value plus 333. Ding! Yi Xian is feeling resentful towards you, villain value plus 444. Unknowingly, a meal ended with Li Xiaoming's service, Su Chen's enjoyment, and Yi Xian's envy and jealousy. "Brotherly, how was this meal?" Li Xiaoming asked expectantly, with a look ready to receive praise. "It's okay, keep up the good work next time," Su Chen commented, then got up. "Let's go, I have time today, I'll spend the day with you." "Really? That's great," Li Xiaoming cheered. Yi Xian was dumbfounded, his face full of doubt about life. Was this really the school flower Li he knew? What's the difference between her and those silly, sweet, and love-struck girls? Sensing a gaze on him, he looked closely and saw Su Chen, looking at him with a faint smile. He suddenly realized. He remembered saying that this meal was on him. Gulp. Damn, he just watched Su Chen and Li Xiaoming eat their fill, and he hasn't touched his chopsticks yet. In other words, he hadn't eaten a single bite, and now he had to foot the bill? Yi Xian's face turned extremely dark. He couldn't lose face in front of the goddess, so he called the waiter over. What a coincidence, it was the same waiter who had blocked his way earlier. But when Yi Xian heard the price, he was dumbfounded. 23,400. Are you crazy? Tens of thousands for a meal, are you robbing people? Immediately, the expression on the waiter's face changed, and he brought out the price list. Clearly marked prices. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. His tone turned cold. This guy was so arrogant just now, saying, I'll treat that table, as if he didn't know the prices. Yi Xian took a look and his vision darkened. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow, 33,000. A line of egrets soaring in the blue sky, 24,000. Peacock flying to the southeast, 14,000. What kind of dish names were these? He had never even heard of them. Seeing his conflicted expression, Li Xiaoming said with a mix of sarcasm and seriousness, I told you this meal was expensive. How about I pay for it instead? Feeling the eyes around him, Yi Xian was extremely embarrassed. There was no way, he had arranged this date himself, and he had to finish it even if it meant shedding tears. Suddenly hearing Li Xiaoming's voice, he perked up. How could he let the goddess pay? So he took out his phone to scan the code. Looking at the money his father had given him, $1 million, to bring back a daughter-in-law, disappearing in an instant, tens of thousands. Yi Xian felt a pang. Most importantly, damn, he hadn't even taken a bite of this meal worth tens of thousands. It made him want to vomit blood. In his heartache, he couldn't help but feel ashamed of Su Chen. Making a woman pay for a meal. This made him even more convinced that Su Chen was a fraud, and Li, the school flower, was being deceived for money and love. Ding! Yi Xian's mind is unstable, villain value plus 555. After settling the bill, Yi Xian looked at the leftovers on the table, then saw Su Chen and Li Xiaoming already walking outside. He could only follow along in pain. If it weren't for the waiter's strange gaze, and if he didn't have to protect Li, the school flower, he would have finished all that food. That was a meal worth tens of thousands. He had never eaten something so expensive in his life, and now he never would. Next, Yi Xian's torment officially began. At Li Xiaoming's suggestion, the two of them went to the entertainment city. With a tail following behind, Su Chen didn't pay it any mind. The villain value delivered to his doorstep, he wouldn't refuse it for nothing. Stopping in front of a claw machine, Li Xiaoming inserted a coin to start grabbing. Oh, it's too hard to grab, brotherly, why don't you try? After a few attempts, she felt a bit discouraged and shook Su Chen's arm. A faint touch came through. This made Yi Xian, who was watching from afar, explode with anger. Su Chen smiled slightly, directly held her hand, and taught her how to grab. Li Xiaoming blushed a little, feeling very happy as Su Chen was intimate with her in public. She was somewhat immersed and unable to extricate herself. With a pop sound, a doll fell out. Ah, it's out, it's out. Li Xiaoming was very excited. Su Chen, on the other hand, remained calm. With his current masterful strength in manipulating, his control was already meticulous. Even if the machine had a problem, he could still grab accurately. Seeing her excited look, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. I taught you how to grab, is there any reward? Without much thought, Li Xiaoming tiptoed and pecked Su Chen's face. Their relationship was extraordinary, and such actions seemed very ordinary to her. In the distance, Yi Xian looked dumbfounded. It felt like several knives were poking at his heart. Ding! Yi Xian's heart was twisted like a knife. The villain value plus 666. After Su Chen grabbed another doll, Li Xiaoming exclaimed that he was great. She wasn't greedy, 2 grabs were enough, and she moved on to the next project. Soon, she was attracted to the arcade motorcycle game. Despite being a good girl at home, a pure school flower at school, and a cold manager at work, she also liked a bit of excitement. Just like when she was with Su Chen, sometimes she would suggest looking at themselves in the mirror. She was a bit tempted, but she wouldn't make a move. Seeing her thoughts, Su Chen smiled. Want to play? I'll take you. Ha! After clearing the arcade motorcycle game, they went to play other projects. The afternoon quietly passed. Su Chen relaxed, and Li Xiaoming was having a great time, feeling extremely happy. Yi Xian followed along, fed up with being fed dog food, exploding with anger. He felt like his heart had been pierced, riddled with holes. Ding! Yi Xian's mentality exploded. the villain value plus 888. Evening, Su Chen and Li Xiaoming returned to her house. Yi Xian wanted to follow but was blocked by a car. The person, he remembered, was Su Chen's driver. It was only now that he realized. Su Chen had long discovered him following behind. He had been treating him as a clown, playing with him, deliberately teasing him. Yi Xian couldn't contain his anger, slamming his hand hard on the rented Lamborghini's steering wheel. After a moment, he hurriedly checked. This car was not cheap, and he couldn't afford to damage it. At Li Xiaoming's house, Brother Liang, thank you for accompanying me, I had so much fun today. Li Xiaoming was very happy, with a smile on her face. Su Chen sat on the sofa, his expression playful. Thanking me is not just words, you have to take practical action. Su Chen played with his phone while contemplating how to deal with this protagonist. He had an idea. Pretend to go bankrupt and test the sincerity of relatives and friends, right? It would be interesting to see how they would treat Yi Xian's family once they knew the truth. Immediately, he edited a message and sent it out. Orders given, the rest would be handled by his subordinates. Yi Fu's third brother, Yi Xian's third uncle, was eating hot pot and singing in his newly bought house. With a ding, a message came in. He casually picked it up and was instantly stunned. His wife nudged him, "What's wrong?" "Damn, big trouble." Immediately, he told his wife about the message. When the Yi family split, the eldest, second, and third brothers all decided to move out. The fourth son is responsible for supporting the elderly, and the house is left to him. Now the old house is being demolished for 50 million, and they won't get a penny. Do you think it's uncomfortable? Wait, isn't the fourth son's family bankrupt? They asked you for money just 2 days ago. His wife discovered a clue and suddenly said, "Is this bankruptcy?" Clearly, it's making a fortune. The third uncle broke the defense. Seeing others making a fortune is even more uncomfortable than losing money. Is he testing us? If we don't lend him money, then in the future. His wife's eyes flashed with wisdom. Damn, that must be it. I'll ask the eldest brother and the second brother right away. The third uncle couldn't sit still and quickly picked up the phone to call. Upon inquiry, it was discovered that among the relatives, there were not many who lent money to Ye's father. He also told them about the demolition of the old house for 50 million, and they were all furious. We treated you as relatives, and you actually tested our sincerity? What do you take us for? Most of those who were furious were those who didn't lend money. Some who lent money really considered Ye's father as a relative, but now they realized it was all fake, just testing them. Everyone felt extremely cold-hearted. Immediately, they called one by one to question. Fourth son, isn't what you're doing a bit unethical? If you're making a fortune, just make a fortune. Why pretend to be poor and test our intentions? Ye fourth, damn it, I'm really fed up with you pretending to be a relative. Are you so afraid of having money that we would borrow from you? I sympathized with you at first, but now I see clearly. From now on, don't contact me anymore. Ye family, Ye's father answered one call after another, feeling dumbfounded. He didn't expect their attempt to test relatives would be discovered. Hearing each one say they would cut off ties and not contact them anymore, he was truly panicked. Click dash at this moment, the door opened, and Yi Xian walked in. Seeing his father in a daze, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Dad, what's wrong? Our attempt has been discovered, and now those relatives want to cut ties with us." Yi Xian was also puzzled. Humans are social animals and cannot live without communication. Even if he suggested testing people's hearts, it was only to refuse help from those people in the future. He never thought of cutting off ties. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Suddenly, his phone rang too. Yi Xian picked it up and saw that it was his childhood friend. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The call was answered. Okay, fine, we've been brothers for over 20 years, and this is how you treat me? Since you don't consider me a friend, don't contact me anymore in the future. After speaking, the other party hung up. Ding-a-ling. Just as he hung up, the phone rang again. This time it was one of his classmates. Chen, do you need money now? My house caught fire, but if you need it, I'll give you the money I earned from working right away. He had borrowed money from this classmate before, but the other party said his house was on fire and didn't have time, so he ignored him. Unexpectedly, there was a huge turnaround this time. His bad premonition grew stronger. How did you know? Yi Xian wasn't stupid and quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. Know what? Stop pretending. How did you know about the demolition of my house? Well, I saw it online. You have to believe me, my house really caught fire at that time. Before he could finish, Yi Xian had already hung up the phone and quickly went online. Shocking. Demolition of 50 million, using bankruptcy as an excuse to test relatives and friends. Is it the loss of morality or the distortion of human nature that this family, after becoming wealthy, actually turned against relatives and friends? Who knows who exposed it online, and it even made it to the hot search rankings. Looking at the news reports, each accompanied by his photo and information, Yi Xian's hands were trembling. Before long, the phones started ringing again one by one. As expected, they were all questioning him. In the end, feeling exhausted, he simply turned off his phone and refused to answer any calls. The father and son sat on the sofa, silent. Ding! Yi Xian's mind was unstable, villain value plus 666. Ding! Yi Xian's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 888. On the other side, after washing up, Li Xiaoming felt a bit weak but didn't want to sleep just yet. She cherished every moment spent with Su Chen. At that moment, she was snuggled in Su Chen's arms, scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, she saw many new hot search topics popping up. About getting money after demolition, borrowing money from relatives and friends under the pretext of bankruptcy to test their loyalty. Xingu, what do you think of this news? She raised her head, asking for Su Chen's opinion. Of course, I'm following along. Su Chen smiled slightly. These news reports could climb the hot search rankings so quickly. Was it his doing? Li Xiaoming rolled her eyes and clicked to read. Soon, she noticed something amiss. Why did the exposed information seem so familiar? And looking at the person, oh my, wasn't that Yi Xian? No wonder he was either sending flowers or gifts. Turns out his family received 50 million from the demolition. Wait, didn't he also borrow 10,000 from her? Is this a case of the spectator being involved in the drama? Her expression turned unpleasant. Although she didn't care much about the 10,000, lending it out without the intention of getting it back being tested by someone was still uncomfortable. TSK. Isn't this your classmate? Su Chen suddenly feigned surprise. I don't have such a classmate. Bringing it up only made Li Xiaoming's mood worse. I lent him 10,000, this won't do. I must ask him to return it. The next morning, the Yi family. The living room was filled with smoke. The father and son didn't say a word, sitting there all night, the ashtray full of cigarette butts. Faced with severing ties with one relative and friend after another, they didn't know what to do. Yi Xian was in a panic. This situation completely exceeded his expectations. Feeling that this couldn't go on, Yi Xian picked up his phone and turned it on. Ding ring, ding ring, ding ring. Just as he turned it on, a call came in, startling them. Yi Xian didn't want to answer, but seeing the caller ID showing goddess, he had no choice but to pick up. Return the money I lent you. The call connected. Li Xiaoming's tone was cold and to the point. Xiaoming, listen to my explanation. Beep beep beep. Yi Xian tried to explain, but the call was hung up. The humiliation from being played by Su Chen yesterday, the panic of the exposure at night, and the exhaustion of the night all erupted at that moment. He slumped on the sofa, lost and disheartened. Ding! Yi Xian's mentality exploded, villain value plus 999. Yi's father looked at his son, who seemed lost, feeling somewhat disappointed and regretful. Why did he listen to Yi Xian's unreliable advice? Let's not worry about other things for now, go get some rest first. Gathering his thoughts, since the situation had already occurred, they needed to think about how to resolve it. After a sleepless night, exhausted mentally, it was best to rest and let the mind clear up. Yi Xian returned to the bedroom in a daze. He couldn't fall asleep no matter how he lay on the bed, so he turned on the computer, ready to check the news again. Suddenly, a pop-up window appeared. Yi Xian clicked on it and couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that a few days ago, he had invested in some stocks in excitement after learning that his family was going to be relocated. After not checking for a few days, he found that all of them had risen. He hadn't invested much in total, just 100,000, but now it had risen to 300,000. Yi Xian was greatly shocked, sweeping away his previous despondency, his eyes shining. Because of his professional involvement in stock trading, he was quite knowledgeable, but this was the first time he had invested money in it. In his first stock trading experience, he had earned a full 200,000 in just 2 days. Could this be the legendary misfortune brings blessings, blessings bring misfortune? Or, did he have a talent for stock trading? Suddenly, he thought of another question. What if I invest more? If I invest 1 million, wouldn't I be able to earn 3 million? However, he didn't act impulsively and decided to try again. This time, he invested the remaining 500,000 in his account, combined with the 300,000 in the stock market, totaling 800,000. The drowsiness dissipated as he searched in the stock market. He was extremely excited. Even if those relatives and friends severed ties, so what? As long as he had money, why fear that life wouldn't be prosperous? Not only that, he also saw hope of winning back his goddess. Bai Chaotang. Since the exchange meeting between Chinese and Western medicine, Bai Chaotang had become extremely popular, with a constant stream of people coming here for treatment every day. Several more senior Chinese medicine doctors were responsible for treating patients. The employees were busy all day, feeling both pain and joy. They also noticed a problem, that their shopkeeper seemed to have changed. Logically, with the rise of Chinese medicine, Chen Jianjia should be happy, but now she had a cold face all day long. Now she always stayed in her office, and she was rarely seen. Sometimes she could be found standing sadly by the window. He's so handsome, is he here for treatment too? Oops, it's a heart-fluttering feeling. I want to get close to him. I'll pay 10,000. Who can help me get his contact information? I'm willing to pay 100,000. A sudden figure appeared in the hall, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The people at Bai Chaotang also noticed, knowing that this was their shopkeeper's friend, and someone came to lead him upstairs. At this time, a girl had already gone upstairs to inform Chen Jianjia. Bang, bang, bang. The door of Chen Jianjia's office was knocked on. Come in. She frowned, somewhat displeased. Didn't I say not to disturb me, not to see anyone? The girl was a little out of breath and said, Master Su is here. Snap, the pen in Chen Jianjia's hand fell on the table, leaving a mark, and she stood up excitedly. Where is he? Realizing that she had lost her composure, she sat back down slowly, calming herself. Since the last time she treated the mother of the woman next to Master Su, they hadn't seen each other for 3 days. At first, she was very sad, feeling that her emotions had been deceived. But Master Su never came to find her, and she began to remember his good qualities. He appeared when she was in despair, helped her revive Chinese medicine, taught her various acupuncture techniques, and helped her fulfill her wish. Slowly, she couldn't help but start to excuse Master Su. All of this was voluntary. Master Su had never said he didn't have other women, and they weren't in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. At this point, the effects of Master Su's previous arrangements were beginning to show. Bang, bang, bang. The door was knocked on again. Chen Jianjia came to his senses, but before he could say come in, the door was pushed open. Only that person could be so bold. Sure enough, Su Chen's familiar figure walked in. The girl who brought the news blinked and gave a flirtatious look to the shopkeeper, obediently went out, and closed the door behind her. Su Chen smiled and looked at the female lead who had been cold-shouldered by him for a few days. Chen Jianjia was taking out an ancient medical book to read. She sat quietly there, with a ray of sunlight shining through the window onto the pages of the book. The scene was picturesque. However, from the fact that the ancient book was upside down, it could be seen that her mood was not as calm as it seemed. What? Not welcoming me? The voice that suddenly sounded in her ear made her tremble. It turned out that Su Chen had come to her side at some point, looking at her with a playful expression. She also realized that she was holding the book upside down, blushing and turning her face away. After understanding the situation, most of her anger dissipated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept Su Chen's bodyguard by her side to protect her. But she still had some emotions and didn't want to deal with Su Chen. However, the voice that followed made her completely flustered. What can you learn from reading? Let me teach you acupuncture instead. Throughout the day, Su Chen didn't go anywhere, staying by Chen Jianjia's side all the time. He taught her a new acupuncture technique. He understood Chen Jianjia's current mood very well, full of anxiety and self-doubt. Only by being by her side could he give her a sense of security. At night, Su Chen was still full of energy, leaning against the head of the bed, reading the information that came today. He had already watched the news video about the blood rose, otherwise Chen Jianjia wouldn't have lost her strength. It was because Night Kite had gone out again today, and the villain's value was rising rapidly. It was not far from harvesting her luck. Lin Hao had been very calm recently, without causing any trouble. It was worth mentioning that Night Kite was preparing to take action against the Wolf League's high-level members. It seemed that there would be another good show tomorrow. Su Chen was attracted by a message about another protagonist, Yi Xian. After knowing that he was a protagonist, he had been under constant surveillance, including his daily life, where he went, and what he did. Today, Yi Xian didn't go anywhere, staying at home all the time, tinkering in front of the computer. Through hacking, it was discovered that this guy had been trading stocks all along. A shocking thing happened, the stocks Yi Xian invested in had almost all risen. He invested 80,000 in the morning, and now it had doubled, 160,000. Su Chen pondered. Was this the protagonist's golden finger? He had some doubts before, as this protagonist was far inferior to the previous two. Saying he had demolished 50 million, ordinary people could also get lucky. Why did he become the protagonist? There must be some kind of golden finger, right? Now it seemed that his golden finger was probably stock trading. Chen had no interest in this. With his power, a word from him could make the stock market turbulent, causing countless people to go bankrupt. Suddenly, a thought arose. Chen smiled. He figured out how to deal with this protagonist. Want to change your fate through stock trading? I'll help you. Not only will I let you trade stocks, but I will also assist you in making more money. Stock trading is gambling, and when he becomes addicted to it, it will be the beginning of his despair. Yi family Yixian sat in front of the computer, excitedly looking at the stock market data. He hadn't slept for 2 days and nights, but he wasn't tired at all, because he found out that he was actually a stock trading genius. Every stock he invested in almost never lost money. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he saw the stocks he invested in rising again, and this time, they soared. His total assets almost doubled again, reaching 3 million. Ha ha ha. Yixian laughed heartily, laughing so hard that he had to catch his breath before stopping. Chen, just you wait. I will make you pay for playing tricks on me. Xiao Meng, I will come to rescue you soon. Confidence filled his eyes. Little did he know, a script targeting him had already slowly begun. The next day, Lin Hao came out of the rental house and headed straight to the Starry Night Bar. Driven out by Chen Jianjia, he was penniless, and the rental house was arranged for him by second sister Xia Qingqiu. The price was that he now had to help out at the bar. Xia Qingqiu also told him about the game Chen wanted to play. If Chen didn't participate, wasn't he invincible? Lin Hao couldn't wait for the day to come so he could immediately slap Chen's face. He made a pretentious guarantee. Second sister, rest assured, with me here, nothing unexpected will happen. Seeing his confident look, Xia Qingqiu felt slightly relieved. However, she still advised him to stay out of trouble recently. Walking on the road, thinking about slapping Chen's face soon, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. The weather cleared up, the rain stopped, and he felt confident again. At this moment, an old man walked towards him. He didn't pay attention, but as they passed by each other, the old man fell towards him. He instinctively reached out to help, but the old man fell to the ground. Whether it was to onlookers or captured on camera, it appeared that Lin Hao had pushed the old man down. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. He looked at his hands, which seemed to knock people down effortlessly. When did he become so powerful? Suddenly, the old man hugged him tightly, and a deafening pig-killing scream rang out. Help, someone is killing. This young man has no martial ethics, bullying an old man. Ah, my back is broken, I'm dying. Lin Hao. At this moment, how could he not understand that he had fallen victim to the legendary scam? He tried to shake off the old man, but found that the old man held on tighter than expected. Frowning, he impatiently said, "Let go, I didn't push you. You're still trying to deny it, you pushed me." The old man suddenly became agitated, shouting loudly. Lin Hao, feeling exasperated, said, "Who can testify that I pushed you?" "I can testify, I saw it, it was you who pushed him." Suddenly, a young man stepped forward, pointing aggressively at Lin Hao's nose. As he stepped forward, several others also came forward to testify. This was a busy street in the city, with many people passing by. The commotion quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Damn, is the old man being pushed backwards? Is it true or fake? The world is going downhill, with people lacking morals and conscience, bullying the elderly in broad daylight. Is there still morality and conscience? Sigh. I think it must be a scam. Has the old man turned bad, or have bad people turned old? The crowd whispered among themselves. Except for a few who called the police, most people were indifferent. Life pressures are already great, and when they finally have some drama to watch and relieve stress, they naturally wouldn't miss it. Several young people denounced Lin Hao, cursing more vigorously. Are you even human? How old is the old man? Can you really do this? Hurry up, are you an idiot? Why haven't you taken him to the hospital? What? You want to fight? Come on, hit me, you have no guts if you don't. He toughened up, his fists clenched. Lin Hao's eyes gradually became dangerous. Seeing a young man provokingly pointing at his own face asking to be hit. Can this be tolerated? He had never encountered such a request in his life. Then, he threw a punch. In an instant, the young man's face was bruised and swollen. Several young people, seeing their brother being hit, immediately got angry and rushed to seek revenge. The fate of those who laid hands on Lin Hao was predictable, lying on the ground wailing. Even an old man who tried to bite him midway was knocked down by him. He was like a god of war. The onlookers were all shocked by his strength. Where did this tough guy come from? Don't they know it's a society under the rule of law now? Aren't you afraid of the police for hitting someone so hard? Lin Hao enjoyed the expressions of these people very much. He was about to leave when several police cars came roaring in. They were setting me up. I acted in self-defense. Whether it was self-defense or not, come with us for investigation first. In the end, Lin Hao, along with several young people and the old man, were taken away. Sitting in the police car, he couldn't help but think of that dark room and that cruel policewoman, feeling his scalp tingle. Meanwhile, at the Wolf nightclub, one of the subordinates was reporting the incident to Knight Yuyan, one of the 4 Deputy Alliance leaders. After listening to the report, a bloodthirsty gleam flashed in her eyes. Yes, all of this was arranged by her. Sending someone to set up Lin Hao, provoke him to hit someone, and then all get caught. The focus was not on setting up Lin Hao, but on him hitting people, even hitting an old man, making things more complicated. In this way, even if the trick was exposed, Lin Hao would still have to stay inside for several days. By the time he came out, the game was already over. This was a method she came up with after Chen told her about Lin Hao's strength. The method was rough but effective. Since you are strong and can't be dealt with in secret, let's do it openly. Is everything arranged? Knight Yuyan looked at her subordinate, her eyes cold and stern. It's all set. Under the guise of a meeting, the senior members of each hall have been summoned back. They are all on their way and will arrive before 7 o'clock tonight. The subordinate reported nervously, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at her. This deputy leader had been extremely cruel to them before. Now, her madness and insanity made them tremble in fear, not daring to breathe. Very well, you may leave. Have someone keep an eye on their families. When I give the order, take action. Knight Yuyan waved her hand indifferently. If Chen hadn't asked her to minimize the losses of the Wolf Alliance, she wouldn't have bothered with all this trouble and would have just killed them directly. Keeping an eye on their families was a means of control. As long as they obeyed, everything would be peaceful. At most, to ensure the master wins the game, they would fight to the end. If they didn't obey, they shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. Shushur Group CEO's office. Chen was sitting in his office chair, leisurely looking at his phone. His female secretary Shui Yurong was hesitantly reporting on work. He had just received the news of Lin Hao being taken in, and he had also guessed Yi Yuyan's arrangement behind the scenes. He had some brains after all. Shall we start tonight? Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. He was planning to go see Ruland at night and couldn't make it to the scene. Then, let's arrange an exclusive live broadcast for him. Yan Xian was getting deeper and deeper into trouble. Since making a big profit from stock trading yesterday, he had asked his father for 3 million to invest. He was still in the dream of becoming the new stock god surpassing Buffett. Chen smiled, indicating that the storm should come more violently. Star Moon Club Xiaoqingqiu also received the news of Lin Hao's arrest, and after understanding the situation, she felt a sinking feeling in her heart. It is obvious that it is a game targeting Lin Hao, preventing him from participating in the following games. I thought it was Chen's doing, but upon investigation, it turned out to be the Wolf Alliance. No, the Wolf Alliance doesn't know about Lin Hao's existence, so it should be Chen who leaked the information. Chen represents the Wolf Alliance and will not allow the existence of Lin Hao's strength. Although knowing that Chen is behind this, I am also very disappointed in Lin Hao. Let him be more restrained recently, but he still got into trouble. Xiaoqingqiu still wants to try to fight for it, trying to bail out Lin Hao, but she was stopped by the Wolf Alliance. She felt heavy-hearted and could only rely on herself next. She must win on her own, otherwise she will submit to Chen, and who knows how she will be treated. Night 7 o'clock. Chen arrived at Ruland's house. At this time, he was sitting on the sofa looking at the tablet in front of him. It clearly showed the scene of the Wolf Alliance headquarters. According to the meeting time, everyone arrived on time and gathered in a hall. It can be said, all the top leaders of the Wolf Alliance are gathered here. Each one called out can be a big name on the street. Big brother, why did you summon us back? Is something wrong? A hall master who was called back asked. Yes, big brother, who dares to provoke our Wolf Alliance? Are they seeking death? It should be the Star Moon Society. I think they are getting tired of living. Someone was the first to speak, and it was like opening a floodgate, and a group of people started discussing. Brothers, listen to me. The leader Zhang Xiaotian spoke, and all the high-level members quieted down. It can be seen the influence of this leader. Zhang Xiaotian nodded in satisfaction and said, it's not the Star Moon Society. Although they have risen rapidly, they are not yet in our Wolf Alliance's eyes. I called everyone here because it's been a long time since we've seen each other, let's gather together. As for the second point, everyone perked up their ears, knowing that the main point was coming. Secondly, someone wants to subdue the Wolf Alliance, bluntly asking us to be dogs, do you agree or not? What? As soon as this was said, except for those who knew the reason, everyone else's faces changed drastically. Who is it? Acting recklessly, daring to say such words, I think he's looking for death. Big brother, just tell me who it is, I'll take a few brothers to wipe him out now. It seems that we haven't made a move for a long time, and the world has forgotten the power of the Wolf Alliance. The crowd was furious, the hall was noisy, and the curses were endless. Yi Yuan looked at these people, his eyes cold, and the killing intent on him was almost uncontrollable. Wait until the master's game is over, you will all die. Seeing that everyone was refusing, Zhang Xiaotian was very satisfied, and he raised his hand. He is the eldest son of the Su family, Su Chen. To prevent retaliation, everyone needs to be vigilant. Recently, everyone should be more restrained, and some businesses can be temporarily put on hold. After listening to him, all the high-level members were stunned. Many of them had drastically changed expressions. They never expected that the person who offended the Wolf Alliance turned out to be the eldest son of the Su family. What kind of existence is the Su family? As the leader of the top 4 families in the Magic City, they have a presence in the military, political, and business sectors. What can they use to compete with others? Of course, there are also those who are not afraid of trouble, boldly saying, the Su family? If we offend them, we offend them. Our Wolf Alliance is never afraid of trouble. Even if it's the Su family, they have no right to make us their dogs. Seeing the change in everyone's expressions, Zhang Xiaotian continued, everyone doesn't need to be so pessimistic. The Su family's influence has slowly shifted to the imperial capital. We don't need to be afraid at all. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not crush a snake on the ground. The Wolf Alliance has been rooted in the Magic City for 20 years and has never been afraid of anyone. As soon as the words fell, they immediately elicited a chorus of agreement. Big brother is right, let's fight with him. Our Wolf Alliance doesn't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. The Zus are nothing special, why should they be so high and mighty? Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If offending Su Chen had provoked public anger, even he, the leader of the dark power, wouldn't be able to suppress it. Fortunately, these people still had courage, and all worries were unfounded. Immediately, he looked at Night Kite, one of the 4 deputy alliance leaders, responsible for the banquet. Next was the time for good food, good drink, and idle chatter. Night Kite's lips curved into a smile as she began arranging the logistics of serving food and wine. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaotian inexplicably felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Shaking his head to dispel his distractions, he thought he was overthinking. The hall was extremely lively, toasting each other, boasting. But the good times didn't last long, as suddenly one person's face turned pale, and their body involuntarily collapsed. Someone poisoned. With the first person falling, like a domino effect, one high-ranking member after another fell. This included Alliance leader Zhang Xiaotian and 3 deputy Alliance leaders. Wait, why only 3? For deputy Alliance leaders, why did only 3 get poisoned? A question arose in everyone's mind. Soon, Night Kite stepped forward to answer their doubts. Everyone, I hope you are well. After removing her heavy makeup, she appeared even more beautiful and charming, her smile captivating. However, at this moment everyone in the hall didn't find her smile enchanting, but rather chilling to the bone. Night Kite, what have you done to us? One deputy alliance leader angrily shouted. Can't you see? I poisoned you all. There was a hint of wickedness in Night Kite's expression. Alliance leader Zhang Xiaotian was also furious, wishing he could kill the woman in front of him, but he couldn't. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck his mind. Only then did he realize that this gathering of all high-ranking members was proposed by Night Kite. Everything was premeditated by her. He angrily questioned, why did you do this? Why? Night Kite seemed to whisper, then her tone turned cold. Blame yourselves for being so clueless. The master wanted the Wolf Alliance to be his dogs, which was an honor for the Wolf Alliance, but you fools refused, making the master lose face. If the master loses face, you must die. Her face showed a crazy expression, sending shivers down everyone's spine. What? Upon hearing her words, everyone was stunned, then each became furious. Being a dog is an honor? Screw that. Wait. Zhang Xiaotian noticed a clue, his pupils shrinking rapidly. Are you Su Chen's person? Snap! Night Kite's eyes turned cold, swoosh she appeared in front of him, and slapped him hard across the face. Zhang Xiaotian, weakened by the poison, was unable to react in time and was slapped away. The icy voice rang in everyone's ears. Can you even say the master's name? The crisp sound of the slap quieted the noisy hall, leaving everyone staring in shock. What the hell? What did they see? Night Kite actually slapped Zhang Xiaotian away. Zhang Xiaotian was a master of dark power, commanding respect and fear within the Wolf Alliance. Now, he was slapped hard, as if their faith had been completely shattered. She also has dark power, someone exclaimed. Only then did everyone realize. Just now, the speed at which Night Kite erupted was so fast that they couldn't see clearly, definitely reaching the level of dark force. Feeling a fiery pain spreading across his face, Zhang Xiaotian was extremely angry. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. That slap was not held back at all. He rotated 720 degrees in the air before landing, and rolled 4 or 5 meters before stopping. At this moment, his face was swollen high, his teeth almost shattered, looking somewhat terrifying. The pain on his body was secondary, the strange gazes around him made him furious. Night Kite ignored him, brought a chair and sat down, looking down from a high vantage point. Originally, according to my intention, if you dare to refuse the master, you all have to die. The master, seeing that you still have some use, gave you a chance to survive. Upon hearing her words, everyone immediately became agitated, shouting one by one. They could become high-level members of the Wolf Alliance, each more ruthless than the other, true werewolves. How could they endure this? Whether to kill or cut, if I frown, my surname is not Deng. Back then, I was alone, with a knife, cutting from south to north, then from north to south, without blinking an eye. Li Guo, why didn't you blink your eyes back then? Is that the point? Seeing each one determined to die rather than submit, Night Kite had anticipated this, her smile becoming more sinister. By the way, during the time you were eating, I was afraid that something might happen to your family, so I sent someone to take care of them. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask. Everyone was shocked. The looks towards Night Kite were full of horror. In the underworld, the most taboo thing is to involve family members. Whether it's a showdown between sides, internal gang conflicts, or personal grudges, strength speaks, not targeting each other's families. Now, according to Night Kite, it seemed that they were holding their families hostage. If they didn't obey, their families would suffer too. Everyone couldn't sit still, hurriedly calling their families. The results they got, without exception, were that someone was watching them. Night Kite, what do you mean, harming family members? Are you going to violate the rules of the underworld? An infuriated voice shouted. Nonsense. Night Kite frowned, a handgun appearing in her hand. Bang 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 3 shots, without hesitation. The man was hit by 3 shots, falling straight to the ground, with a look of anger on his face even in death. At the same time, Night Kite made another call. One word, kill. Now I am in charge of the Wolf Alliance. Who agrees, who disagrees? Perhaps because she had just killed someone, at this moment she exuded a strong killing intent, extremely intimidating. Even though they were werewolves, at this moment they couldn't help but feel fearful. Who wouldn't be afraid of this? Resistance would not only lead to their own death, but also the death of their families. It seemed that the only option left for them was to submit. I agree. Suddenly a voice rang out. Then, one after another, people spoke up. I also agree. Night Master is a strong dark force user, she should be the leader. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaotian not far away trembled with anger, looking fiercely at the crowd. Thinking that when he recovered, he must kill all these freeloaders. You are very good, but I don't trust you. Night Kite smiled, taking out a dagger. With a light wave, the dagger was inserted straight into the table. Then she pointed at Zhang Xiaotian. Now, each of you go stab him, and you will be able to survive. Everyone. Zhang Xiaotian. Upon hearing Night Kite's request, the faces of the high-level members of the Wolf Alliance changed drastically. In the underworld, one must uphold the principle of righteousness. Brothers are like hands and feet, women are like clothes. Zhang Xiaotian is their eldest brother. Betraying the eldest brother will be despised by others, not to mention stabbing the eldest brother. If they do, they must keep the secret, otherwise they will not end well. In this way, they will be manipulated all the time and never be able to turn the tables. This is exactly the result Yi Yuan wants. Not far away, Zhang Xiaotian's eyes revealed a fierce light. He was planning how to retaliate in the future, but was dumbfounded after hearing her words. In the hall with so many people, if each person stabs him, he will undoubtedly die. For a moment, in his eyes looking at Yi Yuan, there was fear and a plea for mercy. You have 30 seconds to consider. If you don't act after 30 seconds, then you can die with him. She showed a bloodthirsty smile on her face and began the countdown. Not long after she finished speaking, someone made a choice. A person struggled to stand up, step by step towards Zhang Xiaotian, and when passing by the table, pulled out the dagger. When he reached him, a flash of guilt passed through his eyes, then turned into determination. He raised his hand and stabbed Zhang Xiaotian. Because of the poison, and being slapped away by Yi Yuan, he had no strength at this moment. He could only watch everything helplessly. One person took the lead, and then others stood up, coming to him, pulling out the dagger and stabbing him, one after another, until everyone in the hall had stabbed him. And at this moment, the once famous leader of the Wolf Alliance died with his eyes wide open. Sorry for the late update. I wanted to complete this plot so that everyone wouldn't be unhappy, and say that I'm cutting the story. I'm really afraid that one day you will have a knife in your hand and kill all the story-cutting dogs in the world." On the other side, Chen put down the tablet. This performance did not disappoint him. What surprised him the most was Yi Yuan. Capable, resourceful, and most importantly, intelligent. He was quite satisfied with the first slave he acquired. Click, the sound of the door opening came, and Ruland came out of the bedroom. She had just returned from work and unexpectedly saw Chen, feeling both surprised and happy. Chen said he would take her for a walk, so she quickly changed into casual clothes. Holding hands, they walked together on the summer night street, listening to the chirping of insects around them. Ruland's face was full of happiness. She gently touched her slightly bulging belly, feeling grateful for the child inside her. If she hadn't suddenly become pregnant, Chen wouldn't have changed his attitude towards her, let alone be so caring towards her now. The next day, Chen returned to the Su family mansion. The luck of the blood rose had almost been harvested, and calling Yi Yuan again today would almost complete the harvest. It had to be said that she had a real talent for training people. Just as he got out of the car, a message came through, causing Chen to raise an eyebrow. It showed that Yi Xian had secretly transferred 1 million from his father's account and invested it all in the stock market. Why was it said to be done secretly? Yi Xian had told his father that he intended to make a safe and profitable deal, but was rejected. Seeing the funds in the account increasing several times every day, it pained him. If only he had more capital. He thought of the humiliation Chen had inflicted on him, the goddess being deceived and played with. In the end, he made up his mind, his evil thoughts taking over, and directly transferred the money himself. He knew his father's account password, so it wasn't difficult for him. At worst, he would surprise his father once he made money. After investing all the money in the stock market, Yi Xian began to look forward to it. His golden finger was indeed suitable for stock trading. According to the information reported by his subordinates, even without their behind-the-scenes operations, Yi Xian could still maintain a daily profit. Although the profit won't be as much. The fish is on the hook, we can start reeling in the net. Chen immediately gave the order. A large group of traders under his command started to operate. They were usually responsible for sniping large groups, even the finances of other countries, harvesting funds starting from tens of billions. They were somewhat puzzled by Chen's order to harvest tens of millions from stock investors. Despite their doubts, they didn't say much and faithfully carried out the orders. The Yi family, Yi Xian, was as usual watching the stock market. At first, nothing surprised him, as the stocks he bought were slowly rising. But not long after, those stocks suddenly plummeted at an extreme speed, quickly hitting the limit down. Yi Xian was dumbfounded, as this was the first time he encountered such a situation. For a moment, he was at a loss. Just as he hesitated whether to pull out, the stocks started rising again. The speed of their rise was fast, almost returning to their original positions. Yi Xian calmed down, his hands steady, a smile appearing on his face. Just as he thought. How could the stocks he chose fall? Even if they fell, they would rise back up, maybe even skyrocket. He had encountered such situations before. However, his smile froze instantly. The stocks once again plummeted, even dropping to a new low. Yi Xian refused to believe it, no longer having the intention to withdraw, only hoping for the stocks to rise again. In his anticipation, the stocks continued to fall. Just as he was about to pull out again, the stocks miraculously turned around. If a seasoned stock investor saw this scene, they would definitely notice someone manipulating behind the scenes. Yi Xian had unknowingly fallen into a trap. Indeed, Yi Xian at this moment was like a gambler in a frenzy, always hoping to break even. Whenever he felt despair, the stocks would improve slightly, giving him a glimmer of hope. The rhythm was completely controlled, jumping back and forth between hope and despair. Chen's traders were all top experts, adept at manipulating people's minds. After giving orders to his subordinates, Chen no longer interfered. They would naturally handle things well. What? Can't handle it? Then what use are you? He had someone bring out the tea set and started brewing tea. His tea-making skills were also top-notch, a reward that emerged from a female lead, considered one of his side businesses. Skillfully arranging the tea set, warming the cups, his movements were smooth and seamless, done in one go. Every gesture seemed to blend with the heavens and earth, exuding an elegant and amiable temperament, pleasing to the eye. Night Kite arrived at some point. Seeing the teapot ready, she quickly helped pour the tea. Go take a look at that blood rose. Chen lifted the teacup and gently shook it, calmly gazing at the scene of blooming flowers ahead. Yes, master. Night Kite obeyed and went to the basement. She could guess Chen's intentions, which were to completely break that woman's mentality. She wouldn't disappoint her master. In the afternoon, Chen arrived at the basement. Ding! Blood Rose's mind collapses, villain value plus 1000. Ding! Blood Rose's mentality explodes, villain value plus 1000. Night Kite's training was always effective, the luck of this killer female lead was almost depleted. But that was all there was to it. No matter what method she used now, her luck couldn't be lowered. Chen pondered. It seemed that making the protagonist's halo disappear wasn't so easy, it required a greater stimulus. It was time to play that life and death game with her. Ever since he learned of Blood Rose's identity, he had been laying the groundwork to subdue her, and now he was ready. Pick out some clothes for her to wear and bring her out, ordered Night Kite. Chen walked out of the basement. Arriving at the private golf course, he stood with his hands behind his back, emitting an invisible aura. Swish! A figure wearing a mask, covered in a black robe, appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee. The black robe was embroidered with a pattern resembling a spiderweb, the symbol of the heavenly net, symbolizing the vastness of the world, all within the net. The gaze of the black-robed figure was full of respect and fanaticism. Master. From the title, it could be heard that he was a killer of the heavenly net. Chen's gaze was deep, and he said lightly, "Bring the people up, the game can begin." Before long, several blonde and blue-eyed foreigners were brought up. From their attire and demeanor, it was easy to see that they were all wealthy, not lacking in money as second-generation rich. At this moment, each of their faces was filled with arrogance and defiance, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. "My dad is an oil tycoon, I advise you to let me go, or when my dad comes for you, you will all die. My dad is a member of the Black Palace, dare to arrest me. Aren't you afraid of causing an international dispute? My dad is." They introduced their identities, all with impressive backgrounds. However, neither the killer of the heavenly net nor Chen paid any attention to their words. Why bother with a group of dead people clamoring? When Blood Rose was brought to the golf course by Night Kite, she saw several people shouting and felt somewhat familiar. Soon, she remembered. A year ago, these people were being toyed with and chased by a killer, and she happened to pass by and dealt with that killer, saving them. How could they be here? Thinking that Chen was the master of the heavenly net, it was not surprising that he found these people. She didn't know what Chen's purpose was in bringing them here. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Chen sat in a chair, propping his head with one hand, looking interestedly at the group. Night Kite tactfully came behind him to start massaging. "Let's play a game first. The game is called Introductions. In simple terms, introduce yourselves, remember to be detailed, if it doesn't match the information I have." Chen raised an eyebrow, and the expressionless heavenly net killer beside him raised a gun, aiming at them. Seeing the dark muzzle, the group finally realized that something was amiss. These people were different from the robbers they had encountered before. After being captured, there seemed to be no intention of holding them for ransom. The young people finally began to panic, preparing to say something when Chen spoke. "Now, the game begins, you go first." He reached out and randomly pointed to a blonde crew-cut youth. Faced with someone pointing a gun at him, the blonde youth was a bit flustered but still mustered the courage to speak. "My dad is an oil tycoon, just say how much money you want, I'll have him wire it to you immediately." Wasting time, next. Before he could finish speaking, Chen impatiently interrupted. The group was stunned, not yet reacting, when a gunshot rang out. A burst of blood mist exploded. Beside them, the blonde youth whose father was an oil tycoon had his head blown open, blood and brain matter splattering. Because they were close, it sprayed onto the remaining people. Everyone was stunned, not expecting these people to actually dare to shoot. Faced with this bloody scene, some couldn't bear it and vomited on the spot. They were all in a panic, not afraid that the other party was a robber, as they had plenty of money at home. They were afraid that these people wanted nothing, treating it as a real game, deriving pleasure from killing them. Blood Rose couldn't bear it, she wanted to stop it, but she knew very well that there was nothing she could do. She could only turn her face away and not look anymore. As Chen's finger landed on another person, the person looked terrified and quickly began to introduce himself. I'm Mike, 25 years old this year, my father is a congressman." He didn't forget Chen's request for a detailed introduction, so he began to try to recall his childhood. "At 5, I played with the neighbor's kid and pushed him down the stairs. At 8, I splashed sulfuric acid on the nanny. At 13, I forced the new nanny. At 18, I raped a female classmate. At 23, I became obsessed with young girls." As he continued to speak, the blood-red rose not far away was stunned, her face full of disbelief. When she passed by and saw several people being tortured and killed by the killer, she intervened to save them. Unexpectedly, one of the guys was so depraved that calling him a demon wouldn't be an exaggeration. Chen remained expressionless, leisurely enjoying the massage from Night Kite. "Your memory is good, but you got one thing wrong. You didn't rape 12 young girls, it was 13. The man's face was full of fear upon hearing this. Just as he was about to say something, a bullet shot through. Bang, as expected, his head exploded, blood splattering. The remaining few people were trembling, their faces pale and bloodless. The two people who were just killed were among the most powerful in their group of young masters, yet they were ruthlessly gunned down. Their minds shattered one by one, trembling as Chen pointed at them. They obediently began to introduce themselves. After the introductions were done, the blood-red rose was dumbfounded, her mind blank. It turned out that it wasn't just Mike who was depraved, the whole group was like that. They, a group of young masters, had even formed a club, and who knows how many young girls had been harmed by them. And she had saved them, essentially becoming an accomplice to these people. This contradicted her sense of justice, causing a great impact on her psyche. At that moment, a playful voice sounded in her ear. "By the way, I have some news here, do you want to hear it?" Without waiting for her response, Chen continued. The killers who were chasing them were hired by a family they had harmed, who spent all their savings to seek revenge. "You're such a good person for saving them." He emphasized the phrase good person. Chen clicked his tongue and continued. "After you saved them, they killed that entire family and held several gatherings." Seeing the trembling figure of the rose, her face contorted in pain, Chen smiled faintly. Yes, what he wanted was to kill them with their own guilt. He didn't understand the female protagonist much, but from the actions of this blood-red rose, she seemed somewhat obsessive. Obsessive about justice. It couldn't be said that they were wrong. They were the protagonists, they were just, that was beyond doubt. But they seemed a bit inflexible, single-minded, doing what they thought was right. A bit of a rush to the rescue mentality. Just like when she saw these people being chased, she didn't hesitate to save them. But she didn't know that she had saved a group of villains. I believe that upon realizing that she wasn't doing a good deed, but rather aiding the villains, it would deal a great blow to her beliefs. Ding! Blood-red rose's mentality explodes, villain value plus 1000. Next, the game continues. Chen smiled lightly and waved his hand. The remaining people were taken down, and 7 or 8 more people were brought up. Among this group of people, there were both men and women. Unlike the previous young masters who were brought up arrogantly, they looked fearful and trembling. It seemed like they knew who had captured them. Yes, they were also involved in the dark world and naturally had some understanding of the mysterious Heaven's Net. Heaven's Net is very mysterious, and no one knows what the assassins inside look like. Only legends about them are passed down. They wear masks, their whole bodies covered in black robes embroidered with patterns resembling spider webs. Looking at the decorations of the people in front of them, the 8 people were filled with horror. This group of people was likely the assassins of Heaven's Net. Upon knowing that they were captured by Heaven's Net, the most mysterious and terrifying force in the dark world, they were scared out of their wits. The killers of Heaven's Net surrounded them, and everyone was so terrified that they dared not breathe, trembling all over. They also saw Chen not far away under the shade of the trees. When they saw the Heaven's Net assassins, who were ruthless killers, showing such respect to that young man, a guess emerged in their minds. The Lord of Heaven's Net. Several people immediately felt their scalps go numb. If every assassin of Heaven's Net was so powerful, one could only imagine the person who controlled them. The Lord of Heaven's Net was simply unimaginable. Gradually calming down, Blood Rose also saw them. She recognized these 8 people, all of whom she had saved. Her heart became uneasy, and a strong sense of unease surged within her. Subsequently, Chen explained the rules of the game, and the few people did not dare to delay or conceal anything, honestly revealing everything. It turned out that all 8 people were internationally wanted criminals, even having some notoriety in the dark world. They were from a terrorist organization, committing all sorts of atrocities. As the few people narrated, Blood Rose's state of mind exploded once again. Ding! Blood Rose's mind collapsed, villain value plus 1000. After the few people finished speaking, Chen had them taken down and replaced with another group. This time, an elderly couple was brought up. The old man looked kind, while the woman had a gentle face. No one would have thought that this elderly couple were actually human traffickers who had abducted and sold hundreds of children. This time, Blood Rose's state of mind completely collapsed. Because she was one of the children abducted and she particularly loathed human traffickers. She never expected that she had inadvertently saved the people she hated the most, allowing them to continue their wrongdoing. Subsequently, one group after another of people were brought up, all of whom she had saved from their wickedness. The last person brought up was a young beggar, who turned out to be a murderer and dismemberer. Blood Rose's expression was numb, lost in a daze. Her sense of justice was showing signs of collapse. Seeing that it was almost enough, Chen snapped his fingers. Then, the people who had been taken down were brought up again and gathered together. They were ready to start the next program. Looking at the dozens of people below, Su Chen had a mocking expression on his face. "Now, I'll give you a chance." He pointed at Blood Rose. "Whoever kills her will be able to survive." As he finished speaking, a long knife and a handgun were thrown into the crowd. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the handgun happened to fall at the beggar's feet, and he quickly picked it up. He was from a beautiful country. Free rice grains sharp, shooting every day. He was no stranger to guns, and thinking of what Su Chen had said, he immediately aimed the gun at Blood Rose without hesitation. Bang! 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 3 shots in a row, all missed. It was evident that his aim was not good. Blood Rose came to her senses and saw a group of people staring at her with crimson eyes, as if she were prey. She couldn't accept it at all. Although it was under Su Chen's coercion, she had saved them, but their unhesitant gunfire still left her heart cold. Gunshots rang out again, and Rose instinctively dodged. It wasn't just gunfire, there were also people charging at her with long knives. At first, she just evaded, but gradually her eyes changed. The inhuman torture she had endured these days, the betrayal of knowing she was an accomplice to the villains, and the crowd turning against her. Various negative emotions erupted. She no longer avoided, since these people wanted to kill her, she would kill them too. A top-notch assassin is still a top-notch assassin. Even after being tortured for days, she still had the strength to fight back. These people were no match for her. Rose went on a killing spree. A few minutes later, she had killed everyone and stood among the corpses. At that moment, she was bathed in blood, like a goddess of death emerging from hell. Clap, clap, clap. Applause broke out. Su Chen clapped and stood up. The bloodstained Rose indeed bore some resemblance to the bodyguard in his mind. Rose's face was cold, her gaze fixed on Su Chen, brimming with murderous intent. Su Chen's smile remained unchanged, a hint of amusement on his face. "I forgot to tell you, some of the things those people said were things I told them to say. Not all of them were heinous criminals. Take the beggar youth, for example. He was a rich second generation pretending to be a beggar to experience life. He was indeed beaten up by thugs at the time, and you didn't save the wrong person." Boom! Rose's head seemed to explode. What did she hear? Some of the people she killed were not criminals? Did that mean she had killed innocent people? The dragon slayer had become the evil dragon. The righteousness she had always upheld collapsed at that moment. Ding! Bloodstained Rose's mentality exploded. Villain value plus 1000. Ding! Bloodstained Rose's faith collapsed. Villain value plus 1001. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. With a villain value increase of 1001, was it off the charts? In his eyes, the aura above Rose's head completely dissipated. Just as her mind collapsed, Su Chen activated his mind control ability. Swish! It was as if nothing had happened, but everything was different. Rose slowly lifted her head, the pain, conflict, and regret on her face vanished. In their place were fanaticism and devotion. Step by step, she walked forward. Night Kite frowned, ready to stand in front of Su Chen with each step she took. This version of the bloodstained Rose posed a strong threat and pressure. However, Su Chen raised his hand to stop her, smiling as he watched the approaching figure in red. When she reached him, she knelt on one knee and bowed her head. Bloodstained Rose, willing to dedicate everything to the master. Su Chen appraised the submissive female lead, who could no longer be called the protagonist. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "From now on, you shall be called Red Cloak and serve as my personal bodyguard for the time being." She chose the clothes herself, opting for a red cloak, indicating her partiality to the color red. Su Chen's choice of name was not arbitrary. "Yes, master. You may rise." Bloodstained Rose, now Red Cloak, obediently stood by his side in a respectful manner. A bodyguard's posture. She was drawn by the system's lottery, indicating that she was already in this world, but it was only under the system's influence that she found him. Although it was a bit of a pitfall to have him subdue her on his own, but it seemed there was indeed a taste of a personal bodyguard. Night Kite beside her was full of envy. A personal bodyguard, being able to stay by Su Chen's side all the time, was such a great honor. Despite her envy, she was more eager to gain Su Chen's favor. Previously, she only wanted to follow a strong figure like Su Chen. After controlling the Wolf League for these days, she began to enjoy the pleasure of controlling the life and death of others. Now everything she has is given by Su Chen, which can be taken back if he is unhappy, so she must please him more. It is worth mentioning that Su Chen did not turn them into emotionless puppets, as that would lose a lot of fun. They still have their own thoughts, and Night Yan's perverted nature has not changed. The character of Blood Rose has changed, starting to become self-enclosed under a series of blows. The originally straightforward sense of justice is no longer there. Now whoever it is, Su Chen will not hesitate to act. The personal bodyguard is online, and Su Chen is in a good mood. Immersed in the system, the villain value has unexpectedly reached over 40,000. Most of it was contributed by the red cloak. Let's see how today's luck is. System, draw a lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won the reward, marrow cleansing pill, 1 bottle. Marrow cleansing pill, 10 pills in a bottle, cleanse the marrow and veins, remove impurities from the body, and enhance the root bone aptitude. Chen raised an eyebrow. This reward is quite good. It is well known that the best time to practice martial arts is in childhood. As one grows older, shaping the root bone and practicing martial arts becomes extremely difficult. With the marrow cleansing pill, there is no need to worry, it comprehensively improves the physique. He has undergone the system's marrow cleansing and vein cutting, his aptitude far surpasses ordinary people, and breaking through realms is not hindered at all. Even his underlings, the Tianwang assassins, with high potential, are still trapped in the stage of gene transformation under the effect of genetic potions. If they take the marrow cleansing pill, will they break through the gene transformation? Chen regretted that there was only 1 bottle. As for giving the marrow cleansing pill to Night Yin and Red Cloak, he temporarily had no such plan, he still needed to see their performance later on. Continue the draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won the reward, Youth Preserving Pill, 1 bottle. Youth Preserving Pill, 10 pills in a bottle, Eternal Youth. No extra explanation needed. For words, Eternal Youth, are enough to illustrate the preciousness of this pill. If put up for auction, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price, countless women would go crazy for it. Of course, Chen would not do such a brainless thing. Taking priceless treasures to auction is something only a fool would do. With this weapon in hand, he is already thinking about which female lead to conquer. It seems that luck is on his side today, both items are priceless treasures. Let's continue drawing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won the reward, Desert Eagle Pistol, Modified. Golden Desert Eagle, unlimited bullets, unlimited magazine, power comparable to armor-piercing bullets, for host's use only. Swish! In the next moment, a Desert Eagle pistol appeared in his hand. Under the sunlight, the golden surface reflected light. The pistol had obviously been modified, looking mighty and cool. Unfortunately, it was of no use to him. Even after modification, it could only kill those with gene energy and threaten those in the early stage of transformation. Most of these beings could be handled by the red cloak. Those he couldn't handle could be solved with just one hand. Chen didn't mind. There are many protagonists in this world. Dealing with some ordinary protagonists is not a problem. Continue. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won the reward, Recruitment of a Special Talent. Talent recruitment, summon a special talent, who will be 100% loyal to the host. Chen's eyes lit up. This is not like the blood rose that appeared under the influence of the system, which still needs him to subdue. This is a genuine deadland. After a few months, finally another deadland has appeared, and it's a special talent. Previously, after subduing the female lead, a recruitment of 100,000 deadlands was directly revealed. It gave him the confidence to establish himself in this world. With a loyal following of 100,000, considering the issue of settlement, Chen decided to form a force. Gene elixirs, 100,000 dead soil, this led to the rapid rise of Tianwan within half a year. Without hesitation, Chen immediately began recruiting special talents. After checking the information of the summoned person, his expression was quite wonderful. It turned out to be a biology professor. The system automatically arranged his identity as the youngest member of the Jojo Academy. He mainly engaged in research in the field of biology. What everyone didn't know was that he had been secretly researching human genes and delving into the forbidden zone of humanity. He made great achievements in human genetics, but due to restrictions, he could not conduct experiments. This was not a problem for Chen, he just needed to send him to the Heizhou Research Institute. Presumably, the institute would achieve higher results because of his arrival. Not only researching gene elixirs, but also the marrow cleansing pill and rejuvenation pill from this reward could be studied. What if there were surprises? Yi family, in the bedroom. Yi Xian stared at the computer with red eyes. Just now, he saw that the several stocks he bought had plummeted. Upon checking, he found that those companies had declared bankruptcy, clearing out his account funds. In other words, he not only lost the original millions, but also lost the 10 million he secretly transferred from his father's account. If his old man found out that he had squandered so much, he would be furious. Yi Xian's eyes were already red with anger. He couldn't believe it was true. It must be bad luck. The probability of several companies going bankrupt at the same time is no less than winning the lottery. No, I must get back everything I lost. Like a gambler with red eyes, he set his sights on the remaining money in the account. 3 days passed. Chen comforted several other women, each of whom loved him to death. Who made him invincible? Go to the old street. After getting in the car, Chen stated the destination. Tonight, his game with Xingu was about to begin, and he certainly wouldn't miss this good show. The red-clothed obediently drove ahead. Since she became his personal bodyguard, everyone else had been withdrawn. Having her by his side was enough. If needed, those people could be called back at any time. Ding! Yi Xian's mentality collapses, villain value plus 555. Ding! Yi Xian's mind is unstable, villain value plus 666. Ding! Chen's eyes flashed as he took out his phone and read the information report on Yi Xian from his subordinates. TSK. He's at least a protagonist, don't let him be played to death so soon. On the other side, Yi family. Yi Xian sat in front of the computer, his eyes bloodshot, with 2 large dark circles under his eyes. His hair was messy and greasy, his face extremely haggard. He hadn't slept for 3 days and nights, constantly watching the stock market trends. At this moment, his eyes were lifeless, looking unbelievably at the zero account balance. In these 3 days, he had transferred all the tens of millions from his father's account and invested them in the stock market. Now he was left with nothing. He felt like a complete idiot. Tens of millions, all gone in a few days. Yi Xian suddenly felt a chill, his body trembling slightly. He thought of one thing. If his father found out that the tens of millions from the demolition had been squandered by him, he didn't know how angry he would be. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the door of his bedroom was forcefully knocked. His father's anxious voice came from outside. Xiao Xian, open the door for me. The money in my account is gone, did you transfer it? Yi Xian woke up abruptly. Looking at the door that was constantly being knocked on, it seemed like facing a ferocious flood or beast. He didn't dare to open it at all. Outside the door, Mr. Yi knocked for a long time without any response. Thinking that something had happened, he was about to break the door open. Just at that moment, the door was opened from the inside. He saw Yi Xian, looking haggard, and was startled, quickly asking, Xiao Xian, what's wrong with you? Dad! Yi Xian called out, his voice slightly hoarse. What happened? Don't scare me. Seeing him hesitate to speak, Mr. Yi became even more anxious. After struggling for a long time, it was impossible to keep this matter a secret, and Yi Xian decided to speak up. What did you say? Mr. Yi staggered back, staring at Yi Xian in disbelief. He suspected that he had misheard, and uncertainly asked again, you said, you used all the money to speculate on stocks? And ended up losing it all? Yi Xian guiltily nodded. Pfft, Mr. Yi spat out a mouthful of old blood, his anger overwhelming him. You. He pointed at Yi Xian, wanting to speak but unable to. He felt a surge of anger rushing to his head. Immediately, a dizzy spell hit him, and he collapsed stiffly to the ground. No one knew what he had been through these days. Ever since he followed Yi Xian's suggestion to test the hearts of relatives and friends, many people had been looking at him differently. There was disgust, mockery, sneers, disdain. Even when walking on the street, he felt like strangers were mocking him. Lately, he had been under immense pressure, feeling anxious all the time. Fortunately, he had truly made a fortune, with tens of millions in his account to put his mind at ease. With money in hand, there was no need to panic, that was the principle. However, his beloved son suddenly told him, I've lost all your money. This time, they had truly become a laughingstock. Dad! What's wrong with you? Seeing his father spitting blood and falling to the ground, Yi Xian panicked. 2 hours later, Yi Xian came out of the hospital room. The doctor's diagnosis was a heart attack due to anger. It wasn't serious, but he needed to stay in the hospital for a while. Yi Xian felt extremely guilty. It was all because of him. If it weren't for his rotten idea to test people's hearts, they wouldn't be left without a single relative coming to visit. These were all relatives who had been willing to lend money to his family before. As for those who hadn't lent money, he didn't dare to approach them. If he hadn't lost money in the stock market, his father wouldn't have been driven to this state by anger. The more he thought about it, the more he felt regret and self-blame. Ring ring, ring ring, ring ring. A phone call rang out. Yi Xian picked it up and furrowed his brows. The caller ID showed Uncle San. He knew very well about the character of this Uncle San. Despite being wealthy, he never lent a penny. Feeling displeased, he still answered the call. Xiao Xian, I heard your dad is in the hospital? Did something happen? If you need any help, just let me know. A slightly flattering voice came from the other end. No. Yi Xian impatiently prepared to hang up. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said, there's no major issue, just that we've been short of money at home recently. Hearing this, Uncle San raised an eyebrow and sneered inwardly. Who doesn't know that your family just received 50 million from the demolition, and now you're short of money in just a few days? Are you trying to test me again? He thought that after not lending money the last time, the two families would cut off contact. Never did he expect another attempt. He was determined to seize the opportunity this time. He immediately smiled and said, "Short of money? If you need money, just come to me. Although Uncle San is also in difficulty, since we are relatives and you are in need, I have to show some support. How much do you need? I will transfer it to you right away." Yi Xian was surprised. He was just testing the waters, but he didn't expect that the person was really willing to lend him money. His heart immediately became active, and he tentatively said, "The more, the better. It would be best if it's 1 million. Uncle San couldn't help but frown. For him, 1 million was not a small amount. After lending it out, his family would have to tighten their belts. However, he soon thought, Yi Xian's family had received 50 million from the demolition. Would they covet this small amount of money from him? According to what his relatives who had lent money to Yi Xian's family said, the money lent out had been repaid. So he stomped his foot, gritted his teeth, and transferred 1 million to Yi Xian. When Yi Xian saw the 1 million in his account, he was suddenly excited. Not because of the 1 million, he had seen tens of millions before. It was because he saw a glimmer of hope rising again. If he could borrow 10 million from Uncle San and then invest it in the stock market, wouldn't he easily earn back all that he had lost? As for the question of whether he would lose money, he had already figured out the reason. It was because he had been careless before. This time he would be extremely cautious. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian once again began to borrow money from relatives and friends. "What? Xian, you need money? Ah, I happen to have some extra cash now, lending it to you is not a problem. We have a good relationship, right? Xiao Xian, this is a little token of goodwill from your third aunt. I hope you don't find it too little. If you need help, you can ask your third aunt and uncle. We are relatives, so we should be closer." Borrowing money? You tested the waters once, and now you're testing them a second time, right? Just because you got lucky with the demolition? What's there to show off about? 1 hour later, Yi Xian called and messaged his relatives and friends. Unlike before when he only borrowed a few thousand yuan, this time he borrowed a total of over 9 million. Almost all of those who hadn't lent him money last time lent him money this time. But those who had lent him money last time, few of them lent him money this time. Yi Xian felt bitter. He wasn't a fool, how could he not understand the difference? Only those who were willing to lend them money for the first time were truly close to them, and their relationship might become more distant in the future. Despite borrowing so much money this time, who among them didn't have their own thoughts? But he didn't mind. It was just right to use this money to recoup his losses. With only tens of thousands to 1 million left, Yi Xian checked his list of friends to see if he could borrow more. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a name. Goddess. After some thought, he composed a message and sent it out. "Xiao Meng, can you lend me some money again? I will pay you back soon." Just as he sent it out, a red exclamation mark appeared. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Was he blocked by Li Xiaomeng? He checked his friends list again, but in the end, he couldn't gather tens of thousands. Inevitably, he thought of his own home and the small factory there. If he mortgaged them, he could definitely get 1 or 2 million. Yi Xian was tempted. Right now, he needed to raise money. The more capital he had, the more he could earn, and the quicker he could recoup his losses. He was quite confident in stock trading. The previous incidents were all accidents, without careful consideration. In the future, he would be extremely cautious. He would definitely earn back all the money. People were like this, without seeing the final result, they would maintain a sense of luck. Just like a certain author. "Although I failed miserably, I'm still comforting myself, determined to persevere." Crying. Night falls. The night scene in the Magic City is colorful with red, yellow, and green lights illuminating the entire night sky. Unlike the bustling city center with its hustle and bustle, there is an area in the Magic City where you can't see any figures at night. They all go to bed on time every night. This is the old street, famous for being a slum. The reason why people here go to bed early is not only because they have to work early the next day, but also because walking the streets at night can be deadly. It's true, you can die. The city center is tightly controlled, and the gangs dare not cause trouble. This place has become a battleground for gang fights, showdowns, and brawls. Just as night falls, someone senses an unusual atmosphere and locks their doors early to sleep. It is indeed unusual, because a gang battle is about to take place here. Today, the Wolf Alliance and the Star Moon Society are about to compete to determine who will be the king of the underground world of the Magic City. Every gang battle results in an unknown number of deaths. And all this is just a game that Su Chen thought of on a whim. The two sides are gathering, with numerous henchmen wielding machetes and steel pipes coming together. On the high-rise building, Chen takes in everything with interest. At this moment, he is leisurely drinking red wine, enjoying a leg massage from his personal bodyguard in red. Red, do you want to make a bet with me on the outcome of this game? Feeling intrigued, Chen looks at the red figure in front of him, raising an eyebrow. Regardless of the outcome, the master is always the winner. The red figure replies meticulously. Boring. Chen clicks his tongue and continues to watch the scene below with interest. On the side of the Star Moon Society president, what are we waiting for? Let's charge over and wipe out the Wolf Alliance, the sooner, the better. Still the Wolf Alliance? Today, we will beat them down like dogs. That's right, let them know the strength of our Star Moon Society, defeat the Wolf Alliance, and we will be the boss in the future. A group of henchmen brandish their weapons, full of fighting spirit, eager to rush in and fight immediately. Unlike their unwavering determination, the leader Xingu is feeling heavy-hearted. If it were just dealing with the Wolf Alliance, she wouldn't be afraid at all. Although the people in the Wolf Alliance are all werewolves, a bit more vicious than ordinary people. But 20 years of comfortable living have already corrupted their will. The spirit of the werewolves back then, she doesn't know how much of it remains now. She is worried about Chen. During this time, she has specially investigated him. Calm and composed, always appearing carefree, as if everything is under his control. If he dares to bet against her, he will definitely not sit idly by and must have done something behind the scenes. This is a tough battle, and she must give it her all. Otherwise, she and the entire Star Moon Society will have to submit to Chen's feet. On the other side, the area where the Wolf Alliance is located. Just like the Star Moon Society, the atmosphere here is also passionate and eager for action. This is only the idea of the Wolf Alliance henchmen. As Xingu had anticipated, these middle and high-level members, after 20 years of enjoyment, have lost their fighting spirit. They only think about living out their retirement in peace. But today, they have to once again transform into werewolves and fight against the Star Moon Society. They are even willing to pay the price of their lives for it. They don't want to, but they are being forced by the new alliance leader. The Night Kites have control over their families. If you don't want trouble, then fight with all your might. If they lose this battle, including their families, there will be no need for them to live. True to being a madman, in order for Chen to win, they didn't regard the lives of these people as lives at all. The group of middle and high-level executives could do nothing but accept it. They could only win and not lose. Under this suffocating threat, their languid werewolf momentum was once again ignited. With a command from Night Kite, the Wolf Alliance launched the first attack, rushing towards the Star Moon Society with red eyes. A gang fight began, marking the beginning of a battle. The Wolf Alliance launched an attack, and the Star Moon Society was equally unwilling to show weakness, wielding their weapons and charging forward. With a combined force of over 1,000 people, they clashed together, resembling a small battlefield. Battle cries, screams, and wails merged together, creating a tragic scene. Hearing the sounds of fighting outside, the residents of the old street locked their doors tightly, trembling under their blankets. Soldier against soldier, general against general. The high-level members of the Star Moon Society and the Wolf Alliance also engaged in battle. The more they fought, the more shocked the Star Moon Society side became. They realized that their opponents were all playing for keeps, sacrificing 1,000 to kill 800. Naturally, the leaders of both sides were also in combat. Clang! After a clash of metal, the two moved apart. Xingu's hand holding the tang knife was trembling slightly. She was extremely shocked. She hadn't expected the new leader to be so powerful. His aura was stable, his foundation solid, nothing like someone who had just broken through to the Dark Force stage. She was aware of the news of the change in leadership of the Wolf Alliance. At that time, she was still celebrating the imminent start of the great battle when the Wolf Alliance suddenly changed leaders. There would definitely be chaos at that time, weakening the Wolf Alliance's strength. But looking at the Wolf Alliance now, killing on all sides, their strength had not decreased but had instead grown stronger. This new leader was not to be underestimated. His strength was no less than hers, but the madness on his face and the bloodlust in his eyes made her shudder. While shocked, she was also somewhat relieved. She had not known before that the Wolf Alliance had 2 Dark Force experts. If Night Kite had not rebelled and taken over, their Star Moon Society would undoubtedly be doomed. Before she could think further, Night Kite charged at her again, brandishing his machete midway. His speed was too fast, and Xingu could not evade, only able to pick up her knife to defend. Clang! The 2 knives clashed, sparking brightly. The force of this blow was great, and Xingu felt her hands go weak. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened. She viciously kicked at Night Kite's abdomen. Unexpectedly, Night Kite did not dodge, taking her kick head-on. Suppressing the eruption of dark force within him, Night Kite grabbed her foot and threw her away forcefully. Boom! Xia Qingqiu was slammed hard into the wall, almost breaking through it. Her expression turned cold, her mood growing heavier. She felt that Night Kite in front of her was truly a madman. This was completely a strategy of exchanging injuries. Subsequently, the two engaged in several more rounds. Both were injured, but on the surface, Night Kite seemed to be more severely wounded, while Xia Qingqiu appeared slightly disheveled. Seizing this opportunity, she took a quick look around. Both sides had casualties. Seeing her subordinates falling in front of her, her face turned ugly. This couldn't go on, they would eventually be worn down, they had to end this quickly. Her mind raced, her eyes fierce. Stepping on the ground, she shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for Night Kite. The two clashed again. Suddenly, Xia Qingqiu noticed a flaw in Night Kite's defense and struck down fiercely. At a critical moment, Night Kite twisted his waist to dodge. Although he avoided a fatal blow, he was still hit in the abdomen, flesh and blood spilling. With one strike, Xia Qingqiu hadn't even had time to be happy before she saw the wicked smile on Yi Yuan's face out of the corner of her eye. Her heart skipped a beat. A strong sense of crisis surged up in her heart. Yi Yuan swung the machete backhandedly, aiming directly at her neck. The strike came too fast, too suddenly, and she couldn't retrieve her tang knife. It seemed that there was only one outcome waiting for her. That was death. It was only at this moment that Xia Qingqiu suddenly realized. It wasn't that Yi Yuan had exposed a flaw, but deliberately showed it to her. She felt even more chilled. This guy was really reckless. Watching the long knife getting closer and closer, Xia Qingqiu's heart calmed down instead. Just when she thought her head was about to roll and meet a tragic end, the long knife stopped just a few centimeters from her neck. Xia Qingqiu looked bewildered. At that moment, Yi Yuan switched the knife, and a palm print landed on a certain acupoint on her body. Immediately, Xia Qingqiu felt a sense of weakness spreading through her body. She had no more strength to fight, but she still had a deep sense of incomprehension. Why? Yi Yuan risked his life for the opportunity to strike. That strike could have killed her, so why didn't it land? You are the master's prey, how could I kill you? Yi Yuan tore off a piece of cloth from her pants leg and wrapped the wound to stop the bleeding. When she mentioned the master, her face showed a respectful and fanatical expression. Xia Qingqiu was stunned, then her eyes became complicated. She knew who the other party's master was. Besides Su Chen, who else could it be? Su Chen had said such things before. At this moment, she also understood why Yi Yuan had several opportunities to kill her before but didn't act. Even now, she had no serious injuries. It turned out that she was Su Chen's prey. In this light, she had to thank Su Chen. Xia Qingqiu smiled bitterly in her heart. With her defeat, this gang fight came to an end. The henchmen on both sides were relatively normal, killing back and forth. The middle and high-level members of the Star Moon Society were trembling with fear. They felt that the other side was not human, but rather like madmen. The kind who didn't care about their lives. After the battle, the senior members of the Wolf Alliance also breathed a sigh of relief. If they had continued fighting, they would have truly been risking their lives. Come with me, the master wants to see you. Standing in front of the distracted Xia Qingqiu, Yi Yuan said calmly. Xia Qingqiu came to her senses and understood that Su Chen wanted to see her. She had lost this game, lost thoroughly. Although she felt some resistance in her heart, she decided to go and meet him. After instructing her henchmen to clean up the aftermath, she followed Yi Yuan towards a nearby high-rise building. Arriving at the high-rise, Xia Qingqiu saw Su Chen. At the same time, she also noticed the scene around her. From here, she could see the scene of their battle just now. It turned out he had been watching the show all along. Should say that all the members of the Star Moon Society and the Wolf Alliance had been treated as monkeys performing. Su Chen put down his highball glass, turned slowly with a faint smile on his face. We meet again, this game. You lost. Xia Qingqiu opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but didn't know what to say. To say that Su Chen didn't follow the rules. When they were gambling, he had said he wouldn't personally intervene or send someone to participate in the game. He had indeed kept to that. To say that he lacked martial ethics, the trap involving Lin Hao had not yet been revealed, causing a loss of a key player on her side. But these were all actions of the Wolf Alliance. There was no evidence that he had secretly orchestrated it. Moreover, at that time, it was not mentioned that the enemy's combat power could not be consumed. It can only be said that not dealing with their high-level personnel was already considered merciful of Su Chen. If blame must be placed, it should be on oneself for being too impatient at the time and not considering the details. Are you planning to default? Su Chen said indifferently, not caring about her thoughts. You need to understand, I am not negotiating with you, I am informing you. As his words fell, the red-clothed person beside him erupted with momentum. Overwhelming pressure surged towards Xia Qingqiu. Under this terrifying killing intent, the air around seemed to solidify. She felt it difficult to breathe, looking at the red-clothed person in horror. This aura was definitely at the peak of hidden strength. Such an existence actually willingly became Su Chen's bodyguard, and the madman beside him also submitted under Su Chen's feet. Xia Qingqiu pursed her lips, struggling with her expression. At this moment, Su Chen's voice sounded again. Since you want to default, then there is no need for the Star Moon Society to exist. No. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingqiu became anxious. The Star Moon Society was her 3 years of hard work. How could she tolerate its destruction because of herself? She slowly lowered her head. I am willing to submit. After speaking, a sense of shame surged in her heart. She was originally strong-willed. When had she ever said such words to someone? Suddenly, she felt a pain in her knee joint, and her whole body knelt uncontrollably. A cold voice from the side said, if you submit, you must do so properly. This kind of submission was obviously not sincere, and Su Chen couldn't be bothered to look at her favorably. What he wanted now was an attitude. Ruland was a lesson from the past. He had experience dealing with such female leads. However, this game had allowed him to discover a talent. He found Night Falcon more pleasing to the eye the more he looked at her. She was smart in her actions, unlike other supporting roles who were reckless and just kept serving the main character. Loyalty goes without saying, if she had submitted to him before out of admiration for his strength. After using mind control, she would never betray him. Previously, he had treated her as a pawn, but now he had the intention to nurture her. Immediately, Su Chen beckoned to her. Night Falcon, seeing this, joyfully came forward and knelt directly in front of him, resting her head lightly on his leg. Her eyes sparkled, anticipating that warm hand. Su Chen noticed the injuries on her body, and with a simple treatment that did not stop the bleeding much, a fragrant pill appeared in his hand. Open your mouth. Upon hearing Su Chen's command, Night Falcon did not hesitate and opened her mouth. The pill melted in her mouth, and its medicinal power spread throughout her body, making her feel warm all over. Then, she felt a layer of dirt seeping out of her skin, and she also heard Su Chen's voice in her ear. Go wash up. Swish, Night Falcon disappeared in a flash. When she reappeared, it was already half an hour later. At this moment, she was full of strength, feeling like the world had become clearer to her. All her injuries had disappeared without a trace, not even leaving scars. Her skin became smooth and delicate, like white jade, her beauty reaching a new level. Not only that, she had just recently broken through, and now she had broken through again, reaching the mid-stage of hidden strength. At this moment, if she were to fight Xia Qingqiu again, she would be able to subdue her in just a few rounds. It was truly miraculous. It was unbelievable that such a transformation was brought about by a small pill. She felt more grateful and admiring towards Su Chen. Swish swish swish. 3 gazes all fell on her. Su Chen's expression was calm. Although it was not a perfect systematic cleansing and marrow refining, the effect of a marrow cleansing pill was already very good. Sensing the breakthrough in Night Yan's realm, the red-clothed figure's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had reached the peak of dark force for many years. If only she could receive a pill from the master. At that moment, her gaze towards Su Chen became fiery, hoping he would assign her a task. If red cloth belonged to Su Chen, he could still remain calm. Xia Qingqiu, on the other hand, was too shocked to speak. Originally taking Night Yan's place, she knelt before him, lying on Su Chen's legs, enjoying the treatment like a pet cat. At this moment, she looked up at Night Yan, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her mouth formed an O shape, as if wanting to say something. Night Yan's skin improved, and her appearance became more attractive, but that was secondary. She knew Night Yan's injuries best, yet miraculously, after taking a pill, she was completely healed, without leaving a scar. How was this possible? It was completely unscientific. She suddenly turned to Su Chen, expecting him to provide an answer. However, Su Chen completely ignored her, just smiling and patting her head. After receiving Night Yan's gratitude, Su Chen left with red cloth. He had no intention of enjoying the spoils for now. The timing and location were not right. Tonight, whether it was the Star Moon Society or the Wolf League, many people had died, and there were many things that needed to be dealt with. After Xia Qingqiu finished handling everything, it would be time for him to inspect the goods. Dealing with these matters in the underworld was relatively straightforward. A few bribes, soothing the underlings, and everything would be settled in a few days. Su Chen could wait for a few days, and in the meantime, he could also try to conquer that female lead. During this time, he also thought about how to deal with this underworld queen. What outfit should she wear? Black stockings, a qipao, or a dress would suit her queenly demeanor. Should he create a contrast and make her wear female clothing? Making the queen a maid, that scene should be quite interesting. It's a bit stuck in the plot. I'll add the missing parts later today, aiming for a more exciting plot ahead. Don't worry, those female leads will appear one by one. This is something to always pay attention to in urban novels, so everyone should watch and cherish it. While dealing with matters at the Star Moon Society and the Wolf League, Chen did not forget his conquest plan. Ding! Should Jiang Yan be brought into the family? Let her become one of the family members? Glancing at the stunning woman sleeping beside him, a red plum on the white blanket stood out. Chen raised an eyebrow. She was a female lead he had recently met. Her profession was a teacher. She had been transferred from a remote area a month ago, preparing to teach at the Magic City University. After he accidentally discovered her, he pretended to have a chance encounter and started to get closer. Jiang Yan was new to the city, unfamiliar with the people and places, full of curiosity and confusion about this big city. At this moment, Chen suddenly appeared. Taking her to tour various scenic spots, she quickly became familiar with the city, which moved her deeply. Not only that, hearing that she was about to teach in the Magic City, Chen arranged a house in the university town for her. Of course, she refused to accept it, but Chen insisted on pursuing her and forcefully gave her the key. Through their time together, she also developed feelings for Chen. His refined and amiable behavior made people naturally want to get closer to him. He was also knowledgeable and versatile. Despite being a university teacher, she was no match for Chen. Sometimes, when she didn't understand something, she would seek his advice. Her appearance and background were even more impressive. Appearance-wise, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the nation's husband. His background? Just by making a phone call, he managed to secure a house in the prime location of the university city. Regarding Chen's pursuit, she had been hesitating these days, feeling uncertain. She didn't know whether to agree or not. What made her feel uneasy was that Chen was just too perfect. How could such a perfect man be interested in a Cinderella like herself? She was clear about her own position. However, tonight, after having a candlelight dinner with Chen, he confessed to her. In the end, she didn't have the courage to refuse. What followed was a matter of course. The most precious thing was taken away, and she felt a sense of fulfillment like never before. She had made up her mind about this man, but soon after, she was at a loss. What kind of storm was this? Isn't it said that there are no bad plows, only bad oxen? No one explained to her, so she fell asleep in confusion. Chen withdrew his gaze, without hesitation, chose yes. Ding! Congratulations, host, family member +1, you have gained immunity to all poisons. Immunity to all poisons. Chen's heart stirred. This was indeed a nice passive buff. With his strength, he was no longer afraid of the vast majority of enemies. Even if there were opponents he couldn't defeat, he still had the Su family backing him up. He wasn't afraid of facing you openly, and he wasn't afraid of underhanded tactics in the dark. In fact, even if it was poisoning. With his miraculous medical skills, there were few poisons in this world that could take his life. Of course, the premise was that he discovered it early or had time for treatment. But there were some poisons that were instantly fatal. If you accidentally fell victim, you wouldn't have time for treatment. Immunity to all poisons was like adding an extra layer of protection for him. In a good mood, Chen picked up his phone and looked up information about Yi Xian. Yi Xian was now in a gambler's mindset, hoping to recoup his losses in the stock market. But how could Chen give him the opportunity? Borrowing over 9 million, mortgaging his family's house and small factory, he invested over 10 million in the stock market. The result was a complete loss in just 2 days. Ding! Yi Xian's mindset collapses, villain value plus 888. Ding! Yi Xian falls into despair, villain value plus 999. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. Even now, he couldn't believe everything that had happened. Before investing the money in the stock market, he had made thorough preparations, selecting only some large foreign companies. These companies had assets of at least tens of billions of dollars, and their stocks had been on a rising trend. Although the increase was not significant, it was stable. Investing 10 million, he shouldn't have lost in any case. However, the stocks he thought wouldn't fail started to decline shortly after he invested. Soon after, those companies announced bankruptcy. Yi Xian was extremely regretful. Everything was fine before, but as soon as he invested, what kind of star-crossed disaster was this? He had considered being deceived, falling into the legendary Ponzi scheme. But how could several major companies go bankrupt? Which scammer had such ability? Well, even if there was one, would a few $100 million or $1 billion companies go bankrupt because of a small shareholder like him? He didn't know, but indeed, those companies were targeted for bankruptcy because of him. Now, faced with reality, he had mortgaged his house and factory. He was truly bankrupt. But that wasn't the most despairing part for Yi Xian. The news of his stock market bankruptcy spread. The people he had borrowed money from all came knocking, demanding repayment. What a squanderer. That's 50 million. I wouldn't earn that much money in several lifetimes, and you've squandered it in a few days. Anyway, I don't care. I lent you half of our family's property, you must pay me back. This is outrageous, my 1 million. Yeshuan, you are truly despicable. You better return my 200,000, or don't blame me for not showing any mercy as a classmate. Yeshuan's home was currently in such a scene. There were at least dozens of people coming to collect debts, surrounding the house completely. Yeshuan lay on the ground, eyes vacant, full of doubt about life. Click, just as everyone was condemning Yeshuan together, the door was opened from the outside. The only one with the key to the house was Yeshuan's father. Yeshuan suddenly sat up. Oh no, if his father found out about this, what would happen? Would he be so angry that he would have a stroke and die on the spot? He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Someone had already opened the door. Seeing the scene inside the house, Yeshuan's father was bewildered. He had been in the hospital these days, and Yeshuan would come to bring him food every day. The meticulous care gradually dissipated his initial anger. If the 50 million was gone, then so be it. It was as if there had been no demolition. With this kind of AQ spirit, he felt his body getting better. Today, seeing that Yeshuan hadn't come to the hospital, he decided to discharge himself. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned home, he saw so many people in the house. Seeing his father, a relative quickly began to complain, subtly hinting for him to repay the money. Upon learning that he was Yeshuan's father, a group of friends and classmates also began to speak up. Yeshuan's father was stunned, pointing at Yeshuan with trembling fingers, his voice quivering. What? You borrowed millions from them and lost it in the stock market? You even mortgaged the house and the factory? You unfilial child. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Xia Qingqiu sat somewhat wearily on the sofa. In these 3 days, she not only handled the aftermath, but also comforted those under her. After the last battle with the Wolf Alliance, their morale had been completely crushed. Those were truly wolf-like people, fighting as if their lives didn't matter. She was also bewildered until the undercover agent in the Wolf Alliance finally sent back a message, revealing the answer. It turned out that the newly appointed leader had kidnapped the families of the middle and high-ranking members. They had no choice but to fight to the death. Upon receiving this news, Xia Qingqiu was shocked beyond measure. That woman's madness completely shattered her understanding. The loyalty to Su Chen also sent chills down her spine. In order for Su Chen to win this game, she had resorted to any means necessary. Thinking of Su Chen, Xia Qingqiu felt her heart in turmoil. She couldn't help but think of that night when she knelt on the ground. Su Chen beckoned to her, she crawled over and lay on his thigh to be petted on the head. The feeling of being treated like a pet made her feel ashamed. Was she going to be Su Chen's pet in the future? Unable to escape from his grasp? Ding ling ling, ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The sudden ringing of the phone startled her. She picked it up and suddenly froze in place. The caller ID showed Su Chen. There was no escaping it. Taking a deep breath, Xia Qingqiu pressed the answer button. Wait for me at home. His voice was as gentle as jade, soothing to the ears. It made people think that he must be an extraordinary and elegant gentleman. However, Xia Qingqiu did not have such thoughts. She only felt a chill in her heart. She knew why Su Chen hadn't made a move on her 3 days ago. It was to give her time to handle the aftermath. Now that it was done, he would naturally come looking for her. After Su Chen called, Xia Qingqiu has been in a state of confusion. She was worried about how Su Chen would treat her later. The sound of brakes outside the villa woke her up, and she hurried to the door to look. Sure enough, she saw the peaked dark guard coming to the back seat and opening the car door. Su Chen's nightmare-like figure came into view. She quickly looked around. Fortunately, this was a standalone villa, with no residents around. Su, young Master Su. Seeing Su Chen in front of her, Xia Qingqiu was a bit hesitant, not knowing what to say. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Xia Qingqiu was stunned, and after reacting, she forced herself to speak despite feeling embarrassed. Master. Su Chen finally smiled. He didn't treat himself as an outsider and walked directly into the villa. After surveying the layout, which was simple in style with decorations of knives, guns, swords, and halberds around, giving off a dark queen vibe, he sat on the sofa with interest, observing this underworld queen. Her exquisite and beautiful face, expressionless, gave a cold feeling. But her well-proportioned figure was explosive, captivating with every move, charming and seductive. An angelic face, a devilish figure, the best description for her. Then he noticed her outfit and frowned. She was wearing a strong outfit that concealed a lot of her beauty. From the moment she entered, Xia Qingqiu paid attention to every move of Su Chen. Seeing him frown, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. She was no longer the confident and aloof queen in front of her subordinates. She felt like a young wife in ancient times waiting for her husband's judgment. Seeing Su Chen's relaxed expression and a hint of a smile, she had a bad feeling. Indeed, the next moment, Su Chen said, "I don't like this outfit, go change into another one." Xia Qingqiu's heart sank. She knew how charming she looked in those seductive clothes. She had been wearing strong outfits these days, hoping Su Chen would spare her when he saw her like this. But, obviously, she was thinking too much. Just as she reluctantly prepared to change clothes, Su Chen called her again. "But clothes are already prepared for you." Xia Qingqiu was puzzled, not understanding what Su Chen meant, but soon she found out. She saw the maid return with a bag of clothes, handing it to her. She took it, opened it, and saw all the clothes. How to describe these clothes? Just one look could make someone blush and their heart race. There were also JK uniforms, pleated skirts, dresses, maid outfits. Xia Qingqiu was dazzled by the sight of these clothes, feeling dizzy. At that moment, Su Chen's devilish voice came again. "Choose one for yourself." Xia Qingqiu turned back in disbelief. What? Su Chen actually asked her to choose one from these? She had never worn these clothes before. Now, for the first time, she had to wear them for a man to see. Seeing her change in expression and conflicted look, Su Chen's expression was playful. "What? Don't want to?" Xia Qingqiu trembled and silently took the bag inside. When she reappeared, she was wearing a maid outfit. Compared to the short skirts, this was something she could accept. But it felt very wrong. Outside, she was known for her decisive actions, and everyone called her the queen. Now, wearing a maid outfit made her feel very uncomfortable. However, her nightmare had only just begun. Not only did she put on a formal dress, but Su Chen also made her responsible for cooking, massaging, and doing things that only maids would do. It was called the self-cultivation of a maid. Watching the queen of the underworld dressed as a maid, busy in the kitchen as a cook, Su Chen smiled slightly. Did she think she could get away with just choosing a maid outfit? That was too naive. How could he let the prepared gifts go to waste? Daytime in a maid outfit, at night changing into those, transforming into a charming queen. In the kitchen, Xia Qingqiu was cooking. She still didn't realize that she had been arranged so clearly. She was certainly familiar with the pots and pans in front of her. She used to cook for herself when she was alone. But since she established the Star Moon Club and became the president, she had not cooked. She was usually busy, so she hired a maid to cook. For years, she hadn't even cooked for herself, and now she had to cook for a man, serving him like a maid waiting on her master. Xia Qingqiu's mentality was a bit shaken. Who made her lose the game? She could only accept it. An hour later, a sumptuous lunch was ready. It looked appetizing, and the taste should be good. Su Chen sat down and glanced at Xia Qingqiu standing beside him, raising an eyebrow. Seeing this, Xia Qingqiu hesitated. Su Chen's intention was clear, to have her come over and accompany him. She resisted a bit. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She saw Su Chen raise his hand. The red cloth hidden in the darkness trembled, reminding her of the fear of being dominated by him. Xia Qingqiu was a little frightened and quickly sat down beside him obediently. A maid. Even during meals, Su Chen had to enjoy the ultimate experience. Xia Qingqiu picked up the chopsticks and put food into Su Chen's bowl. "I want you to feed me." Xia Qingqiu helplessly picked up the bowl and chopsticks and brought them to Su Chen's mouth. What followed was an emperor-like enjoyment. Embracing a beauty, feeling the warmth and fragrance, feeding directly to the mouth. After the meal, "Go make me a cup of tea." Xia Qingqiu had just finished washing the dishes and returned. Su Chen ordered again. She clenched her fists, then weakly let go, taking out the precious tea leaves. This was her own home. How did Su Chen become the master here? And she, just a small maid. Finally, the tea was brewed and brought over. Su Chen took a sip and frowned. The taste couldn't compare to what he brewed, it was just passable. Seeing Xia Qingqiu looking lost, Su Chen's eyes flashed. Today, he came to torment the female lead. How could he let her relax? As the saying goes, tormenting the female lead is fun for a while, tormenting her continuously is even more fun. Especially this female lead, with a cold and arrogant demeanor, exuding a queenly aura. At this moment, she had to be accommodating, do the things a maid should do, feeling super intensified. He had an idea. "My shoulders are a bit sore, give me a massage." Xia Qingqiu was a bit bewildered. Looking around, she was the only one there. She was incredulous. "You want me to give you a massage?" As soon as she spoke, the whip came down, followed by a gasp of cold air. She hurriedly said, I don't know how. Don't know? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. You don't know, do you want to learn? Xia Qingqiu was speechless. Suddenly, a small booklet was thrown over. She knew it was from the red cloth hidden in the dark. Picking up the booklet, she felt a bit dizzy. On it was written, Self-Cultivation of Maids. As a maid, you should make the master happy in body and mind. All orders of the master must be obeyed. Maid essential skills, laundry, cooking, wake-up service, 18 poses. Xia Qingqiu's face turned black. She was really being treated as a maid. An hour later, Xia Qingqiu stood behind Su Chen, obediently giving a massage. Her heart was in turmoil. She was a queen. When has she ever given someone a massage, let alone a man? The afternoon passed quickly. Of course, for Su Chen, Xia Qingqiu felt like time was dragging on. Never before had she wished for this agonizing time to pass quickly. Su Chen was thirsty and asked her to make tea. When he was hungry, she had to cut fruit for him and feed him bite by bite. When he wanted juice, she became a juicer. The physical exhaustion was nothing compared to the mental torment. In the afternoon, she was emotionally devastated. If it weren't for being unable to beat Su Chen, if it weren't for Su Chen being able to destroy the Star Moon Society with a single word, she would have fought back. This was exactly the result Su Chen wanted. He wanted her to resist in her heart but still have to do it. Until she gradually adapted to this identity. At this moment, the sky had darkened. Moonlight spilled onto the earth, adding a touch of color to the quiet night. Su Chen came to the courtyard and sat on a rocking chair. Sipping tea, admiring the night sky, and enjoying the massage from the maid, he was leisurely. Time passed slowly. Su Chen stood up, stretched lazily. After a day of rest, it was time to start the night activities. The next day, Xia Qingqiu felt a slight itch in her nose and slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was Su Chen holding a lock of her hair and teasing himself. Xia Qingqiu was annoyed. Don't sleep, it's already noon, go cook. Hearing Su Chen's words, Xia Qingqiu immediately woke up, looking incredulous. Whether she could even get up in her current state was a question, yet she was being asked to cook? Do you know what it means to cherish jade-like beauty? No. Perhaps in Su Chen's mind, these 4 words don't exist. What's wrong? Any problem? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Xia Qingqiu, helpless, could only get up slowly. The fact is, people are forced to do things. Just now she seemed powerless, and now she was up? Watching her staggering figure, a smile appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Just as he expected. This kind of strong-willed female lead wouldn't develop feelings over time. The goodwill remained negative. But dealing with such a female lead, he had plenty of ways, it just needed to be done slowly. Used to home-cooked meals, occasionally having a delicacy like Ruland's mountain and sea delicacies would be interesting, right? Next, for 2 or 3 days in a row, Su Chen stayed at Xia Qingqiu's house. Just as he planned to stay a few more days and completely win over this underworld queen, news arrived. It turned out that Rin Shanshan had brought her sister. Remember, he said, as a brother-in-law, he should give his sister-in-law a gift. At a 5-star hotel, Su Chen met Rin Shanshan and her sister Rin Feifei. The 2 women looked very similar, clearly sisters at first glance. Rin Shanshan wore black stockings and high heels, with a touch of makeup, looking glamorous and mature, clearly the older sister. The younger sister wore canvas shoes, dressed plainly, exuding youthful vitality. Her youthful face clearly marked her as a student, not yet in society. At this moment, these 2 sisters with different styles stood at the hotel entrance, immediately attracting a lot of attention. What the heck? Such a beautiful pair of sisters, if they were placed on a bed, I wonder how enjoyable it would be. That's for sure. I finally understand why those ancient emperors stopped attending court early. If I were to get one, my ancestors' graves would be smoking, and 2. I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Talk is cheap, laughter is easy, don't make fun of others. Look at yourselves. Do you think those beauties would even look at you? A toad wanting to eat swan meat, for goddesses like these, I bet. Not a single person could win them over, let alone 2 sisters together. The passing crowd's eyes lit up, discussing animatedly. One person's words were cut off abruptly, and the surrounding chatter gradually quieted down. They stared blankly ahead. A Rolls-Royce arrived, and a handsome young man stepped out of the car. The sisters who were just being discussed approached with smiles, and the 3 of them walked into the hotel together. This. Reality told them. There's no beauty that can't be won over. If there is, it's because your bank balance isn't enough. As they walked towards the hotel, Ren Feifei sized up Su Chen. Is this her brother-in-law? He looks so handsome and elegant. She just graduated from high school this year and got into the Magic City University. Luckily, her sister is here to take care of her. A few days ago, her sister took her around the Magic City, showing her the prosperity of this big city. Today, her sister said she would introduce her to her brother-in-law. She knew her sister had a boyfriend, and her current managerial job was arranged by her brother-in-law. It can be said that if her sister hadn't found a boyfriend and sent money home continuously, their family wouldn't be living so well now, and she wouldn't be able to afford such a good university. Ren Feifei was very grateful to her brother-in-law, who had changed their family's life. She was also looking forward to meeting the two of them today. Seeing them now, it was beyond her expectations. Her brother-in-law was too perfect. Looking at Su Chen's handsome profile, a thought involuntarily crossed her mind. If only he wasn't her sister's boyfriend. Then, she would have a chance. This thought startled her, and she quickly shook her head to dispel the distraction. How could she compete with her sister for her boyfriend? Although Su Chen was walking ahead, he noticed Ren Feifei's behavior and a smile played on his lips. It seemed this little sister-in-law was quite easy to handle. As for Ren Shanshan being the female lead, her sister, Su Chen was not surprised at all. Urban romance novels, there were plenty of this type. Arriving at the reserved location, a signal was given, and the waiter started serving the dishes. Feifei, this is the boyfriend I've been telling you about. You've always wanted to meet him, right? Ren Shanshan began introducing, then looked at Su Chen. Liangge, this is my sister Ren Feifei. Hello, I've heard Shanshan talk about you. Su Chen smiled and reached out his hand. His friendly smile and soothing voice made people feel at ease. Ren Feifei was a bit starstruck, then quickly came to her senses and shook his hand. Bro, brother-in-law, hello. Su Chen didn't ask her to change the way she addressed him. Isn't this more interesting? In the conversation, exquisite dishes were brought out one after another, leaving Ren Feifei a bit dazzled. As a girl from the countryside, she had never seen such fine cuisine, let alone tasted it. She thought the dishes her sister took her to eat a few days ago were already exquisite, but compared to these dishes, they were far inferior in appearance. What are you standing there for? Don't be polite. Seeing the two women indifferent, Su Chen first picked up the chopsticks. The dishes in front of them were all exquisite, and Feifei suddenly didn't know which dish to pick. It was her sister Ren Shanshan who was considerate and added a piece of fish for her. As Feifei ate it, her eyes lit up, feeling incredibly delicious. After the meal, Feifei was still a bit reluctant to leave, but she was sensible enough not to overeat. She couldn't leave a bad impression on her brother-in-law. Later, the three of them walked out of the hotel together. Feifei asked her sister softly, the food here is so delicious, let's come here every day in the future. Ren Shanshan rolled her eyes, it's delicious, but the meal we just had cost over 100,000. I'll give you another chance to organize your words. Feifei exclaimed in shock, unable to speak. Eating a meal that cost over 100,000, it was unimaginable. She knew her brother-in-law was wealthy, but she didn't expect him to be this wealthy. Her brother-in-law's image gradually became tall and majestic in her mind. After leaving the hotel, they seemed to notice that Feifei was dressed in the same clothes, and Su Chen pretended to complain to Ren Shanshan, how can you be a sister like this? Your younger sister finally came over, and you didn't even buy her some new clothes. Feifei quickly explained for her sister, my sister bought it for me, this is what my sister bought for me. She pointed to the clothes she was wearing. White short-sleeved shirt, blue jeans, full of youthful vibes. This won't do, Feifei is about to go to college, what she wears will affect her image in the minds of her classmates. Brother-in-law will take you to buy clothes. Su Chen waved his hand decisively. Ren Shanshan felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that she lacked money. Since she followed Su Chen and now served as the company's financial manager, she had no shortage of money to spend. She just felt that her younger sister was about to go to college and shouldn't spend money recklessly, students should look like students. But since Su Chen had said so, she had no choice but to agree. Later, Su Chen took the two women to a world-famous brand's women's clothing store. Choose whatever clothes you want, brother-in-law will pay. The dazzling array of clothes inside made Feifei dizzy. Since it was Su Chen's intention, Ren Shanshan didn't make a fuss and helped her sister pick out clothes. As the female lead, Feifei dressed up no less than her sister. Finally, they picked a few sets of clothes and had them packaged. When the waiter announced the price, Feifei was stunned. Just 5 or 6 sets of clothes were worth over 300,000. Ren Shanshan was ready to pay by card, but Su Chen stopped her. Today is the first time I've met Feifei, let me pay the bill. He took out a black card. Seeing this, the waiter immediately showed respect to them. After swiping the card, he respectfully handed it to Su Chen, feeling amazed inside. No wonder they can enjoy the company of these two exquisite sisters. After leaving the clothing store, Feifei's head was still a bit dizzy, feeling the clothes in her hands were as heavy as 1,000 caddies. When she came to her senses, she quickly said to Su Chen, brother-in-law, this is too expensive, I can't accept it. What's so expensive about it? Clothes are meant to be worn. Su Chen pretended to be displeased. This is a gift between us. If you don't accept it, it means you're not satisfied with me as your brother-in-law. Fei Fei quickly waved her hand. No. Brother-in-law, you're very kind. Then I'll accept it. Thank you, brother-in-law. By the way, don't thank me too soon. It seemed like Su Chen remembered something and took out a gold card. There is 1 million inside. Buy whatever you need in the future. If the money is not enough, just let me know. Su Chen started using money to gain favor. These female leads are not ordinary women. Even if you offer them 10 million, 100 million, or even a billion to sleep with you, they won't agree. But if you spend 1 million on them, they will be very grateful to you, and their favor will increase. For Su Chen, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket. Using it to gain the female lead's favor is like trying to catch a wolf with an empty hand. In reality, female leads who can be won over by spending money are the easiest to conquer. With some of his methods, it won't take long to bring them into the family. This is why he managed to conquer nearly 20 female leads within half a year of crossing over. The truly tricky ones are those female leads who are not lacking in money. Like Chen Jianjia, Xia Qingxiu, and Lin Hao's third senior sister Dongfang Xianyan, it takes corresponding methods to win them over. Chen Jianjia has already been won over, Xia Qingxiu is already in the bag, and Dongfang Xianyan is just a step away. TSK. Unconsciously, Lin Hao's 3 senior sisters are about to be completely won over by him. Looking at the gold card in front of her, Ren Feifei felt a bit at a loss and could only seek help from her sister. Ren Shanshan nodded at her. She couldn't help but sigh. How could she not understand Su Chen's intentions? However, she knew Su Chen very well. They knew each other inside out. Apart from having a bit more money than women, he was excellent and perfect in all aspects. Being his woman, there was no need to worry about the future or prospects. A single sentence could help you handle all the work, and you could even rise to a high position. Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind. Su Chen had many women, and she didn't have any advantage among them. To receive more love, she had to be different. Perhaps having her younger sister join in wouldn't be a bad idea. After taking the card, Ren Feifei smiled, and Su Chen smiled meaningfully. You could tell from the way she looked at him. This female lead was starting to fall for him. Suddenly, he sensed a malicious gaze and furrowed his brows. At the end of the street, a figure was staring in their direction. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Hao. He sneered, greeted the sisters, and planned to go elsewhere. In the distance, watching Su Chen and the pair of sisters gradually disappear, Lin Hao clenched his fists, feeling a burning hatred. After being framed and set up, he was taken back to the police station. Fortunately, the situation was controversial, and it wasn't as severe as breaking into the Su family group to kill Su Chen. He wasn't thrown into a dark cell. He didn't encounter the devil-like policewoman. But because he had hit someone, including an elderly person, the situation was quite complicated. To get out, he had to hire a lawyer and fight a legal battle. Although the Star Moon Society helped him behind the scenes, he only got out of the detention center today. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came out, he saw Su Chen with a pair of sisters. He knew the relationship between the 3 of them without guessing. Damn it! He had only been in there for a few days, and Su Chen had already won over a pair of exceptional sisters. It made him envious and jealous. No, he should feel sorry for those women who were deceived by Su Chen and be angry about their situation. At the same time, the thought of the eldest senior sister being one of them made him feel extremely heartbroken. Eldest senior sister, wait for me. I will soon make you see Su Chen's true colors. He gripped his phone firmly, his eyes determined. Just now, he saw Su Chen with a pair of sisters and took a photo with his phone. The eldest senior sister was deeply trapped, and she had to see the evidence. Take a deep breath, calm down the urge to go and kill Su Chen. Lin Hao immediately headed towards the Star Moon Society. The Star Moon Society, ever since losing the last decisive battle to the Wolf Alliance, the atmosphere has been somewhat oppressive. Even the subordinates have been more low-key in their actions. Today, the Star Moon Society once again exuded a hint of vitality. This was because the long-absent President Xia Qingxiu had appeared. The subordinates breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the president had not abandoned them. If they knew that their respected elder sister, the queen of the underworld, had been serving as a maid for the past few days, unlocking various poses for Su Chen, they wouldn't know how to react. Xia Qingxiu was patrolling her territory. However, every few steps, she would furrow her brows, as if there were some unspeakable secrets. Xia Qingxiu gritted her teeth. 3 whole days. Do you know how she spent these 3 days? During the day, it was bearable as Su Chen would at least make her do some maid duties. But at night, it was different. She didn't even have a moment to rest. Even with her hidden strength, she couldn't endure such torment. Second sister. Just as Xia Qingqiu was complaining about Su Chen in her heart, a familiar voice rang out. She turned her head and saw Lin Hao entering from outside. Upon seeing him, Xia Qingqiu's expression immediately darkened. She had repeatedly warned Lin Hao to be careful and discreet, but he didn't take it to heart and walked right into someone else's trap. If he hadn't been caught, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Although she knew that even if Lin Hao hadn't fallen into the trap, he would have been eliminated in another way. But after suffering so much injustice, someone had to take the blame. Seeing Lin Hao, Xia Qingqiu was instantly filled with anger and bluntly ordered, "Get out!" The smile on Lin Hao's face froze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Lin Hao was completely bewildered. Second sister had been relatively nice to him before. How did her attitude change in just a few days? Things had changed. What had happened outside during the days he was in custody? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Had the decisive battle with the Wolf Alliance already ended? When he entered, he felt that something was amiss in the atmosphere of the Star Moon Society. Realizing this, he quickly asked. Xia Qingqiu ignored his inquiry and coldly ordered, "Someone, throw him out." Immediately, two subordinates stepped forward to drag Lin Hao out. How could he not understand Xia Qingqiu's attitude? The battle between the Star Moon Society and the Wolf Alliance had ended, and they had lost. Lin Hao was lost in regret and guilt. He had betrayed Xia Qingqiu's trust. The day before, Xia Qingqiu had repeatedly instructed him to be discreet and avoid trouble. Yet the next day, he fell into a simple trap. Even as he was dragged out of the gate by the two subordinates, he had not snapped out of his remorse. Those guys from the Wolf Alliance are really ruthless, they fight like their lives depend on it. I avoid them whenever I see them now. It's not that they are fierce, it's the new leader who's ruthless, holding a knife to their families' necks. How can they not fight desperately? Sigh. Haven't seen the president for 3 days, I thought he had given up on us. The president must be very angry, I saw her face pale today, even walking with a furrowed brow. A few subordinates happened to pass by, and their conversation reached Lin Hao's ears. A thunderbolt flashed through his mind, and he suddenly realized a very serious problem. The Star Moon Society and the Wolf League are in a decisive battle, which is actually a game that Xia Qingqiu made a bet with Su Chen. Although Xia Qingqiu did not say what the bet was, it is easy to see from her level of concern that the stakes must be high. Combining the fact that he just saw Xia Qingqiu staggering in with a touch of mature charm between her brows, Lin Hao stood frozen in place. After a while, he had to accept one fact. That is, his second senior sister was also taken down by Su Chen. With the history of his fiancée Lu Ruland and his senior sister Chen Jianjia, he would definitely not be mistaken. This explains why Xia Qingqiu was so angry with him. Because he was not there, his fiancée was intercepted by Su Chen and even got pregnant. Also because of him, he did not tell his senior sister about Su Chen's true identity, watching her gradually fall and eventually become like Su Chen. It was also because of him that he fell into a trap carelessly, missed the decisive battle between the Star Moon Society and the Wolf League, and caused his second senior sister to be forced to submit to Su Chen. It was all because of himself. Lin Hao squatted on the ground, holding his head. Unparalleled regret, self-blame, and remorse surged in his heart. Ding! Lin Hao self-doubts, villain value plus 999. Ding! Lin Hao's mentality explodes, villain value plus 1000. Ding! Lin Hao was in a daze, not knowing how he left the Star Moon Society. He didn't bother to ask. He felt ashamed and didn't know how to face Xia Qingqiu. Walking aimlessly on the street, when he came to his senses, he found himself unknowingly at the Bai Chao Tang side. Thinking of the photos taken at noon, Lin Hao walked into Bai Chao Tang. After spending a day with Su Chen and being unable to get out of bed, Chen Jianjia returned to her usual self. She no longer worried about how many women Su Chen had. If Su Chen only had her as a woman, that would be suffering. She didn't want to lie in bed every day. Seeing the shopkeeper no longer so indifferent, everyone at Bai Chao Tang no longer worried, and worked more diligently. When Lin Hao came in, Chen Jianjia was preparing to go home and happened to meet him. "Why are you here?" She frowned, looking somewhat displeased. After being ignored by Su Chen for a few days, she became more dependent. Lin Hao felt a little sad. This was his senior sister, from the same sect. How did their relationship deteriorate to this point? With a purpose in mind, he steadied himself and said, "Senior sister, I'm here to tell you about Su Chen's true colors. He is a scumbag. Just from what I've seen, he has at least 4 or 5 women around him, and who knows how many more in secret." Speaking of Su Chen, Lin Hao was furious, wishing he could kill him. Sensing his malice towards Su Chen, Chen Jianjia's face changed, her tone turning cold. "And then?" Lin Hao was dumbfounded. "What then? Shouldn't you be angry, call Su Chen and scold him, and then sever ties with him?" It's true, I even took photos of him with other women. Thinking that his senior sister didn't believe him, he hurriedly took out the evidence. Opening his phone album, there were photos of Chen with a pair of sisters. In the photos, the three of them were chatting and laughing. Their relationship must be extraordinary. After swiping through the photos, Lin Hao looked at Chen Jianjia again. She remained calm. So, what are you trying to say? Lin Hao was dumbfounded once again. This scene felt somewhat familiar. He remembered when he told Lu Ruland, it was also this reaction. She even said she was willing to be Chen's lover. Could it be that his senior sister also had this idea? Impossible, impossible. He shook his head in his heart, but a bad premonition surged up. The next moment, he heard Chen Jianjia's voice. Stop doing these boring things. I know more about Liang Ji's matters than you do. I don't care how many women he has, as long as he has me in his heart. After coldly dropping these words, she walked away quickly. Lin Hao stood still, unable to come to his senses for a long time. His face gradually darkened, looking extremely ugly, feeling more uncomfortable than if he had eaten shit. The sky darkened gradually, and Lin Hao walked alone on the street, feeling a sense of loneliness. He was driven out of the house by his second senior sister, and his first senior sister did not welcome him. Now he had nowhere to go. Ha! The corner of his eye caught a familiar car passing by. It was Chen's exclusive car. Suppressed anger erupted completely at this moment, and he immediately wanted to catch up and see if he could find an opportunity to kill him. Indeed, Chen was very strong, he couldn't beat him. Chen's medical skills were also better than his. But nobody's perfect, everyone has weaknesses. Since coming down from the mountain to the city, he had been living in Chen's shadow, forgetting his own skills. He also knew medical skills. He knew several kinds of highly toxic formulas. Colorless and tasteless, once poisoned, blood would flow from all 7 orifices and the person would die. Even if Chen's medical skills were extraordinary, it wouldn't help. Immediately, Lin Hao stopped a passing taxi. Driver, follow that car for me. Wow. This urgent tone. The driver thought a fat sheep had come to him, so he quickly locked the car door to prevent the fat sheep from escaping. Then he leisurely followed in the direction pointed by Lin Hao's finger. Driver, please drive faster. Lin Hao was very anxious. Young man, this is the main city area, crowded with people, and there is a speed limit. After explaining the seriousness of the situation, the driver revealed his true colors. It will cost extra. Lin Hao. Seeing the driver's expression, was he planning to rob him? But he couldn't care less at this point. He wouldn't be able to catch up with another car. He searched his pockets and took out the last 1,000 yuan. The driver was pleased to see this, took the money, patted his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, leave it to me. Back in the day, I also participated in racing competitions. Tracking a car was a piece of cake? What's wrong with your leg?" Lin Hao keenly noticed that the driver's leg was a prosthetic. People stumble, horses slip, accidents happen in racing competitions, it's normal. Don't worry about these details, just leave it to me. After saying that, the driver stepped on the gas, and the speed of the car suddenly increased significantly. The sudden acceleration almost threw Lin Hao out, scaring him into fastening his seatbelt. Safety first on the road. Master, someone is tracking us, should we deal with it? The taxi had just been tracked for a short time when it was discovered by the person in red. It's a joke to play tracking in front of a top assassin. No need, let him follow if he wants to. Chen didn't care. He had just seen Lin Hao on the roadside, and now another tracker had appeared. It was easy to guess who it was. Before long, the car drove into a high-end residential area where the taxi couldn't enter. The driver tightened his pocket to prevent Lin Hao from asking for the money back. It's not my fault that we can't go in. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to argue with him, got out of the car and quickly chased after. Following all the way, Chen's car stopped in front of a standalone villa. He did not step forward, but found a hidden corner to hide. The master of Huajin is very sensitive. If he gets closer, he will be discovered. This distance is just right. He thought he hadn't been discovered yet. Little did he know, whether in Chen's or Hongyi's eyes, he could not escape their sight. Lin Hao hid his figure while peeking out to check the situation. Why would Chen come here? Is this one of his residences? Or, is it the home of one of his women? Soon, he didn't need to hesitate anymore. Just seeing the scene in front of him dumbfounded him. With good eyesight, he could clearly see the surroundings of the villa. Chen arrived at the villa's entrance, and the door opened from the inside. A woman dressed as a maid came out and knelt down to change Chen's shoes. With skillful movements, there was no doubt that she was a professional maid. He sure knows how to enjoy, Since I'm going to die anyway, might as well enjoy the last moments. Wait. Second senior sister? Thinking he was mistaken, Lin Hao quickly rubbed his eyes. Until his eyes were red from rubbing, he widened his eyes to look. It wasn't second senior sister Xia Qingxiu, then who was it? Lin Hao was furious. This is too much. Su Chen actually trained his second senior sister to be a maid. Xia Qingxiu, who was so proud in the eyes of others, was called a queen. It's hard to imagine what Su Chen did to her to make her willingly become a maid. Originally, Xia Qingxiu drove him away, and his dissatisfaction instantly disappeared. Compared to her ordeal, what did it matter to scold himself a few times? It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, second senior sister wouldn't have ended up like this. He had planned to endure it before, waiting for the opportunity to secretly poison Su Chen. Now that he saw second senior sister being bullied like this, how could Lin Hao continue to endure it? When patience reaches its limit, there's no need to endure any longer. Let go of second senior sister. Requesting electricity, all kinds of requests. Ding! Lin Hao's hatred and anger are raging. Villain value plus 999. Ding! Lin Hao's mind is unstable. Villain value plus 999. Ding! Let go of second senior sister. Su Chen sneered, completely ignoring him. As for Lin Hao outside, there was no need to worry at all, with so many people under his command. Lin Hao roared and rushed out. Su Chen simply didn't care about him. This blatant disregard was the greatest insult to him. Lin Hao was furious, displaying the fastest speed of his life as he rushed towards the villa. Swish, however, before he could get close to the villa, a flash of blood-red blade light appeared. His body was covered in cold sweat, goosebumps rising, a sense of imminent death surged in his heart. At the critical moment, he urgently braked, his body twisting in a strange arc, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. He dodged it, but not completely. The sharp blade cut through his clothes in front of his chest, the skin feeling a sharp pain. Lin Hao broke out in a cold sweat, quickly focusing his gaze. He saw a red figure standing in front of him, another stunning beauty. He was shocked. When did Su Chen have a peak dark energy bodyguard by his side? He could feel the aura emanating from the stunning woman opposite him, not weaker than him. The dense killing intent seemed to be on the verge of materializing. There must have been many people who died at her hands. Lin Hao's expression became serious, his legs slightly bent, ready to attack. Even if there was a peak dark energy expert blocking his way, so what? He had to break in to save second senior sister. Just the thought of second senior sister being posed in various ways by Su Chen in the villa just a wall away made him feel so uncomfortable that he couldn't breathe. Lin Hao began to forcefully break through, only to find that he couldn't break in at all. Several times, he was almost hit by the opponent's blood-red dagger in a vital spot. Even so, he was covered in injuries, with blood dripping down. Frustrated. He felt extremely frustrated. He wanted to have a real fight with the opponent, but the man in red didn't give him a chance. With the blood-red dagger in hand, he couldn't get close at all. He wanted to make up for the weapon gap with the combat skills he had trained for years, but he found that the opponent's combat ability was not weaker than his at all, even stronger. The sharp perception seemed to be born for killing, every strike deadly. He was in constant danger several times. Until he was exhausted, he didn't get any closer to the villa, and in the end, he could only leave in a disheveled manner. It's not that he didn't want to fight to the end for his second senior sister, but it was meaningless. He felt the presence of several nascent soul grandmasters lurking in the dark. Even if he broke through the blockade of the man in red, there would be stronger opponents coming out. After experiencing several life-threatening situations, Lin Hao gradually calmed down. Since he couldn't save his second senior sister no matter what, he might as well keep himself useful and seek revenge for them. It was fortunate that Su Chen didn't seem to have the intention to kill him, so he managed to escape smoothly. Inside the villa, similar to what Lin Hao had imagined, Su Chen was lying on the bed, lost in thought. After he submitted, he would let Xia Qingxiu take over the Wolf Alliance and become the godfather of the underground world of the Magic City. That would be the true queen. As for Yi Yuan, that lunatic was not suitable for the urban underworld. It might be better to arrange her into the Tianwang and let her have fun. It would surely bring some excitement to this peaceful world. Xia Qingxiu indeed no longer felt so averse to Su Chen. Isn't there a saying? Life is like that thing, if you can't resist it, you can only lie down and enjoy it. She thought it would be another day as a maid, but to her surprise, Su Chen received a message and left in the evening. What kind of feeling of reluctance was that? A sudden surge of emotion that she didn't want to be separated from Su Chen startled her, and she quickly dismissed such thoughts. She didn't have Stockholm Syndrome. Su Chen arrived at a couple's restaurant. A female host invited him to have dinner together. It was Li Xiaoming. Wasn't she here as a relative before? Su Chen didn't have a good time, and she felt guilty. So, as soon as the relative left, she came to throw herself at him. Li Xiaoming stood at the entrance of the restaurant, occasionally looking at the Patek Philippe watch on her wrist and then scanning around. It was mealtime now, the street was bustling with people, many were attracted by her stunning looks and explosive figure. Many people were eager to strike up a conversation. However, seeing her waiting for someone, most of them dispelled the idea. Li Xiaoming being selected by the airline, with her nearly 1.8-meter tall figure, filtered out a batch of insecure people. There was only one young man left at the scene who dressed elegantly and obviously had a decent background, had the courage to approach. But before he could take action, a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce arrived, and then Li Xiaoming joyfully went up to greet them. Watching the two walk into the couple's restaurant, the young man kept wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. He was glad he hadn't approached her yet. Never in a million years did he expect that she was the woman Master Su was interested in. After a candlelit dinner, Su Chen and Li Xiaoming walked on the street. The noisy surroundings did not bother Li Xiaoming. She held Su Chen's hand, her face beaming with a happy smile, enjoying their own world of two people. Handsome man and beautiful woman, passing people couldn't help but cast envious glances at them. No, there are exceptions. When a beggar on the roadside looked at them, his eyes were filled with anger, hatred, and heartache. Upon closer inspection, he was another protagonist, Yeshuan. That night, Yeshuan's father collapsed after spitting blood upon learning that all their family property had been squandered by him and he was heavily in debt. Yeshuan hurriedly took him to the hospital for emergency treatment. His life was saved, but whether he would wake up was another question. Upon learning that Yeshuan's father had become a vegetable, all the debt collectors turned their attention to him. Now, he was the only one in the Yeshuan family capable of repaying the debts. If he managed to escape, the money lent out would be lost, so they had to keep a close eye on him. Being watched every day, how could Yeshuan bear it? It was only after he escaped from the hospital that he realized a serious problem lay before him. All the money in the house had been squandered by him, and now he was penniless. Unable to return to the hospital, he dared not reveal his identity to find work. Several days passed, and now he was no different from a beggar. It was only now that he suddenly woke up. All the illusions of being good at stock trading and being the chosen one were his own delusions. He regretted it very much. But there was no medicine for regret. If given another chance by heaven, he would definitely not associate with gambling and drugs. Today, he was as usual. During the peak dining hours on the street, with many people around, he tried to beg for some money. Unexpectedly, he saw Chen and Li Xiaoming together. He had fallen into beggary, while Chen embraced his goddess every day. The negative emotions in his heart erupted instantly when he compared the two. Besides regret and self-blame, what Yeshuan hated most was Chen. If Chen knew his thoughts, he would surely be somewhat surprised. The blind cat actually guessed right when it encountered a dead mouse. All this was indeed his secret plan. However, Yeshuan obviously did not know the truth yet. It didn't matter, Chen would tell him all the details. Let him die with understanding. After all, to kill a person, you must kill their spirit. Ding! Yeshuan is developing anger towards you, antagonist value plus 666. Ding! Yeshuan is developing hatred towards you, antagonist value plus 777. TSK. Glancing at Yeshuan, who couldn't even be recognized by his own mother on the roadside, a hint of a smile appeared on Chen's face. Yeshuan's eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Clenching his fists, the veins on his forehead bulged. He could no longer contain the urge to beat Chen up. But at the thought of exposing his identity and being chased by a group of debt collectors, he released his hands. Sensing Yeshuan's murderous intent gradually dissipating, Chen was somewhat surprised. It seemed that this protagonist had grown up. He had learned to endure, not as impulsive as before. Glancing at the dwindling fortune above his head, after a series of blows, there was almost nothing left. He had originally planned to play with him a bit more, with many tricks left unused. With a series of moves, he could guarantee that Yeshuan would wish he were dead. Since his fortune had been harvested almost completely, there was no need to waste any more time. There happened to be an idea that had not been tested, and he could use him as an experiment. With a glint in his eye, Chen saw a couple's hotel not far away and his heart stirred. So he whispered a few words in Li Xiaoming's ear. "Ah!" Li Xiaoming exclaimed. Realizing something was wrong, she quickly covered her mouth. She looked at the hotel, then turned back to stare at Chen with wide eyes. In the end, she nodded. Subsequently, to Yeshuan's dumbfounded gaze, the two entered the couple's hotel. Although he had some suspicions about their relationship, seeing it with his own eyes still made him shiver with anger. Ding! Yi Xian's mind collapsed, the villain value plus 888. At this moment, two ordinary-looking, inconspicuous young men appeared. Just as they passed by Yi Xian, they suddenly took action. The two of them each grabbed one of his hands, with one of them holding a gun against his waist. "Don't move, don't speak, just come with us quietly." Yi Xian had no reaction at all. When he came to his senses, he was completely bewildered. Himself. Was he being kidnapped? Is this a mistake? If they wanted to kidnap someone, it should be that guy Chen. He was just a beggar, penniless. Did they not do their homework before kidnapping him? His mind was in chaos, too scared to resist. He could only be taken away. The two men took him to the side of the road, where a van was parked. It seemed like they had been following him for a long time. Yes, they were the subordinates arranged by Chen to monitor Yi Xian. After being taken into the car, Yi Xian started to panic. "Brother, did you rob the wrong person? I'm just a beggar." He looked around while speaking, trying to distract the attention of the robbers and see if there was a chance to escape. However, the two men did not give him a chance, keeping a gun pointed at him. Yi Xian sighed helplessly. He had no doubt that if he made any sudden movements, they would not hesitate to shoot. Before long, he was taken to an abandoned factory. What puzzled him was that after the two robbers tied him up, they stood aside as if waiting for someone. There was someone directing them from behind. This thought crossed his mind. Who could it be? Unfortunately, his doubts were destined to remain unanswered. Unable to break free from the ropes, and with the two robbers watching him closely, Yi Xian could only endure the agonizing wait for judgment. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. 2 hours, 3 hours. Over 3 hours passed, the feeling of waiting for death weighed heavily on him, sweat pouring down his face. Just then, there was a commotion outside. It seemed like a car was approaching. Yi Xian's spirits lifted, feeling nervous. Was he finally going to meet the mastermind behind his kidnapping? Step, step, step. The sound of footsteps approached. Each step felt like it was crushing his heart, making Yi Xian feel suffocated. He stared at the door intently. Soon, a figure appeared. Chen? Seeing the person clearly, Yi Xian's pupils constricted, utterly astonished. "TSK. Sorry for being late." Chen walked in, looking at him tied up, clicking his tongue. However, he wore a playful smile, showing no hint of apology. Yi Xian's face darkened. Late? Why was he late? This was a blatant humiliation. He knew Chen was deceivingly Xiaomeng, and now his true colors were finally revealed. How despicable. Yi Xian couldn't contain his anger, glaring fiercely at Chen, roaring, "What do you want from me? Ha! I'm here to find you, aren't I?" Chen chuckled lightly, then changed the subject. "I'm here to see you, aren't I?" Yi Xian was stunned, feeling that something was amiss. "Chen, what are you up to?" Seemingly realizing something, he smirked. "You brought me here to extort my demolition compensation, right? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." After being locked up here for over 3 hours, he had thought a lot. As a nobody, what was there worth kidnapping him for? He recalled the exposure of his family's 50 million demolition compensation, which had not lost its heat until now. It seemed that this money had attracted some criminals. He never expected that person to be Chen. It seems that he is still conservative. Chen is not only a scumbag who deceives for love and affection, but also a criminal who kidnaps and extorts, committing all kinds of evil deeds. Thinking of his goddess being played in the palm of his hand by him, Yi Xian's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. "Chen, do I look like I'm short of money?" Yi Xian sneered, "Stop pretending, or why else would you grab me?" "Of course. Before you die, make sure you understand." "What?" Yi Xian was shocked and blurted out, "You want to kill me?" His face kept changing. "Kill him? How is that possible? This is a society ruled by law. Killing someone will cost a life. Sabi Pharmaceutical, Bao Pai Group, Tuor Sua Company." Chen found it interesting, rubbing his chin, and casually mentioned the names of several companies. At first, Yi Xian didn't understand what it meant. Gradually, he understood, his eyes widened. Weren't these the few foreign large companies he invested in when trading stocks? It was also because of the bankruptcy of these companies that he lost all his assets, a memory that was still fresh. He never told anyone about this matter. How could Chen know? Could it be? A strong sense of unease surged in Yi Xian's heart. How? How do you know about these companies? He had suspected before that he had fallen victim to a scam, but because of the bankruptcy of several large companies, he stopped thinking about it. Now, this absurd idea came up again. "What do you think?" Chen smiled playfully. This seemingly tacit attitude made Yi Xian's heart skip a beat, and he quickly shook his head in denial. "No, it's impossible. Even if you are scheming behind the scenes, how could you possibly bring down those several hundred billion companies? Oh, are they very powerful? In front of the Su family, they are just slightly larger ants." Yi Xian's body trembled, horrified and speechless. You are from the Su family. Su Chen. Su family, no wonder. For the Su family, the head of the 4 major families in the Magic City, few people were unaware. When he saw Su Chen with Li Xiaoming before, he just thought he was a rich second-generation scumbag. He never investigated Su Chen's identity. If he had known earlier, even if he had been played, he wouldn't have thought of seeking revenge. He would have accumulated enough strength before making a move. But it was too late. Combined with falling victim to a scam, everything made sense. It was indeed a big move. Just to deal with his mere tens of millions, he directly caused several large companies to go bankrupt. Was it his fortune? Or his misfortune? Yi Xian muttered to himself, looking somewhat crazy, suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. It's you, everything is because of you, isn't it? Trading stocks, losing all the compensation and family assets. His father vomited blood repeatedly from anger. Fleeing in debt. The suppressed anger of these days erupted completely at this moment. He struggled frantically, wanting to fight Su Chen to the death. Unfortunately, the ropes were tied too tightly, and he couldn't break free. Ding! Yi Xian's mentality explodes, villain value plus 1000. Not too stupid. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his smile unchanged on his face. By the way, there's something I want to tell you. It's not all about falling victim to a scam. You do have a talent for trading stocks. You don't need much manipulation, just a little push, to make you sink deeper. Swipe. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. His feeling about having a talent for trading stocks was not wrong. Originally, because of bankruptcy, he hated trading stocks immensely. Now suddenly someone came out to tell him that trading stocks was not the problem, he was just being manipulated. Seeing that his mentality was about to collapse, Su Chen paused and struck while the iron was hot. Also, aren't you trying to test your relatives and friends? I can help you publicize it and make it a hot search. Surprised or not, unexpected or not, Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. It turned out that his attempt to test people's hearts was exposed, all thanks to Su Chen's scheme. Kill with a borrowed knife. What does it mean to kill with a borrowed knife? This is it. After a while, he angrily voiced his doubts from the bottom of his heart, hysterical. Why? He couldn't understand. Did he offend Su Chen in any way? Instead, he deceived his own goddess. Exposed calculations, leading to bankruptcy. Why did Su Chen go to such lengths to target him? I'm willing, that's all. I'm willing. Will. Yi Xian closed his eyes, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Just because he was willing, he caused his family to be ruined and himself to become a beggar. Ding! Yi Xian's mentality explodes, villain value plus 1000. Ding! Yi Xian's mind collapses, villain value plus 1000. Ding! In Su Chen's eyes, the visible fortune above Yi Xian's head was decreasing. He had planned to continue to strike and harvest. Suddenly, he had a thought and wanted to verify a certain speculation. With the fortune about to be depleted, it was just right. So, he ignored the screaming and seemingly insane Yi Xian. After signaling to his subordinates, he left. Su Chen returned in the car he came in. Not long after, a deafening explosion erupted from behind, at the abandoned factory. Even if a special investigation team were to come, they would only find that a gas pipeline exploded, killing a beggar inside. The truth would forever remain buried and unknown. Ding! Yi Xian vanishes into thin air, villain value plus 1000. In the car, Su Chen propped his head up and fell into contemplation. According to the remaining fortune of Yi Xian, he should be able to harvest 5 or 6 more waves. This villain value was only equivalent to 1/5. He was speculating whether he could directly kill the protagonist and take away all the fortune. If he could, things would be simple. The result proved that he had overthought it. The fortune would at least lose 1/5, not worth it. Let's just complicate things a bit. Besides, he didn't find it troublesome at all, just a slight waste of time. It was just right to add a bit of fun to life. With this in mind, Su Chen's thoughts were clear, and a hint of a wicked smile appeared on his face. In a high-end residential area not far away, in a delicately decorated room, a mature woman in her 30s with a stunning face sneaked in from outside. After glancing at her daughter's room, she quietly entered the bathroom, carefully unpacked a pregnancy test kit. Near noon, the two walked out of the couple's hotel. Su Chen remained calm as usual. Li Xiaoming walked somewhat unnaturally, as if she had sprained her foot. Just as they were about to have a meal, Su Chen received a message and changed his plans. After informing Li Xiaoming, he left in a car. The message indicated that one of his women was likely pregnant. Su Chen was particularly concerned about the woman's pregnancy. He specifically instructed his subordinates to report to him immediately if such a situation arose. Seeing Su Chen leaving her alone, Li Xiaoming's eyes showed a hint of resentment. After all the trouble last night, I'm having difficulty walking now. But she wasn't the type of woman to make a fuss over trivial matters. Chen was the young master of the Su family and the president of the Su group, so it was normal for him to be busy, right? If she were to find out Chen was going to see another woman, she wondered if she would be furious. Chen took a bus all the way to Happiness Community. Just as he got off the bus, a woman with delicate features, short hair, and a smart dress came to greet him. "Young master, tell me specifically what's going on." With that said, Chen didn't stop and walked straight ahead. The delicate woman followed behind, always a step behind. "These past few days, I noticed something off about Su Wanqing. She would occasionally have dry heaving episodes, and last night she even went to the pharmacy to buy a pregnancy test. She didn't go to the company this morning and has been staying in her room lost in thought. The possibility of pregnancy is 90%. Through the various behaviors of the female lead, she could basically confirm it. The reason for saying a 90% possibility was out of caution for work. Su Wanqing, the young lady of the Su family. The Su family had assets of several billion, which was considered a decent family. But in this metropolis, there were numerous 100 billion families, and even some with over $1 trillion in assets. The Su family seemed somewhat insignificant. In order to secure a better future for the Su family, they also chose to arrange a marriage. Naturally, Su Wanqing became the target of this arranged marriage. It must be said that this Miss Su was ruthless. She didn't want to be a sacrificial lamb for the family, so she found someone and got married. Not long after, she even had a child. This greatly angered the Su family. They immediately cut ties with her on the spot and began to suppress her in various ways. A few months ago, when Chen saw her, she and her daughter were living in a rundown house. It was like a dog's den. Their lives were miserable, barely getting by with insufficient food and clothing. Seeing this scene, Chen felt somewhat familiar, similar to some novel plots. Although the mother and daughter were living a difficult life, they could still barely manage. Chen felt that it wasn't enough, they hadn't reached the point of despair yet. With a thought, he had the landlady, who was like a demoness, bribed. From then on, her treatment of Su Wanqing and her daughter became even more malicious, with all sorts of ridicule and humiliation. She even found a dog's den for them to live in. Just when the mother and daughter were in despair, Chen appeared. Like a ray of light, he pulled them out of the darkness. Not only did he teach the demoness landlady a lesson, but he also had them move into a high-end community, wearing clothes that others couldn't afford, eating food that others couldn't taste. The mother and daughter were very grateful to him. This kind of upper-class life was something Su Wanqing had enjoyed since she was young, so there wasn't much excitement. In order to be free and avoid a family-arranged marriage, she could endure even the most difficult life. It was just seeing the happy expression on her daughter's face that softened her heart, and she didn't refuse Chen's help. It's not that she couldn't accept it, but rather that she didn't want anything. The rest of the matter was easily handled. With some sweet talk, Su Wanqing gradually fell. Later, Chen had someone secretly reveal this matter to the Su family. Seeing that Su Wanqing not only didn't suffer but also lived a good life, the Su family was furious. "How can you live so well? You should be living in hell. I will make you live worse than before. No one can help you. What I say, even if Jesus comes, it won't work." Those words silenced both the mother and daughter. It's easy to get used to life when pulled from hell into heaven. But when pulled from heaven back into hell, even Su Wanqing found it hard to accept. Not to mention there was a 5-year-old daughter. The mother and daughter fell into despair again, and Chen once again came to the rescue. When they saw that it was Chen who helped them, the people from the Su family were dumbfounded. They quickly retracted their previous words and stated that Su Wanqing would forever be the young lady of the Su family, and they would never force her into a marriage again. What a joke! With Chen around, who needs any marriage alliance? Whether the Su family can rise or not is just a matter of a word from the other party. Su Wanqing felt a bit dreamy. Unexpectedly, the one helping them turned out to be the young master of the Su family. Now she has been respectfully invited back to the family, and everyone is trying to please her in every way. No mistake, it's an invitation. She was given unparalleled respect. Her mood fluctuated greatly, coupled with her already unguarded fondness for Chen. She got drunk that night. Everything fell into place. Chen achieved his goal and brought Su Wanqing into the family. However, looking at the faint red marks on the bedsheet, he fell into contemplation. Didn't Su Wanqing have a daughter? And she's already married, so why is it her first time? Later, Su Wanqing told him the reason. It was all a disguise she arranged. In order to avoid a marriage alliance, she married someone, and her daughter was adopted from an orphanage. The two of them had no relationship at all. She didn't even let that person touch her. After cutting ties with the Su family, she drove that person away. For years, they never met again. Su Chen curiously asked for the name of that person. Jiang Tianzi. Su Chen. Tianzi? A typical protagonist's name. Who knows when the return of the war god will be staged. Planning to investigate further, Su Chen changed his mind, focusing on subduing the female lead. No matter what return of the war god, as long as he has enough family members, they will all kneel before him. At this moment, Su Chen had already taken the elevator and arrived at Su Wanqing's doorstep. The delicate woman following behind him slightly bowed, took out the key, opened the door, and entered the opposite house. There are only 2 households on each floor of this residential area. The opposite house of the female lead is where he arranged for the bodyguard, of course, for better protection and surveillance. In the exquisitely decorated living room, a girl of about 5 years old, with delicate features like a porcelain doll, was sitting on the sofa watching a cartoon. Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Pleasant Goat, Fei Goat, can you eat more politely? Fei Goat, I'm sorry, I won't do it next time. Pleasant Goat, can you eat more politely? Pleasant Goat, it's okay, boys should be hearty like this. Fei Goat. Bang bang. At that moment, the door was knocked. Xiao Xiao, go and open the door. A mature and pleasant voice came from the kitchen. The little girl named Xiao Xiao got off the sofa, obediently went to the door, tiptoed to open it. Seeing Su Chen outside, the little girl was first stunned, then joyfully exclaimed, "Brother!" Originally thought it was the little miss from next door, but unexpectedly, it was her favorite brother, making her overjoyed. Su Chen smiled slightly and picked her up. "Xiao Xiao, have you missed me?" Xiao Xiao nodded her little head and answered without hesitation. "Of course, I miss you every day, in the daytime, at night, even in my dreams." Xiao Xiao finished speaking and pouted, kissing Su Chen's face to show how much she missed him. The little girl had been suffering with Su Wanqing. Since changing their mother-daughter life, she had become very dependent on Su Chen. If it weren't for considering that he still had to conquer other female leads, letting her call him dad wouldn't be a problem. "Mom, come out quickly, brother is here." Su Wanqing, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, flawless, her eyes shining as if she could see through people's hearts. Even after experiencing several years of hardship, her skin did not lose its luster, still as white as snow. At this moment, she was wearing an apron, dressed like a housewife, really exuding a married woman's charm. However, when she saw Su Chen holding their daughter, she froze in place. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you not happy to see Big Brother?" Seeing Su Wanqing standing still, Xiao Xiao was a bit puzzled. In the past, when Big Brother arrived, Mom would be as excited as her. Why does she seem a bit strange today? Su Wanqing regained her composure, forced herself to remain calm, and asked, "I just finished cooking, have you eaten?" "Not yet, is it okay to get another set of chopsticks?" Su Chen replied with a smile. Seeing Su Wanqing like this, it seemed like she hadn't told him about her pregnancy. Or perhaps, she hadn't figured out how to tell him. That's right, with his divine medical skills, he knew at first glance that Su Wanqing was already pregnant. Su Chen's smile had a hint of playfulness. "Let's see how long it takes for you to say it." "Of course, no problem, Xiao Xiao will help Big Brother get the chopsticks." Xiao Xiao cheered and immediately rushed into the kitchen. The mother and daughter had clear division of labor. Su Wanqing brought the dishes to the table, while Xiao Xiao was in charge of getting the chopsticks. 3 dishes and a soup. Although they were home-cooked dishes, the aroma filled the air, and the taste was good. It seemed that the past few years of hardship were not in vain. Su Chen had suggested finding a nanny for them, but Su Wanqing politely declined. Over the years, she and her daughter had relied on each other, and she was not used to having outsiders interfere in their lives. Except for Su Chen. He didn't insist either. Bodyguards were arranged around them, so she didn't have to worry about their safety issues. "Big Brother, have some." While eating, Xiao Xiao picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and put it in his bowl. Su Chen smiled and did the same for her. "Xiao Xiao, you should eat too." Seeing her brother feeding her, Xiao Xiao's eyebrows curved into a crescent moon shape, and her smile became even brighter. Su Wanqing quietly ate her meal. Watching the scene of fatherly love and filial piety in front of her, she felt both gratified and a bit jealous. She was gratified that Su Chen did not reject Xiao Xiao for being an adopted daughter. She felt jealous when she noticed that Xiao Xiao seemed closer to Su Chen than to herself, giving her a sense of being left out. She felt a bit complicated and touched her abdomen. Su Chen seemed to like children a lot, but she didn't know what he thought about the child they would have together. It was precisely because she didn't know Su Chen's attitude that she didn't dare to tell him about her pregnancy. Su Wanqing really liked children and decided to keep the baby, otherwise she wouldn't have adopted Xiao Xiao. What if Su Chen asked her to abort the baby? While she was lost in her thoughts, Xiao Xiao's excited voice came from beside her. "Really? Big Brother has time today, can he accompany me and Mom?" Su Chen rubbed her head and said with a smile, "Of course, where do you want to go? I'll accompany you today." Xiao Xiao immediately cheered. However, she didn't ask Su Chen to take her to any fun places. Having endured hardships with Su Wanqing for several years, the child from a poor family matured early and was more mature than her peers. Afternoon, Su Chen took the mother and daughter to the amusement park. Children generally like such places. This could also be considered a unique way of upbringing. Su Wanqing didn't want to go originally, she didn't know how to face Su Chen now, but she couldn't resist Xia Xiao's coquettishness. The three of them walked in the amusement park. A handsome man, a beautiful woman, and a doll-like little girl, like a family of three, attracted 100% of the attention. "He's so handsome, Mom, I'm in love." "Is that his girlfriend? Even a child already?" "Mom, I'm heartbroken again." "Wow, you look so young, how come you already have a child?" "The whole family has such high looks, the little girl is so pretty, she will definitely grow up to be a beauty." Listening to the discussions around her, Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Although she and Su Chen had tried countless positions, her age was there, she was several years older than Su Chen. There was always a feeling of an older cow eating tender grass. Next, Su Chen took the mother and daughter to various activities, and the little one had a great time playing. Happy times are always short-lived. Unconsciously, the afternoon had passed. The little one was very happy, her smile never faded. In her heart, her mother and brother were the closest people to her. Coming to the amusement park together was something she had never dared to dream of. Su Wanqing also felt happy. Just as the three of them were heading home, a dramatic scene was unfolding elsewhere. "Ren Shanchan, you've gone too far." The engagement was agreed upon by both families. "We are about to get married, the news has been spread, if you back out now, how can our family face this?" In the cafe, a tall and not particularly ugly young man was angrily staring at the woman in front of him. The woman had an exquisite face, fair skin, and a well-proportioned figure. With her current action of sipping coffee, she exuded grace and elegance. Ren Shanchan put down her coffee cup, looking indifferent. "I'm not here to discuss with you, I'm here to inform you that our marriage must be cancelled." Pausing, she continued, "As for the impact on your family's reputation, I apologize, here is 100,000 in this card as compensation." She took out a bank card and placed it on the table. For a working person, 100,000 was not a small sum. Wu Zhe lowered his head. Slowly, he smirked and sarcastically said, "Huh? So you're breaking off the engagement with me because you found a sugar daddy, huh?" Ren Shanchan frowned, showing some impatience between her brows. Her family and Wu Zhe's family were from the same village, and the two families had a good relationship. Even after Wu Zhe's family moved to the city, the two families stayed in touch. A year ago, the two elderly people casually discussed their children's marriage, and decided on the engagement between Wu Zhe and Ren Shanchan. The engagement was arranged by the parents, and Ren Shanchan was completely unaware. The village still retained some ancient customs, where parents' orders were followed. When she found out about this 6 months later, she was already with Su Chen. She happened to be busy at the time and didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until the past few days when her family brought up the marriage again that Ren Shanchan remembered this matter. She immediately refused and said she had a boyfriend. The elderly couple in the Ren family were in a dilemma. They had been engaged for almost a year, and the wedding day was approaching. Now their daughter suddenly said she had a boyfriend. What should they do? They asked her to tell the Wu family about calling off the engagement, but they couldn't bear the shame, so they let Ren Shanchan handle it herself. And that's how this scene came about. Ren Shanchan found Wu Zhe to explain. "Take your dirty money back, Wu Zhe, I don't need this 100,000. Remember one thing, it's not you breaking off the engagement, it's me breaking up with you." Feeling humiliated, Wu Zhe laughed in anger, turned around, and walked away quickly. As he left, he couldn't help but leave a pretentious remark. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank of the river, don't underestimate a poor young man. Watching Wu Zhe's figure leave the cafe, Ren Shanchan's frowning brows gradually relaxed. Although Wu Zhe's words just now were somewhat unexpected, she didn't regret them at all. In her heart, Su Chen was everything to her. Compared to Su Chen, Wu Zhe wasn't even worthy to hold his shoes in front of him. Glancing at the card on the table, Wu Zhe didn't take it, she put it away. She had offered compensation, it was Wu Zhe who didn't want it. After leaving the coffee shop, the breeze outside gradually calmed Wu Zhe's heart. He smiled bitterly, filled with helplessness. Unlike Ren Shanchan, who didn't know about the engagement between the two families, his parents had told him about it right after the engagement. He had also seen Ren Shanchan's photo. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Marrying her was like saving the world in his past life. Wu Zhe had been looking forward to their wedding a year later. With anticipation in his heart, even the misfortune of James Bond didn't seem so hard to accept. Unexpectedly, the unexpected happened. Just before the wedding, Ren Shanshan proposed to call it off. Besides feeling shattered dreams and humiliated, Ren Shanshan's sudden cancellation of the wedding also made his family lose face, so he angrily spoke those words. Despite his tough talk, he was just a corporate slave in reality. Wanting to turn his life around? Easier said than done. To him, "Do not bully the young and poor" has 2 more lines. Do not bully the middle-aged and poor. Do not bully the elderly and poor. Wu Zhe walked absent-mindedly on the street, unconsciously straying from the sidewalk and into the middle of the road. At that moment, a mud truck came crashing towards him. Some passers-by noticed this scene and quickly shouted warnings. "Get out of the way, a car is coming. You're risking your life, that's the road. Get out of there. Be careful." It seemed like he heard the calls of the people around him and suddenly woke up. Coming to his senses, he realized a mud truck was heading towards him. It was too close, and he thought it was too late to dodge. A thought surged in his mind. "My life is over." The people around him exclaimed in shock. Some young girls covered their eyes, unable to witness the gruesome accident that was about to happen. The mud truck driver noticed Wu Zhe walking in the middle of the road and slammed on the emergency brakes. However, the huge inertia still hit him. Wu Zhe was thrown out 7 to 8 meters, blood flowing, a sight too gruesome to bear. "Quick, call the emergency hotline." "What's the point of calling the police? Call an ambulance." "It's over, this person is as good as dead, thrown so far. Who's to blame for their own death? The sidewalk is so wide, why run to the middle of the road?" These were the voices Wu Zhe heard as his consciousness was about to fade away. Suddenly, he remembered the study materials on his phone, his spirits lifted, and his consciousness recovered a bit. His blood-stained hands trembled as he reached into his pocket. Enter password, unlock screen, open settings, factory reset, confirm. All in one go. After doing all this, he slumped over and passed out. The onlookers were stunned, staring blankly. At the scene of the accident, the road was already blocked, surrounded by curious onlookers. "It's been over 10 minutes, why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet? The body will be cold by the time they get here." "It's normal, it's rush hour now, look at how congested this road is." "Wait. Look, he seems to be waking up." "Ah, he's faking it." "What? It's true, how can someone survive such a horrific accident? It's a medical miracle." Swish, swish, swish. Everyone at the scene turned to look at the figure lying in a pool of blood, only to see Wu Zhe, who had been pronounced dead in their hearts, actually moved his fingers and then sat up directly. Wu Zhe also noticed the scene around him, looking confused. "Where is this? Wasn't I supposed to go on a blind date? Ugh, why does it hurt so much?" Swish, a sharp pain in his mind, a rush of information came in. Following that, Wu Zhe's expression changed. Shocked, confused, bewildered. It was all very exciting. Am I reborn? Reborn from 2.5 years later. Through this wave of memories, he understood his current situation. Before 2:30, Ren Shanshan had asked him to come over to talk about breaking off the engagement. Unable to handle the blow at the time, he was walking on the road lost in thought and was hit by a mud truck. He had returned to this point in time. Understanding everything, all the emotions on his face turned into excitement, joy, and ecstasy. Do you know how he spent these 2.5 years? Since being broken up with by Ren Shanshan, he had been in a slump. He had tried hard, wanting to respond to what he had said to Ren Shanshan, "Don't bully the young and poor," and slap her face hard. However, the harsh reality had worn down his edges. That was all in the past. Now that he was reborn, everything would change. Rebirth meant foresight and anticipation. Although he had lived a mediocre life for these 2.5 years, achieving nothing, but with the insights gained during these 2.5 years, he could change his fate against all odds. His only regret was that during these 2.5 years, he had not paid attention to some national events. If he had, his rise would have been even faster. Fortunately, he could still remember some of the things happening around him. A distillery near his home was about to go bankrupt, but who knew that it would soon revive and grow into an entity no weaker than Mubai? And then there was cryptocurrency. Who could have known that a virtually unknown cryptocurrency, after being hyped on Wall Street, would reach tens of thousands of meters in value in 2 years? Without doing anything else, buying a few hundred cryptocurrencies now would lead to financial freedom in 2 years. Most importantly, the next day, in his days, he would go buy a lottery ticket, only one number away from winning the first prize. He remembered it clearly at the time. You know, the first prize is worth 10 million. Starting with 10 million as initial capital, with his foresight and anticipation, in 2 years, he would not only become the richest man in the country, but also make billions without any problem. The more he thought about it, the more excited Wu Zhe became. The pain from being hit by the mud truck was nothing to him now. Then his eyes flashed, thinking of Rin Shanshan who had proposed the breakup. He wanted to show her up, make her regret it. Just thinking about appearing in front of Rin Shanshan as a billionaire, seeing her crying and begging for reconciliation, made him extremely excited. When the time comes, he would say, "You asked for the breakup, why are you crying now? Ha ha ha, so satisfying, too satisfying." Wait, he remembered that Rin Shanshan had a younger sister, right? She wasn't any less attractive, even more innocent, just his type. If he could win her sister over, he wondered what Rin Shanshan's expression would be like. It must be very exciting, right? By then, he could forgive her with a generous heart, and having both sisters wouldn't be a problem. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but burst into laughter like a pig. In the pool of blood, the person who should have been dead sat up, laughing. This scene was as bizarre as it could get. Damn, this feels so creepy. Is he possessed by a ghost? Damn, now that you mention it, it suddenly feels like a zombie scam, a bit scary. I think he must have hit his head and gone crazy. Sigh. This is the consequence of walking and looking at your phone. The onlookers whispered and pointed. The dump truck driver was quite scared when he saw the situation. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't violated any rules and it was all the responsibility of this guy himself, he would have run away long ago. 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived slowly, and the traffic police also came to disperse the crowd. The scene returned to calm, with only a pool of blood telling the story of a car accident that had occurred here. Now, let's talk about Su Wanqing's home. After playing all day, the little one got tired and went back to the room early to sleep, as children tend to be sleepy. Next is the adults' entertainment time. In the living room only Su Chen and Su Wanqing were left. Su Chen smiled, sat closer to her, and held her hand. Su Wanqing trembled slightly, feeling like crying without tears. "Wanqing, what's wrong?" Su Chen pretended to be puzzled, his eyes flashing with a hint of amusement. "It's been a long time since I watered the plants, tonight I'll make up for it." "Well, not today, my relatives are coming." Su Wanqing racked her brains to come up with such an excuse. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "I remember your relatives aren't coming these days." Su Wanqing was stunned, not expecting Su Chen to remember even this. What should she do? She absolutely cannot harm the baby. Before she could come up with an answer, Su Chen continued with a playful smile. "Don't waste time. Wait. Su Wanqing exclaimed. Helpless, she had to tell Su Chen about her pregnancy. I'm actually pregnant." After saying that, she lowered her head, occasionally looking up at Su Chen with worry. Su Chen's eyes lit up with a smile. Finally, she dared to say it. He pretended to ponder, making Su Wanqing even more worried, so she quickly said, "I can help you in other ways, can I? Let me have the baby?" Su Chen was moved. Is there such a good thing? How could he not want the baby? The more the merrier. He even prepared the same prenatal medicine as Ruland. Unexpectedly, after a moment of contemplation, Su Wanqing couldn't sit still. So, he changed the subject. If the child is born without any problems, then it depends on your performance. The next morning, Su Chen had someone deliver various supplements and prenatal medicine, which made her very happy. From this, she felt Su Chen's importance to the child, which was enough for her. The next day, Su Chen didn't go anywhere, staying with the mother and daughter, mainly to reassure Su Wanqing. This made Su Xiaoxiao very happy. The originally enjoyable cartoons suddenly lost their appeal. Watching cartoons, how could it compare to having fun with her brother? At this time, in another hospital, Wu Zhe walked out of the hospital gate. Despite being thrown out 7 or 8 meters and bleeding all over, he only suffered minor external injuries. After receiving a blood transfusion, everything was fine. Otherwise, in his past life, he wouldn't have gone to buy a lottery ticket at this time. 10 million, here I come. Wu Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement as he walked towards a nearby lottery shop. After buying the lottery ticket, confirming the numbers several times, he left excitedly. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling, ding ling ling. As he walked back home, a phone call rang. Wu Zhe picked it up and saw that it was the company supervisor calling. He frowned. When he was at the company, this guy had exploited him a lot, making him run errands, intercepting his achievements, and arranging various overtime work. It can be said that he enjoyed the benefits of being a secret agent, and this guy had a great merit. In the past, he couldn't resist. In order not to be fired, he could only let himself be manipulated. Now, Wu Zhe, huh? You little bastard, thinking of rebelling? If you're not dead, get your ass to work right away. Also, you didn't come today, nor did you ask for leave from me. This month. No, next month. The full attendance bonus for the next month will be deducted. Just as the call connected, it was met with a barrage of curses. Wu Zei's face turned extremely ugly, finally unable to bear it, and angrily said, "You fat pig, whoever wants to work this shift can do it, I'm not serving you anymore." "What the hell did you say? Say it again if you dare?" The voice on the other end sounded furious. "Isn't it clear enough? I quit your company now, and that stupid company dog can go to hell." After saying this, Wu Zei hung up the phone. After the tirade, he felt relieved. He's been reborn, who still goes to work. In the evening, he checked the lottery results while comparing them to his ticket numbers. Once confirmed, he tightly held the ticket in his hand, his eyes filled with ecstatic flames. The next day, he went to the lottery center to claim his prize. Ha ha ha. After leaving the prize center and seeing the 1 million deposited in his account, he couldn't suppress his laughter. From then on, with the wide sea at his disposal, the sky high for birds to fly, his future was boundless. Money was within easy reach, the beautiful women and goddesses that were once out of reach couldn't escape his grasp. His laughter attracted the attention of passers-by, who thought another young man had been driven crazy by life. Wu Zei held his phone, his eyes gleaming. With the initial capital of 1 million in hand, the next step was to plan for the future. Back at his rented place, he registered an account for virtual currency. He spent 10,000 to buy 1,000 virtual coins. He didn't dare to buy more, fearing it would attract unwanted attention. Despite having only 1,000, in 2 years, it could be worth tens of millions. Later, Wu Zei went to a distillery near his home. The distillery was struggling, and due to financial constraints, nearly 100 employees had been laid off. The distillery owner was distressed. He wanted to sell the distillery, but after learning about its losses, several interested buyers backed out. Just as he decided to hold on a little longer, planning to sell the distillery at a low price when he couldn't continue, a young man came to him. 3 million, I'll take this factory. The distillery owner was shocked. Thinking the person was just fooling around, he casually quoted a number. This price could have bought the distillery when it wasn't incurring losses. Even if it dropped to 1 million now, he would still sell. He didn't expect this young man to be so audacious. How could the distillery owner miss out on a sucker? The transfer procedures were quickly completed. Seeing the distillery owner's happy face, Wu Zei also smiled. When this distillery developed, its market value would be in the tens of billions. And that was only 2.5 years later. In a while, its value would only increase. You might make a profit, but I will never lose. Harvesting this money-making machine of a distillery, Wu Zei breathed a sigh of relief. With the distillery, he wouldn't be afraid even if something unexpected happened to the virtual currency. Real industries are the most reassuring. What should I do next? He pondered. Events and changes that had occurred over the past 2 years flashed through his mind. In a place in the eastern part of the Magic City, it will soon be transformed into an economic development zone, and land prices will soar. If you invest early, you can definitely make a lot of money. However, to invest in development, his millions are not even enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. Is there a quick way to make money? Betting on the World Cup is a quick way to make money, but unfortunately, he doesn't like football and has no memory of it at all. Stocks and futures? He has heard of them but knows nothing about them. He does know that there will be an outbreak of swine fever in 6 months, and meat prices will skyrocket, so he should be able to make a profit then. But that's 6 months away, so he's not considering it for now. Ah, if only I had the stock trading talent like Yeshuan. Wu Zei sighed. With the 50 million he obtained from demolition, he soon surpassed Buffett and became a stock god. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Right, Yeshuan seems to have risen recently, right? Not only Yeshuan, but also Lin Hao, Mubai, Chen. They will all be famous figures in the future. He must make friends with them before they rise. Wu Zei thought to himself. Thinking about those big shots, Wu Zei also knew that Mubai had started a new energy car company. But he is a billionaire and doesn't care about his investment at all. To be friends with these people, he must have a certain level of strength. He then thought about whether there were any other quick ways to make money. Antiques and jade? He's just a corporate slave. He doesn't understand these things that only the upper class can afford. Real estate, the internet, and new energy are all industries that will make money in the next 2 years, but he can't get involved in them for now. After reviewing it, he realized that there are currently no quick ways to make money. He couldn't help but regret why he had been so decadent for the past 2.5 years. If only he had collected more information. Shaking his head, Wu Zei planned to buy a house first. Real estate will definitely be profitable in the next 2 years. He plans to have those relatives and friends who have a good relationship with his family buy a few houses to hold on to. They will definitely not lose money. Engaging in money-making industries, making friends with those big shots, and seeing if he can remember any good projects. After secretly planning his future, Wu Zhe relaxed. With the money issue resolved, it's time to enjoy. He thought of Rin Shanshan's sister Rin Feifei. Aren't you getting a divorce? I'll pursue your sister as soon as you turn around. After some calculations in his mind, he went to the commercial city, changed into new clothes, and bought a BMW worth 800,000. This is his capital for picking up girls. He doesn't mind spending this money. Sitting in the car, feeling the comfort brought by the brand new BMW, Wu Zhe took a while to calm down his excitement. Everything is ready, just waiting for the opportunity. The next step is to find a target. He remembered that Rin Feifei was about to go to college and would be staying at Rin Shanshan's house these days. Unfortunately, he didn't know where Rin Shanshan's house was. It doesn't matter, he can wait a few more days, as school is about to start anyway. Let's go for a drive first. With this thought, Wu Zhe stepped on the gas and sped away. Do you want to play together, handsome? I can be sweet, salty, and tempting. On the bustling street, a newly bought BMW parked on the side of the road. A very glamorous woman leaned over and flirted with a young man in the driver's seat. This young man was naturally Wu Zhe. After driving around in his newly bought BMW for a while and satisfying his cravings, he remembered the luxury cars parked at the school gate during his university days. Watching those luxury cars pick up beautiful female students, he was so envious and jealous at the time. Now that he has the same strength, of course, he wants to experience it. What? School hasn't started yet? No problem. Wu Zhe drove to the entrance of the bar or the bustling commercial street, wherever there were many people. As expected, he hadn't parked for long before many beautiful women approached him. The woman in front of him was passable in appearance. She was already the 10th one. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Wu Zhe smiled and rejected the enchanting woman. In the past, he would have blushed for a long time talking to a woman like her. Now he felt nothing. Being reborn gave him confidence. Women with such appearance no longer caught his eye. If he wanted to find someone, he would look for a stunning beauty like Rin Shanshan. The woman left disappointed. Just as Wu Zhe was thinking about where to go next, a figure caught his eye. Not far ahead, a girl dressed plainly but unable to hide her figure was walking on the street. When he looked at her face, Wu Zhe trembled. The girl's face bore some resemblance to Rin Shanshan, with a hint of innocence still lingering between her brows. Wasn't this Rin Feifei, the younger sister of his dream girl Rin Shanshan? He couldn't sit still, quickly starting the car. Rin Shanshan was busy with work and only Rin Feifei was left at home. Feeling a bit bored, she went out for a walk. It was also a way to get familiar with the atmosphere and environment of the city in advance. In the past, her sister would take her out, but she had never wandered alone. The prosperity of the city made her feel lost and scared coming from the village. Fortunately, her caring sister and brother-in-law were there for her. Thinking of that refined brother-in-law, her heart fluttered, her cheeks blushing slightly. Since she last saw her brother-in-law, his image would occasionally appear in her mind after returning home. She even dreamt about him. The first thing she did the next day was to take a shower. How could she have such thoughts? He was her brother-in-law. How could she compete with her sister for a man? A sense of shame naturally welled up in her. Shaking her head to dispel the distractions, Rin Feifei's face once again showed a smile, her mood becoming somewhat excited. Because her sister told her that she would take her to her brother-in-law's company in the afternoon. Just as she was happy about meeting her brother-in-law, a voice came. Hi, beauty, want to be friends? Wu Zhe slowed down, matching his pace with Rin Feifei's, a self-assured smile on his face. The sudden voice startled her. Turning her head, she saw a person in the car smiling at her, causing Rin Feifei to furrow her brows. She had been in the city for quite some time, and had experienced such approaches many times. Initially, she was a bit scared, but gradually got used to it. Her sister told her to just ignore these people. She turned back, continued walking forward, pretending not to see. Wu Zhe stroked his chin. Ren Feifei's attitude not only did not deter him, but instead piqued his interest. She was different from other women. Seeing him driving a luxury car, she came up to ask for contact information. Unlike her sister who was materialistic. Yes, Rin Shanshan broke off the engagement. In his opinion, it was probably because she thought his family background was not good enough for her. What should he do if she ignored him? Wu Zhe frowned, lost in thought. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he called out, Feifei. As expected, upon hearing his words, Ren Feifei paused. She asked in surprise, You are? She didn't remember having such a friend. I'm a friend of your sister. Wu Zhe winked and said, Oh. Ren Feifei responded, then planned to leave. Wu Zhe quickly said, It's almost noon, have you eaten? Let me treat you. Ren Feifei instantly became wary. She is inexperienced in the ways of the world, but she is not a fool. Before, when she said she was a friend of her sister and knew herself, it was barely acceptable. But inviting herself to dinner seemed overly eager. No need, my sister has cooked at home, I want to go back and eat with her. After saying this in a hurry, Renfei hailed a taxi on the side of the road. Wu Zhe also realized that he was anxious, feeling somewhat annoyed. Gradually, a thought arose in his mind. Renfei is going home? If he wants to pursue this little girl, of course, he can't rely on luck like today. Knowing where she lives would also make it easier to make a move. And, if Rin Shanshan were to see him now, covered from head to toe in designer brands, driving a top-of-the-line luxury car, would she regret breaking off the engagement with him? Maybe she would cry? Wu Zhe immersed himself in his own world. When he came to his senses, he found that the taxi carrying Renfei was about to disappear. He quickly started his car to follow. He was following Renfei, unaware that there was also a car following him, with a pair of eyes coldly staring at him. This was, of course, arranged by Su Chen, a bodyguard. Any female lead he discovered would be assigned a female bodyguard for protection. These were all women he had designated. He didn't want any dramatic effect of the female lead being kidnapped or robbed, and then the protagonist coming to the rescue. Arranging such a plot was just pure nonsense. They just used it to increase the word count. A kidnapping, at least 5 or 6 chapters, or even more, 10 or 20 chapters. They would argue that this was to improve the female lead's favorability, as part of the strategy to win her over. But couldn't they think of other ways to win over the female lead? Cater to her interests, write some daily life scenes. Have they ever thought about the consequences of these beautiful female leads being abducted for several or even dozens of chapters? Some people even add details to the kidnappers in certain plots. They would say, this is more realistic. The protagonist they describe as a flesh and blood person, not the kind of arrogant protagonist in martial arts novels. But aren't you just writing a novel? Having some quirks, and wanting to instill your thoughts in others, it's really disgusting. With so many protagonists in this world, Su Chen wanted to see if such a protagonist existed. He promised to make the other party understand what despair is, what it means to wish for death. These female leads were surrounded by a group of female bodyguards he arranged, not just one. If anything happened, they would notify him, completely eliminating any grassland plotlines. Of course, besides protecting the female lead, these bodyguards also served a surveillance purpose. When needed, they would provide him with information to better bring people into the family. Renfei took a car to the garden community. After paying, she walked in under the respectful gaze of the security guard at the gate. The garden community. As one of the famous communities in the Magic City, it excelled in both environment and security. The people living there were either rich or powerful, with a house costing at least several million. Even in some good locations, it's not just about having money, but also about power and connections. Wu Zhe was completely bewildered. He rubbed his eyes, looking at the 4 words garden community in perfect clarity, feeling somewhat lost. This community was well known, of course he knew that. What dumbfounded him was that when Renfei said she was going home, did she mean her home was here? How could that be possible? How could Rin Shanshan live here? Even if he had a few million on hand, thinking of buying a house here never crossed his mind. His money would only be enough to buy a small piece of land here. Ren Shanshan is being kept by a big shot. This is the only explanation. In addition, there is no other possibility. Wu Zhe was instantly gnashing his teeth in anger. Although Ren Shanshan proposed to call off the engagement, he also harbored hatred and decided to make the other party regret it. But it cannot be denied that there was still a hint of desire in his heart, ultimately leading to a double loss for the sisters. Unexpectedly, the woman he had set his sights on had long been embraced by someone else. Damn it! Who is it? Wu Zhe clenched his fists, feeling deeply aggrieved. Watching Renfei's figure gradually disappear from view, he wanted to catch up and take a look. However, he was stopped by the security guard just as he reached the entrance. Please show your identification. The security guards here were all former Special Forces soldiers, diligent and responsible. Their first task was to recognize all residents in the community and not to obstruct them. If it were someone else, they would have to show proof of the homeowner's invitation. Where would Wu Zhe get such proof? He explained with a smile, "Brother, I am a friend of that girl. Can you make an exception?" Swish! Pairs of eyes turned towards him, sharp gazes piercing. The military's iron-blooded aura permeated the air. Wu Zhe felt a suffocating pressure and could only leave in frustration. Sigh. Parking the car by the roadside, Wu Zhe sighed. He had originally wanted to show off in front of Rin Shanshan, make her regret, make her suffer. What was there to show off about? She lived in a top-notch community, and he couldn't even get past the community gate. But he did not give up. He must find out who the man behind Rin Shanshan was. When Rin Feifei returned home, Rin Shanshan had just finished cooking and came out of the kitchen. She did not hire a nanny and cooked at home by herself. Firstly, because of her hobby. Secondly, she didn't want to neglect her cooking skills. When Su Chen arrived, she would cook a sumptuous meal to bring the two closer together. Let's be honest, the female leads Su Chen had conquered were not just pretty faces, at least they were all skilled in cooking. Back already? I was just about to call you. Seeing her sister return, Ren Shanshan smiled. Ren Feifei washed her hands and sat down at the table, eating and telling her sister about what had happened outside. By the way, sister, do you have a friend like this? Thinking of the person who had approached her earlier, Ren Feifei suddenly spoke. She also briefly described Wu Zei's appearance. Ren Feifei's expression suddenly turned serious. Based on her sister's description, the person drove a newly bought luxury car, dressed decently, and wasn't too ugly. She didn't know such a person. Besides Su Chen, she had no male friends at all. Apart from Su Chen, she had never mentioned her sister's situation to anyone. Who could that person be? Looking at her innocent sister, she asked in a serious tone, "What exactly happened?" Immediately, Ren Feifei recounted the incident of Wu Zei approaching her and claiming to be her friend. Learning that the person had invited her sister to dinner, Ren Shanshan felt nervous. She only relaxed after hearing that her sister had refused. "You did well. I don't have such a friend at all. That person must be a fraud." "Ha!" Ren Feifei exclaimed, feeling a wave of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't agreed to the dinner invitation. "Feifei, this is a big city, there are many fraudsters, unlike the simple folks in our village. In the future, apart from me and your brother-in-law, you should be cautious of what others say." Ren Shanshan immediately began to lecture her sister. Ren Feifei obediently listened, nodding from time to time. After dinner, Ren Feifei hurried to clean up the dishes, and Ren Shanshan did not refuse. After taking a break, she looked at her younger sister, still dressed in simple attire. Her eyes twinkled for a moment as she smiled and suggested, "We're going to the company, do you want to change your clothes?" Before Su Chen could react, as the older sister, she had already begun to secretly assist. Since she couldn't change the outcome anyway, why couldn't she take the initiative and please Su Chen? "Ha? Change clothes?" Ren Feifei seemed to know they were going to the company to see her brother-in-law, and she suddenly became a bit flustered. "Then do you want to change?" Ren Shanshan crossed her arms, creating a deep chasm. There was a playful expression on her face. "You should change into something else," Ren Feifei blurted out anxiously. Sensing her sister's strange gaze, she felt embarrassed and quickly rushed into her own bedroom. After some deliberation, she chose a JK uniform. This outfit looked very pretty, something she had never worn before. Today was a bold attempt for Su Chen. After changing into her clothes, Ren Shanshan also put on light makeup, and the two sisters walked out hand in hand. Outside the residential area, at this moment, Wu Zei was staring intently at a BMW parked on the side of the road. He had been waiting here for several hours and his stomach was growling with hunger. Why hadn't he seen Ren Shanshan and her sister come out yet? Just as he was hesitating whether to go back and eat first before coming back to scout the area. In his line of sight, a white Maserati Quattroporte appeared, driving out of the residential area. Initially, he didn't pay much attention, but when he glanced at the driver, he was dumbfounded. He actually saw Ren Shanshan driving the Maserati Quattroporte. This car was worth at least several million, making his BMW look like trash in comparison. This dealt another blow to Wu Zei. The idea of showing off in front of Ren Shanshan was completely aborted. He had a gloomy expression, feeling extremely heavy-hearted and somewhat curious. What kind of big shot had Ren Shanshan gotten involved with? Not only did they give her a luxury house, but also a luxury car. Seeing the Maserati Quattroporte slowly driving away, he immediately followed without hesitation. He had to find out who was sponsoring Ren Shanshan, and he had to quickly win over Ren Feifei. If she continued to stay by Ren Shanshan's side, what if one day she caught the eye of that big shot? His wish of having both sisters would be fulfilled by someone else? Following along, Wu Zei arrived at the Su group. He was quite surprised and a speculation arose in his mind. Could it be that there was a wealthy figure behind Ren Shanshan? If that was the case, giving her a car and a house wouldn't be surprising. But that didn't seem right. Wasn't Su Chen a bootlicker? He had been pursuing Ruland all along, only to be rejected. Later, he was manipulated by the divine Dr. Lin Hao and his three masters, leading to a tragic end. Before his rebirth, about 2.5 years later, Lin Hao and his three masters were in a standoff with the powerful Su family. As for the outcome, he didn't know. Anyway, he knew that Su Chen, the young master of the Su family, was just a bootlicker who had been bullied by Lin Hao. He despised such young masters. No matter how rich or influential their family background was, he looked down on them. Wu Zhe planned to grab a meal first, as there were security guards at the company entrance and he couldn't get in. Unexpectedly, Ren Shanshan's Maserati stopped at the entrance. Soon, two figures got out of the car. One was Ren Shanshan, dressed professionally and radiant. The other was Ren Feifei. The two sisters stood together, making Wu Zhe almost drool. Wait a minute. He suddenly noticed something. Ren Feifei was wearing a JK uniform. This outfit suited her well, looked cute, and exuded a youthful vibe. Strange, Feifei used to wear jeans and a white t-shirt. How come she's wearing this outfit now? Is she deliberately dressing up for that wealthy man from the Su family? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head and dismissed the idea. It couldn't be possible. Feifei is a simple girl. How could she do something like this for a man? The two sisters stood at the door, most likely waiting for the person who was supporting them. Wu Zhe also stared intently, not blinking. Before long, a Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance, and a figure stepped out of the car. Isn't that Su Chen? Seeing Su Chen, the two sisters smiled. The relationship between the three of them was clearly not ordinary. In the distance, Wu Zhe's teeth gnashed as he watched Feifei's intimate behavior, which had undoubtedly been noticed by Su Chen. Feifei's gaze towards Su Chen also seemed off. His hand gripping the steering wheel showed bulging veins, a sign of extreme anger. Ding! Wu Zhe is feeling angry towards you, villain value plus 666. Ding! Wu Zhe is feeling resentful towards you, villain value plus 777. Ding! Wu Zhe is full of hatred and rage, villain value plus 888. Ha! Su Chen raised an eyebrow, following the malicious gaze to its source, spotting a BMW in the distance. Another protagonist coming? It's like harvesting a crop of leeks, one after another. Retracting his gaze, Su Chen looked at the sisters, sensing that this new protagonist was related to them. So, as he walked towards the company with the sisters, he took out his phone to send a message. He instructed the bodyguard protecting them to report detailed information. Before long, a compiled report was sent over. It included the actions taken by the sisters and the people they had interacted with. From it, he identified a key figure. Wu Zhe. A few days ago, Ren Shanshan asked him for a divorce, and today he approached Feifei at noon and followed her here. Naturally, his subordinates had also noticed this issue, and the report included information about Wu Zhe. Wu Zhe, male, 25 years old, residing in the southern city. Glancing briefly at this basic information, Su Chen's gaze fell on the events of the past 2 days. Starting from being divorced by Ren Shanshan, getting hit by a mud truck and flying 7 to 8 meters on the street, fainting for less than 10 minutes and then sitting up as if nothing happened. Then being taken to the hospital, undergoing examinations, receiving blood transfusions. It was called a medical miracle. The next day after being discharged, the first thing he did was buy a lottery ticket. He won the jackpot of 10 million. He then bought cryptocurrency and acquired a bankrupt distillery. The investigation was very detailed. Behind the cryptocurrency was the control of Huara Street, manipulated by a few financial giants who were preparing to speculate. The distillery, known for its unique brewing methods and exceptional taste, was popular but was actually being suppressed. After these actions, Wu Zhe went to the commercial city, bought clothes and a car, giving off a nouveau riche vibe. He took a stroll in the suburbs, lingered at the bustling street bar, and then approached Feifei. After being rejected, he followed her to the garden community. After waiting at the entrance for a few hours, he followed Ren Shanshan's car and arrived at the Su Group. TSK. Through Wu Zhe's actions, Su Chen already knew that this protagonist was a rebirth character. The question was, what kind of rebirth was it? He used himself as a reference. If it was a rebirth in a timeline before he crossed over, even if he was reborn, he wouldn't know his situation. Dealing with such a protagonist was no different from dealing with others. If the protagonist is reborn in the timeline after crossing over, dealing with such a protagonist would be a bit troublesome. The first issue to consider is how much he knows about his own means. However, it doesn't matter, as cautious as he is, he certainly won't expose all his cards. Even if a powerful protagonist is reborn, perhaps he would know that he is the mastermind behind the Tianwan. But does he know how many killers are in Tianwan? What is their strength like? And is the most mysterious and terrifying killer organization in the eyes of the world really just Tianwan? Could there be something hidden deeper? All of this, perhaps only Xu Chen knows. Such a protagonist's rebirth, there is no doubt that he was definitely killed in his previous life, and he is confident that he can kill him again. Walking into the company's main gate, the magnificent layout inside made Ren Feifei overwhelmed. Upon learning that the entire building belonged to the Su Group, she was even more shocked. No wonder he spent over 20,000 just to take her out for a meal, buying a few sets of clothes for hundreds of thousands, and without hesitation, he gave her a 1 million gold card. She now had a clear understanding of her brother-in-law's family wealth. Shan, take Fei Fei to visit the company. Chen didn't have time to take Ren Fei Fei on a tour. After handing the task over to Ren Shanshan, he headed to the president's office. His personal secretary Shui Yuron came towards him, blinking with a teasing smile. Is that Shanshan's sister? It seems that it won't be long before the president unlocks a new achievement. I'd rather unlock your achievement first. Seeing Chen leave, Ren Fei Fei pursed her lips, feeling a bit reluctant. But she also knew that as the president of such a large company, Chen must have a lot of things to attend to. Beside her, Ren Shanshan noticed her sister's expression and smiled knowingly, suddenly reaching out to pat her. What are you looking at? Ah, nothing. Ren Fei Fei snapped out of it, her face instantly turning red, shaking her head repeatedly. Seeing her sister so cute, Ren Shanshan's smile became even brighter, then she took her hand. Let's go, aren't you curious about the company? I'll show you around first. In the president's office, Chen was signing the pile of documents that had accumulated over the past few days. Shui Yuron had just finished reporting and left. Knock. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in, Chen said in a deep voice. Chen could tell from the footsteps that it was Li Wanjun. As expected, the door opened, and Li Wanjun's graceful figure walked in. When she saw Chen, her eyes lit up. As soon as she heard that Chen had come to the company, she hurried over. Now there were only the two of them in the office, and their private world was about to begin. However, she didn't forget about the business at hand and started reporting to Chen about the work she had done recently. After reporting on the recent events in the company, she stared straight at Chen, her eyes becoming intense. Chen's serious and charming work demeanor was truly attractive. Seeing Chen twist his neck, she was moved and decided to go over and help with a massage. While Chen signed the documents, he enjoyed the massage, truly a different kind of experience. After signing the last document, Chen stretched his arms. Comfortable. He turned his head and patted Li Wanjun's shoulder, showing his appreciation. An afternoon passed. Ren Shanshan took her sister to visit the Su group, showing her a lot of things she had never seen before. Ren Fei Fei came from the village to the big city, originally feeling a bit lost and bewildered, but now it has disappeared. After the visit, Ren Shanshan planned to take her sister home. At this moment, Chen found them and suggested having dinner together in the evening. The two sisters were instantly delighted. Ren Shanshan thought it was because of her sister that Chen paid more attention to her. The look in his eyes changed when he looked at her sister for a moment. She seemed to be contemplating some plan. Ren Fei Fei, on the other hand, was more naive. She thought Chen was just accompanying her for dinner, ignoring even his work. Like a stone falling into a calm lake, it stirred up ripples. Chen noticed the expressions of the two sisters and his gaze became somewhat strange. He had received a message that Wu Zhe was still waiting outside, ready to harvest some luck. Were these two sisters overthinking things? What was this? Unintentionally planting willows, they grew into shade. At the company entrance in a BMW, the flowers Wu Zhe was waiting for were almost withered. After Chen took the two sisters inside, not knowing when they would leave, he went to buy a bread to fill his stomach. But how could one bread be enough? Afternoon passed, and his stomach started growling again. Suddenly, he perked up and saw Chen's Rolls-Royce driving out. Through the gap in the car window, he keenly noticed that Ren Shanshan and her sister were also in the car. Ren Shanshan was one thing, already under Chen's control and corrupted. But how could he let Ren Fei Fei stay with Chen? He quickly started the car to follow. As he tracked them, Wu Zhe fell into contemplation. He felt that Chen was different from what he had imagined. More handsome, better physique, and most importantly, that temperament. Gentle, refined, and amiable, like a breath of fresh air. Was this the temperament a lapdog should have? His character was also completely different. Shouldn't Chen be a lapdog? Wherever Ruland was, he would be there. But now, what impression did he give? A scumbag who deceives for love and affection? Wu Zhe couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical about life. Wu Zhe followed all the way and saw the Rolls-Royce in front stop, so he quickly hit the brakes. Soon, he saw a woman in red coming out from the driver's seat to open the car door for Chen. Ren Shanshan and her sister got out from the other side. He didn't pay attention to the two sisters, but focused his gaze on the woman in red. She was extremely beautiful, with an explosive figure, not inferior to the two sisters. Wu Zhe was dumbfounded once again. Before his rebirth, he had seen Chen from a distance once, and there was also a bodyguard opening the car door for him. But it wasn't this woman in red. he began to realize that something was amiss. Su Chen waved to the two women and took them to the nearby seafood restaurant. This was the largest seafood restaurant in the Magic City. It had a variety of seafood: king crabs, bluefin tuna, lobsters. These seafood that ordinary people rarely see are just a matter of whether he feels like eating them. It must be said that the taste of these seafood was still good, and Su Chen often came here. The owner here even reserved an exclusive private room for him. What annoyed him a bit was the recent rumors about the discharge of nuclear wastewater in the Sakura country. He didn't expect to encounter such a ridiculous thing even after crossing over. He had already set the Tianwan operation in motion. Discharge nuclear wastewater? Deal with it yourselves. If they still don't repent and insist on their own way, that island will no longer be necessary. Su Chen's true power, beyond everyone's imagination. It is not difficult to achieve this. His eyes flashed, and he regained his composure. At this moment, a waiter approached, extremely obsequious. Master Su. The boss had given orders to these waiters that once Su Chen arrived, they must treat him with even more respect than usual and promptly inform him to come and greet him. Su Chen smiled slightly, stopping the waiter from notifying the boss and not requesting to go to the VIP room. How could he harvest the protagonist's luck if he went to the private room? Let him arrange a relatively quiet spot in the hall. The waiter, with trepidation, did not dare to look askance, afraid of displeasing this top-notch young master. After listening to the instructions, he hurried off to make arrangements. Not long after, the waiter returned and informed that everything was arranged. Led by him, the three of them arrived at a window seat. Even in the hall, this was a prime location, with few people around. Let's stick to the previous menu. The two women were not given a chance to order. Su Chen's previous menu was filled with the best dishes from the restaurant. It would probably cost millions for one meal. Su Chen didn't care about this, he just wanted to enjoy himself. After all, money was just a string of numbers in his eyes, he could have as much as he wanted. Alright, Master Su, please wait a moment. The waiter respectfully replied before stepping back. Ren Shanshan's eyes lit up. She, along with Shui Yurong and Li Wanjun, the three beauties of the Su family group, had accompanied Su Chen to eat several times. It was the finest seafood, incredibly delicious, making people linger. However, it was still far from enough to betray Su Chen. The next step was to wait for the delicious food to be served. But they didn't have to wait long. No matter how many people were waiting in line, the chefs would temporarily stop their current tasks and prioritize cooking for Su Chen. Ren Shanshan pulled her sister to the seat, took out a chair, and gestured for her to sit. Ren Feifei obediently approached. Whether intentional or not, Ren Shanshan's foot blocked the way, causing Ren Feifei to accidentally stumble. Her body involuntarily tilted, and the direction she fell was where Su Chen was. How could Su Chen's eyes miss this little move? Of course, he didn't expose it. This was a good thing. He wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He slightly leaned his body to the side, reached out his hand, and pulled her into his arms. Oops. Feeling dizzy, Ren Feifei's head fell blank, and she exclaimed in surprise. In midair, she grabbed wildly, seeking a lifeline. Suddenly, she felt herself falling into a warm embrace. Her body no longer plummeted, her hands also held onto something, and she felt safe. After she let out a sigh of relief and regained her senses, the scene in front of her dumbfounded her. At this moment, she was being held in Su Chen's arms, and she was actually holding onto his arm. How ambiguous this scene was. The strong masculine scent at the tip of her nose made Ren Feifei's face instantly flush. Her brain froze, maintaining this posture, forgetting that this was still the restaurant's hall. It was Su Chen's voice that brought her back to reality. Are you okay? His voice was as gentle as jade, very pleasant to hear. Ren Feifei quickly let go of his hand, broke free from Su Chen's embrace, and stood up straight. I am fine. She waved her hand quickly, but couldn't help feeling a sense of loss in her heart. She really wanted to return to that warm embrace again. Feifei, you're so careless. Ren Shanshan's voice came from beside her. Ren Feifei was now so shy that she couldn't bear it, lowering her head, almost burying it in the table. She kept her head down and said nothing. How could she notice the smile on her sister's face at this moment? After letting her sister sit down, Ren Shanshan came to sit on the other side of Su Chen. The two sisters sat on Su Chen's left and right. It felt like they were enjoying the feeling of being embraced from both sides, at a table not far away. In order to see what the three of them were up to, Wu Zhe also pretended to be a guest and reserved a table. From this angle, he could clearly see what the three of them were doing. When Ren Shanshan pulled out a chair, her deliberate act of extending a foot to block Ren Feifei's view happened to catch his eye. At that time, he was a bit puzzled as to why this Ren Shanshan would harm her own sister, but after a moment, he realized he was being conservative. She wasn't harming her sister, she was practically pushing her sister into a fire pit. Pushing her sister to Su Chen. What else could it be if not pushing her into a fire pit? Seeing Ren Feifei and Su Chen embracing each other in a very ambiguous manner, Wu Zhe was furious. He was grinding his teeth in anger. He had just set his sights on a woman, and before he could even say a few words, Su Chen had already embraced her. But that wasn't what made him most furious. Ren Feifei and Su Chen embracing each other turned out to be orchestrated by her own sister. Not only did she give Su Chen to herself, but she also had to drag her sister along to serve him. The scene of Su Chen being embraced from both sides flashed through his mind, and Wu Zhe's eyes were filled with anger. A strong impulse surged within him. That was to rush up and beat Su Chen up, then scold Ren Shanshan for being a terrible sister. Ding! Wu Zhe hates you to the bone, villain value plus 888. Ding! Wu Zhe is furious, villain value plus 999. Ding! It's a bit stuck. To maintain quality, I'll first organize the follow-up plot. Sorry everyone. Wu Zhe ultimately resisted the urge. Despite the fact that Su Chen would be played by Lin Hao in the future, making him despise him from the bottom of his heart. But he was ultimately a member of the Su family. The power of the Su family was too great. Even if he was despicable, he couldn't afford to offend them as a small fry. If it was another woman, he had set his sights on being courted by Su Chen. Although Wu Zhe was unwilling, he had to let go. After all, he was a reborn person, a son of destiny destined to reach the peak of life. What's the worry of a man without a wife? He knew plenty of beautiful women, there was no need to hang himself on one tree. But they were the sisters Ren Shanshan. In this life and the next, he had suffered 2 divorces from Ren Shanshan, which had become his obsession. He dreamt of achieving something and standing in front of Shanshan, making her regret it. And incidentally, winning over her sister, infuriating her to death. So, as long as he saw that Su Chen hadn't taken Ren Feifei yet, Wu Zhe was unwilling to leave. In his line of sight, the 3 of them were chatting and laughing, a scene of joy and harmony. He envied them so much, he wished he could replace them. Just then, a strong fragrance wafted by. His stomach couldn't help but growl. He turned his gaze to the side, only to see a waitress passing by with a tray. The dishes they were carrying were very exquisite, beautiful as if carved. Not only did they have a special flavor, but they also looked very appetizing. There was the emperor crab, the exquisite lobster, and the dazzling array of dishes made Wu Zhe a bit dazzled. He swallowed his saliva, feeling even hungrier. In his line of sight, these dishes were delivered to Su Chen's table. Damn, the rich man. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, feeling sour. Hasn't he seen a pig run if he hasn't eaten pork? These dishes are all ones he has seen on food shows, and there are at least hundreds of thousands of them altogether. After he was reborn, he won the lottery again, and made various plans for the future, working like a dog. And what about others? They don't need to do anything and live much better than him. Who has ever had a meal that costs over $1 million? People are envious to death. Even if all his plans succeed, the future cannot reach the heights of the Zus. It has to be said that some people are born standing at the finish line of countless others. The meal Su Chen casually ate almost shattered his mentality. Wu Zhe took a deep breath and took a long time to calm down. A cold smile curved up at the corner of his mouth. Keep acting cool. You won't be proud for long. If I remember correctly, Lin Hao has already come down the mountain, and your nightmare is about to begin. Ding! Wu Zhe is angry with you, the villain value plus 666. When the dishes were served, Ren Feifei was also stunned. She thought that the meal she had at the hotel last time, costing over 200,000, was already the ultimate luxury. She didn't expect this meal to be even more outrageous. At the same time, she couldn't help but be moved by Su Chen bringing her to eat such good food. Picking up the chopsticks, Ren Shanshan, as usual, picked up food for Su Chen. Su Chen's hand naturally rested on Ren Shanshan's leg, enjoying the smoothness. Although she had already guessed the relationship between the two. But seeing Su Chen taking advantage of the situation, and Ren Shanshan not resisting at all, made Wu Zhe feel uneasy. The only thing he felt fortunate about was that Ren Feifei had not fallen. A scumbag who doesn't lack money, and a sister who sets traps for girls. Ren Feifei is now in great danger. He must act before Su Chen does and get her out of trouble. Wu Zhe looked determined. However, the scene he saw next almost caught him off guard. At the dining table, seeing her sister picking up food for her brother-in-law, Ren Feifei felt it was inappropriate not to do something. So, she peeled a lobster and handed it to Su Chen. But Su Chen's hands were busy at the moment, so he winked at her. Ren Feifei understood, looked at her sister, and shyly handed the lobster to Su Chen's mouth. Su Chen ate the lobster and nodded in satisfaction. This leading lady is quite on point. Ren Feifei quickly withdrew her hand. Even with the barrier of plastic gloves, the touch just now made her blush and her heart race. It took her a while to recover. With the first time, the second time was not so hesitant. Especially after getting her sister's tacit approval, the situation started to get weird. The sister picked up food for Su Chen, and the younger sister peeled shrimp and fed it to him. It was like a heavenly enjoyment. Meanwhile, Wu Zhe, who was watching from afar, was already dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? He looked at Su Chen enjoying the exquisite food and the service of the sisters, and then at himself sitting alone. Damn it, why hasn't the food arrived yet? He knew it was mealtime, the restaurant was crowded, and the dishes were coming out late. The waiter had also reminded him. But knowing and understanding were one thing, and he was just not happy about it. Very unhappy. He had finally come to this high-end restaurant, ordered quite a lot, and was ready to experience the high life in advance. But damn it, he had been waiting for ages and still hadn't seen any seafood. 10 minutes later, the waiter finally brought the dishes. Sorry, sir, the kitchen was delayed due to some issues, and we are willing to offer you a 10% discount as an apology. It was fine to say it was delayed, as they were preparing dishes for Su Chen. In fact, their restaurant had several kitchens, and they also had specially hired senior chefs for VIPs. But because Su Chen ordered too many dishes, the people assisting were not professional enough, requiring all the chefs to cooperate. This resulted in delays for other people's dishes. After waiting for almost 2 hours, watching Su Chen enjoy for 2 hours, Wu Zhe was furious. Unexpectedly, the restaurant directly offered a discount and apology, suppressing the impending anger. A 10% discount was already quite a lot. With the mindset of enjoyment, he indulged a bit and ordered dishes worth tens of thousands. With a 10% discount, it could save tens of thousands. Gurgle. His stomach growled at this moment. Wu Zhe waved his hand to dismiss the waiter and prepared to eat. Habitually glancing over at Su Chen, he paused. In his line of sight, the three people had finished eating and were packing up to leave. He looked at the chopsticks in his hand, then at the various delicious seafood scents. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Chen and the others, who were walking towards the door. Wu Zhe's mentality was starting to crack. Damn it, are you kidding me? Between filling his stomach and following to save Ren Feifei, he chose the latter. Before leaving, he reluctantly glanced at the food on the table. Ding! Wu Zhe harbors resentment towards you, antagonist value plus 777. But before he could leave, a waiter intercepted him. Sir, where are you going? The waiter's expression was somewhat serious. Wu Zhe could tell, it was the look of someone trying to dine and dash. He felt a surge of frustration and anger. How long does it take for you to serve the dishes? I'm not eating, goodbye. After saying this arrogantly, he pushed past the waiter, ready to leave. At that moment, several burly men surrounded him. They had cold smiles on their faces, cracking their knuckles. Kid, do you want a free meal? Misunderstanding. Wu Zhe backed down instantly and obediently paid the bill. Losing tens of thousands in an instant made him feel a pang of regret. The waiter didn't mock him, instead offering to reheat the food and have him come back to eat after he finished his business. Wu Zhe felt a bit better. He was planning to chase after Su Chen and the others, but then he saw a familiar figure hurrying in. Ha! Isn't that Ren Feifei? Wu Zhe was surprised. Then he saw Ren Feifei entering the restroom. She had come back to use the bathroom. An idea struck him. What a great opportunity. He was just wondering how to tell Ren Feifei about how Ren Shanshan had set her up, and now the opportunity presented itself. So he walked towards the restroom and waited outside. Women passing by gave him strange and wary looks. Wu Zhe's face darkened. Were they mistaking him for a pervert who wanted to watch women in the restroom? When Ren Feifei came out, he quickly stopped her. Startled by the sudden appearance, Ren Feifei, seeing the guy who had approached her at noon, was on guard. Her sister had said she didn't know this person at all, that he was a scammer. Who are you exactly? My sister said she doesn't know you at all. How do you know my name? Faced with her barrage of questions, Wu Zhe was speechless. How should he respond? Should he say that her sister had broken off the engagement with him and he wanted to pursue her to regain his reputation? Don't worry about these details. He touched his nose, remembering his purpose, and said, Feifei, listen to me first. That Su Chen is actually not a good person, you must not be deceived by him, he's just a lackey. Ren Feifei was a bit confused. I thought this guy was coming to flirt again, but he unexpectedly started badmouthing his brother-in-law. In her heart, her brother-in-law's image was tall and majestic. How could she let others tarnish his reputation? Immediately, she coldly rebuked, you are the real bootlicker, your whole family are bootlickers. Brother-in-law is a bootlicker? What kind of joke is this? What is the identity, appearance, and temperament of the brother-in-law? He would be a bootlicker for others, not the other way around. Wu Zhe. He was completely confused. He just stated the facts. Why did Rin Feifei react so strongly? She must have been brainwashed by Su Chen and her sister. Thinking about Rin Shanshan pushing her sister into the fire pit, he was filled with anger. By the way, let me tell you something about your sister. Actually, I've been watching you guys all along. When Rin Shanshan pulled the chair, I saw her stick out a foot in front of you, deliberately making you fall on Su Chen. She is pushing you towards Su Chen, leading you into the fire pit. You should stay away from her. Hearing this, Rin Feifei, who was about to leave in anger, paused and looked at him in surprise. Is what you said true? In an instant, she felt short of breath, her heart racing, and her face starting to blush. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Wu Zhe quickly raised his hand and swore to assure her. It's absolutely true. If I'm lying even half a word, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. After saying that, he stared at Rin Feifei's expression. However, he was disappointed. He didn't see anger or embarrassment on her face. Instead, he noticed a hint of excitement, joy, and anticipation. What the hell? What's going on with Rin Feifei's expression? It was as if she was inviting a storm to come even more violently, showing that she was fearless. Wu Zhe was dumbfounded. Ding! Wu Zhe doubts life, antagonist value plus 999. Ignoring Wu Zhe, Rin Feifei's mind was floating in the clouds. She smiled, feeling excited, and happily left the restaurant. Su Chen and Rin Shanshan were waiting outside. The man was extremely handsome, and the woman was beautiful like a fairy, attracting envious glances from many people. The guy is so handsome, I want to stick to him. How come he already has a girlfriend? Damn, you're so direct, it's like you don't even care about me, your boyfriend. The guy is handsome, and the girl is not bad either. They are definitely campus-level beauties. I also want such a beautiful girlfriend. Wait, why is there another one? Suddenly, someone widened their eyes, staring ahead blankly. Another beautiful woman appeared, bearing a striking resemblance to the first one. What the hell? They were actually sisters. Seeing Su Chen leaving with the two sisters, the male onlookers couldn't help but start doubting their lives. With a beauty like Rin Shanshan, getting one of them would be like hitting the jackpot. Su Chen actually got two. Not only that, they were sisters. Double the happiness. When Wu Zhe snapped out of his confusion and chased after them, he saw that Su Chen and Rin Shanshan hadn't left but were taking a stroll on the street. He breathed a sigh of relief but heard whispers of envy from the surroundings, all admiring the Su Chen sisters. Damn it! Wu Zhe's face turned as dark as water. He came back to life. He was the protagonist, and he should be the one with women on each arm. Why Su Chen? He was just a bootlicker, and he would be played around by Lin Hao in the future. How could Wu Zhe stand by and watch Rin Feifei being mistreated by him? His heart was filled with anger that was about to burst. Walking beside Su Chen, Rin Shanshan's face showed a happy smile. It was rare for Su Chen to go shopping with her. She didn't forget who made all this possible, her sister. Her gaze fell on that innocent face, and Rin Shanshan fell into contemplation. Would she accept it? Judging by her sister's performance, there shouldn't be a problem. Lost in thought, the colorful neon lights reflected in her eyes. She focused her eyes. The four prominent words Universal Studios caught her attention. Her eyes lit up as she suggested to Su Chen beside her, Liangu, are you free tonight? How about we go watch a movie? With a hopeful look in her eyes after speaking, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He had originally planned to accompany another woman tonight, but it seemed like he needed to change his plans. Glancing at the sneaky Wu Zhe, he smiled and said, sure. Rin Shanshan felt joy in her heart. She thought to herself that this was the charm of sisters, being able to change Su Chen's mind. Ren Feifei was also happy. Her sister taking her to the movies meant she could spend more time with her brother-in-law. The three of them headed towards Universal Studios. Wu Zhe, who was following behind, felt that something was off the more he looked. Are they really going to watch a movie? Suddenly, a scene flashed in his mind. Su Chen in the middle, with Rin Shanshan and her sister on either side, the sisters leaning on him when scared during a horror scene. Su Chen's hands started to compare the differences between the two sisters. Wu Zhe shuddered. No, he couldn't let such a thing happen. Without further ado, he appeared in front of the three. Ignoring the surprised looks of the two sisters, he looked at Su Chen and went straight to the point. Su Chen, the young master of the Su family, you are about to face a disaster. Su Chen, the young master of the Su family, you are about to face a disaster. Wu Zhe chose to start with this sentence after some thought. If he had just jumped out and said, let go of those sisters and deal with me, he would have been mistaken for a thug and beaten up. Even if he said some good things, Su Chen wouldn't care. After all, the gap in their identities was there. On the contrary, by now showing this mysterious and profound attitude, he might pique Su Chen's curiosity. As long as he sparked his interest, Wu Zhe was confident he could scare the useless young master. However, before Su Chen could ask, Ren Feifei spoke first. She was full of anger at the moment. "You liar, what nonsense are you talking about? My husband is fine now, it's you who was about to face a disaster." Then she looked at her sister, whose expression was somewhat strange, and pointed at Wu Zhe, saying, "He is the one, he is the person I told you about, claiming to be your friend and even calling out my name. Just now, when I went to the bathroom, he said some things. He is clearly following us." Like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, Ren Feifei revealed everything about Wu Zhe. "Wu Zhe, do you have to sell me out so thoroughly?" Seeing her sister stand up for Su Chen, she felt relieved, but then Ren Shanshan's expression turned ugly. She immediately guessed Wu Zhe's intentions. He was upset after she broke off the engagement and now wanted to pursue her sister, deceiving under the guise of being her friend. He really had no integrity. She used to think Wu Zhe's words about not bullying the young and poor were domineering and believed he was a man. Now it seemed he was just a petty person. Disgust filled her eyes as she said indifferently, "Wu Zhe, I need an explanation. How can you deceive my sister in the name of my friend? When did I have a friend like you?" Swipe. Wu Zhe is now a ticking time bomb. Ren Shanshan's words are like a spark, ready to ignite. Drop the high and mighty act. You had the same tone when you called off the engagement, it makes me sick. I, Wu Zhe, live my life without needing to explain to others who I want to pursue. Is that any of your business? After saying these words, he felt relieved, then took out the car keys. Ren Shanshan, surprised? I am different now. See my Armani outfit? And this car key, worth 800,000 for a BMW. Pausing, he continued, I want to pursue your sister. When the time comes, standing in front of you, you will regret calling off the engagement. Wu Zhe felt refreshed. Finally, he spoke out his dream. But the effect was minimal. Ren Shanshan looked at him as if he were a clown, with a mocking expression. Regret? You think you can make me regret? And you want to pursue my sister? A toad wanting to eat swan meat. Beside them, Ren Feifei suddenly realized. So, he was the ex-fiancé of her sister. When she was at home, she had heard about this, that her family had arranged a marriage for her sister. When her sister mentioned having a boyfriend, the atmosphere at home became heavy. It explained why he suddenly called out his own name. He must have seen information about their family. Then, her gaze towards Wu Zhe turned hostile. This guy actually pursued her after her sister called off the engagement. Does he think his taste is better than her sister's? If her sister broke off the engagement, she would like him? Even if she, Ren Feifei, were to die blind, hit by a car, she wouldn't be interested in this kind of person, right? Moreover, she already had someone in her heart now. Feeling the mocking and disdainful looks from the two sisters, Wu Zhe's heart sank, realizing he had acted impulsively, leaving a bad impression in front of Ren Feifei. However, since it had come to this, he couldn't care much. Gritting his teeth, he laughed in anger. Fine, I am not worthy. But what about you? Just a kept woman. You never know when you'll be abandoned, left with nothing. Ren Shanshan was furious, but she couldn't retort. Everything she had was brought by Su Chen. It was true that she was just a kept woman. Just then, a comforting voice rang out. How could I abandon Shan Shan? And you got one thing wrong, Shan Shan is not my kept woman, she is my girlfriend. Of course, it was Su Chen speaking. The show was over, it was time for him to make an appearance. Swish, swish, swish. The three turned their gaze towards him. Ren Shanshan was deeply moved. She knew her position very well, indeed similar to a kept woman. Su Chen's words were to save her face and help her out. She silently thought that she must thank Su Chen well when she returned. Ren Feifei felt that her brother-in-law at this moment was so domineering. A domineering CEO protecting his wife? Truly cool. She couldn't help but feel a bit jealous that her sister had found such a good boyfriend. Wu Zhe calmed down from his anger and took a deep breath. What I said earlier was true, you are indeed in big trouble. Oh? Su Chen looked strange, asking with interest, what do you mean? That look, as if watching a clown perform. From the moment this reborn protagonist dared to appear in front of him, he knew that it was not the timeline after his own crossing. This kind of protagonist, along with Lin Hao, Mubai, and Yi Xian, are actually nothing special. All very easy to deal with, not much harder than stepping on an ant. What interests him more is, in the timeline of Wu Zhe's rebirth, do these protagonists exist? If they do, then he should know the other protagonists. He might be able to get a list from him, which would be very interesting. The protagonist hasn't activated the cheat system yet, hasn't started showing off, and has already been locked up in prison, sent to the hospital. Are you pursuing the president of the Lu Group, Ruland? Actually, she has a fiancé named Lin Hao. He is incredibly powerful, able to knock out a cow with one punch. His medical skills are extraordinary, able to cure any illness, a renowned doctor of this era. Not only that, he is also very talented, can scold people without using dirty words. He also has 3 very powerful masters. Wu Zei's tone was full of admiration for Lin Hao, then he changed the subject. Are you pursuing his fiancée? You know what he would do, no need for me to say more, right? So what? Su Chen's expression became even more strange. Wu Zei sighed. These rich kids are so stubborn, they wouldn't believe it even if he told them, so arrogant that they don't care. Damn, having a good background means you're not afraid of anything. There's no other way, he had to change his approach and settle for second best. Aren't you supposed to be pursuing Lu Ruland? I can help you, definitely can help you win the beauty. Wu Zei's tone was filled with strong confidence. In his impression, Su Chen's pursuit of Lu Ruland was extremely crazy. He would take any chance he got. He believed that after revealing so much information, and being willing to help him pursue the goddess, he would definitely impress him. Saying that he would help him pursue Lu Ruland was just a way for Wu Zei to divert his attention from Rin Feifei. In that case, he would have a chance to pursue Rin Feifei. At the same time, it also revealed Su Chen's true nature as a scumbag, indirectly telling the Rin sisters, "See, this is Su Chen, eating from both bowls. He is a scumbag, regretting it now, Ren Shan. Ren Feifei must not be deceived by Su Chen. Of course, this is just his temporary plan." Wu Zei had already figured out how to muddy the waters and then surrender to Lin Hao. That guy is a real big shot. According to the trend 2 years later, he might overthrow the Su family. He must latch onto this powerful thigh. As for offending Su Chen, he's not afraid at all. This guy is just a waste, a lackey, the kind who doesn't fight back when bullied. That's why he dared to step forward. I do have a favor to ask you. Su Chen's expression was playful. Wu Zei's face showed a smile that was not unexpected. Then he heard Su Chen say, "You talk to Liangu." Liangu is very happy. But Liangu doesn't like your tone, so, please break a leg for me. No problem, leave it to. What? Wu Zei patted his chest, then quickly realized, his face full of astonishment. What does not liking my tone have to do with breaking a leg? Before he could think about it, the person in red appeared in front of him. Grabbing his clothes, she lifted him up as if he were a little chick. What? What are you doing? Suspended in midair, choked by the collar, Wu Zei felt a sense of horror. Just as he was about to shout for help, a strong sense of killing intent surged, as if choking the throat of fate. He only felt difficulty breathing, unable to make a sound. Later, the person in red dragged him into the alley. With a fierce step down, a groundhog's howl rang out. Ding! Wu Zei has developed a hatred towards you, antagonist value plus 999. Su Chen looked at the 2 sisters with a gentle smile. The annoying flies are gone, don't we want to watch a movie? Let's go. The 2 women nodded. There was no sympathy for Wu Zei, everything was his own doing. After entering the cinema, Ren Shanchan went to buy tickets. She deliberately gave the middle seat ticket to Su Chen, and the 2 sisters sat beside him. While watching the movie, the older sister fed popcorn, and the younger sister handed the drink to Su Chen's mouth. Su Chen just enjoyed himself. It has to be said that Wu Zei's fantasy came true. Unfortunately, he was destined not to see this scene. At this moment, he was lying in a dark alley, full of doubt about life. The intense pain in his right leg told him that it was not a dream, everything was real. Since his rebirth, his mentality has changed. He always felt different, like the protagonist in a novel, the son of destiny. Because of his godlike perspective, he always had an inexplicable confidence when dealing with others. But reality harshly slapped him in the face. Because of relying too much on foresight, he misjudged Su Chen's character. In his impression, Su Chen was a bootlicker, with a somewhat weak character, easy to bully. He thought that even if he couldn't fool him, Su Chen wouldn't do anything to him. Who could have imagined that he would let someone break his own leg? Starting with a broken leg, how would he pick up girls in the future? Wu Zei's face turned extremely ugly. The hatred towards Su Chen in his heart was like a surging river, endless. This matter will not end like this. The pain you caused me, I will definitely repay it 1,000 times over. After secretly setting a goal, Wu Zei trembled as he stood up, limping out of the alley. He came to the side of the road, ready to take a taxi to the hospital, feeling severe joint pain, unsure if it could be fixed. While Wu Zei was waiting for a car, a vagrant passed by. He glanced at him inadvertently, then suddenly turned his head back to look at the vagrant. His face was full of disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and blurted out, "Lin Hao." "Ha?" Lin Hao turned in confusion, finding a fool staring at him dumbfounded, he frowned. "It's really you." Seeing him respond, Wu Zei became excited. He had just been thinking about how to retaliate against Su Chen. The best way was to find Lin Hao and let him deal with Su Chen. Unexpectedly, he met him as soon as he turned around. Ha ha, truly the protagonist, even heaven is helping him. Who are you? Lin Hao asked with some confusion. Could this be one of his fans? After all, he had the title of Doge, hopefully not someone forced by a girlfriend to come and pay respects. Lin Hao, Lingu, I want to tell you something. Do you know your fiancé Lu Ruland? There's a guy named Su Chen who is aggressively pursuing her. You go and teach him a lesson, warn him that not all women can be taken. No need to thank me, my name is Lei Feng. If you must thank me, help me beat that guy up. Lin Hao's face turned extremely ugly at the words, his eyes filled with anger towards Wu Zhe. He thought Su Chen had sent someone to play tricks on him. This was too much. Was Su Chen pursuing Lu Ruland? Clearly, he was already getting physical, she was even pregnant. Now she was willing to be a lover, completely submissive to him. Seeing Lin Hao's lack of response, Wu Zhe scratched his head, feeling puzzled. In his memory, Lin Hao was very domineering, going straight over to anyone he didn't like. Upon hearing that someone had designs on his fiancée, he was itching to go all out. Although 2.5 years later, there was no news of Lin Hao pursuing Lu Ruland. Who are you? At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly asked, his momentum bursting forth. A familiar suffocating feeling came over Wu Zhe, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He immediately embellished the story, saying that Su Chen had taken away his fiancée and future sister-in-law. As for the matter of being reborn, he wouldn't mention it. He wasn't that stupid. What if it was exposed and he was taken away to be dissected? After listening to Wu Zhe's account, Lin Hao unconsciously restrained his momentum, and his eyes suddenly became much gentler. A sense of empathy surged in his heart. He was also a pitiful person whose fiancée was taken by Su Chen. Both were people who had fallen into despair. Wu Zhe was so honest, and Lin Hao didn't hide anything either, revealing how Su Chen had persecuted him. He not only took away his fiancée but also successively took down his 2 senior sisters, leaving him homeless now. Wu Zhe was stunned after listening. What the hell was going on? It was completely different from his impression. Especially hearing about the immensely powerful Lin Hao being slapped to the ground by Su Chen, he was even more dumbfounded. Wasn't Su Chen a pushover, easy to bully? When did he become so fierce? He looked incredulously at Lin Hao, his pupils shrinking. His hair was messy, his clothes tattered, emitting a stench typical of a homeless person. His face was also dirty, as if he hadn't washed it in a long time, and there were even eye boogers at the corners of his eyes. In his impression, Lin Hao also dressed sloppily, appearing cool and domineering. It was only now that he noticed Lin Hao was a genuine homeless person. Wu Zhe still found it hard to believe, so he took out his phone after hearing Lin Hao mention trending news. He couldn't find any news about Lin Hao, but he first discovered news about Yi Xian. Demolition of 50 million, pretending to go bankrupt, testing people's hearts. Yi Xian lost all his assets in stock trading and was chased by relatives and friends for debts. What's going on? The stock god Yi Xian actually lost all his assets in stock trading? It was simply a huge joke. Wu Zhe couldn't believe it, so he continued to browse through the recent news. Soon, another piece of news appeared before him. The bankruptcy of the $100 billion Mu family. The head of the Mu family was so angry with his youngest son that he died of a heart attack. Mubai was mistakenly killed by a mentally ill person in prison. The future father of new energy vehicles, worth billions, you're telling me he's dead? Everything was in chaos. Completely messed up. Wu Zhe was dumbfounded, his eyes dull, his face full of doubt about life. Reborn? He was afraid it was a false rebirth. Wu Zhe sat paralyzed on the ground, his helpless eyes resembling those of a 300-pound child. No one understood how utterly broken he was at this moment. He had thought that after his rebirth, he could easily make money with foresight, make friends with big shots, and have beautiful women throwing themselves at him. From then on, he would live a life of lying drunk in the arms of beauties and ruling the world. What was reality like? The woman he had his eye on was snatched away, and he had deep feelings for someone else. The big shots he knew from his past life. Mubai was mistakenly killed by a mentally ill person. Yi Xian also died in an explosion, and Lin Hao became a homeless person. Compared to the rapid rise of these 3 people in his memory, it couldn't be said that they were unrelated, but rather completely unconnected. He no longer had that godlike perspective, looking down on everything. Now, besides being bewildered and incredulous, he was also a bit panicked. A fear of things spiraling out of control. Reality had deviated from what he knew in his past life. I don't know if there will be any problems with the winery he invested in and the virtual currency he bought. This is his biggest concern. In his past life, he was just a workaholic with no real skills. These are the two most profitable projects he knows of. If these two projects also change, even if he is reborn, it seems like it won't be of much use. Ding. Wu Zhe's mentality collapsed. Villain value plus 888. Ding. Wu Zhe's mind was in chaos. Villain value plus 999. Ding. Beside him, Lin Hao saw his lost and dejected appearance and felt very sympathetic. He's still too young. His ability to endure is too weak. Involuntarily, he felt a sense of empathy. He had also come this far step by step. Seeing him, it was as if he saw his past self. Out of this emotion, he kindly sent Wu Zhe back home and used a silver needle to heal his broken leg. Su Chen said that breaking one of his legs, the person in the red clothes was heavy-handed, definitely at a severe disability level. Lin Hao had to use the Tai divine needle to heal him. Even so, he would need to rest for a few days to fully recover. After administering the needle, Lin Hao was sweating profusely, feeling extremely frustrated. He had extraordinary medical skills, but they were of no use after coming down from the mountain. The only time he used it, he didn't cure the patient and tarnished the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine. This time, the needle treatment was successful, but it was for a man, with no audience cheering on the sidelines. Returning home after mastering a skill, what's the difference from wandering around in fancy clothes? Thank you, Brother Lin. Wu Zhe put down his phone and looked gratefully at Lin Hao. If it weren't for him, his leg would have really been broken. Rest well for the next few days and don't move around too much. Lin Hao waved his hand. The two looked at each other, a moment filled with deep emotions. Wu Zhe nodded. The series of blows had taken a toll on his spirit. Feeling sleepy, he gradually fell asleep. Lin Hao was now homeless and penniless, sleeping in the park like a vagrant every day. Since he was at Wu Zhe's house, he might as well stay here. Feeling bored, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel puzzled seeing the phone still in Wu Zhe's hand. On the way, Wu Zhe had been looking at his phone with intense emotions. He didn't know what he was looking at. Curiously, he took the phone and saw some news inside. There's nothing strange about it. After looking puzzled for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. He stared straight at the top of the hot search list. The next stop of the global tour of the Heavenly Queen Dongfang Xianyan, Magic City. Dongfang Xianyan, his third senior sister. Since being driven out of the house by his two senior sisters, he had been homeless. Now seeing his third senior sister coming to Magic City, he once again felt the urge to go home. Third senior sister, I will definitely protect you and not let you be harmed in any way. Lin Hao clenched his fist, his face filled with determination. He would never let the fate of his eldest and second senior sisters happen to his third senior sister. On the other side, the three of them came out of Universal Studios. Su Chen was in a good mood. The movie was worth watching, and he learned one thing: Ren Feifei's hands were as smooth as her sister's. The two sisters were also very happy. With Su Chen by their side, they felt that time was passing too quickly. They wished time could freeze at this moment. When Su Chen suggested staying at her place tonight, Ren Shanshan was stunned, then her smile brightened. Then she couldn't help but feel shy. Su Chen going to her place implied something obvious. She glanced at her sister secretly, wondering if her voice would disturb her. Ren Feifei clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. At this moment, she was bowing her head, fingers intertwined, thoughts flying. It seemed like she was reminiscing about Su Chen's slightly cool yet warm big hand. At night, Feifei unexpectedly had trouble falling asleep. Staring at the ceiling, her face full of doubt about life. When she woke up the next day, it was already noon. In the living room, her sister was busy in the kitchen, humming a song, obviously in a good mood. Brother-in-law was not there, he must have left. Feifei felt empty inside. Seeing her sister coming out of the bedroom, Shanshan asked with some confusion, Feifei, you're getting used to sleeping in, this won't do. There are some early classes in college. Feifei retorted, sounding like an angry cat. Are you even in a position to say that? If it weren't for you, would I only be waking up now? Her tone was full of anger. Shanshan felt embarrassed. Well, the sun is really strong today. She looked out the window and chuckled. But where was the sun outside? It was a cloudy day, and the topic shift was too abrupt. You go freshen up first, the food will be ready soon. Her sister's gaze made her feel guilty, so she quickly slipped into the kitchen after saying a word. Shanshan thought to herself that her sister was somewhat inconvenient at home. It would be great if she could involve her. As comrades, they could share the pressure. Su Chen's strength was beyond her imagination. She couldn't resist, absolutely couldn't resist, not even a bit. As her eyes flickered, that idea in her mind gradually matured. On the spacious street, a Rolls-Royce was driving smoothly. Inside the car, Su Chen was swiping through the tablet in front of him, displaying information about virtual currency. Yes, he was preparing to take action against Wu Zhe. Dealing with that winery was easy, just continue to suppress it. Following the original trajectory, the company suppressing the winery would soon go bankrupt. Without suppression, the winery would soar directly, unstoppable. This winery had good potential. Chen was somewhat interested, but not too much. It wasn't qualified to be included in the Galaxy Group, so he planned to let the Su Group take over. However, dealing with this virtual currency was a bit troublesome, as the masterminds behind it were several business giants from Wall Street. But it was only relatively troublesome compared to handling the winery, nothing more. For Chen, it all depended on whether he wanted to take action against these business giants and how he would do it. Would he obstruct them in business? Or assassinate them, once and for all? Obstructing them in business would take some time. Assassination would be simpler and easier. I don't like trouble, let's solve the problem fundamentally. So, he picked up his phone and dialed a mysterious number. Master. The call connected, and an extremely respectful and enthusiastic voice came from the other end. I've sent you a list, take care of them. Yes, sir. Hanging up the phone, Chen played with his phone, still wearing a smile as if bathed in the spring breeze. It was hard to tell that just now, his command had determined the life and death of several business giants on Wall Street, along with the hundreds of people in his professional team. Killing with a smile, that's all. In fact, he didn't really need to do this. There were plenty of ways to deal with Wu Zhe. He could even transfer all the virtual currency he purchased through hackers. But Chen still did it. These business giants trying to make money in his territory made him somewhat displeased. Not only that, he thought it was a good idea. By getting rid of these informants, he also planned to create a set of virtual currency and harvest the world. In front, the person driving in the red clothes was startled. Just to deal with a small character, she directly got rid of the person behind the scenes investing in virtual currency. However, she could no longer produce a saintly heart, only submission to Chen, and fervent admiration. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The phone rang. Chen glanced at it and smiled instantly. Lin Hao's third senior sister was about to make an appearance. After pressing the answer button, a crisp and pleasant voice, as melodious as a yellow warbler, sounded. Xingu, it's confirmed, my global tour in 3 days will be in the Magic City, we will finally meet again. From her tone, you could hear her joy at the moment. Oh, you miss me that much? Chen joked. Of course, global tours are so boring, I want to be with you every day. When I arrive, you must spend more time with me. At this point, the relationship between the two was just a step away from being a couple. Dongfang Xianyan said this very naturally. Alright, by then, this yellow warbler, won't be able to escape from my poem. Chen's mouth curved into a smile, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Dongfang Xianyan understood, her pretty face blushing slightly, her heartbeat quickening. Oof, how could you catch the yellow warbler longing for freedom? Then I'll keep her in a cage and turn her into a canary. After chatting for a while, the call ended, and Chen's expression was somewhat playful. What Dongfang Xianyan didn't know was that her longing yellow warbler had long become a canary in her own cage. Several months ago, Chen had just crossed over not long ago. After awakening the system, he considered who to target first. Senior sister Chen Jianjia, with a strong personality since childhood, worked hard for the revival of traditional Chinese medicine, which was a bit challenging. Second senior sister Xia Qingqiu didn't have the strength to deal with this thorny rose, the risk was too high. Third senior sister Dongfang Xianyan was the best target. At this time, Dongfang Xianyan was not yet a diva, not yet famous, only had some reputation domestically. Chen created a chance encounter, and the two met from then on, adding each other as friends. With memories from before crossing over, he effortlessly recited numerous famous songs, poems, and verses. Dongfang Xianyan was somewhat of a literary youth, and she was immediately attracted by his talent. Through chatting, the two quickly became familiar. Chen took advantage of the situation and expressed his willingness to give her these songs, on the condition that she join his company. Dongfang Xianyan was conflicted. The company she was in was arranged by her master. It was also because of this that she could avoid the dark side of the entertainment industry and no one would trouble her. Out of a desire for those songs, as well as the recognition of Chen's character after chatting for so long, she agreed. Chen smiled. Once she entered his company, she was like a fish in a barrel. He could manipulate her in any way he wanted. At that time, he didn't rush to make a move. 1. Because rewards were not obtained by force, and 2. He felt she wasn't famous enough yet. When she became a diva, her influence spread worldwide, then he would make his move to take her down. The sense of accomplishment would be off the charts. After Dongfang Xianyan entered the company, Chen kept his word and handed over all kinds of songs to her. These things were of no use to him at all. Giving up his identity as a top-notch young master to become a star singer would be too much of a drop in status. So, keeping them in his hands was completely useless. It was better to give them to Dongfang Xianyan and let them shine in this world. Since then, Dongfang Xianyan started to soar in popularity, like a flood of the Yellow River, unstoppable. On the surface, the Su family group supports her, and there is Tianwang's protection in secret. Her path to stardom is smooth sailing. Several months have passed. Under Su Chen's operation, Dongfang Xianyan has become world famous. There are countless business giants who have approached her for cooperation, but she has rejected them all. These giants feel regretful but helpless. They cannot deal with Dongfang Xianyan using the same methods as they do with others in the entertainment industry. The reason is simple: she has the Su family group backing her up. It's fortunate that they haven't done anything, because those troublemakers who acted in secret have long since disappeared without a trace. As Dongfang Xianyan's popularity soared, her relationship with Su Chen also continued to heat up. It has now reached a tipping point. Su Chen stroked his chin, his eyes full of interest. The little white rabbit has been fattened up, and it's time for him to taste the sweetness. Far across the ocean, in a luxurious villa, on the sofa, a graceful figure sits there. She is dressed in a sky-blue long dress, exuding elegance and grace, with a stunningly beautiful face. Combined with her slightly blushing complexion and smiling lips, she captivates all who see her. She is Dongfang Xianyan, who just had a conversation with Su Chen. The thought of returning to the Magic City to meet Su Chen filled her with excitement. Since they met, she has been deeply fascinated by his talent and charisma. Most of her current fame is thanks to Su Chen's help. When she mentioned her dream of standing in front of the screen, he gave her those hit songs and arranged numerous resources for her promotion. When she expressed her desire for freedom and to see the world, he arranged a global tour for her. Su Chen has always given to her without asking for anything in return, which deeply moved Dongfang Xianyan. What she doesn't know is, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Behind every gift, a price has already been set. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. Dongfang Xianyan picked it up and saw that it was her mother calling. A look of helplessness appeared on her face. Recently, her mother had called several times, urging her to find a boyfriend. She was starting to feel hesitant to answer. How could she possibly find a boyfriend? After meeting Su Chen, she couldn't see any other man in her eyes. Meeting Su Chen was a lifetime mistake. Is there a man more perfect than Su Chen in the world? The answer is no. There wasn't one before, there isn't one now, and there won't be one in the future. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Would Su Chen be willing to be her boyfriend? With the current relationship between her and Su Chen, they could talk about anything and joke around without reservation. But Su Chen never took that final step. If Su Chen didn't say it, she, as a girl, would feel even more embarrassed. It wouldn't be good if Su Chen thought she was an easy woman. Their relationship could be best described in 8 words: not lovers, but more than lovers. She couldn't help but think of Su Chen's meaningful words just now. Could it be that this time when she goes back, he will confess to her? Should she agree? Or should she agree? Or should she agree? Would it be too much if she preemptively called him her boyfriend? As she thought, before she could say a few words after answering the call, the mature woman on the other end sighed. I'm not worried about your career, I'm worried about your lifelong affair. When will you bring his son-in-law back for me, so I can die in peace? Mom, what are you talking about? What about dying? Dongfang Xianyan muttered to herself, then with a mischievous look in her eyes, she said, Isn't it just a boyfriend? I've already found one long ago. Really? The woman's tone was full of doubt. Of course it's true, don't you believe your daughter? I don't. Dongfang Xianyan was anxious, but the person opposite quickly said, Alright, I believe you. Aren't you returning to the Magic City in 3 days? Bring your boyfriend back to see me. If my future son-in-law doesn't come back with you, then don't come back to see me. That's settled, bye. Beep beep beep. Dongfang Xianyan. She was completely baffled. The conversation was so fast, and the call was hung up before she had a chance to argue. Oof. I'll bring him, who's afraid of who? She shook her fist in defiance, while thinking about how to convince Su Chen to pretend to be her boyfriend. Just as she was pondering how to express her thoughts, pretending to be her boyfriend seemed like a good excuse. Bang bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Dongfang Xianyan took a deep breath, calmed her turbulent thoughts, and resumed her usual dignified posture. Come in. It was her female agent who entered. She was one of the bodyguards arranged by Su Chen to be by Dongfang Xianyan's side. Yes, one of them. She had quite a few bodyguards by her side, with dozens of skilled fighters. Dongfang Xianyan was now too famous, encountering many troubles. Moreover, this was a foreign country where shootings occurred every day, almost facing dozens of waves of thugs daily. However, they were all silently dealt with. Even the masterminds behind the scenes were rooted out. Within a month, the number of deaths directly or indirectly related to this exceeded tens of thousands. Now, apart from some reckless troublemakers, there were fewer and fewer people causing problems. They all realized that behind Dongfang Xianyan, there was a powerful force protecting her. TSK, the car stopped in front of a villa. Upon learning that Su Chen was coming, a figure dressed as a maid was already waiting at the door. When he approached, the young maid obediently called out master and knelt down to help him change his shoes. If anyone who knew her saw this scene, they would be shocked. The dignified queen of the underworld had actually become a maid. Su Chen patted her head, a smile in his eyes. Before Dongfang Xianyan arrived, he enjoyed the company of her two senior sisters to make a comparison. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Su Chen had met with Chen Jianjia, but spent more time with Xia Qingqiu. He could sense that she had no intention of resisting. A slap, followed by a sweet date. Next would be to treat her better and improve her feelings. Just like with Ruland, this process would be easy, and Su Chen was not in a hurry. Now, his gaze was directed towards the Magic City Sports Center. Dongfang Xuanyan's concert was being held there tonight. The red-clad driver pulled up, parked in front, and opened the car door for him. On the other side, at Wu Zhe's house, Lin Hao also set off. He had to attend the third senior sister's concert. Wu Zhe also wanted to go, but due to his inconvenient legs, he could only wish without the ability to act. Magic City Sports Center. At this moment, it was crowded outside. As far as the eye could see, it was packed with people. These were all Dongfang Xuanyan's fans, with many male and female fans. The reason they were outside and not inside was that Dongfang Xuanyan's concert was too popular, and they couldn't get tickets at all. The tickets were sold out in seconds. It was unbelievable. Excited hearts, trembling hands, finally waiting for the queen to hold a concert in our Magic City. I've been looking forward to this for so long. Goddess Xuanyan's singing voice is so beautiful, I could listen to her songs for a lifetime. Among the fragrant flowers, only Xianyan shines, capturing all the charm in the small garden. Xianyan is the best. The crowd's discussions and shouts were incessant. Countless people waved glow sticks in their hands, holding signs to show their support for Dongfang Xianyan. Among the crowd, upon hearing so many people admire the third senior sister, Lin Hao's face revealed a proud smile. Glancing at the enthusiastic fans around him, he had no doubt in his mind. If they knew that Dongfang Xianyan was his third senior sister, it would surely attract envy and jealousy. Smiling, he started queuing up at the entrance gate. After waiting for a long time, when it was his turn, he was stopped by a security guard. "Please show your ticket." Lin Hao was stunned, patted his head, almost forgetting about it. Fortunately, before leaving, Wu Zhe gave him 10,000 yuan. Buying a ticket should be more than enough, right? Big brother security guard, where can I buy a ticket? I'll go buy one now. The security guard ignored his intention, looking at him as if he were looking at a fool. Lin Hao was somewhat puzzled, and amidst his confusion, a burst of mocking laughter erupted nearby. He, laughing to death, buying a ticket? You can't even get a ticket for the concert of the Queen. Exactly, if it weren't for my single-handed speed for 40 years, I almost didn't get one. To get a ticket, I stayed up 7 times in one night. My arm is almost turning into a dragon arm. You guys are still too low. I directly cleared the rhythm master level 100 times. Seeing them exaggerating one after another, Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Never did he expect that buying a ticket for the third senior sister's concert would be so difficult. Looking at the 10,000 yuan in his phone, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll offer 10,000, who will sell me a ticket?" The concert of the third senior sister would definitely be a mixed bag, and he had to stay close to her for safety. Although buying a ticket for 10,000 yuan was a loss, as long as he found the third senior sister, with so many people coming to the concert, would there be a shortage of money? By then, just by sticking around, giving her a card casually, he could achieve financial freedom. However, after he shouted, no one responded. Instead, they looked at him as if he were a monkey without internet access at home. "Brother, do you know how much the concert tickets of the Queen on the market are being scalped for? 50,000 each, and they are priceless." "That's right. I bought this ticket for 6,000, I can't earn this much money even if I move bricks for a year, but thinking about seeing the goddess, it's worth it." Lin Hao stood there dumbfounded. Helplessly sighing, he looked at the walls of the sports center. It seemed he had to go back to his old ways, transform into Spider-Man, and climb over the wall. What the heck was this? To come and see his senior sister's concert, he had to climb over the wall to get in. At this moment, Su Chen's car slowly approached. Seeing the scene of a sea of people in front of him, he smiled with satisfaction. The goal of turning Dongfang Xianyan into a top superstar had been achieved. He was somewhat looking forward to the program arranged for tonight. This goddess in the hearts of countless people would kneel before him, holding a microphone to sing. Chen didn't have a ticket, and he didn't need to queue up like others to get in. Naturally, there were special people to welcome him. Seeing a few people coming out of the sports center, respectfully welcoming a young gentleman, caused a small-scale shock. Some people even took out their phones to take pictures. However, when they posted them online, they would be quickly deleted. The information about Chen online was only what he wanted the world to see. The reason why there was no negative information about him online despite being surrounded by so many women was also because of this. He wanted to conquer other female leads. Naturally, he wouldn't let the scum's words appear. Just as he stepped in, Chen felt the aura of a killer. The people of Tianwang had already locked onto these killers, only waiting for the opportunity to take them out one by one. His subordinates would handle it, and he would no longer pay attention. The concert is about to begin backstage. Dongfang Xianyan is putting on makeup. Li Jia, how do I look in this outfit? After turning around in front of the mirror, she asked the manager beside her. The woman named Li Jia smiled slightly and joked, "It's just a concert, Xianyan, why are you so serious? You look like you're going to meet your lover." Dongfang Xianyan's heart tightened. Did Li Jia notice this? Did she show it so obviously? Seeing that it was time for the performance, the audience held their breath. When Dongfang Xianyan appeared, the whole place exploded with cheers. Wow! Xianyan goddess is too beautiful, even more beautiful than what we see on TV. Tears in my eyes, finally fulfilling my dream. It was worth flying overnight from the capital. Because Chen was coming, Dongfang Xianyan went through a meticulous makeover and put on light makeup. Stunningly beautiful. She wore a long dress, the spotlight shining on her like a holy fairy. Ignoring the cheers of the crowd, she scanned the room with her eyes, quickly focusing in one direction, where Chen was. Seeing her looking, Chen smiled in response. Dongfang Xianyan smiled too. This smile was enough to outshine all flowers. The concert officially began. After greeting the audience, she slowly sang a song called Chaser of Light. This was one of the songs Chen had given her, and she felt that at this moment, this song perfectly matched her mood. If you are the fireworks on the sea, I am the foam of the waves. At a certain moment, your light illuminated me. If you are the distant Milky Way, dazzling enough to make people cry, I am chasing after your eyes, always gazing at the night sky in loneliness. The beautiful lyrics, combined with her crisp and melodious voice, immediately drew everyone into the mood. The sea, fireworks, waves, Milky Way, formed a beautiful picture. I can follow behind you, like a shadow chasing after light in dreams. I can wait at this intersection, whether you will pass by or not. Every time I lift my head for you, even tears feel free. Some love is like the sunlight falling, possessing, and losing at the same time. As the song played, the audience seemed to see a lonely girl suddenly falling in love with a boy, but showing a subtle and cautious demeanor in front of love. They couldn't help but recall their own memories, as facing a secret crush was no different. The song continued, the hall was quiet, everyone listening silently. They thought Dongfang Xianyan sang well, but they didn't know that this was her true feelings. As her gaze fell in Chen's direction, she sang more passionately and movingly, as if she had transformed into that girl in the mood. Chen smiled. Tonight was a success. In a corner, Lin Hao finally managed to sneak in. Listening to the song, he couldn't help but immerse himself in it, sighing at how well third sister sang. Watching the stunning figure on stage, he was momentarily captivated. Third sister not only sang beautifully, but also looked extremely beautiful. No wonder she was adored by countless people. He suddenly noticed a flash. When Dongfang Xianyan was singing, she wasn't facing the audience, but looking in one direction. Following her gaze, Chen's figure appeared in his line of sight. In an instant, Lin Hao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was sure that third senior sister Dongfang Xianyan was looking at Chen. The affection in her eyes was so strong that it was almost melting. Combined with the song she was singing at the moment, Lin Hao understood everything. This song was sung by third senior sister for Chen. Third senior sister had long been captivated. Coming to this conclusion, Lin Hao felt as if struck by lightning, his mind buzzing. Eldest senior sister was in front of him, watching as Chen gradually took control. Second senior sister lost the bet due to her carelessness, and was forced by Chen. He had sworn to protect third senior sister and would never let her get hurt. But Chen had already made his move. He blamed himself for not realizing it sooner. In Lin Hao's view, the three senior sisters fell to Chen because of his direct or indirect influence. He was engulfed in deep self-blame for a moment. Ding! Lin Hao's mentality exploded. Antagonist value plus 888. Wait. Lin Hao's spirits lifted. He noticed that third senior sister was different from the other two senior sisters, lacking the mature charm between her brows. In other words, she had not completely surrendered herself, and Su Chen had not succeeded yet. Lin Hao was instantly excited. He still had a chance to save third senior sister. He was certain that she had been deceived by Su Chen's sweet words. But now, no matter how she positioned herself with her eyes, it was all up to Su Chen's words. He had to inform her of eldest senior sister and second senior sister's experiences before Su Chen made his move. A playful smile appeared in Su Chen's eyes. He had long noticed Lin Hao's presence and made arrangements accordingly. Since he had not yet won over Dongfang Xianyan, it would indeed be troublesome if she found out about his actions. However, he would not give Lin Hao the chance to betray him. Time passed slowly to the melodious tune and pleasant singing. Clap, clap, clap. When Dongfang Xuanyan's song ended, the hall erupted in thunderous applause, accompanied by cheers and shouts. So beautiful, it made me feel like I was there, reminding me of my sweet first love. I've never heard this before. Is this a new song by the Queen? It's definitely going to be a hit, please release it soon. Love it, love it. The first song by Goddess Xianyan is so explosive, this trip was not in vain. On the stage, facing the gazes from all directions, Dongfang Xianyan remained calm and smiled. Thank you all for coming from all corners of the world to attend my concert. I believe you all have guessed it. That's right. This song, Chaser of Light, is the new song I am about to release. As her voice fell, the hall once again thundered with applause, and the cheers were endless. After saying a few more words, Dongfang Xianyan glanced in Su Chen's direction and walked towards the backstage. As soon as she stepped down, several beautiful women took the stage. A concert couldn't possibly have just one song. Dongfang Xianyan used Chaser of Light as the opening, followed by more songs. During this break, of course, the audience couldn't just wait, so the female group accompanying her took the stage. These members of the female group were all good-looking, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. But compared to Dongfang Xianyan, they were still a bit lacking. According to Su Chen's plan, he wanted to create a female group composed entirely of female leads from the entertainment industry. In this world that combines various novels, it is not impossible. He had already signed a female lead in the entertainment company, whose current fame was not as great as Dongfang Xuanyan's. With his training, she would become famous in no time. Seeing third senior sister heading towards the backstage, Lin Hao eagerly followed from the corner. However, as soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by security. The Eastern Xianyan is changing clothes, and no one can enter. Lin Hao was eager to break in, but was deterred by the hidden aura of a master of transformation. He was shocked. Surprisingly, there was a master protecting third sister. Helpless, he had to return the same way and come back after the concert ended. Time passed quickly, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Eastern Xianyan sang a full 10 songs. Each song was so intoxicating that even after the concert ended, the audience was still not satisfied. After the concert was the interview time. A group of reporters came to Eastern Xianyan with long and short guns, stopped by bodyguards, still stretching their necks to raise microphones. May I ask the Queen when your new song will be released? Eastern Master, how long will you stay in the Magic City this time? May I ask Sister Xianyan? One question after another, with different titles, some even called her Eastern Master. This title comes from Eastern Xianyan's status in the entertainment industry, where no one dares to challenge her. There were too many questions, and Eastern Xianyan couldn't possibly answer them all, so she randomly pointed to a young girl. The girl was both confused and surprised. She never expected to interview the Queen, but now she had this unexpected opportunity. She felt a bit dizzy, nervous, and incoherent. Please. Sister Xianyan, why did you choose the Magic City as the first stop of your global tour? Hearing this, the surrounding reporters were so frustrated that they couldn't breathe. What a great opportunity to interview Eastern Xianyan, and you ask such a question. Don't you know the Queen's home is in the Magic City? Is it difficult to choose the first stop in the Magic City? In fact, the girl regretted asking after she said it. She was too excited just now and wasted an opportunity. However, Eastern Xianyan's answer surprised them all. She smiled slightly and said, I chose the Magic City as the first stop because he is in the Magic City. The scene fell silent, and after a moment, the reporters went crazy. Because he is in the Magic City? Who is he? Is he the Queen's lover? This is definitely a bombshell. The girl was also shocked, never expected that her nervous question would reveal such a big secret. She quickly asked again, who is the he you mentioned? What is the relationship between the first song you sang and him? The song Chaser of Light has already expressed my intentions. Pausing, Eastern Xianyan continued, as for who he is, it's confidential for now. At this, the whole place was in an uproar, countless people were shocked. After all, this song expresses a longing for love, subtle and cautious. Does that mean their goddess already has someone she likes, and is so humble in front of love? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god? The goddess has a boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense, don't you understand what the Queen Xianyan said? She must have someone she likes. I don't believe it, she is the queen, the top star in the world, with over 1 billion fans, and she is so humble in front of love? Woo woo, so love will disappear, right? Mom, I broke up. Yi Qingjie, who is that person, give me back my goddess. The crowd was in an uproar, the hall was filled with cries, as if you could hear the sound of hearts breaking. Su Chen was also surprised. He didn't expect Eastern Xianyan to say that. It seems she really loves herself deeply. It didn't seem so difficult for her to accept 2 senior sisters and put them together. In the corner, Lin Hao felt heartbroken when he heard the words of the 3rd senior sister. Ding! Lin Hao's mind is unstable, villain value plus 999. The young journalist asked a few more questions, and Dongfang Xianyan answered them one by one. Except for not revealing Su Chen's identity, everyone knew she had someone she liked. Brother Liang should understand my thoughts, right? Dongfang Xianyan whispered to herself, then returned to the backstage under the escort of the bodyguards. A group of journalists excitedly sent the interview information to the company for quick editing. No doubt, once it's released, it will be a big news in the entertainment industry. The audience's expressions varied, some were disappointed, some were confused, some were angry. Most of them were curious about the he mentioned by Dongfang Xianyan. Who could it be? What made their goddess so humble in front of love? Su Chen smiled, stretched lazily, and walked towards the backstage. Lin Hao snapped out of his daze. Seeing Su Chen heading backstage, he quickly followed suit. He had to see the 3rd senior sister before Su Chen. He quickly arrived outside Dongfang Xianyan's dressing room. As expected, the unexpected happened. Over a dozen strong pressures enveloped him. Lin Hao's face changed drastically, shocked. Over a dozen grandmasters? He thought there was only one high-level expert protecting the 3rd senior sister. He didn't expect there were over a dozen. Now he was locked by over a dozen opportunities and couldn't move. He wanted to say he had no ill intentions, but he couldn't even speak. At that moment, 2 figures appeared in his sight. It was Su Chen and the red-clothed bodyguard. As they passed by him, Su Chen paused, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Thinking of betraying? Or just stay put here obediently? Rest assured, I will take good care of your 3rd senior sister, it should be the 3 senior sisters. After saying that, he walked into the dressing room without any hindrance. Lin Hao stood frozen on the spot, stunned. Everything became clear. He had some doubts before. How could there be grandmaster experts protecting the senior sister, and the master's strength was only so? It turned out to be arranged by Su Chen. He recalled his smug words. I will take good care of your 3rd senior sister. Damn it! Su Chen was planning to make a move on Dongfang Xianyan. Lin Hao was filled with hatred and anger, wanting to stop it, but he couldn't move under the pressure of over a dozen grandmasters. Suddenly, his ears twitched, his enhanced senses allowed him to hear the voices inside the room. Because he could hear, he became even more furious and uncontrollable. Ding! Lin Hao harbors hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. In the dressing room, Dongfang Xianyan was removing her makeup. Seeing Su Chen appear, she exclaimed in surprise. Not caring that her makeup was only half removed, she threw herself into Su Chen's arms. These female makeup artists were members of his network. Su Chen didn't mind, he hugged her. He touched her nose and said with a smile, You are the leader of the Eastern sect, why are you still so playful? I missed you. Dongfang Xianyan, no longer dignified and elegant in front of others, became gentle and affectionate in front of Su Chen. If her fans saw this scene, they would be shocked and stunned. Brother Liang, did you understand the song I sang? Seeing Su Chen again, Dongfang Xianyan found him even more charming, and the emotions in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She couldn't wait for Su Chen to confess, so she hinted directly. Which song were you singing? Su Chen pretended to be puzzled. Seeing this, Dongfang Xianyan became anxious. It was the first song, Chaser of Light. There is a saying that women in love have negative IQ, and it is not without reason. She had forgotten that this song was written by Su Chen. When she saw the teasing expression on Su Chen's face, Dongfang Xianyan finally understood. She lightly punched Su Chen's chest with her small fist. Liang Ji, you're annoying. He. Su Chen laughed, then suddenly became serious and looked into her bright eyes. So, Xianyan, would you like to be my girlfriend? The sudden confession left Dongfang Xianyan feeling a bit dazed. This scene had appeared in her dreams more than once. Dreams turning into reality. Reacting quickly, she nodded eagerly. I do. Then, she saw Su Chen's face getting closer and closer. Understanding what it meant, Dongfang Shenyan felt a bit shy but didn't avoid it, slowly closing her eyes. Dongfang Xuanyan's heart was filled with sweetness and happiness. Is this what love feels like? Thinking of her mother's words about bringing a boyfriend home, she gathered the courage to look at Su Chen. Liang Ji, can you help me with something? You are my girlfriend now, just say what you want, no need to be so polite. Su Chen pinched her smooth cheek. Touched by Su Chen's words, Dongfang Shenyan said, it's about my mom, she has always wanted me to find a boyfriend and bring him home to meet her. After saying this, she felt nervous. Knowing that Su Chen, as the president of the Su group, was usually busy with work, she wasn't sure if he had the time. Of course, it's no problem. Accompanying your girlfriend to meet her parents is a boyfriend's duty. Seeing Su Chen agree, Dongfang Shenyan was thrilled. After calming her emotions, she began to remove her makeup. As they left together, she noticed Lin Hao standing aside like a statue. Thinking he was one of Su Chen's bodyguards, she didn't pay much attention. Due to the angle, she didn't see Lin Hao blinking frantically. Lin Hao was locked in place, unable to move or speak. He could only use blinking to signal, hoping third sister would notice. Obviously, he failed. He could only watch helplessly as third sister left with Su Chen. The long corridor seemed like a path to the abyss, and Dongfang Shenyan was walking further away from him. What could he do? Besides feeling powerless and furious, he couldn't do anything. Requesting power up. Ding. Lin Hao's mentality collapses, villain value plus 1000. Outside the sports center, many people had not left. Someone came out and mentioned Dongfang Xuanyan's situation, causing a stir. Countless people were discussing excitedly. Considering the situation, Su Chen left with Dongfang Shenyan through the back door. He had prepared a candlelight dinner, planning to win over the leading lady today. But plans changed. Dongfang Shenyan wanted to take him to meet her mother. However, the outcome couldn't be changed. Today, Dongfang Shenyan must be brought into the family. As he said, not even Jesus could change it. Inside the sports center, as Su Chen's car drove away, the pressure weighing on Lin Hao gradually dissipated. A dozen figures quietly left. Lin Hao was soaked in sweat, lying on the ground in exhaustion. During that time, he had been struggling with all his might, but couldn't break free. Dozens of powerful martial arts masters joined forces, but he managed to break free, which was abnormal. Without time to rest and catch his breath, Lin Hao summoned the last bit of strength to get up and chased after Su Chen, who was leaving. When he came out, all he saw was a crowd of spectators who had not yet left. Where were Su Chen and Dongfang Xuanyan's figures? Ah! Lin Hao roared to the sky. His voice was filled with anger, hatred, sadness, and hysteria. Swish, swish, swish. Countless people were drawn to his roar, showing expressions of empathy on their faces. Even a goddess had someone she liked, and yet she was so humble. The impact on them was truly immense. Going crazy for one or two people wasn't too surprising. Ding! Lin Hao was feeling angry towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding! Lin Hao was feeling hateful towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding! Dongfang Xuanyan's family was not a wealthy one, but they were well off and didn't have to worry about food and drink. After she became famous, to prevent her family from being harassed, she arranged for her mother to move to a high-end residential area. When she brought Su Chen home, her mother had already received the news and had prepared a meal. Seeing her daughter return with a handsome young man, LV Lingli's eyes lit up. She thought her daughter would just be perfunctory as before, but she didn't expect her to really bring her boyfriend home. However, it was still too early to confirm whether the two were in a romantic relationship. When she had nothing to do, she watched Korean dramas at home alone. Her daughter had found someone to pretend to be her boyfriend to deal with her parents' pressure to get married, and she had seen plenty of such melodramatic plots. She would have to observe the situation more closely. But one thing was for sure, this child was really handsome. His face was sharp and angular, as if sculpted by nature. Especially his ethereal temperament, with an inexplicable charm that was constantly attracting her. If he really was her daughter's boyfriend, that would be great. Like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, the more she looked, the more satisfied she felt. While she was observing Su Chen was also sizing her up. Although she was 40 years old, she looked like she was in her 30s, exuding a mature charm. She could be described in 4 words. A pleasing mother-in-law. Mom! After more than a month apart, Dongfang Shenyan was very happy to see her mother again and couldn't wait to give her a hug. You're already so old, but you act like a child. LV Lingli spoke harshly, but she was actually very happy. Patting her daughter's back, she ambiguously said, You brought your boyfriend home, but you didn't introduce him to Mom? Dongfang Shenyan let go of her mother and then shyly introduced, this is my boyfriend, Su Chen. She looked at Su Chen and introduced her mother. Mom, this is Su Chen, LV Lingley. Su Chen was naturally very clear about the situation of Dongfang Xuanyan's family, and he smiled warmly. Hello, nice to meet you. I don't know what gift to bring for our first meeting. I hope you like this set of cosmetics. With that, he handed over a gift box. This was sent by his subordinates from the Galaxy Group. Holding a large department responsible for public relations, Su Chen knew the preferences of his future mother-in-law like the back of his hand. Despite her not being young, she maintained herself perfectly, often admiring herself in the mirror. She also liked watching Korean dramas and would be deeply moved by them. She would definitely love this set of cosmetics produced by the Galaxy Group. In fact, if he took out the resplendent youth elixir, the effect would be even more explosive, and she would probably want to marry her daughter off to him on the spot. But Su Chen didn't do that. There is only one bottle of resplendent rouge, he didn't even give it to those women, let alone to an outsider. Lu Lingli hurriedly took the gift box from Su Chen's hand. Seeing the brand of cosmetics, produced by the Milky Way Group, she was amazed. When it comes to top cosmetics, many people would think of Estee Lauder, Misha Buddha. That was all months ago. Since the appearance of the Milky Way Group, these top cosmetics have become history. In front of the cosmetics they launched, those world-famous brands are not even worthy of being mentioned. Now, these women go out to show off, only recognizing products from the Milky Way Group. The products are good, the effects are very significant, but they are really expensive. Moreover, they are priceless, ordinary people really can't buy them. Usually, when she sees her friends showing off in their moments, Lu Lingli also envies them. She wants to buy but can't. As a daughter, she could definitely buy them. She hoped her daughter would buy them for her voluntarily, but she never did, not understanding at all. She decided that if her daughter didn't give them to her, she would ask for them herself. Unexpectedly, the boyfriend her daughter brought back today actually brought her the gift she wanted most. For a moment, her gaze towards Su Chen became even more satisfied. Then she invited the two of them to dinner. At the dining table, Lu Lingli picked up a piece of beef and put it in Su Chen's bowl. Xiaoyang, try this braised beef, it's my specialty. Delicious, and Lu's cooking is amazing. Dongfang's Wanyan was dumbfounded. She looked at Su Chen, her mother kept serving dishes next to her, and then looked at herself sitting alone. I am your daughter, hey. Her face showed resentment, but in fact, she was secretly delighted. Bringing Su Chen to meet her mother, she was actually very nervous. If her mother didn't like Su Chen, or if Su Chen didn't care for her mother, she would feel very uncomfortable in the middle. Now seeing how well the two of them were getting along, all her worries were unnecessary. After dinner and a short rest, it was time to sleep. Lu Lingli's heart trembled. What would happen next would prove whether her daughter and Su Chen were really in a romantic relationship. Seeing the two of them entering the bedroom together, she was still worried and listened intently. This was Su Chen's plan, of course he wouldn't disappoint her. Ding! Would you like to include Dongfang's Wanyan in the family? Make her one of the family members? She was satisfied with Su Chen. But since he was her daughter's boyfriend, as a mother, she still wanted to know more about him. After a meal, she also learned about Su Chen's identity, which once again surprised her. Su Chen turned out to be the legitimate son of the Su family. At a young age, he took over the Su group. At the same time, he was the boss of her daughter's company. Her daughter's rise to fame in these few months was all thanks to him. After the shock came worry. Her daughter being with a top-notch young master like Su Chen, she didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. There were many girls in TV dramas who were played with by top-notch young masters. Moreover, wealthy families have many grudges and competitions for favor. Although from Su Chen's behavior, he seemed knowledgeable and courteous, refined and cultured. He didn't have that air of arrogance that many scions of big families have. But who knows if he's deliberately pretending? You can know a person's face, but not their heart. So, taking advantage of going to the bathroom, she went to the toilet. She searched for information about Su Chen, the youngest CEO of a trillion-dollar group. Su family's young master, founded the Hope Project, established Hope Elementary School, donated billions to mountain villages. The internet was full of praise for Su Chen. Even if there was an occasional negative review, it was out of jealousy towards Su Chen. This shows Su Chen's brilliance. Adding some negative information appropriately can better reflect its authenticity. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems she had overthought it. This young master Su Jiao was different from other playboys. After letting go of her worries, LV Lingli became excited. Which parent in the world doesn't want their children to have a good place to settle down? If her daughter becomes friends with Su Chen, it's not surprising that she will marry into a wealthy family. By then, their family will also become top-notch, and even their future children will inherit billions of assets. Just thinking about it is exciting. Calm down. LV Lingley patted her chest and took a few deep breaths. She was too happy too soon, not sure if her daughter and Su Chen were in a romantic relationship. What if her daughter invited him as a shield? Su Chen has a good character, and her daughter likes him. Even if they are not a couple, she will try her best to matchmake them. When she reappeared, her gaze towards Su Chen changed, becoming more passionate. After dinner, the three of them sat together on the living room sofa chatting. Xiaoliang, my daughter is usually a bit clumsy, so you'll have to take care of her more in the future. Mom, what are you talking about? Dongfang Xianyan was immediately unhappy. Where, Xianyan is so innocent and lively, I like her very much. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. Su Chen smiled, emphasizing the words take good care. Neither the mother nor the daughter understood the true meaning behind it, both looking happy. After chatting for a while, Su Chen raised his hand to check the time, then pretended to look at the sky outside. It's getting late, I should go back too. Thank you for your hospitality, Aunt LV. With that, he stood up to leave. However, a hand grabbed him. It was Dongfang Xuanyan's mother, LV Lingley, who pretended to be displeased. Didn't I say to treat this place like your own home? Why go back so late? Just rest here, Xuanyan's room has a big enough bed. At the same time, she glanced back and forth between Su Chen and her daughter. Could it be that she was right? Were they pretending to be a couple to fool her? This. Su Chen remained calm. This scene did not surprise him, but he looked at Dongfang Xianyan with a conflicted expression. Hearing her mother's words, she was also startled, her heart starting to beat faster. Oh my! According to her mother, was she supposed to sleep with Su Chen? They were indeed a couple. But, is it developing too fast? They only confirmed their relationship not long ago. Soon, she felt her mother's suspicious gaze, and Dongfang Xuanyan's heart tightened, blurting out, why yes, it's late, Liangji, you should stay. Well, okay. Su Chen smiled inwardly, pretended to hesitate for a moment, then agreed. He was then pulled back to the sofa by LV Lingley. Once the seed of suspicion is planted, it won't be easy to dispel. Watching her daughter and Su Chen enter the bedroom, she didn't go back to rest but sat in the living room, listening intently. In the bedroom, even though Dongfang Xianyan hadn't been back for over a month, the room was still spotless, maintained by her mother. There was a faint fragrance lingering in the air. With a click, the door closed. There were only the two of them in the room. Dongfang Xianyan lowered her head. At this moment, she no longer had the elegance and calmness of being on stage, nor the excitement of seeing Su Chen. Now she was like a young girl waiting to be married off in ancient times. Su Chen sat on the soft bed, his eyes showing interest as he observed her in this girlish posture. Appreciating enough, he suddenly grabbed a soft and boneless little hand and gently pulled it. Xianyan, are you sure about being my girlfriend? No regrets? Su Chen lifted her chin, gazing into her bright eyes, and asked with a double meaning. Dongfang Xianyan was startled at first, then her eyes became firm. I have no regrets. Ding! Should Dongfang Xianyan be brought into the family? Make her one of the family members? In the late night, Su Chen finally had time to check the information in his mind. Without hesitation, he chose yes. Ding! Congratulations, host, +1 family member, you have obtained the Thunder King. Thunder King, control thunder, meticulous. Swipe, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Thunder King? Did he awaken extraordinary powers? He began to mobilize a mysterious power that suddenly emerged in his body and applied it to his palm. However, there was nothing. No, there was still a sensation. Su Chen's keen perception detected a trace of electricity circulating in his palm. Yes, just a trace, as thin as a hair. Su Chen fell silent. He thought he had awakened extraordinary powers, but, is this it? This little power can only numb ordinary people. What use does it have? Charge a phone? Or? Su Chen felt that he could increase the power of thunder by consuming mental energy. However, it would probably drain his vitality, and the power wouldn't be that great. For him, it was completely useless. At the moment, this ability seemed to be of little use. He didn't know if it would improve in the future, or if he could find a way to enhance his abilities. Su Chen withdrew his mind, decided to study it slowly later, and then fell asleep with the beauty in his arms. The next day, approaching noon, LV Lingley went out with 2 big dark circles under her eyes to buy groceries at the nearby market. Oysters, dried shrimp, chives. She kept stuffing them into the bag. She looked a bit tired due to not sleeping much that night. Her mood was full of ups and downs. At first, she suspected whether the two of them were pretending to be in a romantic relationship. With her ears perked up high, she felt like she couldn't hear clearly and wished she could stick her head in. However, not long after, she was annoyed by the poor sound insulation of the house. If it wasn't late at night, she would definitely go outside for some fresh air and to clear her mind. At the same time, she was amazed by Su Chen's strength. Finally enduring until the end, she thought she could finally sleep, but she didn't expect there was still a second half. The second half was even more intense, making her worry about her daughter. Fortunately, she didn't know it was Dongfang Xuanyan's first time, otherwise, she would definitely rush in to stop it. Who could bear that? When she returned to cook, her daughter and future son-in-law came out of the bedroom. Her daughter was beaming, while Su Chen was calm and composed. During the meal, LV Lingli kept serving dishes to her daughter and Su Chen, deciding to nourish their bodies. Xiaoliang, eat more. She picked up an oyster and put it in Su Chen's bowl. Pausing, she coughed and kindly reminded, I know you young people have abundant energy, but you should also know how to moderate. Working day and night is not good for your health. Feeling her mother's strange gaze, Dongfang Xuanyan blushed, lowered her head, and focused on eating. It was too embarrassing. She must have heard something. But what could she do? She couldn't control herself. She couldn't help but blame her mother in her heart, wondering why she brought up such embarrassing topics. Su Chen just nodded with a smile. He didn't think much of it, not to mention 1, even 10 wouldn't be enough for him to handle. He also tried the Thunder King's ability. It could only be said, although some are redundant, the use of force is always advantageous. Now he can say without exaggeration, I am invincible, you are free to do as you please. After dinner, Su Chen bid farewell to the mother and daughter and left. He will not stop for a tree, as there is a vast forest waiting for him to conquer. In the afternoon, Dongfang Xuanyan arrived at the entertainment subsidiary of the Su Group. She walked out of here. Just a few months ago, she was just a somewhat famous singer. Now, she is a world-renowned queen. It has to be said that this star-making operation was very successful. The Su Group's entertainment subsidiary has become the top entertainment company in the country. Countless men and women with dreams of becoming stars are eager to join the company. Since she came to the Magic City, it was only natural for her to visit the company and encourage the newcomers. What Dongfang Xuanyan didn't know was that there was already someone waiting for her at the company's entrance. This person was naturally Lin Hao. Last night, he ran out of the sports center, did not see Su Chen and Dongfang Xuanyan's figures, and let out a groundhog's howl. He did not give up the search. Even if there was a slight possibility of stopping Su Chen, he would not give up. However, the Magic City is not that big, nor is it that small. He searched all night but did not find her. It was not a complete waste of time. He found out which company Third Sister was in. It turned out to be an entertainment company under the Su Group. Third Sister's current fame is undoubtedly related to Su Chen's help. No wonder Third Sister has such deep feelings for him. Upon receiving this news, he became even more furious. Since you have been interested in Third Sister for a long time, why did you go after First Sister and Second Sister? He had to destroy the relationship between the two and make Third Sister see Su Chen's true colors. Lin Hao didn't sleep all night and arrived early at the company's entrance. He didn't know if Third Sister would come, so he could only rely on luck. If she didn't come that day, he would continue to wait. It seemed that even heaven couldn't bear to see Su Chen deceive so many women. Finally, in the afternoon, he saw Third Sister, and Lin Hao became excited, blocking the car directly. However, when he saw the charming look on Third Sister's face, he was dumbfounded. He froze on the spot, his body trembling uncontrollably. It was too late after all. Third Sister had already been taken by Su Chen. Seeing a beggar-like young man blocking the car, the driver, sisterly, was about to drive him away but was stopped by Dongfang Xuanyan. She was indeed a top figure in the entertainment industry, but she was not arrogant. She got off the car in confusion. Perhaps she had taken too big a step and touched a sore spot, furrowing her brows. She couldn't help but think of last night, blushing and heart racing again. Lin Hao came to his senses, took a deep breath, and approached Dongfang Xuanyan. At this moment, he looked extremely haggard, with messy hair like a chicken coop, and a strong smell of sweat. As he got closer, Dongfang Xuanyan couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Hao's mouth twitched. Was your last half-step intentional? Such a small gesture, yet it hurt so much. After calming down, he sadly called out, Third Sister. Dongfang Xuanyan was stunned, not understanding what the beggar in front of her meant. Just as she was about to ask, she suddenly remembered something, a flash of insight in her mind. Like the two sisters, she had also received a letter from the master. It said that a junior brother was coming down the mountain and asked her to take care of him. Could it be? This was the junior brother? Is he really in such a miserable state? Doesn't he even have any basic life skills? How could the master accept such a person as a disciple? Dongfang Xuanyan's face was full of surprise as she tentatively asked, Are you Lin Hao? How did you end up like this? Lin Hao felt a bit bitter, saying that it was tiring to talk about it, but he had to. Third senior sister, you must believe me. Su Chen is a scumbag, don't let him deceive you. He has many other women, even senior sister and second senior sister have fallen victim to his schemes. He began to accuse Su Chen of various wrongdoings. Dongfang Shenyan was shocked and her face kept changing color as she listened. Her thoughts drifted to the night with Su Chen. When she begged for mercy, Su Chen said he could let her senior sister and second senior sister help share the burden, but she shook her head repeatedly at the time. Her relationship with senior sister and second senior sister was very good, like sisters. How could they follow Su Chen together? But after a round of beatings, she gave in, saying she had no objections, asking if Su Chen could take down senior sister and second senior sister to prove his ability. In her opinion, senior sister and second senior sister both had their own personalities and principles, they would never agree to such a thing. She never expected Su Chen had already targeted them. Dongfang Shenyan let out a bitter smile. She couldn't leave Su Chen now. In terms of career, it was no exaggeration to say that everything she had now was bestowed by Su Chen. In terms of emotions, Su Chen was the only one who moved her heart. The thought of not being in contact with Su Chen for the rest of her life was heartbreaking for her. In other aspects, Su Chen's super strength and his electrifying magical methods made her submit from the depths of her soul. Dongfang Xuanyan's eyes gradually cleared up, her panicked heart calmed down, and she coldly looked at Lin Hao, who was still talking incessantly. She could sense that this junior brother had grievances with Su Chen. However, since she had already chosen Su Chen, then this junior brother, it was better not to.